In the prehistoric South Sea, waves rolled one after another, sky and water merging into a boundless shoreless expanse. Scattered across the surface floated islands of all sizes, as numerous as sesame seeds cast upon the sea. Hidden deep within this archipelago lay an island shrouded in immortal mist. Dao rhythm flooded heaven and earth, clouds breathing in and out around it, with an indescribably sacred aura that left its depth unfathomable to the eye. At this moment a woman flew across the sky. She wore a 9-colored rainbow gown with the head of a woman and the body of a serpent. Her skin was white as snow, her features cold, yet peerlessly beautiful. This was Nuwa. In the primordial world at this time, Hongjuan's sermon had just concluded, the treasures had been divided, and the 3,000 guests of the Red Dust had each left Xixiao Palace to return to the wilderness, seeking their own paths. Nuwa had obtained a wisp of Hongmeng purple qi, and during the sermon, she had comprehended the mysteries of creation, forcefully stepping across the threshold of quasi sainthood. Yet the higher one climbed on the path of cultivation, the more arduous it became. Without great fortune, simply grinding away with time would never be enough. Thus she roamed everywhere, wandering the vast lands in search of great opportunity. Since when has there been an island here? Nuwa's brows knitted slightly as she looked down, sensing something amiss. On that island, spiritual energy was terrifyingly dense, yet it seemed separated from this heaven and earth by a thin veil. The heavenly secrets around it were blurred, and it hung there in isolation, solitary and aloof. If she had not happened to pass by, she might never have sensed it at all. Could this island be hiding some profound secret? With this thought rising in her heart, Nuwa did not hesitate as she parted the clouds and descended toward the immortal isle. From the sea, the island appeared no larger than a grain of sand, but once she stepped within it was an entirely different world. A single small hill here stretched a million li across. Such hills were as numerous as cattle hairs across the island, impossible to count. Nuwa roamed the island for several days, growing increasingly delighted, for she discovered that at intervals along her path an innate spiritual root would be growing. The closer she drew to the island's center, the denser the spiritual roots became. She had already collected dozens of them into her hands. These were innate spiritual roots. From the ferocious beast Tribulation to the 3-clan struggle for supremacy to the great war between Dao and demons, the primordial world had been ravaged, full of wounds. The top-tier innate spiritual roots had long since been divided up by the mighty, hardly any remained. Yet on this island, spiritual roots grew like wild grass in the earth. No matter how many she plucked, they were inexhaustible. It was utterly absurd. Nuwa grew more and more certain in her heart that this immortal island was anything but ordinary. Perhaps it concealed a secret even the Dao ancestor had not discovered. Perhaps even a great fortune. At this thought she could no longer restrain her excitement, abandoning the spiritual roots and immortal herbs along the way as she headed straight for the island's heart. It did not take much effort before she arrived before a primordial divine mountain. Looking down from its peak, she saw a divine tree rooted in a patch of sacred soil. The tree was not tall. 9 leaves grew upon it, each crystal clear like carved jade, with the currents of laws flowing through their veins, so wondrous they defied description. Suspended among the 9 leaves hung a fist-sized fruit. Dense patterns covered its surface, radiating light that cascaded downward in rings like shards of gold scattering across the ground. Nuwa walked to the foot of the mountain and, lifting her gaze to that fruit, froze in place. This, a chaos spirit fruit. Her astonishingly beautiful face was filled with shock. After the great calamity of Pangu opening the heavens, could there still be a chaos spiritual root surviving in the primordial world? A wind swept down from the mountaintop, carrying with it a breath of chaotic aura. Nuwa drew in a gentle breath, and every pore of her body seemed to explode open. Her Deluo mana surged like a rising tide, roiling so violently she could hardly suppress it. She had picked up a heavenly treasure. Her gaze locked rigidly onto that fruit as she sensed within it a power of creation constantly in motion. That power was profoundly mysterious, ceaselessly transforming the things around it. Many spiritual roots were affected by it, instinctively changing in secret. In the distance, a low-grade acquired spiritual root suddenly burst forth with a surge of chi, directly advancing into a mid-grade spiritual root. Nuwa's mouth fell open, words deserting her. In the primordial world, once something was born, its foundation and aptitude were fixed and unchangeable. Yet the power of creation within this fruit could actually overturn the very origin. It was outrageous. Compared to this, the meager creation Dao she herself cultivated was not just a little inferior. Nuwa understood that in terms of value, this chaos spirit fruit was no less than Hongmeng purple qi, perhaps even more formidable. If she swallowed it, fused with it, and comprehended it, she might very well attain Hunyuan on the spot. Since the birth of the primordial world, Heaven's Dao had pressed down from above, while the Great Dao kept itself unseen. To bypass Heaven's Dao and grasp the laws of the Great Dao was an impossibly difficult endeavor. With slightly lacking foundation and aptitude, there was not even a 1 in a billion chance. Thus those in the primordial world who sought to prove Hunyuan all relied on the Dharma preached by Dao ancestor Hongjun. But now through this fruit, she had found another path, to prove Hunyuan using the laws of creation. Only the fruit did not yet seem fully ripe. If she plucked it now, it would not be perfect. Nuwa decided to wait a little longer. She sat beneath the divine tree, comprehending the Dao of creation and absorbing the chaotic aura. 1,000 years swept by in a flash, and Nuwa's cultivation soared by a great margin. But when she opened her eyes, the space before her was empty. The divine tree had vanished without a trace. Nuwa stared blankly for a long, while then seething with fury, turned the immortal island upside down in her search. 3,000 years passed, and she managed to find the divine tree 9 times in total. Not once did she catch it, every time it slipped away. That spiritual root refused to take root in any one place. It drifted beyond the Great Dao, wedged in the crevices of time and space. It seemed to stand right before her eyes, yet might be separated by an entire time and space. Once time shifted, its position changed. In a mountain valley, the divine tree had finally withered completely, its spiritual energy seemingly drained away. Only 9 leaves still hung from its treetop. In the center of those leaves sat a tiny figure, pale and tender skin like sculpted snow, eyes round and bright, so spotlessly pure, it almost hurt to look at. It was enough to make one die from the cuteness. Their gazes met. Nuwa's heart took a heavy blow as though struck by a hammer. Her entire being seemed to melt. That familiar chaotic aura washed over her, and she knew without even thinking that this little thing was the very chaos spirit fruit from before. Only now it had taken on human form. The aura of creation around him was so dense it was unbelievable, making her feel an instinctive closeness throughout her body. Not to mention the fragrance. Standing before him, her throat bobbed, and she almost could not resist taking a bite. It was not that she lacked decorum. This little thing was simply too outrageously fragrant. Peaches of immortality, celestial apricots, the finest innate spiritual fruits. All of them together were not even worthy to carry this fruit's shoes. Lin Xia lifted his head, and only then realized that at some unknown point someone had appeared before him. A human head and serpent body, she was staring straight at him, her gaze so bright and burning, her eyes looked ready to pop from their sockets. He was startled on the spot. Having crossed over from another world, he knew all too well how deadly this primordial land was at every turn. Moreover, his true body was a chaos spirit fruit. With slightly worse luck and a bit less vigilance, he would probably have long since been gnawed clean, not even his bones remaining. Which clan are you from? What are you doing here? Don't panic, I don't eat people. Realizing how frightening her expression must have looked just now, Nuwa hurriedly forced a smile. As she spoke, she slowly moved closer, afraid Lin Xia would bolt again. Stay right there. If you come any closer, I won't be polite. Lin Xia raised his small hand and made a warning gesture. Seeing this child's stern little face, Nuwa found it amusing and could not help but laugh aloud, choosing not to continue pressing forward. This spiritual fruit was far too slippery. If he was startled and slipped away again, she would have nowhere left to cry. Softening her voice, Nuwa said, "Don't be afraid, elder sister will not do anything to you." "Who are you? How did you suddenly appear?" Lin Xia blinked his large eyes, putting on an innocent expression and sounding as though he did not particularly care. In truth, he was already calculating in his heart how to escape. The immortal light flowing around this woman's body and the suffocating pressure of her aura marked her as at least a quasi saint-level existence. If she truly caught him, she would probably gnaw him down to the last bone. Lin Xia's acting might fool ordinary people, but Nuwa saw through his intention to flee in a single glance and grew anxious. A spark flashed through her mind, and she blurted out, "Actually, I am your elder sister." Elder sister? Lin Xia had already been preparing to make a run for it when he froze at those words. As a transmigrator from the day he hazily awakened, he had always remained with this spiritual fruit body, focused on cultivation, with very little perception of the outside world. Could there truly be another fruit in this world that shared the same origin as him? "You're lying." Nuwa's heart thumped. Had this brat already spotted a flaw? "How am I lying? You look so good, you don't resemble me at all," Lin Xia retorted with perfect righteousness. Nuwa was at a loss for words. Nuwa choked for a moment, then casually praised, "Same to you. You're quite adorable yourself." Lin Xia did not believe a single word of her honeyed speech. Not to mention she had a long tail, while he was completely smooth. "You say you're my elder sister. What proof do you have?" "Well," Nuwa was momentarily at a loss for words. "Elder sister took form several thousand years before you. It's only natural our appearances differ. What is so strange about that?" A chaos spirit fruit taking shape possessed a foundation and aptitude superior even to most innate gods and demons, and was born with spiritual intelligence. Though he had only recently taken human form, he was not so easy to fool. But Lin Xia wanted to say more. He could not shake the feeling that this so-called elder sister's gaze on him was a bit off. "But what? Before you took form, elder sister was always guarding this place, afraid you would be discovered by greedy beings and swallowed whole." Nuwa's eyes reddened slightly, a sheen of moisture rising as her voice took on a deeply aggrieved tone. Watching this masterful performance, Lin Xia sneered inwardly. Did she take him for a 3-year-old? Such petty tricks could not deceive him. Nuwa flicked her sleeve, and a vast wave of creation aura swept out, covering the sky and earth. The surrounding spiritual flowers and immortal herbs, upon absorbing this aura, shot upward in mad growth. One's appearance can change, but one's origin cannot. Do you believe me now? She fixed her gaze on Lin Xia, a smile playing about her lips. Feeling that familiar creation aura, doubt flickered into Lin Xia's eyes. The origin power of creation within this aura was far too similar to his own. As a chaos spirit fruit, his origin power was unique under heaven. If she truly had nothing to do with him, it would make no sense. Brat trying to play mind games with me. You're 800 years too early. Nuwa was secretly immensely pleased with herself. Back then she had sat beneath the divine tree in meditation for 1,000 years, specifically absorbing the aura dissipated by the spirit fruit and pondering the divine charm of creation day after day. Though she had yet to fully understand it, she had at least grasped its outer skin. Using that to deceive a newly transformed little being was more than enough. You really are my elder sister? Lin Xia asked hesitantly. Would I lie about that? Come, let elder sister give you a hug. Nuwa smiled and beckoned. Lin Xia raised his head to glance at the towering mountain in the distance, feeling somewhat troubled. Seizing his moment of distraction, Nuwa took a single step to cross the distance and pinned him in place. Let go. Before Lin Xia could react, he was swept up and wrapped tightly in her embrace. Two soft, yielding masses pressed in from both sides, nearly smothering him. Nuwa breathed in the rich, spiritual aura with a look of pure enjoyment. The chaos spirit fruit truly was extraordinary. Its fragrance clung to his entire body, and holding him felt unspeakably delightful. Of course, if she could take a bite or two, that would be even more wonderful. Lin Xia was rendered dizzy by Nuwa's enthusiastic handling. He struggled hard for quite a while, before finally managing to free his head. Nuwa gazed at his tender, rosy little face, and her heart melted. Little brother, what is your name? Lin Xia. Lin Xia kept his expression taut, clearly displeased with this elder sister's rough and overbearing ways. With a casual flip of her hand, Nuwa produced 5 spirit pearls, as if performing a magic trick. Their colors were all different, and radiant brilliance flowed over their surfaces, glittering like stars in the heavens. Smiling sweetly, she looked at Lin Xia. These are your meeting gifts from your sister. Do you like them? Lin Xia's eyes lit up at once. Within these 5 spirit pearls were sealed the elemental powers of water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. Each pearl was a high-grade innate spirit treasure. Used together, their might was no weaker than a supreme innate spirit treasure. I like them, Lin Xia said, snatching them up in one go, the smile on his little face impossible to conceal. Call me sister, and let me hear it. Sister. In excellent spirits, Lin Xia tipped his face up and called out obediently. Nuwa's heart instantly blossomed with happiness. Having such an adorable younger brother was truly wonderful. Lin Xia's little face was filled with innocent, carefree laughter, and as Nuwa stared at him, the ancient string in her heart that had not moved for ages was finally plucked soft. Sis, how long have you been cultivating? Why is there still a tail hanging behind your butt? Why don't I have one? Lin Xia cocked his head, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Nuwa's face darkened in an instant. A tail. That was what people called a devilish figure. If such words had come from another cultivator's mouth, she would have slapped them to death 800 times over by now. Yet because the words came from Lin Xia, she simply could not bring herself to resent him. Instead, she found this little fellow so adorably silly, it made one's heart ache. She reached out to pinch his cheeks and coaxed him with a smile. This is an illusory false body. Once you learn spells, you can create one as well. Even as she spoke, Nuwa quietly withdrew her serpentine tail, transforming it into 2 legs identical to Lin Xia's. Lin Xia nodded and did not ask further. The little fellow finally settled down. Nuwa let out a breath of relief and turned her gaze to the 9 leaves. The leaves were crystal clear like jade, their veins seeming alive, carrying an indescribable sense of cosmic order. Compared to 1,000 years ago, they now appeared even more unfathomable. She had barely stared at them for a few seconds when a surge of comprehension arose in her heart. All the twists and turns of the Tao of creation that she had previously been unable to grasp suddenly became clear. Each of the 9 leaves recorded a portion of the supreme Tao of creation. This thing was simply outrageous. Good little brother, could you give these leaves to your sister? Suppressing the excitement in her voice, Nuwa turned to look at Lin Xia. If you like them, just take them, Lin Xia replied. These 9 leaves were manifestations of his own origin Tao. Though others found them precious to him, they had already lost their use. As for this bargain sister, though she seemed a bit strange for the moment, she bore no ill intent. She had given him 5 spirit treasures at the very start, and treated him so generously he could not afford to be stingy in return. Nuwa was overjoyed and hurriedly stored away the 9 leaves. My little brother really is considerate. Not only was he irresistibly cute, he was also sensible. A perfect little darling. Her eyes curved with laughter as she scooped Lin Xia up and planted 2 kisses on his cheeks. Smack smack. Even after kissing him, she refused to let go, hugging him tight and kneading him in her arms. Lin Xia was utterly flustered by her attentions. His little legs kicked helplessly as he tried his best to break free. But his elder sister's strength was simply too great. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape. In the end, he could only clutch her wrists with both hands, barely preventing himself from being completely tormented into madness. After thoroughly rubbing the little fellow to her heart's content, Nuwa finally felt satisfied. She turned her head toward the divine tree. Its spiritual energy had long since been drained dry, and a trace of regret flickered in her heart. Even so, she still stored away the trunk. Such a thing must not be wasted. Yet the moment she pulled up the trunk, a sudden flash of spiritual light erupted. Nuwa's brows knitted together. Why does the color of this earth look so much like the legendary 9 Heavens Breath soil? Sis, this is Chaos Breath soil, Lin Xia added. Nuwa was taken aback for a moment. She lowered her head to look at him, and in the blink of an eye she understood. Indeed, the roots of a chaos spiritual root would naturally be anchored in Chaos Breath soil. She did not ponder further. Raising her hand, she cast a strand of creation law toward that clump of mud. Azure light immediately seeped out from the earth. Chaos essence surged forth, and the surrounding space trembled in response. With a sweep of her wide sleeve, Nuwa collected the mass of Chaos Breath soil. Turning to stare at Lin Xia, the corners of her eyes and brows were all smiles. Little thing, you truly are my priceless treasure. Her gaze swept across the foot of the divine mountain to confirm that no other spiritual roots or treasures remained. Then she lowered her head and asked him, little brother, it's boring to stay here. How about sis takes you out for a walk and we go search for some good things? All right. Lin Xia nodded. Ever since he had taken human form, he had been confined to this region and had long felt stifled. He too wished to see the world beyond. Besides, with an elder sister whose strength was so overwhelming watching over him, his little life felt perfectly secure. Nuwa drew him into her arms, and their forms transformed into a streak of flowing light that shot toward the distant divine mountain. Layer upon layer of green mountains rose their strange peaks, piercing the clouds. Immortal rivers roared as they surged toward the sky, creating a spectacle so magnificent it seemed unreal. Lin Xia's eyes were nearly too busy to take everything in. So this was the grandeur of the Great Desolation. It was indeed overwhelming. A single divine mountain alone was as beautiful as a celestial realm, vast beyond measure, its ridges stretching endlessly for billions of miles. His elder sister possessed techniques for manipulating space, and even after flying for half a day, they still had not seen the mountain's entirety. Of course, the main reason was that along the way they had to keep watching for any sign of hidden treasures. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking human form. The Hongmeng Creation System has been activated. The Hongmeng Creation System, capable of engendering all things, exists solely to forge the strongest Dao of creation. Lin Xia froze. What was that sound? He closed his eyes and probed into his spiritual platform. A clear interface surfaced before him. Host Lin Xia, Realm Golden Immortal Foundation, 9-leaf Immortal Fate Fruit Supreme Chaos Spirit Fruit. Not yet fully ripened treasures: Hongmeng Pearl, Innate Companion Treasure, Water Spirit Pearl, Thunder Spirit Pearl, Fire Spirit Pearl, Wind Spirit Pearl, Earth Spirit Pearl. Techniques: Hongmeng Creation Sutra, Innate Companion Technique, Dao Level Divine Abilities, Engender All Things, Time-Space Annihilation, a Golden Finger. Lin Xia blinked twice. So the standard equipment of a transmigrator really wasn't just idle rumor. This system can enlighten spiritual roots, allowing them to defy their own origin, transforming acquired into innate into chaos, and chaos into Hongmeng. Spiritual roots that have been enlightened will receive the blessings of the Dao of creation. Their maturation time will shorten, their quality will greatly improve, and they can even develop all sorts of strange and marvelous uses. As the system's string of explanations fell, Lin Xia gradually grasped the nature of this golden finger. This thing's path was quite similar to that of his own innate companion technique. Both were meant to elevate the origins of spiritual objects to higher levels. In the Great Desolation, once a good thing was born, its grade became fixed, and afterward it was almost impossible to change. Yet spiritual roots enlightened by the system were different. They directly leaped up by an entire tier as though reborn from the ground up. The effect was utterly outrageous. Of course, his own Hongmeng Creation Sutra was not without such functions. The problem was that his cultivation of it was still too shallow. After toiling for several million years, he could at most help a spiritual object climb half a step. Compared to the system, it simply could not measure up. As he was mulling this over, a voice suddenly boomed in his mind, identical to his own tone. Lin Xia rolled his eyes. Host, your novice gift pack has arrived. Will you open it or not? He did not rush to open it, but first turned his head to look at Nuwa. The more he looked, the more he felt that his elder sister had the potential to be a bandit. Her movements were so brisk and ruthless, like locusts sweeping through a street. Wherever she passed, flowers and grasses with even the slightest hint of spiritual energy were all uprooted, roots and soil included. Lin Xia thought that if not for the fact that these rocks and soils were inedible, he would seriously suspect that this elder sister could carry away the entire island. The longer he watched the stranger, it seemed this person was like some unsophisticated village girl who had never seen the world, compared to his own elegant bearing. Their styles were simply worlds apart. Thinking of her suspicious tale and that obviously exaggerated acting, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Xia's mind. Could this woman be the legendary Nuwa? That would be troublesome. Nuwa was no gentle soul. Just as he was thinking this, her excited voice drifted to his ears. Done. All packed up. Time to go home. More than 1,000 innate spiritual roots and countless acquired ones that could no longer be numbered, plus chaos breath soil. Most importantly, she had picked up a younger brother for free. This haul was worth more than all her previous possessions combined. Nuwa was overjoyed. Lin Xia, expression unreadable, raised his head, and asked with an innocent look, "Sister, why is your tail so long?" Nuwa's face went dark on the spot. This infuriating child. She had already said it was a false body, and he still insisted on mentioning it. Was he asking for a beating? Forcing out a smile, she reached out to stroke Lin Xia's head. "It's fake. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Xia nodded. "Oh, then sister, may I touch your false body?" "That won't." Nuwa forced a smile through clenched teeth, her two pale, delicate hands cupping his small face and squeezing hard. Yet inwardly, she felt a stir of unease. Could this little brat have noticed something? No, that would not do. This was someone she had finally managed to trick, no to pick up. She absolutely could not let him run away. With that thought, Nuwa scooped Lin Xia back into her arms, her grip iron tight, and turned to fly back. "Let go." Lin Xia was nearly made dizzy by the swaying of the endless mountain ranges. His four short limbs flailed and kicked as his body twisted, trying to break free. A slap landed on his backside as Nuwa raised her hand and tore open space, riding the clouds eastward. It was not long before she arrived with Lin Xia at an island. The island lay beyond the eastern sea, shrouded in rosy clouds, its spiritual energy rolling like mist, and its Dao rhythm flickering in and out of sight. Originally, Nuwa had lived on Buzhou Mountain with her brother Fuxi and was quite close to Hutu. But once Fuxi sided with the demon race, a rift grew between them. She simply moved overseas to this island and opened a new cave abode. Meanwhile, Lin Xia was still struggling in her arms. "Put me down." Once they returned to the cave abode and the surrounding restrictions were activated, Nuwa was no longer as afraid that he might run. She lowered her head and said, "Let me be clear first. You are not allowed to leave my side by even half a step." "All right, I promise," Lin Xia answered crisply. A wise person did not court death. Nuwa, satisfied, loosened her arms. Lin Xia's eyes rolled mischievously, and he bolted the moment his feet touched the ground. Unfortunately, Nuwa had been watching him the entire time. The instant his mana stirred, she sensed at ease. She snatched him back in one move, her arm locking him in an unbreakable hold. "Tell me, do you still dare to run?" Lin Xia felt his breath nearly cut off. He hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. His small arms and legs simply could not endure this kind of treatment. Nuwa rubbed his face with her hands, relishing the delightful feel. "Little liar. I just wanted to see how fast sister would react, nothing more," Lin Xia said with a serious face. "Really?" Nuwa squinted her eyes. "Truer than pearls." Lin Xia blinked, his big eyes, innocence radiating from them. "Fine, I'll trust you one more time." Nuwa couldn't withstand his overwhelming cuteness and decided to see his future behavior. After another round of fuss, he finally escaped from the clingy sister. Alone, Lin Xia took a deep breath, feeling utterly relaxed. With a thought, a dusty gray bead appeared in his palm. It was his innate treasure, the Hongmeng Pearl. The Hongmeng Pearl was a Dao-level divine artifact transcending the very Dao, harboring a world of chaos within. Its divine abilities were countless, with concealing heavenly secrets being the most basic. Because of it, the celestial world he once inhabited had never been discovered by the heavenly Dao. All spiritual beings grew freely without interference or limits. This treasure contained 3,000 layers of prohibitions, incredibly intricate and profound, making complete refinement a mere fantasy. He had only managed to digest a tiny fraction, gaining a sliver of its power. When he first transmigrated, his consciousness was as chaotic as falling into a cesspit, unable to distinguish anything, much like the primordial chaos after the sky split. When he regained his senses, he found himself fused with the chaos spiritual fruit. The Hongmeng Pearl floated in his sea of consciousness like a balloon without a tether. According to his original prolonged destiny, this was not the time to condense a human form. True transformation would require enduring another Hunyuan Wuliangliang Kulpa. Emerging then would have been perfect, directly reaching the realm of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. But other entities suddenly appeared, and the Hongmeng Pearl trembled, sensing danger. Fearing an ambush, it accelerated the transformation prematurely. Thinking of being forced to leave his homeland right after taking form, dragged from the South Sea to the East Sea by that woman named Nuwa, he trembled with rage. Here he could only survive by relying on his cuteness. The more Lin Xia thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Gritting his teeth, he unwrapped the newcomer's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Hongmeng Dao True Solution, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, a wisp of chaos creation origin, and awakening the innate divine ability, the void-penetrating divine eye. As the words faded, his mind exploded with a vast array of profound Dao divine script, the Hongmeng Dao True Solution. This was a level above the Dao, dissecting the 3,000 Daos in detail, each capable of leading one to the realm of Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. If one could fuse all 3,000 Daos, they could stand above the Dao, reverse causality, achieve true self-uniqueness, endure endless kulpas, and conjure infinite universes with a single thought. The number 3,000 was just an exaggeration, truly meaning infinite and boundless. Thus, this divine script appeared to have a fixed number of Dao patterns. Yet every time Lin Xia's gaze swept to the end, new Daos would emerge, extending the text indefinitely. A spark of insight lit in his heart, hinting at a partial understanding. Perhaps this meant the Dao had no end. Cultivating this method not only made comprehending the Dao easier, but also allowed different Daos to intertwine, unleashing even more terrifying power. Although this true solution encompassed everything the Hongmeng Creation Sutra was also directly aimed at the Dao, and as his inherited foundation, it was inherently more suited to him. Lin Xia was pondering whether to cultivate both or focus on one. Suddenly both his eyes were shrouded in a Dao charm, becoming mysterious. Nothing around him could hide from his gaze. Forms of past and future flashed like a movie revealing their very— Lin Xia was startled. The name Void Penetrating was well-deserved. It had real substance. Of course, the higher the realm, the more formidable this divine ability, unlocking various incredible functions later. As for the Chaos Creation Origin, it was more valuable than the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Besides boosting cultivation and aiding enlightenment, its most potent use was to completely overhaul one's origin. The Chaos Spiritual Fruit naturally had a long lifespan, aging only 1 year per Hunyuan Culpa. Lin Xia was far from maturity, but this Chaos Creation Origin matched his attributes, perfect for accelerating his life wheel. He didn't linger on the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus. That item was born from an unripe lotus seed of the Chaos Green Lotus, harboring the strongest purifying light capable of cleansing all distractions and dissolving killing intent. Such a treasure would make even a sage envious. Lin Xia casually stored it, his gaze falling on the origin. He intended to refine it. This small body was indeed cute, but cuteness couldn't fill one's stomach. Strength was paramount. As the thought arose, the creation origin poured into him like a nine-heaven waterfall. The Hongmeng Creation Sutra activated on its own. A layer of spiritual light radiated around him, remarkably pure. Deep within his bones, creation marks emerged, shimmering with divine brilliance. His aura surged upward. He felt his Dao heart shine brightly, sensing the laws of heaven and earth with increasing clarity. His origin transformed slowly, steadily. But his cultivation realm was different, rushing like a tide. Finally the shackles shattered. Lin Xia erupted with boundless immortal light, his might shaking the cosmos. His aura became elusive, unfathomable. Golden, immortal perfection. I was right. Fusing the origin accelerates the life wheel. But the speed is still too slow. Looking down at his unchanged small form, Lin Xia was dissatisfied. Fortunately, with a stronger origin, his creation's spiritual energy was purer, boosting the efficiency of enhancing spiritual beings' origins. In the cave, Nuwa held 9 leaves, staring at their patterns in a daze. The patterns hid profound creation power. The more she looked, the more she felt the Dao was bottomless, far more mysterious than the sage Dao her teacher Hongjun had taught. Following this path might lead to a way of achieving enlightenment through laws. But the problem was this Dao seemed to be missing something. Just as she was troubled, a vast aura surged outside. What's happening? Did Lin Xia break through? That seemed impossible. Nuwa flickered and landed directly at the entrance of Lin Xia's cave. Lin Xia's tiny body sat cross-legged, surrounded by indescribable rule fluctuations, profoundly mysterious. He seemed to have leaped beyond the constraints of this world. His little face was cute, yet exuded an inexplicable— His unfathomable origins made it impossible to gauge his depths. Little brother, did you cross the realm? Nuwa's eyelids twitched as she couldn't help asking. Just ate a few innate spiritual fruits. Lin Xia nodded. Nuwa's expression turned strange. Even eating innate spiritual fruits, digesting them shouldn't be this fast. But that wasn't the main point. What unsettled Nuwa was, Lin Xia was only at the golden immortal level, yet that aura could rival a Daoyuo Jinxian. Were Chaos Origin beings really this absurd? She felt her understanding of the cultivation system was being shattered by this little one. Yet despite her shock, Nuwa felt a hint of pride. Lin Xia's talent likely surpassed even the 3 pure ones. This was truly a gem. If she nurtured him, well, this kid's future achievements would be unpredictable. With that thought, Nuwa smiled at Lin Xia. Little brother, since you've crossed this threshold, how about I personally teach you the creation Dao? Sure. Lin Xia agreed readily. He had nothing else to do, and he wanted to hear this sister's Dao to compare with his own insights. It would surely be beneficial. Nuwa led Lin Xia into the cave. They sat facing each other, Lin Xia tightening his small face into a serious expression. Nuwa began to speak, unraveling the profound creation Dao piece by piece. Instantly the cave was filled with strange phenomena. Flowers falling from the sky, golden lotus phantoms rising. After a long while, Nuwa paused and looked at Lin Xia. Little brother, how much did you grasp? Just 10%. Lin Xia sighed, feigning regret. Nuwa, seeing his deliberately disappointed expression, burst into laughter, her body shaking like a flower in the wind. Haha, little Lin Xia, you're something. Devouring it all in one go, I never expected that. Small in stature, big in talk, learning to boast at such a young age. But his boasting was rather endearing. Lin Xia knew Nuwa didn't believe him, but he didn't rush to defend himself. Instead, he repeated her teachings verbatim, adding his own insights. Nuwa started with a playful attitude, but as she listened, her expression changed. Because she realized, given Lin Xia's frightening talent, she had already taught deep and difficult concepts. She thought he might grasp 1 or 2% at most, but this kid not only swallowed it all, but could also draw inferences. Nuwa's mind buzzed at Lin Xia's extensions on the creation Dao. This comprehension was terrifying. She stared at him, a chill running down her spine. Did you figure all this out yourself? Not entirely, some are my own thoughts. Lin Xia replied casually. A strange thought crossed Nuwa's mind. Could Lin Xia's understanding of the creation Dao be no less than hers, perhaps even deeper? Had she just never noticed? But then she dismissed it as absurd. This kid had only just taken form. How could he understand such profound Daos? Nuwa felt a urge to test him, smiling at Lin Xia. Little brother, I've been stuck in my cultivation, lately struggling with the creation Dao. How about we discuss the Dao? Lin Xia was taken aback. Why was sister suddenly so eager to learn? Had she discovered something? But thinking it over, discussing the creation Dao was no big deal. He nodded sure. Nuwa's smile widened. They sat down. Creation Shi instantly spread, filling the entire cave. Nuwa soon became immersed. The things she had never understood before were unraveling one by one, her bottlenecks cracking rapidly. As she was stunned, a thought popped into her mind. This Dao Lin Xia spoke of sounded familiar. Yes, wasn't it the same as what was recorded on those 9 leaves? But Lin Xia's version was more complete, deeper, and more mysterious. Compared to this, what was on those 9 leaves was merely a fragment. At this realization, Nuwa trembled all over. Her eyes gleaming, she fixed her gaze on Lin Xia. Little brother, can you tell me the complete method? No. Lin Xia shook his head. She could freeload his juice, but she wasn't getting his cultivation technique for free. No one had been born, yet who could take advantage of him? Nuwa felt as if doused with cold water. Why not? This item was brought out by me, so it shouldn't be casually discussed outside. Lin Xia said, then plopped down on the ground, sprawling out in a carefree manner. A companion spirit. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, but all the chaotic doubts in her mind suddenly connected. Lin Xia was someone who understood from birth. The kind that even the Dao would favor. Otherwise, why would she, upon taking form, bring a companion treasure that could directly prove the Dao of Han Yuan? Not even Sister Lien can say. Nuwa rubbed Lin Xia's little belly, her tone filled with grievance. No, Lin Xia said with a stern face, shaking his head. Nuwa stared at his lazily cute appearance, her eyes glinting as she reached out and lifted him up. What are you doing? Put me down. Lin Xia recalled the previous encounters, and his heart raced. Nuwa wore a mischievous smile, pressing her fingers on his little arms and legs, gently kneading them. The panic in Lin Xia's voice vanished in an instant. Hey, this actually feels nice. His eyes lit up, not expecting Sister Nuwa to be so skilled. Yes, right here, a bit higher. Be gentle. Ah, that feels good. A 5-star experience akin to flying. Once this session was finished, Lin Xia felt all his bones turn to mush, almost dozing off. How was it? Sister's skill is not bad, right? Nuwa asked with a smile. It was not just good. This skill was worth a place in the Amberry house. Alright, considering how understanding you are, I'll reluctantly teach you a bit. Lin Xia touched Nuwa's head, extending a finger as a segment of Dao divine text directly manifested in Nuwa's mind. Nuwa merely glanced at it, and felt an unfathomable depth. That divine text seemed to pierce straight to the root of the path of creation. This path was incomparably more profound than what her teacher Hong Jun had spoken of regarding the merits of becoming a saint and slaying the 3 corpses, leaving her utterly stunned. Nuwa couldn't help but feel excited, her eyes fixed on Lin Xia, brimming with exhilaration. She scooped him up and gave him a kiss. Good little brother, you truly are my lucky star. Let me go. Lin Xia felt a surge of panic and struggled desperately, but with his current strength, he could not escape Nuwa's grasp. After playing with Lin Xia like a toy, Nuwa finally felt satisfied. Brother, you stay here and cultivate well. Sister needs to enter seclusion for a while, so don't wander off. These innate spiritual fruits are for you to eat slowly. With a wave of her hand, dozens of innate spiritual fruits piled up before Lin Xia. Alright sister, you go into seclusion quickly. They'll behave. Lin Xia glanced at the colorful fragrant fruits, and all his grievances evaporated. Waving her hand, she playfully made an adorable gesture. Nuwa felt her heart struck by an overwhelming affection, saying, oh, little Xia Xia, I really don't want you to go. Little Xia Xia. Lin Xia felt as if he had been struck again. Nuwa, despite her reluctance, had to leave to focus on her cultivation. As soon as she left, Lin Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exited the cave and slipped down to the seaside where clouds and ocean stretched endlessly before him. He propped up his legs, swaying his toes. Grabbing a peach, he took a big bite. The juice burst in his mouth, so sweet that his eyes squinted in delight. A man should have some vigor. Even eating a peach can be refreshing. Soon after, a surge of celestial spiritual energy flowed into him, causing his meridians to swell. Lin Xia didn't rush to refine this energy. His mouth kept munching, crunching through over 10 exquisite spiritual fruits before he finally settled down to sit cross-legged. With a thought, the Hongmeng Creation Sutra and the Wuji Dao true interpretation began to turn within him. The celestial spiritual energy within him erupted like a tumultuous sea of stars. Lin Xia's small face was taut, not daring to relax for a moment. He focused his mind, allowing the 2 paths to operate independently, without interfering with each other, ultimately intertwining into a single force. Suddenly, a massive storm vortex swirled above him, and purple lightning danced like an ancient dragon, crackling wildly. The spiritual energy within a billion-mile radius was drawn towards him, surging like a tidal wave toward the vortex's center. The commotion frightened all the beings on the celestial island, rendering them breathless. A magnificent divine light emanated from Lin Xia, his aura shaking the heavens. Terrifying marks of the laws emerged from his bones, weaving into grand nets of rules along the patterns of his skeleton. The boundless vortex of spiritual energy poured down upon Lin Xia, like a galaxy crashing from the sky. The speed at which he absorbed the energy would leave even ordinary immortals in awe. With the frenzied accumulation of spiritual energy, Lin Xia's celestial power soared as though propelled by a rocket, and his life began to evolve rapidly. His supreme chaotic level foundation was subtly undergoing transformation towards a higher level. Fortunately, this terrifying momentum did not last long. He consumed all the spiritual energy in one breath. Lin Xia suddenly erupted with a vast breath of creation akin to the light of the Dao shining down. All the celestial flowers, spiritual herbs, divine beasts, and spiritual birds on the island were enveloped in this clear brilliance. The spiritual roots grew wildly, as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. Some low-grade, postnatal spiritual roots trembled, suddenly glowing with a layer of purple divine essence. Their origins transformed and directly upgraded to mid-grade postnatal spiritual roots. The flying birds and roaming beasts lost their fear. Nurtured by the breath of creation, their life origins surged dramatically, and their sizes exploded 100 times. They stared wide-eyed at Lin Xia, filled with admiration and reverence. The realm of Tai, golden immortal. Just then a long river suddenly appeared above Lin Xia's head. The river churned continuously, the power of time colliding and reverberating within. Lin Xia immersed his divine consciousness into the river, moving upstream against the current. With a thought, he began to sense his surroundings. In an instant, he detected countless violent forces intertwining together with causality, power, reincarnation, and fate. Each drop of water pressed against a moment in time. Different moments strung together formed causality. Causality wove into a great net, transforming into fate. Fate twisted and turned, ultimately creating reincarnation. Time acted like a thread, binding all these forces together. The river of time surged forward, flowing toward an unseen horizon. Even if the heavenly path collapsed and all things perished, it would not stop. Countless beings were trapped in this layer of shackles, moving toward their own endpoints. Lin Xia merged his divine consciousness with the Hongmeng Pearl. The Hongmeng Pearl transformed into a time ship, carrying him upstream along the river. This journey seemed endless, and he didn't know how long it had been until the surrounding waters calmed, with each wave gradually slowing until it appeared frozen. A crack exploded open, showering the sky with the light of the Dao. Lin Xia dove in, and before him lay a desolate ruin scene engulfed by darkness from all directions. Blood, fragments of chaotic treasures, and remains sent chills down one's spine. Lin Xia's chest tightened suddenly, and at that moment a surge of dark power pressed down. The Hongmeng Pearl erupted with radiance, pulling him to escape from there. When he came to his senses, he had returned to the celestial island. The memory of that scene still sent chills down Lin Xia's back. What did all that blood, fragments, and remains signify? What terrible events had transpired before time even existed? As he pondered the meaning of that scene, he realized that a wisp of Dao divine breath had somehow appeared in his hand. This breath shimmered with a purple glow, with countless powers of the Dao's origins swirling within. Lin Xia sensed that this breath had originated from the river of time. Every time he broke through a realm, his life aged by a year. As the origin transformed and the Dao's rhythm accumulated, the divine breath emerged. This object could be useful in certain aspects, like the Hongmeng Purple Qi, but if one were to elaborate, the differences were vast. The Hongmeng Purple Qi is the foundation of the Dao. However, ultimately, it is something that was born after the heavenly path of the Primal Chaos was established, symbolizing the heavenly path itself. Saints who attain enlightenment through it appear supreme on the surface. But in reality, they must abide by the heavenly path, cannot defy fate, nor go against the heavenly path. Two white lines streaked across the sea's surface as a giant turtle broke through the waves. From a distance, it spotted the glowing postnatal spiritual root on the celestial island, and its eyes lit up like two glowing green beans. Ecstatic, it clawed faster, resembling a small mountain as it swam toward the island. 2.5 years, a full 2.5 years. After finally climbing onto the island, the turtle's heart raced with excitement, ready to pounce forward. Suddenly, the sky darkened above. A huge pot several hundred feet tall smashed down from the sky, and before the turtle could react, it let out a muffled thud and rolled its eyes back. Only then did Lin Xia appear from midair, waving his small hand to flip the giant turtle over, ready to start cooking. With the turtle combined with water, after a little preparation, it would make an excellent turtle soup. He extended a small white hand, and the divine light in his palm flickered. The elemental forces around him began to evolve on their own, transforming into a pile of spices and seasonings. Lin Xia arranged the pile and tossed it all into the pot. In no time, the water in the pot began to bubble, releasing an incredibly fragrant aroma. Lin Xia carried the breath of creation with him, This thing could not only create, but also cleanse all impurities, leaving the purest essence, elevating its quality several levels. When applied to food, the flavor skyrocketed several notches. The turtle soup became this fragrance solely due to his skill. He took a deep breath and leisurely picked up a piece of meat to savor. In the cave, Nuwa sat cross-legged on a cushion, her aura soaring upwards. Various phenomena manifested above her head with light and shadow intertwining. After a lengthy ordeal, a mysterious breath of creation finally emerged. She opened her eyes, her pupils shining like stars. Late stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. With the complete Hongmeng Creation Sutra, she realized how crude her previous path of creation had been, with flaws appearing one after another. Now, following the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, all the flaws in the laws had been corrected. She was now a genuine mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, not a quasi-saint. Compared to before, her power existed on entirely different levels. I wonder how my little brother is doing. Just thinking of Lin Xia made Nuwa's lips involuntarily curve upward. During her seclusion, there had been quite a commotion on the celestial island. Nuwa felt a deep curiosity, wanting to know what had happened. With a thought, she directly left her cave. As she walked, the strange and wondrous sights made her eyelids flutter. A jade rabbit had its fur styled into a comb-like crest on its head. The celestial crane fared worse, having all its feathers plucked, and was wearing a pair of suspenders. At a glance, it did have a somewhat imposing air. But you're a rabbit, why pretend to be a chicken? Nuwa cast a glance at the little creatures, immediately displayed a pitiful expression. It was clear, this was all the work of that mischievous child. Nuwa's forehead twitched slightly. She truly wanted to find out what Lin Xia had been up to during her seclusion. With a sweep of her divine sense, Nuwa instantly arrived at the seaside. Lin Xia was sprawled on a giant celestial tree, his chubby little hands grasping a large ladle, continuously scooping soup from a pot. The scene was odd to behold. The enticing aroma of meat wafting from the pot reached Nuwa's nose, causing several dark lines to appear on her forehead. How could a chaotic spirit fruit like you love meat? Sister, would you like a taste? Lin Xia greeted her cheerfully, without even moving his body. Sister has no interest in such food and drink. Nuwa shook her head, watching as Lin Xia continued to pour bowl after bowl of soup, her heart aching. Why are you but it's so delicious. Lin Xia blinked innocently. Nuwa spoke earnestly. Little brother, now that you're on the path of immortality, you should cultivate a pure heart, and not be led astray by these mundane things. Only with a sincere Dao heart can you go further. Moreover, these are all worldly objects filled with turbid energy. Since she started her cultivation, she had completely distanced herself from such things. She didn't believe these things could be that delicious. Lin Xia, disliking her nagging, scooped a spoonful of soup and stuffed it into her mouth. Nuwa instinctively wanted to spit it out, but the moment her tongue touched the soup, an exquisite flavor burst forth. Her taste buds were fully awakened, and saliva began to flow uncontrollably. She unconsciously chewed the meat in the soup, as if her tongue had transformed. Fresh, fragrant, tender, and smooth, with myriad flavors that were indescribable. Swallowing it down almost made her bite her tongue. Truly delicious. Looking back at Lin Xia, her expression completely changed, and she blurted out, so tasty. Little brother, give me another bite. Didn't you say you weren't interested in such gluttony? Lin Xia looked at her with curiosity. Nuwa, unperturbed, replied, sister is uninterested in these things, but she is indeed interested in eating them. Well, the bear child had a point. Lin Xia had nothing to say. In no time, the large pot of turtle soup was polished off by Nuwa and Lin Xia. Nuwa rubbed her belly, smacking her lips, feeling that she hadn't eaten enough. She thought she would have to make this little one cook for her. After spending time together, she realized her little brother had quite a few talents. Whenever she stayed with him, new and interesting things would always emerge. Nuwa's gaze shifted to Lin Xia, and she suddenly froze. Have you broken through again? She had been too busy eating to notice this detail. Upon closer inspection, this little guy's realm had already jumped to the Tai Golden Immortal level. It had only been a few days since his last breakthrough. She had only been in seclusion for a few thousand years. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed another major realm. She knew this kid had extraordinary roots, but wasn't this a bit too outrageous? What's so surprising about breaking through a realm? Lin Xia casually replied. Nuwa stared at him, asking, how did you manage to do that? I just closed my eyes and sat there pondering the Dao for a while, and then it happened. Lin Xia blinked innocently. Nuwa almost choked on his words. After all, she was a primordial deity, her foundation far superior to those beings in the wilderness, yet she needed hundreds of thousands of years to break through each minor realm. Was this the level of chaotic roots? It was too shocking. Nuwa felt as if she had been stabbed again. Didn't you also break through? Lin Xia blinked. How did you notice? Nuwa was somewhat surprised. Sister has become even more beautiful, Lin Xia babbled. Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt immensely pleased, chuckling a few times and proudly saying, sister is now at the late stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Isn't that impressive? Lin Xia's heart stirred. Being at the late stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal means she was just a step away from becoming a saint. Perhaps now was the right time for Nuwa to attain the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. With a Dao of the Great Way and immense merit in creating life, Lin Xia felt this task wouldn't be too difficult. If Nuwa could truly succeed in her path, he would gain a more formidable backing. Thinking of this, Lin Xia asked, "Sister, since you've reached the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, why not simply attain the sagehood?" Nuwa shot him a glance. "Do you think attaining sagehood is that easy? It requires waiting for the right opportunity." She added, "Moreover, the path I walk is the path of the laws, which is harder than others." Lin Xia revealed a hint of mystery on his face, lowering his voice. "I actually have some ideas." Nuwa thought he was just joking and couldn't help but laugh. "Little one, if you have any ideas, share them with me." Lin Xia spoke seriously. "Sister, you specialize in the Dao of creation. Why not try creating a living being yourself?" Nuwa had originally been teasing him, but upon hearing this, her mind buzzed. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her consciousness, instantly clearing all frivolous thoughts. "Create a living being," she murmured, repeating it, and her gaze suddenly shifted. In the back of her mind, something seemed to click into place, bringing clarity. A myriad of colors suddenly erupted in her beautiful eyes, shining brilliantly. She hugged Lin Xia tightly and gave him a hearty kiss on the cheek. "Little one, I truly love you." Saying this, she took him and soared directly to the East Sea. Before them were towering waves, and the endless expanse of the sea awaited. Nuwa took out the 9 heavens xiang soil and the 3 light divine water, mixed them into mud, and began to mold shapes. Her hands moved rapidly and steadily. In no time, clods of mud fell to the ground, expanding and transforming into various strange shapes. Cows, horses, pigs, and tigers, all with wings sprouting from their backs, looking majestic. She also molded swords, spears, halberds, and axes, scattering them all over the ground. Nuwa became more and more engrossed, inspiration bursting forth like a spring, unable to stop. Lin Xia stood by, itching to try, and asked, "Sister, can I give it a try?" "Go ahead and mold whatever you want." Nuwa laughed in response. With plenty of 9 heavens xiang soil and 3 light divine water, she didn't mind wasting a bit, eager to see how capable this little guy was. Lin Xia leaned over to the creation cauldron, grabbed 2 lumps of mud, and kneaded them a few times. Soon a round, plump object took shape, looking like a ball. Then he began to mold another lump of mud, trying to shape it like a chicken. But he didn't have Nuwa skills. After a long time, it looked nothing like a chicken, lacking that divine essence. He simply gave up, thinking he truly wasn't cut out for this, but felt a bit reluctant. He looked up and asked Nuwa, "Sister, what would happen if a basketball and a chicken were combined?" Nuwa was taken aback, a contemplative look appearing on her face. "Basketball? Chicken?" Lin Xia raised his half-finished product. Upon seeing it, Nuwa understood. This could also be considered a type of living species. She instantly grasped the little guy's intention, grabbed a lump of mud, casually molded it, and tossed it aside. A large rooster sprouted into existence, proud and imposing, crowing loudly. Lin Xia dribbled the ball with his left hand and charged forward, causing the rooster to turn tail and flee. Nuwa was both amused and exasperated. The mischievous child truly couldn't sit still for a moment. But as she watched Lin Xia's distant figure, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind. With Lin Xia's figure in her sight, Nuwa grabbed that lump of mud, rubbed it between her fingers a few times, and casually tossed it to the ground. The first human stood up. "I have seen the Holy Mother. Thank you, Holy Mother, for granting us life." This person, having just been born, immediately possessed spiritual intelligence and knelt down before Nuwa. She examined the first product she had molded with satisfaction, lowering her head to continue. Before long, over 100 people stood on the ground, all molded in the same way. Later, Nuwa felt it was too slow to mold them by hand. With a flash of inspiration, a whip appeared in her hand. She struck the mud with the whip, the tip sending mud flying into the air. Countless mud droplets exploded, falling to the ground and transforming into human figures. Nuwa recalled the chaotic xiang soil. When mixed with the 9 heavens xiang soil and 3 light divine water, the beings created had astonishing intelligence. If she used chaotic xiang soil, how powerful would the beings created be? She took a portion of chaotic xiang soil and mixed it with the 3 light divine water. The whip rose again, and the mud was scattered cleanly. Suddenly, there were 129600 more humans on the ground. These beings were not ordinary. Each one was of innate physique not inferior to those created earlier. Among the first 3 people molded, Nuwa had expended the most effort, and their cultivation was also the highest. These 3 individuals were the ancestors of the human race. With the 3 ancestors at the forefront, all humans knelt down in unison. "Thank you, Holy Mother, for your grace of creation. Holy Mother benevolent." Their voices echoed across the entire East Sea. Suddenly the sky darkened. A fierce wind arose, and the entire sea roiled as if boiling. The stars in the sky dimmed one by one. The entire wilderness trembled, golden light filled the heavens, and strange phenomena unfolded one after another. The powerful beings of the wilderness were all startled, looking up to the sky. Above the East Sea, a large mass of golden light descended from the void, dyeing all the white clouds a shimmering gold. Heavenly Dao merit. How could there be so much heavenly Dao merit? This merit is all falling towards the East Sea. What on earth happened? On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones focused their gazes in the direction of the East Sea. The Tontian cult leader spoke first, a hint of disbelief in his tone. "This fortune is too exaggerated. With this much merit plus the primordial purple energy, could Nuwa be about to attain sagehood?" But her speed is too fast. The Yuan Shi Tianzun lamented. The teacher has just finished expounding the Dao, and I haven't even had the chance to comprehend the primordial purple energy, yet Nuwa has already grasped the opportunity for sagehood. The usually calm Laozi spoke with a tinge of envy. The teacher has said that Nuwa has profound blessings, immense fortune, and the heavenly Dao is assisting her. Perhaps this is the fortune she is destined to have. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the direction of the east, revealing a rare expression of surprise. How could this be? The human race shouldn't appear at this time. The timing was far too early. It had only been a few thousand years since the teachings in the Zixiao Palace concluded. According to the heavenly plan, Nuwa must wait for hundreds of thousands of years contemplating the primal purple energy to find the path to sanctification before creating humanity, which would truly align with the heavenly mandate. Something is amiss. Hongjun manipulated his fingers, beginning to deduce the heavenly secrets. Nuwa's fate trajectory suddenly took a turn after entering a certain area of the South Sea. As for why it turned, or what caused the turn, he could not grasp at all. A hint of strangeness finally appeared on Hongjun's eternally unchanged face. By the eastern sea, the light of merit poured down like a torrential rain. The strand of primal purple energy deep within Nuwa's spiritual platform danced as if it were about to explode. In her heart, Nuwa instantly understood. Now with the primal purple energy, she could directly attain sanctification through merit. However, the price was that the path of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal would be forever out of reach in this lifetime. Hongjun had mentioned that a sage is essentially a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, but not all Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortals are sages. A sage offers their primordial spirit to the heavenly path, ensuring eternal life, as long as the primordial chaos does not collapse. A sage's combat power is far superior to that of an ordinary Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Yet ever since practicing the primal transformation scripture, Nuwa always felt something was off. The sage's primordial spirit is managed by the heavenly path, allowing them to borrow its power. Even if their physical body shatters, they can rely on the heavenly path to be reborn. But is there truly nothing to repay for what is borrowed? There must be a trap in this. Just as Nuwa was caught in a dilemma, she saw Lin Xia waving to her from a distance. She was momentarily stunned, gathered all the merit into the Mountains and Rivers Nation chart, and walked over to Lin Xia. Brother, did you call for your sister? Lin Xia spread his small hands, revealing a strand of the divine aura of the Dao within his palm. Sister, take a look at this. What is it? Nuwa lowered her head to take a look, and her entire being froze. Her face was filled with hesitation. No matter how she looked at it, this thing resembled the primal purple energy. Within the purple aura of the Dao, the powers of various fundamental principles subtly flowed. Nuwa's heart raced, and she lowered her voice to ask, where did you get this? The divine aura of the Dao, it sprouted from my own origin. I feel it can assist sister in achieving the Dao of Huan Yuan, Lin Xia casually explained. Nuwa's eyes nearly bulged out. Lin Xia, upon transforming, naturally possessed the primal transformation scripture, a reverse heaven-defying art, and now he could even nurture this kind of divine aura from his body. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. What kind of monster did she pick up back then? Could this kid possibly be the legendary son of the Dao? Nuwa was acutely aware that if the ancient monsters in the primordial chaos learned of this, they would surely swallow Lin Xia alive. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. This secret must remain buried in her heart. Brother, I truly adore you. Nuwa exclaimed joyfully, unable to contain her happiness as she hugged Lin Xia and planted 2 kisses on his face. Nuwa seized the divine aura of the Dao and soared into the heavens. The merit within the Mountains and Rivers Nation chart surged forth like a vast ocean, continuously pouring into her. She calmed her mind and began to comprehend that strand of divine aura. In the blink of an eye, her aura surged upward as if it had exploded. Boundless merit transformed into a galaxy, inundating her physical body. A small portion of merit climbed along the whip, and the entire whip suddenly erupted with golden divine light, directly transforming into a postnatal merit treasure, the creation whip. In the river of fate, an immortal breath broke free, diffusing with a hazy aura. Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Nuwa distinctly felt that an entire path of creation was grasped firmly in her hands. The divine aura of the Dao intertwined with her, slowly coalescing into a complete fruit of the Dao. With a single thought, the powers of creation from all realms of existence obeyed her command. The path of creation was under her control. This entirely new realm plunged Nuwa into deep contemplation. The teacher was right. The Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal utterly eclipsed the existence of sages. The only aspect in which she fell short of sages was that sages could borrow the heavenly Dao's power. But as a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, she could directly draw upon the power of creation from the path of creation. Endless and boundless, she could have as much as she wanted. The heavenly Dao and the path of creation were fundamentally different. When the immeasurable calamity arrives, the heavenly Dao can collapse at any moment. But the path of creation is eternal. Merging with the path of creation, she was inherently an indestructible existence. Above the eastern sea, the purple energy spread for millions of miles. A myriad of extraordinary phenomena erupted. A terrifying pressure swept over heaven and earth, causing the entire primordial chaos to tremble. The heavenly Dao shook while all beings were in an uproar. Wasn't there no movement just now? Why is it happening again? Has Lady Nuwa achieved sanctification? Congratulations, Lady Nuwa. In the void, streams of light streaked by. Countless powerful beings from the primordial chaos manifested to congratulate her. On the western spirit mountain, Jian and Junti exchanged glances. Weren't those phenomena just gone? Why did they reappear? Has Nuwa achieved the Dao of sanctification? Why is there such a twist in this commotion? Her luck is too good. Not only did she take so many treasures from the distribution rock, but now she is the first to become a sage. The heavenly Dao and the teacher are too biased. As the phenomena in the eastern sea erupted, Hongjun furrowed his brows. Nuwa had indeed achieved sanctification, but something felt off. In the void of the heavenly Dao, he could not sense a trace of Nuwa's mark. Did she not use that strand of primal purple energy? Hongjun could no longer sit still. He crossed endless space and appeared directly above the eastern sea. Upon seeing him arrive, Nuwa hurriedly approached. Teacher. Hongjun's expression was emotionless. Nuwa, do you know why I have come? Nuwa was taken aback and shook her head. Disciple does not know. Hongjun sighed, his voice long. I have come to tell you, you have missed a tremendous fortune. Fortune? What do you mean by that, teacher? Nuwa's brows furrowed slightly, her face filled with confusion. Hongjun lamented and sighed. According to the heavenly mandate, you were meant to be a predetermined sage. As long as you could comprehend the mysteries within the primal purple energy, achieving sanctification would not be difficult, and you might even have the opportunity to touch a higher level in the future. Yet the whims of fate have caused your destiny to deviate due to certain changes. Nuwa's heart sank. Since it is the heavenly Dao that determines sages, why has teacher never mentioned this before? In the original trajectory, you would inevitably condense the heavenly Dao fruit position, Hongjun said slowly, but just recently the heavenly Dao suddenly changed. This matter I only realized afterward. Hearing this, Nuwa's heart raced. The heavenly Dao changed. Could it be that the teacher has already sensed something? At that moment, Hongjun suddenly asked, where did that opportunity come from? He had a close relationship with the ancestor Yangmei and understood the laws and principles thoroughly. He knew well that wanting to achieve the Dao of Hunyuan was far more difficult than taking shortcuts through merit or severing 3 corpses. Without a twist of fate, Nuwa could not have so easily stepped into that realm. Nuwa quietly sighed in relief. So the teacher knew nothing. That previous remark was purely to bait her. She certainly could not reveal Lin Xia's matters. Such matters she had kept secret even from her brother Fuxi, let alone Hongjun. Nuwa decided to play dumb. Opportunity. Teacher, the more I hear, the more confused I become. Hongjun stared at her for a while. He did not believe that Nuwa had casually broken through to Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Something must be hidden behind it. This little girl has even learned to deceive now. Hongjun felt a vague sense that this disciple was no longer within his. This thought made him quite uncomfortable. However, he could not press too hard for fear of making Nuwa wary. Nuwa was the mother of humanity with a special identity deeply connected to the human race. If she noticed any signs, the arrangements for the following calamities would be affected. Fortunately, Nuwa had not yet caused significant upheaval to the heavenly Dao, so he could keep a closer watch in the future. Hongjun could only hold back his words. Forget it, since you have achieved the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, this matter cannot be reversed. Focus on your path in the future and meddle less in the chaos of the primordial world. If you go against the heavenly Dao and provoke a great calamity, no one will be able to save you then. Disciple understands. Nuwa nodded, obediently responding. But in her heart she pondered. What exactly did Hongjun mean by great calamity? Having already become a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, even if the heavenly Dao truly became enraged and delivered heavenly punishment, it might not be able to do anything to her. Hongjun said no more and nodded. The surrounding spatial rules shimmered slightly, and then he vanished. Nuwa watched as Hongjun disappeared, turned around, and walked over to Lin Xia. She smiled brightly. Little one, you truly are my lucky star. The matter of picking up Lin Xia made her feel more and more that she had made a great profit. If it weren't for this kid, let alone achieving the Dao of Hunyuan, she wouldn't even be able to touch the edges of the path of creation and would have to endure countless billions of years. Well done, let's keep going. Lin Xia stretched out his 2 small chubby hands, pinched Nuwa's cheek, and praised her as if rewarding her. This sister's talent was indeed remarkable. He did not let his efforts go to waste. Nuwa giggled and couldn't close her mouth, finding this little guy too adorable. She scooped him into her embrace. Snuggled against her chest, Lin Xia obediently asked, Sister, are we still going back to the Immortal Island? Back. I have already achieved the Dao. Oh, let's just open a place in the chaos. We will have a new home soon. Nuwa replied with a smile. What about these people? Lin Xia pointed to the human race by the eastern sea. What about them? Nuwa did not understand his meaning. Having already become a Hunyuan, these humans were created by her own hands. What kind of blind creatures would dare to harm them? Lin Xia continued, Sister, these people have just emerged, and their bodies are very weak. Without strong guidance, their bone structure and aptitude are lacking, making it difficult for them to pursue the path of cultivation. This area often has fierce beasts appearing. Those creatures are ruthless and mad, fearing nothing and daring to do anything. It is too hard for the human race to survive here. Why not teach them some cultivation skills? Upon hearing this, Nuwa understood and flew to the eastern sea. With a wave of her sleeve, 9 divine tablets emerged from the ground. This is the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the transformation of Spirit Immortal technique. Practice well and live your lives well. The transformation of Spirit Immortal technique was a method she comprehended from the path of creation, which could lead to the level of Deluo Golden Immortal when practiced to the limit. Thank you, Lady Nuwa. Thank you, Holy Mother. The 3 ancestral figures of humanity led everyone in the human race to kneel and bow in unison. Nuwa nodded and, holding Lin Xia, directly rushed into the chaotic winds. As her words left her mouth, a divine realm formed within the chaos. In the center of the divine realm, a magnificent palace rose into being with 3 large characters inscribed on the gate, Nuwa Palace. Once the news of Nuwa achieving the Dao of Hunyuan spread, the primordial chaos erupted completely. Within the demon clan's heavenly court, there was jubilation. Dijun, exuding a dominating aura, smiled broadly. Lady Nuwa's achievement in the Dao of Hunyuan signifies the great rise of my demon clan. The demon masters Kuanpung, the 10 great demon saints, and countless demon gods stood atop the heavenly palace, all grinning widely. At present, the 2 clans of witches and liches are fighting fiercely, incompatible as water and fire. With Nuwa becoming a saint, the entire demon clan breathed a sigh of relief. It does not matter that she does not directly intervene in the matters between the witches and liches, just her title alone prevents the witch clan from becoming too reckless. However, Fuxi, the host of this banquet, slipped away shortly after arriving. He exited the heavenly palace and headed straight for the Wahuang Palace deep within the chaos. Upon seeing him, Nuwa's eyes immediately brightened. Brother, what brings you here? Congratulations, you have achieved Dao in the chaos. Such a significant event, and I hadn't heard a whisper of. It's all thanks to that young lad. Oh, without him, I wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. Nuwa's lips curved upwards. What young lad? Nuwa's brother is none other than his brother. When did he gain another brother? Fuxi stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Nuwa noticed his confusion and smiled as she recounted the whole story, praising Lin Xia extravagantly. The more Fuxi listened, the more uneasy he became. A congenital being can guide his sister to the Dao. This sounded utterly bizarre. Subsequently, Nuwa led him to Lin Xia's residence. Fuxi raised his gaze and saw a tiny figure sitting cross-legged. With skin as white as snow and round and chubby, he looked endearing. A profound aura of Dao surged around him, making it hard to see through. Though he was merely at the level of a Tai Golden Immortal, the depth was unfathomable. Fuxi's heart sank. It seems his sister was not exaggerating. This child indeed possesses remarkable abilities. Lin Xia lifted his head and scrutinized the man before him. Are you the great deity Fuxi? You recognize me, eh? Fuxi was taken aback, his tone laced with surprise. You don't look like much, not at all like your... Lin Xia replied bluntly. Fuxi's face froze instantly. This little brat, how could he speak so provocatively? Nuwa burst into laughter. Ha! With that laugh, Fuxi's face grew even darker. This cotton-padded jacket was wide open. His elegant demeanor, unparalleled in the primordial world, seemed utterly unrecognized. Recalling the praise Nuwa had given earlier, Fuxi felt a sense of curiosity and flashed a mischievous smile at Lin Xia. I've heard you have an exceptional understanding and talent with profound insights into the Dao. How about we discuss the Dao together? Not really. Lin Xia shook his head. Fuxi was momentarily speechless while Nuwa laughed like a silver bell. Watching her brother's embarrassment, she found it particularly amusing. Fuxi awkwardly pressed on, why not? Lin Xia wore an innocent expression on his face. Fuxi stared at him for a long time, feeling as though this little brat was pretending to be clueless. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand, and with a flicker of celestial light, 3 bright red fruits floated out. Low-grade innate spirit fruits, flame spirit fruits. Eating them can help you comprehend the ways of innate divine fire. If you are willing to discuss the Dao with me, these 3 will be yours. Lin Xia glanced at the 3 fruits, but quickly averted his gaze. Great deity Fuxi, what are you doing? We have no familial ties, how can I casually take your things? 3 low-grade spirit fruits. How stingy. Compared to his sister Nuwa, it pales in comparison. Normally he would consider such fruits mere after. Fuxi saw through the boy's disdain at a glance. Meeting for the first time and dealing with a little child, he indeed felt a bit stingy. He pondered for a moment and summoned celestial light again, causing a tree to sprout out of nowhere. A starfruit tree. A top-grade, innate spiritual root. The tree shook and starlight spilled out like rain, filling the air with divine light swirling around. Lin Xia's gaze was immediately captured by the tree, his face shining with the expression of wanting it. Fuxi smiled. How about this? If you discuss the Dao with me, this tree will be yours. Alright, I actually understand a bit about the methods of deduction, so discussing it with you is fine. Lin Xia raised his small face, smiling happily. The path of deduction. He understands a bit. Nuwa was stunned. After spending so long with Lin Xia, it was the first time she heard him mention this. Oh, Then tell me about it. Fuxi was also intrigued. The Hongmeng Pearl itself is something beyond the Dao. It can obscure the Dao and evade the heavenly law-hiding principles of deduction that are incomprehensibly high. Before Lin Xia took form, he had already fused with the pearl, and those principles were imprinted in his bones long ago. He casually spilled them out. The void immediately erupted. Various phenomena surged forth, and Lin Xia was enveloped in celestial light shadows of the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the patterns of mountains and rivers swirled in the light. The Taiji produces the two opposites produce the four images, and the four images give birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams, when arranged and combined, lead to an endless array of transformations. Heaven and earth trembled, and the void shook. Those chaotic threads of fate emerged one by one. Fuxi initially held no expectations. At this moment his expression changed dramatically as his spirit was forcibly pulled in. Nuwa was completely stunned, unable to utter a word, just staring blankly at the swirling phenomena above Lin Xia's head. She never expected that Lin Xia's abilities in deduction were so profound. Just how much does this boy hide that she is unaware of? As time passed, the entire palace was filled with the resonance of the Dao. Fuxi's aura noticeably ascended. 100 years passed just like that. As soon as Lin Xia stopped speaking, a sudden wave surged from Fuxi's body, like breaking through a layer of paper. Congratulations, brother, your cultivation has increased again, Nuwa said with a smile. Fuxi regained his senses, feeling as if he had just had a great dream. He could feel that he had made significant progress in the path of deduction. This time he fully grasped the foundations of yin and yang, the 4 images, and the 8 trigrams. He finally realized just how many transformations were hidden within. He looked at Lin Xia's eyes filled with surprise. This boy is truly a freak. Where did you learn such principles of heaven and earth? Lin Xia's eyes were pure and his voice was soft. When I was still a stone, I suddenly had this intuition, sensing various Dao. But I don't know why. Fuxi stared at his innocent expression, and his heart trembled again. Could it be that this boy inherently knows everything? Such talent is terrifying. During this session of discussing the Dao, Fuxi gained a lot, taking a significant step forward in the path of deduction. Perhaps feeling embarrassed about gaining knowledge for free, he took out 3 bright red fruits and handed them to Lin Xia. These are top-grade innate spirit fruits, Fusang fruits. Eating them will allow you to grasp part of the ability of the solar divine fire. Lin Xia, who was fiddling with the star fruit tree, suddenly brightened up. Thank you, great deity Fuxi. He thought to himself, Fuxi is not the kind of stingy person. Looking at Fuxi, Lin Xia's mind stirred, and he followed up with, the demon clan's nature is inherently violent, disregarding heavenly principles, and no one teaches them. Since the great deity Fuxi has already joined the demon clan, and is a sage of the demon clan, why not create a script for the demons to teach them? Script? What is that? Fuxi wore a puzzled expression. Lin Xia then recalled, according to the timeline, the script should have been created by Kunping. It was inappropriate for Fuxi to undertake this task, so he wouldn't have any intuition about it. After thinking for a moment, he reorganized his explanation. It's like Dao patterns, but simplified. Dao patterns are too profound, only those with exceptional talent and fortune can comprehend them. The script is different. It can be recognized by those beings of the demon clan, understand its meaning, and communicate their thoughts with each other. Recognized. Understand. Communicate. Fuxi paused for a moment, lowering his head to ponder. It seemed he was touching on the edge of understanding, but there was still... He raised his head and looked at Lin Xia again, saying, I still don't quite get it. Lin Xia frowned. Is the great deity Fuxi having trouble grasping this? Nuwa, that sister. Completely different matter. Aside from not being fond of mumbling, she has an array of complicated... Lin Xia's mind was swirling with intricate Dao patterns of fingers suspended in the air, sketching back and forth. He pressed hard and scraped away until those complex patterns were reduced to the cleanest stroke. Done. He extended his little hand and gestured in the void. A string of characters leaped into the air. Sun, moon, stars, rooster, you. Nuwa stared at the symbols she had never seen before, her pupils trembling slightly. An indescribable feeling surged into her mind. These characters looked simple, yet like a knife they cleaved apart the vague thoughts in her heart. She turned to look at Lin Xia, her eyes shining brightly. Just how much knowledge is packed in this boy's mind? Fuxi, who originally had a face full of confusion, suddenly felt something explode in his mind as soon as those characters entered his sight. His originally muddled eyes suddenly brightened. Got it. Fuxi shouted, directly crossing the chaotic winds and landing back on the primordial earth. He found a golden brush in his hand and waved it in the air. The brush tip traced out lines of varying lengths, intertwining, twisting, and merging, each character emerging like this. In one breath, 3,000 characters. I, Fuxi, today create the demon script to spread throughout the demon clan. His voice thundered like a hammer resounding across the universe. A wild wind surged up, darkening the sun, moon, and stars, while thunderbolts ran amok. In the skies, a rain of merit and virtue poured down. Fuxi's aura surged violently. His initial stage of Quasi-Saint directly shattered, stepping into the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint. 2 small realms leaping up. All the gods in the primordial world turned their gazes towards him. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Nuwa had just attained the Dao, and now Fuxi was causing such a commotion. These siblings did the heavenly Dao belong to their family? Fuxi, where did he get so much merit? Zhu Rong's face turned pale. In the witch clan's camp an ominous atmosphere loomed overhead. The ancestral witches were all feeling anxious. The demon clan's heavenly court was in an uproar. Emperor Jun's mouth almost split to his ears. Haha. Fuxi created the demon script. From today onwards, he is the demon master of our demon clan. In a distant palace, Kunpeng felt a sweet taste in his throat and nearly spat out blood. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding, his eyes filled with sparks. Fuxi, do you dare to intercept my Just moments ago, the instant Fuxi wrote those characters, it felt as if someone had kicked him hard in the head. This should have been. Fuxi acted a step faster, directly seizing the opportunity. The position of the demon master was originally meant for him. Now it has been intercepted by Fuxi. Just thinking about the overwhelming merits makes Kunpeng's heart feel as though it has been stabbed. He did not think much and turned to leave the palace. Rushing to the sky, Kunpeng's eyes were filled with fury. Upon seeing Fuxi, he raised his hand intending to strike directly. Fuxi, how dare you steal? As soon as he started speaking, a figure suddenly emerged from the void. It was a woman, strikingly beautiful, but her gaze was as cold as a blade, piercing directly into Kunpeng. Kunpeng froze instantly. It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his back, chilling him from head to toe. The fiery anger that had been burning fiercely was immediately extinguished. He felt a chill all over. His mind finally cleared, but his movements became stuck. Kunpeng, my friend, is there something you need? Fuxi asked, knowingly, his tone calm and steady. No, nothing. Kunpeng's throat felt blocked, and after a long pause he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Fuxi, your creation of demon texts is a great merit for the demon clan. I came to congratulate you. Oh, you are quite thoughtful, thank you. Fuxi smiled. He was skilled in divination and had already grasped some things along the threads of fate. The opportunity to create demon texts was originally supposed to fall on Kunpeng. Unfortunately, Lin Xia had already pointed it out, and the opportunity took a turn, landing in Fuxi's hands. Having his opportunity taken, Kunpeng naturally felt an intense rage. However, with Nuwa nearby, even if his face turned as ugly as if he had swallowed a dead fly, he dared not act out. In the end, he could only leave in a dejected manner. Fuxi watched Kunpeng's retreating figure turn to Nuwa and couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you, scaring him to the point where he can't even articulate his words. Is this my fault? Nuwa feigned innocence, and then smiled brightly, saying to Fuxi, brother, have you already reached the peak of Quasi Saint? This time creating demon texts has brought quite a bit of benefits. Thanks to Lin Xia. Without his guidance I wouldn't have had such fortune. Fuxi spoke freely, his face full of smiles. Hearing Fuxi praise Lin Xia, Nuwa was even happier than Fuxi. How could this little Lin Xia be so perceptive? Even she, as an older sister, felt a bit sour. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun observed the movements in the wilderness with a furrowed brow. Shouldn't the demon texts have been created by Kunpeng? How did it turn into Fuxi's opportunity? Where had the problem arisen? Has Fuxi also been affected by the changes? Hongjun invoked the power of the heavenly Dao and performed calculations. The results were the same as last time. He could not deduce anything. A certain trajectory of the heavenly Dao had been subtly altered by someone. However, he had no idea which point had been tampered with or what kind of power was at work behind the scenes. Fortunately, Fuxi's creation of demon texts did not significantly impact the calamity of the witch and demon clans. However, it was hard to say how it would affect the human race in the future. Nuwa, being the holy mother of the human race, and Fuxi, being her brother, had deep ties to humanity. With Fuxi becoming the demon master on the demon side, how this would eventually play out left him uncertain about the future path of the human race. As soon as Nuwa returned to the Wahuang Palace, she didn't stop at all and rushed directly into the hall where Lin Xia lived. This time the success of the demon texts relied entirely on this little brother's efforts. As an older sister, she had to express her gratitude properly. Little Lin Xia, I'm back. Lin Xia was just concentrating on refining the restrictions on the Hongmeng Pearl when her loud voice startled him. Why is that female demon back again? It had barely been quiet for a while. Before he could come to his senses, Nuwa was already right in front of him. Huh, why do you smell even better than before? Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. After Lin Xia's breakthrough, the fruity aroma, mixed with the essence of creation on him, had become significantly more intense. It was addictive just to smell it. She nearly couldn't resist, and saliva was almost dripping down. Lin Xia stared at her, tension building in his heart. What do you want? What could I want? Nuwa's heart felt a little uneasy, so she quickly widened her eyes, innocently trying to appear naive. However, she couldn't maintain the act for more than 3 seconds before her true intentions were revealed. She wrapped her arms around Lin Xia and gave his little face a fierce kiss. Damn it, this annoying female demon. If it weren't for his cultivation still being a bit lacking, he would have retaliated long ago. Seeing his exasperated yet helpless expression, Nuwa's heart melted, and she laughed with her eyes curved. This time your brother has gained a significant amount of merits from creating demon texts, and all the credit is yours. So tell me, what reward do you want? I will grant it. I don't want any rewards. As long as my sister is happy, that's better than anything. Lin Xia obediently replied. Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt a wave of emotion wash over her. His little mouth was as sweet as honey. It warmed her heart like a cozy little quilt. She was so delighted that she casually took out a red embroidered ball and tied it around Lin Xia's neck. Lin Xia's tender white skin complemented the vibrant red embroidered ball, adding a touch of cheerfulness to his presence. The more Nuwa looked, the more she liked it, nodding with a smile. Yes, it looks really good. This is my most treasured item, and now it belongs to you. Lin Xia looked down and tugged at the red embroidered ball hanging around his neck, feeling very curious. Is this the legendary item? The red embroidered ball, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, also a merit artifact capable of binding heaven, earth, and human in 3 marriages. Its power is astonishing. He didn't expect his sister to be so generous as to give it to him directly. Thank you, sister. Lin Xia raised his face and smiled brightly. Nuwa reached out and ruffled his hair, her eyes filled with joy. Suddenly recalling something, a wisp of purple light emerged from her palm. This is the Hongming purple chi given by the Dao ancestor. Originally, I was going to keep it for my own path to enlightenment, but since I no longer need it, I will give it to you. Nuwa spoke casually, as if she were handing over not a top treasure of the wilderness, but an ordinary fruit. Lin Xia looked down. The purple chi swirled in her palm like a living thing, exuding an indescribable mist. Hongming purple chi, the foundation of the Dao. In the entire wilderness, there have only been 7 strands. Each strand corresponds to a holy position. Its value is exorbitant. However, speaking of which, this thing ultimately flowed from Hongjun's hands, and no one could guarantee whether there were any perhaps that old man had tampered with it, hiding some traps inside. But Nuwa clearly did not think so much. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with it, and generously handed it over. Lin Xia felt warmth in his heart. A real sister is really a real sister. No matter how mischievous or clingy she may be, usually, when it comes to the crucial moment, she has never been ambiguous. Suddenly he thought of something, and looked up at Nuwa. Sister, why don't you give this to brother Fuxi? He needs it more than I. He doesn't have that kind of fortune. Nuwa said in a flat tone, as if she were discussing the most ordinary matter. His reaching the peak of Quasi Saint is already his limit. If he truly wants to achieve enlightenment and become a saint, he can only follow the path of laws. Now she was a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, and she saw through people and matters clearly. The saint of the heavenly Dao is a fixed destiny. The quota is fixed, and those without enough fortune cannot gather the necessary merits, even with the Hongming purple chi. The merits she received from creating demon texts were indeed quite a bit. However, those merits once in Fuxi's hands would be far from enough for him to become a saint. Lin Xia pursed his lips. He leaned in and planted a kiss on Nuwa's cheek. Sister, you're the best. Nuwa smiled with her eyes curved and reached out to ruffle his hair. Be good and stay here, sister. Will go into seclusion for a while. I will come to see you in a few days. After saying that, she turned and left. Lin Xia stood there watching Nuwa's figure disappear from sight, finally having some space to himself. He let out a breath, starting to count the resources he had accumulated during this time. In terms of magical treasures, he had 5 spirit pearls of water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth, along with the 12-petal pure world white lotus and the red embroidered ball. As for cultivation resources, there was no need to mention them. 1 star fruit tree, 3 fusang fruits, and his sister had also given him a pile of innate spiritual fruits. If those were seen by the powerful beings of the wilderness, their eyes would bulge out. Lin Xia thought for a moment and focused his gaze on that star fruit tree. The tree was not large, but each leaf sparkled as if embedded with fragments of stars, exuding a cool light. This is a top-grade, innate spiritual root nurtured for years by the power of the stars. The fruits it bears not only strengthen vitality, but also refine the body, making them excellent for enhancing combat power. He had just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and the system had given him a chance for enlightenment. Perfect, he could use this tree to test his skills. Let's see if raising its grade can yield something good. Lin Xia concentrated, and his entire being appeared within the space of the Hongming Pearl. In the vast emptiness, he chose a suitable spot to plant the starfruit tree. As soon as the soil was packed, the roots of the tree seemed to come alive, burrowing in on their own. System, enlighten the starfruit tree. Lin Xia called out in his heart. The system immediately responded. Ding, enlightening the starfruit tree. The tree instantly transformed. The originally 100 Zanghai trunk shot up to 10,000 zhang in the blink of an eye, piercing the clouds. The leaves were no longer ordinary. Each resembled ancient stars hanging above, their brilliance sweeping across the entire void. When the leaves rustled, the light rain of the star law fell like a shower. The Dao rhythm spread out, and Lin Xia clearly felt that his essence had undergone another refinement. Enlightenment complete. The starfruit tree has received the blessing of the Dao of creation, evolving into a top-grade chaos spiritual root, with a maturation period compressed to 100,000 years. Host receives chaos spiritual root, Dao rhythm feedback, reward drop, top grade, innate spiritual treasure, Xian Yuan water controlling banner. Lin Xia was taken aback. To think it even dropped equipment. The Xian Yuan water controlling banner, one of the 5 innate banners, has excellent defensive power, and once deployed, evil cannot invade, and all laws cannot break it. This thing was quite an unexpected surprise. He looked up again at the starfruit tree. Among the dense leaves 5 fruits had appeared, each glowing with a chaotic sheen. The Dao patterns covered the fruit's skin, emitting a rich chaos spiritual energy that could nearly dissolve. Just smelling it made Lin Xia's mouth water. The chaos spiritual fruit was indeed much more fragrant than the innate spiritual fruit. At that moment the branches swayed, gently showering down a large amount of starlight, as if trying to get closer to Lin Xia. A strand of divine thought reached his ear. "Little master." The voice sounded very clear. Lin Xia was taken aback. "You've developed spiritual intelligence." "Yes, little master." The star fruit tree replied, its voice as light as moonlight falling down. "Thank you, little master, for the enlightenment." Lin Xia waved his hand. "No need to be so formal, let's just call each other brothers from now on." "This? Isn't that appropriate? I'm a girl." The star fruit tree's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Then it settled. "Call me brother, and let me hear it." Lin Xia opened his mouth casually. "Brother." The star fruit tree fell silent. A probing divine thought swept over Lin Xia's small frame. No matter how one looked at him, he was a child, nothing like the word brother. Lin Xia gave a chuckle, stopped teasing, scrambled up in 2 jumps, and plucked all 5 Xingqinggua. Sensing the nascent creative spiritual breath clinging to Lin Xia, the Xingqinggua tree grew affectionate, its voice warm with amusement. "Master, do you have any commands?" "Not much for now, just stay here and grow," Lin Xia replied carelessly, then bowed his head to scrutinize the Hundun Xingqinggua in his hand. These fruits were famed for their miracles and endless applications. Thanks to a small refinement by the system, the Hundun Xingqinggua had been upgraded to superior grade, its effects utterly transformed. Since assuming a mortal form, he had been smashing through cultivation relentlessly and had neglected the body. This fruit was perfect to make up that shortcoming. Without hesitation, Lin Xia sat down and shoved 2 Hundun Xingqinggua into his mouth. A violent, unbelievable surge of energy detonated through his limbs and bones. Starry radiance flickered wildly across his body like scattered gems. In his mind, a passage from Hongmeng to Dao Jinjiao on the path of force leapt forward as if of its own accord. The path of force governs not only the law of force but the strength of the flesh. One path is inward, the other outward, and both can lead to enlightenment. Lin Xia immediately activated the body cultivation method. A vast immortal aura surged forth like a tidal wave, and celestial anomalies sprouted one after another in the firmament. The might of his vital blood was terrifying, the void itself trembling. His bodily power shot upward, as if a world were accelerating into being. After quite a while, the power of the Hundun Xingqinggua was finally exhausted. Lin Xia opened his eyes and threw a punch. The void detonated, and within boundless miles fierce storms rolled and raged. As expected of a superior Hundun Xingqinggua, his bodily strength leapt to golden immortal perfection in the blink of an eye. Mighty indeed. Lin Xia's lips curled in satisfaction. He had touched the threshold of the path of force. 2 currents now ran through him, the law of force and the power of the stars. His comprehension was extraordinary, and coupled with the Dongshu Shinmu, nothing escaped his gaze. He could see the origin of anything in an instant. Scanning the residual Hundun Xingqin law in his body, his spirit platform flared, and his mind cleared as if struck by sudden enlightenment. Before long, he had peeled apart the profundity, meaning, and structure of the star law. The fragmented star law was deduced by him into a flawless consummate form. System notification: the host has fully understood the origin of the Hundun Xingqin law and comprehended the Hunyuan level divine art de Xingqin Shu. Reward granted: a superior acquired spirit root and a Xingling herb. The Xingqin Shu could call upon the power of all celestial and ancient stars, drawing their star power for the wielder. It could evolve myriad stellar formations or inject star force into the body to temporarily bolster strength. Its applications were countless. Lin Xia raised a hand and pointed into the void. Billions of Hundun stars exploded, unleashing boundless energy as light braided into a vast tapestry, and innumerable killing formations frantically manifested. The entire chaos trembled. The Hundun Xingqinggua tree watched that firmament from afar, stunned, and smacking its lips. "Little master, this is too fierce. You can actually mobilize so many primordial stars." Lin Xia chuckled. "Sister, thanks to you. Without the Hundun Xingqinggua, I could not have comprehended so swiftly," Lin Xia said. The Xingqinggua tree shook its branches and idly toyed with the starlight. To marshal the power of Hundun stars, one must first grasp the root of the star law, and then derive and evolve it oneself. This task is harder than climbing to heaven. Lin Xia succeeded because of his absurd comprehension. Annoying, the Xingqinggua tree muttered as it finally registered how Lin Xia had addressed it a moment ago. That brat loved to take liberties with his words. After a round of banter with the tree, Lin Xia settled down and began to refine the seals within the Hongmeng Zhu. With his prodigious insight, he soon reached an optimal state, and his parsing speed soared. System notification: the host refined one seal within the Hongmeng Zhu and gained the power of cause and effect. Within that refined seal lay the Dao of cause. From now on, he could command causal power with the Hongmeng Zhu, severing, inverting, transferring, or splicing causality at will. How much he could wield depended on whether his cultivation could endure it. He swallowed a few innate spirit fruits, and rotating 2 Dao-level methods his cultivation smoothly surged into mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. At that moment the system in his mind erupted. System notification special task triggered acquire Kongtong Yin. Lin Xia froze. The Kongtong Yin was about to appear. It was a sacred relic of the human race able to establish the imperial seat, and of grave consequence to humanity, it must be obtained. It would also be a chance to see how the human race had fared. Sister Nuwa was likely in seclusion, to avoid disturbing her. Lin Xia veiled the heavenly mechanism with the Hongmeng Zhu. With a shake the Hongmeng Zhu became a wheel of time, and bore Lin Xia through the chaotic gales to the realm of the primordial world in an instant. Tens of thousands of years passed, and the human race reproduced swiftly, their numbers already in the hundreds of billions as tribe after tribe rose. Each tribe thrummed with life and prosperity. Lin Xia nodded inwardly. Having his sister transmit the methods early had been the right move. Although the human race lacked top-tier power, at least they had a base for self-preservation. Any capable individual could wield a few immortal arts. Thinking of the Kongtong Yin, Lin Xia invoked the Hongmeng Zhu and pushed his derivations frantically. Soon, as if guided by fate, he touched the point where the human race's fortune converged. He reached out and parted the space before him to reveal a towering divine mountain. This was the ancestral land of the human race, Shoyangshan. The human race's fortune was indeed gathering here. The moment had not yet fully ripened, and the Kongtong Yin had not revealed itself. Lin Xia was unhurried and sat cross-legged on the spot. He took out 3 vermilion fruits and swallowed them whole. The juice was sweet and erupted like molten lava in his throat as vast energy surged through his limbs and marrow. His spirit platform flared, and he sank into contemplation. Profound Daoic rhythms slowly circulated his body. At a certain instant he moved his mind and opened his palm to reveal a world of fire. Golden solar true fire crackled within that palm, heat billowing as if it would melt the very firmament. System notification: the host comprehended the fire origin of Fusang, will learn Taiyang Jinhua, and received a superior acquired spirit root, Tianhua Shinshu. Is this one of the 10 primordial divine fires? He wondered, feeling the scorching blaze in his palm. The Taiyang Jinhua is the original fireborn when a sun star is formed, and was the signature power of Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. When this fire blazes, it can reduce all things to ash, representing the pinnacle of utmost yang and unyielding might. While he pondered this, Shoyangshan began to tremble violently. A thunderous crack split the mountain at its center, and a golden shaft of light shot from the rift into the clouds, illuminating heaven and earth. Lin Xia turned toward the gorge with joy on his face. The Kongtong Yin had appeared. In the next instant he flashed to the heart of the divine mountain. Suspended there hung a great seal whose face bore living depictions of sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, as well as scenes of the human race living and thriving. A heavy, meritorious golden radiance hovered over the entire artifact. Such a commotion immediately drew countless terrifying divine gazes from all directions. Lin Xia did not hesitate, hooked his small hand, and the Kongtong Yin shot into his palm. With a casual swipe he sealed the heavenly signs tightly, and the seal's radiance vanished in an instant. The terrifying divine gazes swept back and forth several times, found nothing, and slowly withdrew. Lin Xia examined the holy seal in his hand with curiosity. The Kongtong Yin was a postnatal merit treasure condensed by human fortune, symbolizing the dawn of the human Dao. Its power was not fixed. The stronger the human race's fortune, the greater the seal's might. But at present the human race in the primordial world was still pitifully weak, so the Kongtong Yin's power was naturally limited. Still holding it stirred a bloodbound sensation within him. The human race of the future would surely rise to prominence because of him. Just as he felt elated, the heavens erupted with wild winds, and a celestial thunderbolt smashed down. Without thinking, Lin Xia thrust out a fist. His punch collided with the thunder, the void convulsing violently, and the lightning was shattered into drifting fragments. Yet that blow had enraged the heavenly Dao. In the next moment chains of law formed from the Tian Dao itself, surged in dense ranks to surround and assault his position. Lin Xia's face changed. He hastily produced the Hongmeng Zhu, first severing all causal threads tied to him, then flashed and slipped into the pearl. The Hongmeng Zhu instantly transformed into a ship of time and bore him away, vanishing into the horizon. In Zixiao Gong Hongjun opened his eyes, perceived the news carried by the heavenly Dao, and his expression darkened. Kongtong Yin. Lost, he murmured. That relic was the human race's sacred treasure born when their fortune converged, and it concerned the very direction of humanity's future. If it were lost, the tide of the heavenly Dao would shift accordingly. The primordial world had seen continuous upheavals lately, and Hongjun's head ached. He turned his thoughts and summoned Laozi to Zixiao Gong. Laozi entered looking a little groggy. Master suddenly summoned me for what matter, he asked. Hongjun's face was calm as a while back the Kongtong Yin manifested, Hongjun said. Kongtong Yin, Laozi replied. I did not sense a thing, he frowned. Because the moment it appeared it vanished, Hongjun answered. Vanished? Laozi's heart leapt. The Kongtong Yin is the human root tied to their fortune and future. It cannot simply disappear. He pressed, even you could not calculate where it fell. Hongjun shook his head with meaning. The Tian Dao has gone awry, and a variable has arisen. You must hurry to the primordial world and retrieve the Kongtong. This concerns whether you can attain the Dao, Hongjun said. Laozi could not remain seated. He turned and rushed out of Zixiao Gong, toward the primordial world. Elsewhere, Lin Xia had only just caught his breath, his heart still pounding. If he had been half a beat slower, he would have been finished. Thunderbolts crashed one after another without end. It seemed the Kongtong was a fated object not to be touched lightly. The moment he took it, the Tian Dao exploded in rage and hurled lightning down. Fortunately, he was cunning enough to sever the causal thread as he fled out, otherwise that old fox Hongjun would have detected the scent, and everything would have been over. The Kongtong was the key for Laozi to become a saint. It was fortunate it fell into his hands. If Laozi had obtained it, the consequences would have been disastrous. For the sake of the human race's survival, he must hurry and have his sister establish the human teachings. Resolute, Lin Xia planned to return to Nuwa Huanggong. But just then a pungent smell of blood surged into the sky, staining half the heavens red. The source was the human Lin Xia's expression changed, and he tore open the space with a wave of his hand, instantly flashing through. The scene before him was horrifying beyond belief. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like mountains. The cries and screams of children and women were chaotic. What was once a peaceful human tribe now resembled hell. Tens of thousands of great demons ran rampant in the territory of the humans, each one behaving like a mad beast. They opened their mouths to suck and reached out to grab, causing thousands of people to vanish without a trace. Over 1 billion humans were being gnawed on as snacks. Despair and sorrow spread like toxic smoke. Tisk human flesh is truly delicious, far better than anything else. Indeed, the flesh of little children is the most tender, one bite at a time. The great demons laughed and chewed, rolling on the ground in merriment. A fire of anger surged in Lin Xia's chest, freezing his eyes like shards of ice. Those humans were the clay figures he and his sister had shaped one by one while squatting by the seaside. How could he feel no emotions? But now those brutal demon races were gnawing, chewing, and tearing, treating the humans as mere snacks. He had never felt such hatred before. A surge of killing intent erupted from him, soaring into the sky, creating a hole in the clouds. The great demons, caught up in their feast, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, and turned in unison to look back. Standing on the clouds was a small figure, his eyes cold enough to freeze a person. A congenital human whose face was originally filled with despair and terror suddenly brightened as he recognized Lin Xia. Holy Sovereign! It's the Holy Sovereign! He has come to save us. The person knelt down with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably. The other postnatal humans looked over with confusion, not understanding the situation. The great demons, however, had brightened eyes, licking their blood-red tongues, their gazes both greedy and fierce. This little one smells so appetizing. He is at least 10,000 times better than those humans. No one dares to snatch him from me. He is mine. The spiritual essence emanating from Lin Xia was already one of the most delectable in the world. The pack of great demons charged at Lin Xia like sharks smelling blood, seeking death. Lin Xia's teeth clenched, and he roared. Great star technique. He raised his hand, and the laws of the stars began to evolve in his palm. The stars in the sky instantly exploded, and the vast power of the stars poured down like a flood, illuminating the entire world. Countless starlights intertwined, weaving into terrifying star-killing formations. Each beam of light was as sharp as a treasured weapon, entangled and cutting against one another. When the starlight fell, it shattered the body of a tiny, golden, immortal great demon. In the blink of an eye, thousands of great demons turned into a rain of blood. Not a single soul escaped. They were all reduced to dust. The great demons rushing toward him were brought to a halt, their eyes filled with fear, shock, and anger, a mix of emotions swirling together. You dare to slaughter my demon race? Impudent! Who are you? A tiny, golden, immortal great demon shouted at Lin Xia, trembling in fear. The star-killing formations were too terrifying, and it was truly afraid. It had never heard of such divine abilities. You don't need to know who I am. Lin Xia's voice was as cold as a blade. Just remember, today is your day of death. The fire in his heart grew stronger, and now his mind was consumed with one word: kill. Impudent. The great demon felt ignored, trembling with rage, and was about to strike. Lin Xia had already moved. He evolved the source of the sun, and endless true fire of the sun erupted, burning into a realm of flames. The fire was almost piercing the heavens. Any demon that came into contact with the true fire of the sun was reduced to ash before they could even scream. Where did he get the fire of the demon emperor? This isn't right. Help! Don't kill me. Quick, summon the demon saint. A few great demons, terrified, turned to flee, their legs turning to jelly. Lin Xia raised his hand to tear open the space and chased after them. He activated the red embroidery ball, striking from afar. The demons touched by it immediately had their souls shattered, leaving not even a remnant. At that moment, a furious shout erupted. A powerful demon descended from the heavens, glaring at Lin Xia with murderous intent. Kid, do you have the audacity to run wild in my heavenly court? The powerful being's aura fluctuated violently, clearly a great Luo golden immortal. This demon was named Gui Yang, a descendant of the demon Saint Gui Che. Today none of the scum of the demon race will escape. Lin Xia spoke with a tone cold enough to freeze. He intended to eradicate all the demons who had slaughtered the human tribe. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Alright, you have some guts. A mere Tai golden immortal dares to speak such wild words. Today you will accompany the great demons of the demon race to the grave. Gui Yang sneered, launching an attack. Lin Xia showed no fear. He raised his hand to activate the great. In the starry river of the heavens, millions of chaotic stars vibrated violently, and the wild power of the stars poured into his body. Lin Xia's form seemed to transform into a world, his aura soaring rapidly. He twisted the power of the stars and the law of strength into one, delivering a punch. The heavens trembled and infinite celestial light erupted. Gui Yang's massive body was sent flying far away. The remaining demons in the distance were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Lord Gui Yang is a great Luo golden immortal. A Tai golden immortal with just a punch sending a great Luo golden immortal flying. Who has ever heard of such a thing? Gui Yang's body was torn apart, demon blood spilling everywhere. When he looked at Lin Xia again, his eyes held not only anger, but also astonishment. Yet he did not back down. Gui Yang sneered, and killing intent erupted from within him. His figure shimmered, revealing his true form. His entire body was crimson, with a pair of wings spreading out measuring thousands of feet long. The sky darkened suddenly, and thick clouds gathered. Lightning shines forth. Gui Yang roared, unleashing his divine ability. A massive vortex tore open in the heavens, and purple lightning transformed into 100,000-foot-long thunder dragon, its face ferocious, charging towards Lin Xia. A great Luo golden immortal could already control the power of laws. Within those thunder dragons lay the laws of lightning. This was the truly deadly part. Lin Xia hesitated not even for half a second, immediately throwing out the Xian Yuan water controlling flag to block in front of him. The Great Star technique was activated once more, and from the depths of the sky, countless ancient stars erupted with light. The starlight fell like a waterfall, hitting the ground and transforming into a killing formation. The starlight spread wide, spanning millions of miles, sharp as blades sweeping across, stirring up a wave of terrifying horror. Gui Yang was trapped in the center, as if thrown into a slaughterhouse. The starlight cut into his flesh, tearing open numerous wounds, and red blood gushed out. Gui Yang cried out in pain, his voice sharp and piercing. Demon Saint, save me. He wanted to flee, only to find that the area around him had long been sealed off by the starlight formation. Panicking, Gui Yang hurriedly used his divine sense to call for help from Gui Che. Lin Xia offered him no chance to catch his breath. His mind was filled with images of the human tribe's corpses lying everywhere, and the hatred burned so fiercely in his chest that he could hardly contain it. As the star laws activated, hundreds of thousands of sword lights converged, slashing through. Gui Yang's screams became even more mournful. Flesh from his body was sliced off piece by piece. Even his soul meridians and bones were all cut into segments. Gui Yang's entire face twisted in agony, wishing he could die instantly. The great demons watching from a distance felt a chill run down their spines, a coldness seeping through their bones. The greedy and bloodthirsty expressions they had moments ago vanished, replaced only by fear of Lin Xia. This little one was too terrifying. Even more ruthless than their demon race. Tens of thousands of great demons, most of them Tai golden immortals, the weakest among them being golden immortals. In less than half a day they had all been slaughtered, leaving not a single one alive. Such casualties hadn't occurred since the last battle with the Wu tribe. Lin Xia sensed something and glanced this way. The great demons were so frightened they trembled all over, just about to scatter to escape, when the light of purification struck over from the void. They were instantly reduced to ashes, unable to even scream. Gui Yang was left hanging by a single breath. Lin Xia collected the pure world white lotus, choosing not to kill him immediately. With a flip of his palm, he manifested a small world, directly capturing him and bringing him back to the human tribe. The tribe was in a state of devastation. The heavens and earth lost their color, and the universe was shrouded in darkness. A cold wind blew from the distant horizon, howling like a ghost in mourning. Holy Sovereign! Holy Sovereign! We greet the Holy Sovereign. The Holy Sovereign has come, we are saved. A congenital human knelt down first, followed by the remaining humans, who all dropped to their knees. Their faces were filled with excitement, tears streaming down. Lin Xia looked at the surviving clansmen among the mountain of corpses, and the sea of blood. His chest felt tight and intensely sour. The Hongming Creation Sutra began to circulate. The vast creation celestial light and creation spiritual essence gushed forth from him, falling like rain of light. The overwhelming life energy seeped into every inch of the land, gradually dissolving destruction, slaughter, and bloodshed. The people kneeling on the ground saw their wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Life surged forth like a tide, seeping into their bones, flowing into their meridians, filling every part of their bodies with strength. Those souls floating in the void, as long as they had not completely dissipated and their bodies retained even a trace of remnants, would be enveloped by this creation's spiritual essence, and their flesh would immediately regrow, their souls restored to wholeness. Thank you, Holy Sovereign, for your great grace. Holy Sovereign, you are merciful. Some embraced their loved ones who had just come back to life, so excited that they could hardly speak. They hugged and cried, turning to bow deeply towards Lin Xia. Yet some had been so thoroughly shattered that no one could save them. Remembering their deceased loved ones, many of those kneeling buried their heads into their chests, their shoulders trembling violently, their tattered clothes soaked through, but they remained silent. Others cried heart-wrenchingly, some were madly delirious, all sorts of expressions were present. Lin Xia waved his hand. The earth split open, and then closed again, mounds rising up with a tombstone erected before each mound. Gue Yang was tightly wrapped in blood, hanging by a single breath. Lin Xia stepped on him, forcing him to kneel before the tombstones. Gue Yang's face was filled with grievance and unwillingness. The pain made him wish for immediate death. He could not understand how this kid, clearly a Tai golden immortal, possessed such immense power. As a dignified great Luo golden immortal, his body felt as fragile as paper in front of him. You little brat seeking death. Suddenly a figure appeared in the heavens. It was Gue Che, one of the 10 great demon saints. Most of the great demons who had just been killed were under his command, and losing so many in one go was something he couldn't possibly ignore. Seeing Gue Yang tattered and kneeling before the tombstone, Gue Chi's anger ignited. Gue Yang was his most valued son. Now tormented into this state, even if his injuries could be healed in the future, his foundation would be severely damaged. In a fit of rage, the ghostly chariot extended a gigantic hand, fiercely reaching toward Lin Xia. The pressure of a quasi-saint descended like a tidal wave. Lin Xia felt a tightening in his heart, but did not retreat. Behind him were the last remaining millions of humanity. If he retreated, all these people would perish. Meanwhile, in the Nuwa palace, Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes from her meditation. Killing intent surged her phoenix eyes, cold as blades. Seeking death. With a thought, Nuwa directly penetrated through infinite voids, landing in the sky. With a flick of her sleeve, a terrifying holy might swept out. The ghostly chariot was blown away, nearly shattering its primordial spirit. Lady Nuwa. The ghostly chariot saw the figure in the sky, and was so frightened that it nearly lost its soul, kneeling down and repeatedly bowing its head. It hadn't even harbored any killing intent, and had inadvertently drawn out the true form of Lady Nuwa. What was the relationship between this little brat and Nuwa? Why did she care so much? Ghost chariot, you are seeking your own death. The cold light in Nuwa's eyes was as sharp as a knife. Lady Nuwa, please calm your anger. Today's events are just a misunderstanding. The ghostly chariot hurriedly explained, feeling heavy in its heart. But Nuwa gave it no chance. A surge of primal force blasted forth, instantly shattering the ghostly chariot, leaving not even a trace of its soul. Demon Emperor, save me. Its scream exploded in the sky. Nuwa turned and rushed to Lin Xia, pulling him into her arms. After checking him from head to toe and confirming he was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nuwa turned and rushed to Lin Xia, pulling him into her arms. After checking him from head to toe and confirming he was unharmed, she finally breathed. This sister was truly worth recognizing. At that moment a figure descended. It was Laozi, who had come to seek the Kongtong seal. Laozi looked at the corpses of the demon race scattered across the human lands and sighed. Sister Nuwa, the master has said that the calamity of tribulation is perilous. We cannot interfere. If you get involved now, it may lead to great trouble. Laozi, you are overthinking it. I know what I am doing. Nuwa's words were icy. The ghostly chariot dared to harm Lin Xia, which was akin to touching her reverse scale. Dying 100 times would not be enough. She didn't care about any karma. Laozi's expression changed slightly, and he sighed again, saying no more. He turned his gaze to Lin Xia, and his expression changed instantly. Sister Nuwa, who is this? My brother Lin Xia. Nuwa held Lin Xia's hand and casually explained. A look of regret appeared on Laozi's face. This little boy exuded a profound Dao rhythm that was mysterious and inscrutable. He had merged with the Dao. Although he was only at the level of a Tai golden immortal, even he could not discern the details. Normally calm, he couldn't help but feel a fondness for talent. What a pity, he turned out to be Nuwa's brother. Suddenly Laozi remembered something and asked, Sister, have you seen the Kongtong seal manifest? Kongtong seal. Nuwa was taken aback and shook her head. I don't know anything about the Kongtong seal. Laozi's face immediately filled with disappointment. If even Nuwa, this primal chaos grand Luo golden immortal, did not know, could it be that the Kongtong seal was truly gone? At this moment Lin Xia's eyes lit up and he asked, are you referring to a golden seal? A golden seal? Laozi was stunned. Lin Xia gestured with his hands, saying, that seal is enormous, with the sun, moon, stars, oceans, mountains, and rivers engraved on it. Upon hearing this, Laozi jumped up, grabbing Lin Xia's arm. Yes, that's it. Do you have it in your possession? How could I possibly have that thing? Lin Xia gestured animatedly, saying, but when I passed by Shouyang Mountain, I happened to stumble upon it. Suddenly the mountain cracked with a loud bang, and a golden light burst forth. A large seal popped out, scaring me. What happened next? Laozi's voice grew urgent. Lin Xia thought for a moment. Then 2 people came out of the mountain wearing Daoist robes with expressions full of bitterness and resentment. The large seal fell directly into their hands, and the two laughed as they exclaimed, "This thing is destined for me, this thing is destined for me," leaving me completely stunned. In the end, they darted away in that direction. Lin Xia raised his hand and pointed westward. "This thing is—" Laozi was taken aback as two faces immediately sprang to mind. The ones who could say such things were none other than the shameless Ji Ying and Zhuan Ti. Those two were notorious for being unprincipled in the wilderness, saying everything was destined for them. It was one thing to say that in ordinary times, but now the Kongtong seal was related to whether they could attain the Dao, and those two dared to snatch it. Normally calm Laozi could no longer suppress his anger, rising sharply. Ji Ying, Zhuan Ti, you two scout. He did not doubt Lin Xia's honesty. It was the first time he met this little girl. She had no enmity with him, and had no reason to fabricate lies to deceive him. Besides, Lin Xia had definitely never seen Ji Ying and Zhuan Ti before. However, this child described the appearances, mannerisms, and speech of the two so clearly and vividly. How could he say all this without having seen it with his own eyes? Laozi could no longer stay put, turning around to chase westward. "Sister, that old man doesn't look like a good person at all." After Laozi left, Lin Xia turned to Nuwa and said. Nuwa couldn't help but laugh, gently pinching Lin Xia's little face. "Laozi is the head of the three pure ones, a person of great fortune in the eyes of our master, so you cannot speak carelessly. By the way, did Ji Ying and Zhuan Ti really take the Kongtong seal?" "Ji Ying, Zhuan Ti. Who are they?" Lin Xia looked confused. "Sister, I don't understand anything you just said." Nuwa was taken aback. "You don't understand? Can't you see through it? Didn't you just say yourself that when the Kongtong seal appeared, two mournful-looking figures took it away, eh? Oh, is that what you meant? I thought it was a big deal." Lin Xia blinked, his tone light. "I was just fooling him." Nuwa was stunned for a few seconds before she couldn't help but burst into laughter. This little brat, just now speaking so seriously, nearly fooled her. "You are truly adorably mischievous." She pinched Lin Xia's cheeks on both sides, rubbing them like dough. That acting was extraordinary. How had she never noticed before that this little boy was a born actor, clever and full of mischief? If Laozi knew the truth, he would probably be so furious he'd spit blood. "Where's the Kongtong seal now?" "Of course it's in my pocket," Lin Xia said, flipping his hand, revealing a golden seal that gleamed proudly. Nuwa looked closely. The surface of the seal was swirling with dense merit light, with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers all floating on it. Those merits were tightly connected to the fate of humanity. She immediately recognized that the item Laozi had been searching for everywhere was this thing. "Why did you just deceive Laozi?" Nuwa asked curiously. She knew Lin Xia was mischievous, but was not unreasonable, so there must be a reason for his actions. "Because he wants to use this thing to attain sanctity, that's why I lied to him," Lin Xia answered straightforwardly. "How did you figure that out?" Nuwa was somewhat surprised. She also sensed that Laozi was eager to find the Kongtong seal, likely because this item was related to his attainment of sanctity. Unexpectedly, Lin Xia had seen through this point as well. This little brat was incredibly clever, showing a uniqueness in every way. Lin Xia put on a serious face and slowly explained, "Sister, haven't you noticed? The human race itself is a very special kind of ethnicity. Otherwise, when you created humans, the heavenly Dao wouldn't have caused such a commotion, descending so much merit. The Kongtong seal was attracted by the fate of the human race and popped out on its own. It is filled with merit, perfectly suited for establishing a teaching. Laozi is the leader of the three pure ones, and inherently possesses great merit from opening the heavens with a... As long as he holds the Kongtong seal and establishes a teaching for humanity, he can draw out all that merit from his body and smoothly ascend to the holy seat. In other words, it is a matter of course." After hearing this, Nuwa regarded Lin Xia with even greater admiration. She truly did not expect her brother to have such depth of understanding. The intricacies involved were not entirely clear to her, yet this little boy saw through it all at a glance. But if Laozi truly becomes a saint, isn't that a good thing? Nuwa revealed a puzzled expression. Her nature was calm, she never competed or took risks, and thus did not see this as an issue. Lin Xia rolled his eyes. For the first time, he felt his sister was a bit naive. You don't go robbing others, but that doesn't mean others won't come to scheme against you. This logic had not crossed her mind. That old man isn't as good as you think. He presents himself as detached, but in reality his heart is colder than anyone else's. He appears not to compete or covet, but in practice he wants to grasp everything in his hands. To retreat is to advance, that is his strategy. Just now tens of thousands of demons were there slaughtering humans, he had sensed it long ago. Yet fearing the karma of the calamity, he stood far off, not extending a hand at all. Think about it carefully, just now didn't he advise you to not interfere with the calamity and not touch karma? With him being like this, what can we expect after he attains sanctity? Ultimately, he is only after the fate of the human race. He doesn't care how many humans die. Nuwa felt a heavy weight in her heart. She did not expect Lin Xia to analyze Laozi's Dao so thoroughly. This insight was simply extraordinary. Reflecting back, it truly was as he said. Laozi walked the path of nature. On the surface, he advocated stillness and non-action, but behind this facade, he wanted to meddle in everything. He had never looked down on anything in the world, let alone the human race. Nuwa turned to Lin Xia and asked, "Then what do you think I should do?" seeing that she finally understood Lin Xia sighed with relief and handed over the Kongtong seal. Sister, take this Kongtong seal, establish a teaching, and seize the fate of humanity in your own hands. Nuwa instantly understood. Lin Xia's intention was to let her cut off Laozi's opportunity. Previously she had not competed because she did not see the underlying schemes. But now that she understood what was there to hesitate for humanity, at that moment a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the Demon Emperor Dijun. Clearly he had received the divine thought transmitted from the ghostly chariot before its demise. Dijun, what are you doing here? Nuwa shot him a cold glance. Because of Lin Xia's earlier incident, she was now unfriendly towards the entire demon race. I have come to apologize to Lady Nuwa. The slaughter of mortals by the demon race today was due to my failure to maintain discipline among my subordinates. Dijun explained softly. No need. The ghostly chariot has already paid the price with its life. Nuwa's tone was as bland as a glass of plain water. Dijun's heart tightened. In his eyes the human race was not even worth a second glance. These mortals could not cultivate in the vast Honghuang, they were nothing more than provender for the powerful. But the ghost carriage had the misfortune of offending Nuwa's younger brother. When a saint's wrath is roused, matters become difficult to contain. One misstep, and the entire demonic clan could suffer the consequences. Dijun's mind raced. He immediately produced 3 exquisite innate spirit treasures and shoved them before Lin Xia. The ghost carriage ought to be slain. Young friend, do not take it to heart. Consider these offerings my apology. He understood clearly if Lin Xia would forgive and let the matter drop, Nuwa would not pursue it further. This karmic debt could be bought off with a little money. No need. Lin Xia raised a hand and rejected him outright. He was perfectly aware the demon folk carried savage ferocity in their bones, wild and untamable. Dijun spoke smoothly, but inwardly he was far from convinced. What he feared most was simply Nuwa's iron fist. The demon clan's hands were stained with human blood. Lin Xia could not let that matter rest so easily. Seeing Lin Xia stubbornly refuse, Dijun had no recourse and prepared to depart. At that moment Nuwa's voice drifted over calmly, mind your subordinates, do not cause further trouble. Yes. Dijun detected the sting of warning in those words and knew she was truly angered. A chill ran down his spine as he hastened to reply. To the west, Xumi Mountain. Laozi Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu landed together. At this time the 3 purities had yet to attain sainthood, their lineages were not fully formed, and there were few barriers between brothers. Their bond was warm. When Yuanshi and Tongtian heard that Jane and Zhuan-Ti had intercepted Laozi's opportunity, their anger flared. Without a word they followed Laozi and surged towards Xumi Mountain. The 3 did not burst in, they halted at the mountain gate. Tongtian stepped forward first, his voice like thunder shaking the whole mountain. Jane, Zhuan-Ti, come out and face us. Jane and Zhuan-Ti had been cultivating at that sound they immediately recognized Tongtian's voice. Both were bewildered. The 3 purities. What were they doing at Xumi Mountain? Without thinking much, Jane and Zhuan-Ti revealed themselves. Seeing the 3 purities arrayed there with oppressive momentum, it was plain they had come to pick a quarrel. Jane spoke first. 3 senior brothers, what brings you to our west? What do you wish to instruct us on? Laozi did not bare his teeth at once, but tested the waters. 2 junior brothers, is the Kongtong Yin in your possession? Kongtong Yin? What Kongtong Yin? Brother Laozi, what do you mean? Jane and Zhuan-Ti answered with puzzled faces. Seeing them play dumb, Laozi's expression blackened on the spot. Sure enough, those 2 had ill intent. They had taken the Kongtong Yin and deliberately obscured the heavenly workings. Now that he had come to the gate, they still dared to lie. It was obvious they meant to seize his fate. Yuanshi Tianzuan had long disliked Jane and Zhuan-Ti's ways, now his disdain reached a peak. With a single motion, he struck, shattering the gate of Xumi Mountain. Jane and Zhuan-Ti's faces turned as black as the bottom of a cauldron. Yuanshi Senior, what are you doing? By what authority do you destroy my dojo? Tongtian shouted back with ferocity. Jane, Zhuan-Ti, hand over the Kongtong Yin at once. Or do not blame me for being cruel. Zhuan-Ti pounded his chest and declared righteously, I stake my character that I have never seen any Kongtong. Spare me your words. They refused flatly, and Laozi's temper nearly exploded. You vouch for your character. You 2 have no shred of character. Jane glanced at the 3 purities' thunderous visages and hurried to smooth things over. Brother Laozi, there must be some misunderstanding. I have never seen any Kongtong Yin. My junior brother and I have been secluded on Xumi Mountain cultivating, we have not left once. Who said you took the Kongtong Yin? Laozi snorted coldly. Do not pretend. Nuwa's junior brother witnessed it with his own eyes. Nuwa's brother. Jane and Zhuan-Ti exchanged a glance, utterly bewildered. They knew Nuwa had an elder brother named Fuxi. Since when did Nuwa have a younger brother? Brother Laozi, this must be a mistake, Jane hastened to explain. Nuwa's younger brother. We have never met him, nor have we even heard of him. How could he know if we took the Kongtong Yin? It's absolute nonsense. With those words the 3 purities only grew more convinced. Of course they had never seen it. Both sides insisted they had never seen Lin Xia, yet Lin Xia could describe those 2 bald monks' faces, expressions, and habits down to the smallest detail, vivid as life. Wasn't it clear then that Lin Xia had witnessed them taking the Kongtong Yin? The two were so absorbed in their treasure that they had failed to notice someone watching from the side. Moreover, when one weighs a child's word against the shamelessness of Jane and Zhuan-Ti, who is more credible? There was no need to hesitate. Even without Lin Xia casting dirt on them, those two were already tainted. Brother, why waste words on these shameless? Tong Tian's short temper flared instantly. Beat them until they hand it over, and see if they still refuse. The third is right. Yuanshi, Tianzuan nodded. Three purities, do not bully others. Jane and Zhuan-Ti were enraged. They had kept themselves honest, absorbed in comprehending the Hongmeng purple aura, provoking no one. And yet the three purities showed up without a word and demanded the Kongtong Yin. They had neither seen nor taken it. It was plainly a provocation. Seeing the West lacking fortune and strength, they sought to bully the weak. Yuanshi, Tianzuan tired of words. The three treasure Jade Rui ascended and struck. Tong Tian drew the execution immortal sword and charged forward. Usually the most mild-mannered among them, Laozi was today the most explosive, unleashing a weapon of slaughter at once. The innate treasure Taiji diagram was invoked and hurled at Jane and Zhuan-Ti. For a time, they were beaten into a panicked retreat, crying aloud in distress. Yuanshi, Tongtian Taishang, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly take my brother and me for cowards? Tongtian, you bastard. Hey, Taishang Senior, let us not fight, we can speak civilly. Meanwhile, on the eastern lands, Nuwa held the Kongtong Yin with Lin Xia at her side and had arrived at the human Hail Nuwa! Hail Holy Mother Nuwa! Hail Saintess! The three ancestral elders of the human race saw Nuwa, and along with many tribespeople fell to their knees in unison. Many eyes, however, turned to Lin Xia, gazing at him with undisguised admiration. Their reverence and devotion were hardly less than that shown to Nuwa herself. After all, not long ago Lin Xia, to shield the human race, had slain tens of thousands of great demons without flinching even when colliding with a demonic saint. That single deed had won everyone's wholehearted respect and gratitude. Nuwa inclined her head slightly. Rise. Today I come to establish a sect to give you support. As she spoke, she tossed the Kongtong Yin into the air. Her power surged, a vast Hongmeng force stirred the seal's karmic aura, binding the human's fortune into a single whole. A burst of holy light erupted from Nuwa, filling the sky and sweeping through Hongwang. I, Nuwa, Holy Mother of the human race, holding the Kongtong Yin this day, established the human teachings to protect the human race from the oppression of myriad clans, never to decline for 10,000 generations. The Kongtong Yin exploded with blinding gold light. Heaven and earth thundered together. Purple chi surged from the east, stretching for countless miles and veiling the sky. Great golden lotus phantoms unfurled in the air, innumerable portents flashed forth, binding tightly to the human's fortune. Rumble. The vault of heaven trembled. Merit rained down like a sea of stars. 20% sank into the Kongtong Yin, the other 80% descended upon Nuwa herself. Nuwa channeled the Hongmeng creation scripture, a dense aura of creative divinity burst from her. Her cultivation leapt like a rising tide, soaring from the first rank of Honyuan de Luo Golden Immortal to the third. She rose 2 tiers in a single breath. Lin Xia looked up at the myriad portents filling the heavens as a chime rang in his mind from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned 1 chance at transmutation, the postnatal merit treasure, Hongmeng Liangtian Qi. Lin Xia's heart brightened. The Hongmeng Liangtian Qi was a postnatal merit treasure, its offensive power terrifying. But he already held the Kongtong Yin. Why had the task only now completed? After a moment's thought, he understood. When the Kongtong Yin first appeared, it had gathered some merit, but the merit upon it was thin and incomplete. Now, with the human teachings established and fortune lending its strength, its power exploded, and only now did it truly come into being. At this moment, gods and immortals across Hongwang looked eastward toward the human ancestral land, stunned. What is happening? Nuwa. She actually established the human teachings. She first created humans and drew heavenly merit. Now she summons such a torrent of merit. What a terrifyingly fated woman. In the heavenly court, Fuxi stared at the eastern horizon, unable to hide a smile. My sister's fortune is truly unmatched. The pressure spilling from Nuwa was overwhelming. Demon Emperor Dijuan's face drained of color. He pictured the days when the demon clans had slaughtered humans with Lin Xia present then as well. It chilled his spine. He was glad he had later gone to apologize to Nuwa, for otherwise the grudge would have been grave. If Nuwa held a grudge against the demon clan, who could bear the consequences? At the Wu clan's encampment, Dijian furrowed his brow. Has Nuwa only just become a saint not long ago? How can she cause such upheaval again so soon? The other ancestral Wu stared in heavy silence. Nuwa stepping into Hongmeng had never been good news for the Wu. Now that she had established the human teachings, her power would surely surge. If she intervened in the Wu demon conflict, the Wu clan would truly be in dire straits. Atop Shumi Mountain, Laozi had just been about to strike at Jane and Zhuan-Ti when he suddenly halted. Big brother, why stop? Tong Tian sensed something amiss. He followed the ripples of power and saw a boundless field of golden light on the eastern horizon, merit cascading like a waterfall. Laozi froze in place. His face flickered white, red, purple, and finally turned green. His teeth ground together. Rage churned in his chest until he nearly spat blood. He fixed his gaze eastward, eyes nearly aflame. Even the dullest could understand now. He had been outwitted by that brat. A strand of Hongmeng purple aura within his spirit platform trembled violently, and at last locked onto the Kongtong Yin's location. It lay in the east. What had been concealed by heavenly machinations was now revealed, as clear as day. Nuwa had beaten him in establishing the human teachings. This fate ought to have been his. It was her. It was her. I could no longer contain my anger and shouted, "You Nuwa are a saint, how can you speak such nonsense? What is the difference between you and those two schemers Jane and Junti? A group of despicable scoundrels." Jane and Zunti's faces turned dark instantly, their fists clenched tightly, nearly unable to suppress their chaotic power. However, I couldn't care less about the two of them, my face burning with rage, as I transformed into a beam of light, shooting eastward. Yuan Shi was stunned. Tong Tian was also taken aback. They glanced at Jane and Junti, who were battered and bruised, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. "Second brother, this Shumi mountain. The scenery is quite unique, isn't it?" Tong Tian silently put away the Zhuxian sword, pretending to admire the scenery. Although the impoverished western land had little wealth, the scenery was indeed interesting. Yuan Shi Tianzuan put away the three treasures Rui and nodded slightly. The two acted as if nothing had happened and turned to leave. Jane and Zunti's faces were nearly green with anger. It suddenly dawned on me what was happening. Damn, those three fools were being used as pawns by Nuwa, coming here to settle the score with them. After the beating, not a single polite word was exchanged. Did they think the West was a vegetable market where one could come and go as they pleased? Taiching Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were truly ungrateful. In an instant I crossed through space and landed directly on the territory of the human race. The cold wind blew and my mind became much clearer. The fire in my belly still burned, but my mind began to devise a plan. Nuwa is a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. After establishing the human teaching, her merits accumulated, and her cultivation visibly increased. Even if she took Yuan Shi and Tong Tian with her, it would be in vain. If I charged in recklessly and provoked Nuwa, I wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became. After contemplating for a while, I decided to head to the Zixiao Palace. At the human tribe side, Nuwa, having finished absorbing her merits, firmly reached the 4th level of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. The fate of the human race soared upwards. The Kongtong seal transformed completely into a postnatal treasure of merit. The stronger the fate, the more powerful it became. Nuwa was quite pleased with this situation. But just then the originally purple sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds rolled in, darkening the skies. Purple lightning surged within the clouds, rumbling like a sea of thunder. The entire primordial chaos felt as if it were about to collapse. The people in the human tribe trembled like leaves, barely able to catch their breath. Nuwa looked up at the sky, her brow. Doesn't heaven advocate for the preservation of life? Teaching and protecting a race is inherently a great virtue. Why is the heavenly path sending down such tribulations? It makes no sense. Did she overlook something? As she pondered, a thunderous roar erupted, and the sea of thunder came crashing down towards her. Nuwa stood firm against the heavenly path, and Hongjun appeared. Unfazed, Nuwa directly mobilized all her mixed Yuan divine power, invoking the primordial creation scripture. With her left hand, she upheld the yang, and with her right hand, she pressed down the yin. As her hands came together, the two forces of yin and yang merged into one. She unleashed terrifying golden sacred seals, pushing them towards the heavens. The thunderous sea formed by the purple divine lightning was instantly shattered into fragments. This time the heavenly path truly seemed angered. At the edge of the sky, the vast expanse exploded with blinding brilliance. The chains of divine laws poured down like a galaxy in reverse, densely raining down. The power of the heavenly punishment came in waves with no end in sight. Nuwa's face showed no sign of panic. She raised her hand, and her entire mixed Yuan divine power surged forth like a tide pouring into the Kongtong seal. The seal suddenly lit up, golden light covering the heavens and earth. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers appeared above it, unfolding into a complete world. The overwhelming power of fate swept through the primordial chaos. Golden light coalesced into fierce fate dragons, roaring as they surged upwards. As soon as the chains of divine laws encountered the golden dragons, they shattered into dust, dissipating completely. This scene was witnessed clearly by the immortals in the primordial chaos. Some stared wide-eyed, taking a sharp breath. Is Nuwa's power enough to single-handedly withstand the heavenly punishment? That's terrifying. How is this even possible? In the eyes of many beings, the heavenly path had always been invincible, high above, unshakable. Yet with Nuwa's display, their perception was shattered. Belief began to waver. In the endless void, the chains of divine laws continued to fall. The power of the heavenly punishment grew fiercer, shaking countless ancient stars. The entire world seemed poised to collapse. Nuwa drew strength from the fate of the human race, showing no signs of retreat. The golden dragons collided with the chains of divine laws. Countless small worlds exploded, reducing to nothingness. A terrifying force swept everything away. In the end, all the powers descending from the heavenly path were obliterated. The sea of calamity clouds dispersed completely. Nuwa let out a soft huff about to withdraw her power. Suddenly, she sensed a terrifying force emerging from the fate of the human race. That force resembled the ultimate order, somewhat akin to the heavenly path, yet not entirely the same. She paused for a moment, her eyes flickering, and then she became excited. The power of humanity. This is the power of humanity. No wonder after establishing the human teaching, the heavenly path directly delivered a heavenly punishment. It turns out that the emergence of humanity made the heavenly path feel threatened. But right now humanity is still too tender, merely a seedling. To grow into a true ultimate order, it must rely on the development and growth of the human race itself. At that moment, a Taoist suddenly emerged from the void. The Taoist radiated a mysterious aura, perfectly blending with the heavenly path. Seeing this, Nuwa flashed and landed in front of Hongjun. Master. Hongjun nodded, his tone flat. Nuwa, do you remember what I told you last time? What did you say? I have a poor memory. Nuwa blinked, looking confused. Hongjun gazed at her, his voice neither warm nor cold. I mentioned that you are a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal and should focus on your cultivation, not get involved in the matters of the Primordial Chaos. If you meddle too much, disaster will come. Today's heavenly punishment is the best proof of that. Nuwa's brow furrowed slightly, her tone carrying some confusion. Since Master has spoken, I dare not disobey. But I have just established the human teaching. When did I interfere in the affairs of the Primordial Chaos? Hongjun's voice grew heavier. Your master's brother is a saint destined by fate. According to the heavenly order, the establishment of the human teaching should be his opportunity. However, now that this opportunity has been occupied by you, it has violated the order of the heavenly path. The heavenly path is furious and has sent down calamities. Haven't you realized this? Nuwa's face betrayed no signs of turmoil, but inside, she felt perplexed. She sensed that the recent tribulation was clearly aimed at humanity, having nothing to do with her. Why did Master say this? She didn't reveal her thoughts, but pretended to be confused. Is that so? But I truly didn't know about this matter. I only remember that I am the mother of humanity. The human race is weak. Even cultivation is difficult, and merely surviving among the myriad races in the primordial chaos is a struggle. I established the human teaching to protect them, so they wouldn't be bullied by others. Had I known this was related to your master's brother's ascension, I would never have touched it. At this point, she sighed. Sai Master should have warned me earlier, otherwise it wouldn't have escalated to this point. Hongjun studied her for a while. He couldn't tell if Nuwa was genuinely confused or merely pretending. If she was pretending, it would be troublesome, indicating she truly grasped something. This disciple was becoming increasingly elusive to him. Do you truly not know? Nuwa shook her head. Fine, since you are unclear, I won't blame you. Hongjun sighed. But from now on you must align with the will of heaven and not interfere casually in the affairs of the primordial chaos. Otherwise, if the heavenly path becomes enraged and sends down calamities, it won't be so simple. Nuwa did not respond to this, but said lightly, Master thinks too much. I am the mother of humanity, responsible only for human affairs. I have always been disinterested in the battles of the primordial chaos. How could I intentionally oppose the heavenly paths? Hongjun nodded, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the horizon. After he left, Nuwa descended to the human tribe. She sat down on the lotus platform and began to teach the human race. Using the great way of creation as a foundation, she unfolded countless mysterious methods. In an instant, auspicious signs descended from the heavens and golden lotuses surfaced from the ground. The innate human race that Nuwa had personally crafted shone with brilliance at this moment, awakening in enlightenment. However, the postnatal human race that emerged later had inferior qualities, appearing bewildered and confused. Nuwa sighed but did not force them. She knew that educating the human race couldn't be rushed, and said, You all cultivate well here, don't be lazy. Remember, only by becoming strong enough can you avoid being bullied by other races. We obey your command. The human race knelt in unison, their foreheads touching the ground. Nuwa waved her hand and flew straight to the Wahuang Palace with Lin Xia. Lin Xia lounged in a rattan chair, nibbling on an innate spirit fruit. A fragrant aroma wafted over. Nuwa had already stood before him. She reached out her delicate hand, pinching Lin Xia's arm and calf, starting to massage. The pressure was just right, precise and comfortable. Lin Xia closed his eyes, letting out a soft hum, feeling utterly relaxed. How is it comfortable? Nuwa asked with a smile. Sister, your skills are getting better and better. They'll give you a verbal commendation this time. Lin Xia raised his small hand and patted Nuwa's head as a reward. Nuwa was amused by his antics and playfully kissed Lin Xia's little face, nearly rubbing off his skin. Lin Xia rolled his eyes. This female demoness was always ready to take advantage. Little one, this time the establishment of the human teaching relied entirely on you. Speak, how do you want your sister to reward you? Nuwa smiled at him, her eyes sparkling. I want nothing. I just hope that when the time comes for the accounting you can protect me. Lin Xia waved his hand. Nuwa was taken aback. It dawned on her that previously Lin Xia had tricked her. Now that she had established the human teaching, he probably had already caught on. Having been toyed with like that, that fellow certainly wouldn't let it go. If he dares to cause you trouble, I'll break his arm, Nuwa said resolutely. Then it's settled. Lin Xia nodded. Nuwa suddenly recalled something, and took out the Kongtong seal, handing it over. I have established the human race. This thing belongs to you from now on. This is a sacred object of the human race, capable of suppressing the fate of humanity. Why wouldn't I keep it for myself? Lin Xia received the Kongtong seal, feeling somewhat puzzled. I have no need for it, you can keep it for protection. Nuwa spoke with authority. Lin Xia thought for a moment, and it made sense. So he tucked the Kongtong seal away. Once Nuwa left, Lin Xia began to refine the restrictions within the Kongtong seal. This object was a sacred item containing immense merit power. Lin Xia could clearly sense that when Nuwa established the human teaching 2/10 of the merit she earned flowed into the Kongtong seal. 2/10 of merit was already an astronomical figure. With Lin Xia's extraordinary comprehension, he quickly entered a meditative state. Layer by layer he dismantled and refined the prohibitions. The power of merit surged outward. His soul's spiritual energy and cultivation base soared, nourished by the merit. Lin Xia's brow seemed to ignite a burst of spiritual light, detonating deep within his mind. The tangled prohibitions and entwined fortune energy within the Kongtong seal suddenly shed their shells, revealing the true essence beneath. Ding! Host has analyzed the Kongtong seal's prohibitions and fortune energy, comprehending the primordial level body cultivation technique, the Saint Emperor Golden Body Art. Acquired high grade, acquired spiritual root, phoenix feather, immortal flower. A page full of Dao script etched itself directly into his mind, as if carved from the heavens. The Saint Emperor Golden Body Art comprised 12 levels. At its peak, the physical body could attain sainthood. With merit adorning him, karma could not touch him, and nothing could breach his skin. The Saint Emperor Golden Body Art. Forging the body with merit and fortune. The very name sounds formidable. Lin Xia grinned, feeling he had struck gold. With a thought, the technique began to circulate. The merit power within the Kongtong seal surged into his body like a celestial river pouring in. Lin Xia hammered this merit relentlessly into his flesh. Time flowed by. After an unknown duration, a golden divine light burst from his body, merit coiling around him like serpents. He clenched his fist. On its surface, images of sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers emerged. He threw a punch. A storm erupted, shaking the entire Nuwa divine realm. His physical cultivation directly ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm. Ding! Host has achieved the merit golden body, acquiring medium grade, acquired spiritual root, XX flower. The merit golden body was indeed exhilarating. Lin Xia chuckled softly, glancing down at the Kongtong seal in his hand. All its prohibitions had been refined away, and now he could wield it as he pleased. He stared at the Kongtong seal for a long while, a sudden thought striking his mind. This object looked imposing, but its shape. The more he saw it, the more it resembled a divine artifact from later ages. A brick. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Perhaps the Kongtong seal could truly be used as a brick. In future encounters with the Yao, one smash would fell one foe after another. As a merit treasure, the Hongming measuring ruler was fierce for slashing, but how could it match the domineering swing of a brick? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Lin Xia made the decision on the spot. Just then, 3 figures flashed outside the Nuwa palace. The 3 pure ones arrived together. They entered the main hall. Nuwa sat cross-legged. Sensing the commotion, Lin Xia swaggered out from within. As soon as Laozi saw Lin Xia, a flash of anger crossed his face, but he suppressed it out of respect for Nuwa. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu also fixed their gazes on Lin Xia. Surprise flickered in their eyes. This little creature exuded the flow of Dao and was adorned with merit. His cultivation was merely at the Tai golden immortal realm. Yet he emanated an indescribable subtlety. His talent was indeed astonishing. Lin Xia plopped down beside Nuwa, reached out to shake her arm, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Sis, that old man over there keeps staring at me. His gaze is a bit frightening, isn't it?" Laozi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu's mouths twitched. This little brat looked so punchable. Nuwa wanted to laugh, but held it in, saying to Lin Xia, "Don't talk nonsense." Turning to Laozi, she added, "Senior brother, don't take it to heart. My brother just muttered a few words, he meant no harm." Laozi's expression stiffened. "Junior sister Nuwa, you worry too much. How could I take careless words seriously?" Nuwa looked at the 3 pure ones and smiled. "3 senior brothers, what brings you to my Nuwa palace today?" Laozi's heart was stifled. What business? Didn't you know? But he dared not provoke Nuwa, so he suppressed his anger. "Junior sister, do you recall my visit to the human tribe?" Nuwa's face showed confusion. "Human tribe? I don't remember well. I've been in seclusion since I returned. I've long forgotten outside matters." As she spoke, she turned to Lin Xia. "Brother, do you recall what happened that day?" Lin Xia thought for a while, a bit embarrassed. "Sis, since you mention it, I do remember something. I did a foolish thing that day and offended Senior Taiching. You're always so mischievous. I told you not to cause trouble, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've clashed with Senior Brother Laozi. What exactly happened? Speak quickly." Nuwa's tone carried reproach. Lin Xia said seriously, "Sis, have you forgotten? When Immortal Taiching passed by, he asked if we'd seen any bronze or brass seals. Those brass seals emit golden light when they appear, they look quite divine. In the primordial wilderness, such things are common and can be used to refine various artifacts. During my travels, I saw many people fought over them constantly. My ears were dull then, and I thought he was asking about those, so I told him. I didn't expect it to cause a misunderstanding. That's my fault. Immortal Taiching, I was wrong. I'm sorry. He then put on a terrified expression. Liar. Laozi nearly choked. What brass seal? He had clearly asked about the Kongtong seal. The Kongtong seal. Nuwa saw Lin Xia's cowardly look, patted his head, and coaxed with a smile. It's okay, don't be afraid. You're still young, you can't possibly understand everything about the primordial wilderness. Mishearing is normal. Senior brother Laozi is the head of the three pure ones, surely he wouldn't hold a grudge against a little child, right? Laozi's mouth twitched twice. Fine. You siblings have said it all. What could I add? He took a deep breath, didn't lose his temper, kept a calm expression, and fixed his gaze on Lin Xia. What about Jane and Junie? Lin Xia tilted his head, looking utterly confused. Who? Laozi suppressed his anger and reminded, didn't you say the Kongtong seal was taken by Jane and Junie? When did I say that? Immortal Taiching, you must have misheard. Lin Xia blinked, his tone sincere. What I said was, two figures looking bitter and compassionate saw a brass seal emerge from the mountain and shouted, this item is fated with me. Jane and Junie. I've never heard those names before. How could I have mentioned them? He spread his hands, looking innocent. Immortal Taiching, did you hear those names somewhere and force them onto me? Nuwa added, senior brother Laozi, my brother indeed has never met Jane or Junie. He didn't mention those names when he met you that day. I can vouch for that. Laozi's calm facade was crumbling. He didn't want to admit it, but the fact was there. Lin Xia hadn't uttered those two. Seeing Laozi choked, speechless, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu exchanged glances, their faces showing bewilderment. Could it be? That elder brother had misheard. Then this misunderstanding was massive. That day they had beaten Jane and Junie to a pulp. Only Laozi was furious. He knew perfectly well. He had spoken clearly that day. Lin Xia couldn't have misheard. This little wretch's skill at twisting the truth was truly remarkable. Seeing no end to this, Laozi decided to stop beating around the bush. Lin Xia is young and ignorant, I won't blame him. But junior sister Nuwa, you can't claim to know nothing, can you? Nuwa frowned. What are you trying to say, senior brother? That day I asked if you had seen the Kongtong seal, and you said no. Laozi's voice deepened, each word heavy. But later, you used the Kongtong seal to establish the human sect. Isn't it too much to deceive me with lies? I truly hadn't seen the Kongtong seal at that time. Nuwa's tone was indifferent. I obtained it later. Laozi's face twitched, anger surging. He had just gone to fight on Mount Sumeru with Yuanshi and Tongtian, and the moment he turned his back, you established the sect. How can you say such things without shame? But what Laozi didn't know was, this was the first true word Nuwa had spoken since the three pure ones arrived at Nuwa Palace. Oh, Laozi gritted his teeth, his tone sharp. Then how did you obtain it, junior sister? Could it be that Jane and Junie later gifted it to you? Nuwa's expression was cold, her voice unhurried. Senior brother, you worry too much. Treasures of heaven and earth all depend on fate. Since the Kongtong seal has fallen into my hands, it is fated with me. With one sentence, she maximized the sarcasm. The atmosphere froze. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu were stunned, exchanging glances, looking at Nuwa with a hint of unfamiliarity. This usually aloof junior sister could even silence elder brother Laozi when she argued. She had hidden her depth. Laozi's face darkened. Nuwa's words were a public slap in the face. He had never been so cornered in all his life. Taking a deep breath, Laozi suppressed his anger, trying to sound calm. Junior sister Nuwa, the Kongtong seal is crucial to my attainment of the Dao. Even if you obtained it later, you should not have taken my opportunity. Your opportunity? Nuwa seemed to hear this for the first time, a hint of surprise on her face. I truly didn't know that. Senior brother Laozi, why didn't you make it clear then? If you had told me earlier, even if it later fell into my hands, I would have kept it for you. When I established the human sect, I only wanted to give humanity a path to survival. They were already weak, unable to cultivate, and all races in the primordial wilderness could bully them. I established the sect merely to protect them. Laozi was left speechless by her words. Before coming, he had prepared a belly full of arguments, thinking he could settle things with words. If it came to a fight, he was certainly no match for Nuwa. But he never imagined that a saint would act as childishly as a brat. First she played dumb and twisted the truth, and somehow got away with it. Now she feigned innocence as if she knew Nuwa was after all a Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal. Laozi refused to believe she couldn't see the general trend of the heavenly Dao. Her claim of ignorance was pure prevarication. He had never realized before that the gentle and dignified Nuwa could be so shameless. Laozi's tone deepened. Junior sister Nuwa, this matter concerns my opportunity for the Dao. It is a major issue. Why didn't you calculate the heavenly secrets before acting? The teacher instructed you to think thrice before acting and not to go against the heavenly Dao. Why don't you listen at all? Or do you simply disregard the teacher's orders and the arrangement of fate? Lin Xia listened from the side, sneering inwardly. It's no use arguing. Bringing up Hongjun and the heavenly Dao to intimidate others is all this Ta Ching saint is capable of, like a child complaining to an adult. Nuwa remained unfazed, her tone steady. Senior brother Laozi, to be honest, I did predict some heavenly signs before establishing the teachings. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiao Zhu were taken aback. Laozi was completely stunned. He intended to use his seniority to pressure others, but Nuwa directly countered him. His expression darkened, his tone more aggressive. Sister Nuwa, since you have already calculated the heavenly secrets, why do you still want to seize my opportunity for sanctification? Yuan Shi frowned beside him and echoed, Sister, what you did is indeed inappropriate. Nuwa remained calm. She sighed slowly. You two brothers are unaware, there is a reason for my actions. Reason? Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, their minds struggling to comprehend. Laozi pressed, what reason? Nuwa did not answer directly, instead asking, Senior brother Laozi, do you remember the day the demon clan massacred the human race? Laozi nodded instinctively. Of course I remember. I was searching for the Kongtong seal and saw it from afar. The demon clan's actions indeed go against heavenly principles. They will surely face retribution in the future. Is that so? Nuwa smiled. But when you saw me that day you did not say this. You disregarded the fate of the human race and advised me not to intervene, claiming that karma should not be touched. I noticed that you seemed indifferent to the plight of the human race, as over 1 billion were devoured by the demon clan, without you even batting an eye. I thought you had no connection with the human race, and that my previous predictions were wrong. I didn't expect that your opportunity would be tied to the human race. What a pity, truly a pity. She shook her head and sighed as she spoke. Lin Xia nearly clapped at her expression. Why hadn't he noticed before that this sister had such skills? A class, it would be a waste of talent not to act. Laozi's face flushed instantly. He felt the primordial power within him was about to burst forth. Nuwa seizing his opportunity for sanctification was bad enough, but to mock him in such a way was intolerable. The human race was weak when it was first born, suffering tribulations is their fate. Where did I go wrong? His tone turned sharp. Establishing the human teachings is my destiny for sanctification. Destiny cannot be violated. No matter what you say, it does not justify your rebellion against destiny. Impudent. Nuwa's anger flared up. The human race is weak, and being slaughtered is fate. Very well, if I kill you today, is that also your fate? As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of primordial power erupted. Laozi was sent flying, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were not directly hit, but they felt an oppressive force bearing down on them, as if their bodies might collapse at any moment. Senior brother is just following the master's orders. There is no other intention. Tong Tian chimed in as well. Yuan Shi, with his temperament, valued lineage and background the most. He didn't regard the human race a shallow-rooted race at all. To him, the demon clan killing a few humans was truly nothing. But even with such arrogance, he was not a fool. Who was Nuwa, the creator of the human race? To speak such words in her presence was simply asking for trouble. This operation by brother was not very wise. Tong Tian thought the same. Senior brother Laozi's words truly went too far. After hearing Nuwa, her expression finally softened a bit. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian sighed in relief. Although Laozi lost face, the anger in his heart had not subsided. He spoke again, Sister Nuwa, I admit that my previous words were a bit excessive. But since you created the human race and certified the Dao, why do you want to establish the human teachings and obstruct my path? Surely I deserve an explanation for this. Nuwa's lips curled into a cold smile. Explanation? I have already made myself very clear. Senior brother Laozi, do you still think my Huahuang Palace is the same as that Shifang Shumi Mountain? As soon as the words Shumi Mountain were mentioned, the faces of the Sanqing turned pale. Do not hit the face when beating, do not reveal the shortcoming when scolding. The misunderstanding had already caused enough embarrassment. Now Nuwa publicly brought up old grievances. This face was practically being rubbed in the dirt. Yuan Shi spoke with dissatisfaction. Sister Nuwa, your words are excessive. You deceived your elder brother back then, and now you are publicly mocking him, which is truly inappropriate. Lin Xia grew annoyed watching the Sanqing still dragging this out. 3 great immortals, are you pressing so hard because you want to challenge my sister to a duel? If you want to fight, then come. My sister has recently comprehended a powerful method and is just worried about not having anyone to test it out on. Considering my sister's slightly higher abilities, I will allow the 3 of you to duel against her alone. Nuwa cooperatively locked her gaze onto them. The Sanqing's heart sank. This little brat was quite adept at igniting conflicts. When did they ever say they wanted to spar? Even if there were 3 of them, 30 would not be enough for Nuwa to handle. Yuan Shi quickly waved his hand to explain, Sister Nuwa, we are not here to fight. We are here to resolve a problem. Since the human teachings have already been established, and there is no turning back, I have a compromise to suggest. As long as you let my elder brother be the leader of the human teachings and return the Kongtong seal to him, he might still have a chance to certify the Dao. There is room for negotiation in this matter. Lin Xia sneered, uninterested. The Kongtong seal. Wanting them to return it. In your dreams. This object is not theirs to give back. Nuwa spoke with indifference. I have already decided who will lead the human teachings. The Sanqing stood frozen, their minds momentarily unable to process. Laozi asked without thinking, decided. Who? My younger brother Lin Xia. The Kongtong seal has already been given to him. Nuwa's words fell. The Sanqing were all taken aback, nearly thinking they misheard. They turned to look at Lin Xia. No matter how they looked at him, he seemed unreliable. Just a little kid who hasn't even grown a single hair can bear the burden of being the leader of the human teachings. Laozi spoke first. Sister Nuwa, your decision is too hasty. A child, why should he bear such a heavy responsibility? Yuan Shi Tianzun followed up. Sister, this is a major matter for a sect. Have you thought this through? Sister, think things through before you speak. There is still time to change your mind. The three of them took turns bombarding her with their words. Their mouths flapped like a swarm of flies buzzing around her ears. Enough. Nuwa, no matter how patient she was, could not endure any longer. She coldly shouted. The pressure of the primordial Great Luo erupted. The three Sanqing felt a jolt in their hearts and immediately fell silent. Nuwa said coldly, I am the holy mother of the human race. How the human teachings are arranged is not for you to dictate. Three senior brothers, if there is nothing else, please leave. Sister, Laozi wanted to say something else. Nuwa, wait. A force swept out fiercely. The Sanqing felt the space before them distort, and by the time they reacted, they had already fallen outside the gates. Behind them, the great door of the Wahuang Palace slammed shut. The Sanqing's faces turned so dark, they seemed ready to drip ink. They felt extremely frustrated. The three of them with their statuses had never been treated like this before. But Nuwa had clearly been serious. If they continued to entangle her, the outcome would not be good. In the end, they could only turn and leave in disgrace. Once the door closed, Lin Xia lay down on the ground. The entire world finally quieted. Nuwa reached out and rubbed his little belly, smiling as she said, My little Lin Xia, you are getting smarter. Just a few words left senior brother speechless. Sister, I really didn't expect you had this ability. Lin Xia pouted, complaining, Sister, why didn't you give them a good... It was so noisy like flies. Nuwa laughed at his antics. Do you think this is just children fighting? The Sanqing are descendants of the Pangu great god, carrying the merit of opening the sky. They have great fortune and luck. There is no reason to just fight whenever you want. Sister, you are too kind-hearted. If I had your abilities, I would have dealt with them thoroughly regardless of their lineage from Pangu or not. Lin Xia clenched his fists, speaking earnestly. Nuwa chuckled, her gaze falling on him. Suddenly her expression changed, revealing surprise. Have you formed your merit golden body? Yes, all the power of merit from the Kontong seal was used by me to cultivate this. Lin Xia nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light radiated from his body. The divine radiance was dazzling and blinding. The more Nuwa looked, the more alarmed she became. The merit golden body is not something that can be formed just with merit. It also requires legitimate methods and exceptional roots. None can be lacking. Opportunities must be ample, not a single bit less. Yet Lin Xia had so effortlessly accomplished this. Such talent and fortune were simply astonishing. This brother of hers amazed her every time they met. Lin Xia looked at Nuwa, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. He flipped his hand and revealed 3 chaotic star fruits in his palm. Sister, this is for you. Nuwa looked down. The surface of the star fruits was covered in intricate patterns like marks inscribed by the heavenly Dao. The fruits shimmered with vast starlight, exuding a refreshing aroma. Chaotic spirit fruits. Nuwa recognized them immediately, momentarily stunned, as she looked at Lin Xia, her tone carrying surprise. Chaotic spirit fruits. Where did you get these? With the current state of the wilderness under the rules of the heavenly Dao, even rare, innate spiritual fruits are hard to find, let alone chaotic spirit fruits. This item should not exist at all. Of course, Lin Xia was an exception. I was lucky and obtained a high-grade chaotic spiritual root, and I picked these fruits from it. There are 5 in total. I ate 2 and kept the remaining 3 for you. Lin Xia explained casually. Nuwa's eyes reddened as she wiped them with her hands. Woo, my little Lin Xia is so good to his sister. I am so touched. What a performance. This woman had no tears in her eyes at all. Lin Xia saw through it long ago, his eyes saying, I understand. Nuwa, seeing she couldn't trick him, dropped the act, and happily leaned her face closer. Give your sister a kiss, little Lin Xia. Lin Xia shook his head. Nuwa seized the opportunity while he wasn't paying attention and pulled him in for a hard kiss. Lin Xia's face turned dark. This demonist takes advantage of every opportunity. After the fun, Nuwa recalled the incident when Lin Xia sneaked out last time. Her smile faded and her tone became serious. In the future, do not run around while your sister is in closed-door training. The wilderness is filled with dangers. Stay obediently in the Wahuang Palace and focus on your cultivation, understood? Understood, sister. Lin Xia nodded obediently. Only then was Nuwa satisfied. Lin Xia hurriedly slipped away, running faster than a rabbit. Nuwa sat cross-legged in the grand hall contemplating the Hongmeng creation scripture. Before long, she sank deep into cultivation. Yet a faint flush bloomed across her peerless face, and her mind grew hazy. TCH. The after-effect of that juice was indeed potent. Once assured Nuwa had entered seclusion, Lin Xia instantly discarded all prior admonitions, withdrew the Hongmeng Pearl, and shrouded the celestial mechanics in absolute obscurity. Riding the Hongmeng Pearl, he pierced through the boundless chaos and descended directly upon the human tribe settlement. After Nuwa had established the human Dao and imparted her teachings, the tribe's condition had markedly improved. Yet their foundational constitution remained profoundly weak. true flourishing would prove arduous. No fleeting endeavor, but one demanding eons of patient cultivation. After brief deliberation, Lin Xia alighted upon the human tribe's ancestral land Mount Shoyang. The moment his diminutive form appeared, the gathered humans erupted into pandemonium. Faces radiant with reverence, eyes blazing with fanatical fervor. The Holy Sovereign has arrived. The Holy Sovereign has arrived. We pay homage to the Holy Sovereign. Within moments, the human tribe's three ancestral elders, Swearin Shi, Yu Chao Shi, and Zi Shi, were roused and hastened before Lin Xia. These three possessed the finest innate foundations among mortals and had already attained the cultivation realm of Xian immortals, supreme warriors within the human tribe. Upon seeing Lin Xia, they prostrated themselves without hesitation. We pay homage to the Holy Sovereign. Lin Xia nodded. Rise, you need not be so formal. From this day forth Mount Shoyang shall be the sacred land of humanity. I have come to establish a Taoist academy here on Mount Shoyang to expound the profound principles of the Tao, open to all sentient beings of the human tribe. The three elders' joy knew no bounds. Lin Xia had descended upon the human tribe and would now found an academy atop Mount Shoyang. That meant he intended to remain here indefinitely. With Lin Xia as their guardian, the human tribe would never again fear oppression from foreign races. We obey your decree, your holiness. Holy Sovereign, we shall immediately inform every member of the human tribe. Swearin Shi, trembling with exhilaration, transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the distant tribal settlement, vanishing in an instant. Watching his impetuous elder, Yu Chao Shi offered an embarrassed smile and said to Lin Xia, "Haha, please forgive him, your holiness. He is simply overjoyed. His nature is to erupt with emotion when elated." Lin Xia descended and waved dismissively, signaling no offense taken. Yu Chao Shi then led the way, ascending toward Mount Shoyang's summit. Zi Shi, ever perceptive, noticed at once the faint crimson tinge upon Lin Xia's lips and asked curiously, "Your holiness, what ails your lips? Was it truly so conspicuous?" Lin Xia casually improvised an excuse. "My internal fire has been unusually vigorous of late." Above the heavens, ethereal silhouettes of divine trees materialized, one after another, each bearing precisely 9 luminous leaves. Beneath the earth, countless streams of immortal spiritual energy surged upward like gales. The 5 elements, yin-yang, wind, and thunder, sword, Dao formation, Dao, all converged, giving rise to 3,000 supreme Dao principles, each birthing its own wondrous art. Many among the human tribe possessed exceptional talent. Their faces softened into rapturous ecstasy as they were swiftly drawn into profound contemplation. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. At last the Dao exposition concluded. The 3,000 wondrous arts Lin Xia transmitted were not unfathomably abstruse, but their brilliance lay in accessibility, requiring no distinguished lineage or rare aptitude, easy to grasp, yet vast in scope. Nearly every mortal discovered a path uniquely suited to their nature. Countless humans reaped extraordinary benefits, while a great host of postnatal humans ascended directly into the ranks of Earth immortals. We thank the Holy Sovereign for transmitting the Tao. We thank the Holy Sovereign. Every human present knelt in unison, sincerity overflowing their hearts, gratitude and reverence for Lin Xia, transcending all words. Lin Xia smiled gently. Rise, all of you. From this day forward, this hall atop Mount Shoyang shall serve as my Taoist academy. I shall abide here guarding you. Should peril arise, retreat to Mount Shoyang without hesitation. And whenever your cultivation stumbles upon uncertainty, seek me out. Ask freely. No sooner had these words faded than a colossal palace erupted from Mount Shoyang's heart. Golden radiance, blinding aura, overwhelming. Upon its gate gleamed 3 characters in bold script, Holy Sovereign Palace. Lin Xia turned and entered the Holy Sovereign Palace. Sensing the Kunlun seal within his spiritual platform, its power now significantly amplified, he could not suppress a subtle upturn of his lips. The Kunlun seal was inextricably bound to the human tribe's celestial fortune. As their fortune swelled, so too did the seal's might. Though hailed as the human tribe's ancestral land, Mount Shoyang held negligible standing within the vast chaos, utterly ordinary, even barren of postnatal spirit roots. For this entire millennium, Lin Xia had continuously channeled the Hongming creation scripture, diffusing creation-imbued spiritual essence outward across the mountain. Nourished by this essence, the mountain's spiritual flora erupted in frenzied growth, many transforming directly into inferior postnatal spirit roots. The entire peak pulsed with scorching, effervescent vitality. Humans laboring upon its slopes soon observed these transformations, astonished, overjoyed, and lavished praise upon Lin Xia's miraculous artistry. Within the palace, Lin Xia settled into lotus position and withdrew the wisp of Hongming violet qi gifted by his elder sister Nuwa, beginning his profound contemplation. Almost instantly he immersed himself in cultivation. Since refining the Kunlun seal's restrictions and absorbing meritorious energy, his primordial foundation had undergone yet another transcendence, his already preternatural insights soaring to even loftier heights. The arcane laws and profound truths concealed within the Hongming violet qi flooded his consciousness like a torrential river. Disassembled, reconstructed, laid bare. The entire process unfolded with seamless fluidity. In an instant, a violet radiance enveloped him entirely, his nascent soul and cultivation levels surging skyward like rockets. Even his flesh, bones, tendons, and sinews underwent subtle, profound transformation. Indeed, the Hongming violet qi, the very foundation of the Great Dao, possesses unparalleled potency. Lin Xia murmured appreciatively. Within it coursed not only the immense energy of the heavenly Dao's primal source, but also a dazzling array of intricate interwoven laws compelling endless exploration. Alas, this auspicious state proved fleeting. Soon Lin Xia sensed his divine sense striking an impenetrable barrier. The core of the Hongming violet qi veiled behind an enigmatic mist. That mist was intangible, invisible, utterly impermeable, a barrier erected by some immutable cosmic edict. What precisely was this phenomenon? Puzzled, Lin Xia narrowed his eyes and activated his void-perceiving divine eyes, focusing them directly upon the veil. Instantly, he discerned countless arcane sigils. Each shimmered with the heavenly Dao's sovereign power, imbued with an irrevocable, fated inevitability. Escape was impossible, evasion futile. After persistent scrutiny, Lin Xia finally grasped the truth. These were none other than heavenly Dao imprints. The Hongming violet qi was far from pure. That wily Hongjun, having bestowed this upon his elder sister Nuwa, surely harbored ill intent. Cursing inwardly, Lin Xia summoned the Hongming pearl and struck the violet qi with full force. It shattered instantly, the imprints cracking apart with thunderous reports, revealing its raw, unadulterated essence. Ding! Congratulations, sovereign host. The fundamental essence of the Hongming violet qi has been successfully analyzed. The primordial level divine art violet supreme light has been acquired. Bonus reward: 1 supreme postnatal spirit root, the divine thunder tree. Lin Xia opened his eyes, a quiet smile playing upon his lips. He stepped into the void and extended a single finger. A violet beam lanced forth, sharp as a celestial sword, cleaving heaven and earth asunder. Space collapsed, countless microrealms crumbled to dust. Acceptable, on par with the grand stellar art. He found this art deeply satisfying. The grand stellar art commanded the energies of myriad stars, enabling both direct assault and formation-based combat, with inexhaustible power reserves. This art, however, excelled in sheer explosive force, each possessing unique strengths. Thereafter, Lin Xia strolled outside the palace and retrieved every spirit root he had accumulated over time. With a sweep of his hand, a dazzling storm of divine light erupted. Spirit roots plunged into the earth, glowing fiercely as their canopies unfurled like colossal umbrellas. Stellar spirit grass, celestial flame divine, tree phoenix, feather, immortal blossom, and the divine thunder tree. Each soared over 100 zhang tall. Then Lin Xia waved his hand and creation-imbued spiritual essence rained down like gentle showers. The spirit roots' branches trembled, then surged in frenzied growth. Their life essence expanded steadily while immortal spiritual energy gushed forth like monsoon rain, doubling Mount Shoyan's ambient spiritual density. Grow well. Lin Xia placed his small palm upon a crimson leaf of the celestial flame divine tree and rubbed gently. The divine tree reacted instantly, its trunk bending to press against his arm, rubbing back and forth with affectionate pet-like devotion. The life essence and creation-imbued spiritual energy emanating from Lin Xia enveloped the spirit roots, luxuriating them as though bathing in the celestial bathhouse of immortals. Satisfied, he returned inside the palace. Before his mind's eye unfurled the Hongming Great Dao True Treatise, and he plunged headlong into mastering the Formation Dao. The Formation Dao encompassed all phenomena, its intricacies labyrinthine, its pathways endlessly convoluted. Upon the Great Dao's sacred script, threads of mysterious formation principles coalesced, forming an entire enigmatic cosmos. Lin Xia's divine sense wandered this cosmos, vast, profound, and infinite, filled with boundless space-time continua. Those of mediocre aptitude would see their nascent souls severed instantly by temporal forces upon entry. Lin Xia's divine sense, however, was shielded by a thick mantle of wisdom light, rendering the surging space-time currents utterly powerless against him. Layer upon layer he peeled back those impossibly complex, profoundly esoteric manifest laws, tracing their veins, clarifying their structures, until their primordial cores lay fully exposed. Ding! Congratulations, sovereign host. You have successfully analyzed the Formation Dao's fundamental essence and comprehended 3,000 formation principles. 3,000 was but a symbolic number. Within the context of the Dao, it signified infinity. Indeed, the Formation Dao principles are formidable. Lin Xia emerged from his epiphany. Upon his nascent soul, rings of formation principle sigils coiled like sacred seals. These sigils functioned as seeds of the Formation Dao. When harmonized, they could generate infinite, peerless formation. Moreover, his spiritual strength and divine sense had been honed to unprecedented levels during this profound contemplation, multiplied several times over their former potency. Lin Xia grinned, drew forth the 5 spirit pearls, and directed his spiritual intent inward, to begin refining their restraining arrays. Leveraging his transcendent insight, he swiftly sank into an oceanic state of profound realization. Congratulations, sovereign host. You have successfully refined all restrictions of the water spirit pearl, penetrated its fundamental essence, and fused it with the formation Dao, mastering the supreme innate formation, the innate Kuei formation. The innate Kuei formation sounded formidable indeed. Lin Xia opened his eyes from deep contemplation, raised his hand, and instantly summoned countless water elements from the void. They coalesced into vast, boundless water screens, arranged precisely according to formation principles, before cascading down upon Mount Shouyang, like the Milky Way itself. The entire mountain became an impenetrable fortress, sealed tighter than iron. Lin Xia raised a single finger, and a terrifying beam of divine light shot forth. A faint ripple shimmered across the outer perimeter of the Kuei Grand Formation, then all fell still. The Primordial Kuei Formation offers passable defensive strength. Lin Xia did not immediately cease his cultivation. His gaze swept over the remaining 4 spirit pearls before sinking once more into deep meditation. Within his mind, spiritual energy and soul force bathed in warm springs, nourished repeatedly by primordial essence, surging upward with each passing moment. A system notification chimed repeatedly. All restrictions on the fire spirit pearl have been fully refined and dissolved, its primordial essence thoroughly comprehended and integrated into the formation. Mastery attained over a supreme tier primordial formation, the Primordial Lihua formation. All restrictions on the earth spirit pearl have been fully refined and dissolved, its primordial essence thoroughly comprehended and integrated into the formation. Mastery attained over a supreme tier primordial formation, the Primordial Wutu formation. All restrictions on the metal spirit pearl have been fully refined and dissolved, its primordial essence thoroughly comprehended and integrated into the formation. Mastery attained over a supreme tier primordial formation, the Primordial Gungjin formation. All restrictions on the wood spirit pearl have been fully refined and dissolved, its primordial essence thoroughly comprehended and integrated into the formation. Mastery attained over a supreme tier primordial formation, the Primordial Imu formation. Bonus reward: Supreme Post Heavenly Spirit Root, the 5-element Divine Tree. Lin Xia emerged from his epiphany. He sensed his command over the 5 elements had reached effortless mastery, fluid, intuitive, absolute. Each of the 5 primordial formations possessed unique and formidable strengths. Yet ultimately their rank remained within the upper echelon of primordial tier arts. A slight frown tightened his brow. Something felt incomplete, lacking finality, lacking wholeness. Then unbidden a thought surged forth: could these 5 formations be fused into one? The moment the idea arose, it refused to subside. Using formation Dao principles as his foundation, he began dismantling the primordial essences of all 5 formations. He attempted to interweave the 5 distinct forces, forcing them to connect, circulate, and sustain a perfect equilibrium where none dominated the others. At first the effort failed utterly. The forces recoiled like sworn enemies, refusing even to approach one another. Yet Lin Xia persisted without pause. After countless trials, repeated beyond count, he finally seized a sliver of breakthrough, a minuscule fissure in the impasse. Ding! The cultivator has successfully deconstructed the primordial essences of 5 primordial formations, binding them into singular unity through formation Dao principles. Mastery attained over the pinnacle tier primordial formation, the Primordial Wuxing formation. Bonus reward: Trilite Divine Water. Lin Xia's heart erupted with exhilaration. He could hardly wait to test the formation's power. He raised his hand and tapped a single fingertip into empty space. The air rippled like water's surface, revealing countless luminous nodes. At his mental command, the 5 elemental forces awoke instantly, coordinated seamlessly by formation Dao principles, and coalesced into a single unified current. Within moments, the entire periphery of Mount Shouyang was enveloped by a complete supreme tier primordial formation. Lin Xia activated the Sage Emperor Golden Body Art and struck the formation with a fist hurled across the void. The shockwave trembled the very starscape. Yet the primordial formation did not ripple. Not even a whisper of distortion disturbed its surface. Lin Xia's eyes crinkled into delighted crescents. Truly worthy of its supreme rank, the defensive might was astonishingly impenetrable. Compared to this, the individual formations seemed mere child's play. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes. His void-piercing divine eyes pierced straight through the Trilite Divine Water's essence, revealing its nature with crystalline clarity, divided into 3 distinct streams. Solar Light Divine Water, designed solely to annihilate flesh and bone. Lunar Light Divine Water, specifically engineered to shatter nascent souls and spiritual consciousness. Stellar Light Divine Water, capable of devouring true spirits and sentient thoughts. Each stream radiated lethal intent, pure unrelenting destruction. Yet when blended together, their natures inverted entirely, transforming into one of the most potent healing elixirs of the primordial chaos, capable of curing any poison, any wound, no matter how grievous. Even a cultivator clinging to the barest thread of life would spring back to full vitality upon ingesting it. Lin Xia pondered briefly. This elixir followed a path opposite to his own creation chi, yet achieved near identical results. One path traversed utter annihilation to rebirth, negation yielding affirmation. The other embodied innate sacred life force. He extended his divine sense into the vial's mouth. The moment he probed, he froze. Though the vial appeared modest in size, its internal space was staggeringly vast. Its trilite divine water pooled into a veritable lake. An idea instantly crystallized in Lin Xia's mind: irrigating spirit roots with this water would accelerate growth exponentially. He stepped out of the palace and poured the trilite divine water upon the post-heavenly spirit roots. The roots quivered violently, branches rustling, leaves trembling, while spiritual energy gushed forth in torrents. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The post-heavenly roots thickened twofold, denser, lusher, more vigorous than ever before. Mount Shoyang's ambient spiritual energy concentration surged several-fold. Human cultivators trained here advanced at unprecedented speed. Verdant vitality flourished across every slope and valley. After inspecting the human settlements and finding all in order, Lin Xia turned his focus to refining the Hongmeng violet qi. At a single thought, the Hongmeng creation scripture and the Hongmeng Great Dao true compendium spontaneously activated within his meridians. His spiritual energy surged like a galactic tide, roaring through his channels. Guided by his divine will, the Hongmeng violet qi transmuted into shimmering violet Dao resonances, flooding his consciousness, meridians, and spiritual platform. Lin Xia's fundamental essence underwent explosive metamorphosis. Profound insights unfurled endlessly from both supreme Dao scriptures. Suddenly the sky above Mount Shoyang shifted. Clouds churned into violent vortices, a thunder cracked like celestial drums, coalescing into golden dragons. Across billions of miles, spiritual energy was violently siphoned, rushing madly toward Mount Shoyang's core. The magnitude of the phenomenon terrified every human on the mountain, trembling with dread. Meanwhile, within Lin Xia's body, 3,000 Dao principles materialized, growing ever denser, sharper, until they solidified into tangible radiant forms. Golden Dao fruits bloomed, each radiating overwhelming, awe-inspiring pressure. Immediately afterwards, spiritual energy cascaded down like a reversed Milky Way, pouring relentlessly into Lin Xia's being. Bathed in that torrent, the golden Dao fruits spun with blinding velocity, devouring spiritual energy at a terrifying rate. In moments, the surrounding realm settled into profound stillness. Lin Xia ascended smoothly to the latest stage, Tai golden immortal realm. A vast wave of creation divine qi erupted from his entire being. Simultaneously, the power of the 3,000 Dao fruits burst outward, sweeping across heaven and earth. Luminous rays rained down like gentle rain. Sunlight bathed Mount Shoyang's peak. Human spirit roots, immortal herbs, all immersed in that sacred radiance. Spirit roots shot upward like spring bamboo, leaves unfurling, branches thickening. Several low-grade, post-heavenly spirit roots trembled, then glowed with violet luminescence. Their primordial essence resonated, ascending instantly to mid-grade status. Countless humans struck by that surge of spiritual energy underwent spontaneous transformation. Their bodies lightened, ears sharpened, eyes brightened, spirits soaring with renewed vigor. As one, all gazed upward, toward Lin Xia, with reverent awe. Holy Sovereign's compassion is boundless. Holy Sovereign's compassion is boundless. Their voices shook the heavens, echoes rebounding off Mount Shoyang's summit. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa opened her eyes. Having consumed 3 chaotic spirit fruits, she had comprehended the Dao of stars, her cultivation leaping to the peak of the Hunyuan de Luo third realm. It had not been easy. Cultivation grew exponentially harder with each ascending stage, and the Hunyuan realm was akin to scaling a cliff of razors. Her first thought was of Lin Xia. Her divine sense swept the Nuwa palace, empty. A faint twitch tugged at Nuwa's lips. That boy had slipped away again. She then scanned the primordial chaos. Mount Shoyang's spiritual energy churned violently. Lin Xia, you're up to mischief again. Let's see if sister doesn't discipline you this time. Before the words fully faded, she stood atop Mount Shoyang. On the grassy meadow, Lin Xia lay sprawled in a wide de character, crunching audibly on a primordial spirit fruit, sunlight warming his skin perfectly. Zi clan and 2 primordial human maidens hovered nearby, one massaging his shoulders, one kneading his legs, one rubbing his arms, as dutifully as personal attendants. Holy Sovereign, is this pressure suitable? No, your hands are too stiff. What about here? Lower. Yes, exactly there. Ah, blissful. Improving steadily. Your technique is now presentable. Zi clan and the 2 maidens gazed at Lin Xia's youthful face, their eyes curving into crescent moons. Oh, how adorable the Holy Sovereign is. One could almost bite him. Lin Xia. Nuwa's voice rang out from afar. Zi clan and the maidens whirled around, faces paling, knees buckling, as if they might collapse. Holy Mother Nuwa. We pay homage to Lady Nuwa. You may withdraw. Nuwa's expression hardened, her voice turned cool and formal. Yes. The three fled in panic. Sister, you've arrived. Lin Xia didn't rise, merely rolled onto his side, settling into an even more languid posture. You certainly live well. The moment Z clan departed, Nuwa's stern facade dissolved. She lunged forward and pinned Lin Xia beneath her. Why must you disobey? Why slip away without telling me? Who said I snuck out? Lin Xia munched another bite of the primordial spirit fruit, correcting vaguely. I left openly. I didn't sneak. Little rascal, still talking back. Confess, will you dare again? Nuwa locked him in a crushing embrace, arms tightening mercilessly. Lin Xia gasped for breath, yet pride flared. He held his neck high, refusing surrender. I was wrong. But next time, I'll do it again. Nuwa increased her grip, locking his throat. Do you admit it? Do you admit it? Say it. Do you admit it? I admit it. I truly admit it. Choking, face flushed crimson, he yielded at last. Against such overwhelming cultivation, resistance was futile. A wise man avoids unnecessary suffering. He raised both hands in immediate surrender. That brother-in-arms embrace technique was no jest. It wielded terrifying efficacy. She cupped Lin Xia's cheeks in both hands, kneading, stretching, reshaping his features. Her eyes half closed in delight at the exquisite texture. You little deceiver. Nuwa scrutinized him closely. Then her gaze sharpened, voice laced with astonishment. You've ascended again. Even more astonishing was the depth of Dao resonance swirling around him, rendering his presence profoundly enigmatic. His foundational origin seemed subtly transformed. Most visibly, his spiritual aura had grown richer, sweeter, and his stature had increased noticeably. Has your primordial essence evolved as well? How did you accomplish this? Already gifted beyond measure, yet still undergoing constant metamorphosis, how could others possibly compete? Though inwardly astounded, Nuwa's dominant emotion was profound pride. This brother's future knew no bounds, and what sister would not swell with honor? Lin Xia rested his head upon Nuwa's thigh, speaking candidly. Sister, have you forgotten? That wisp of Hongming violet chi you gave me. I refined and integrated it, and this is the result. Nuwa instantly understood. It was indeed that wisp of Hongming violet chi. Though directly refining Hongming violet chi seemed wasteful, the thought of enhanced talent and fundamental evolution rendered the sacrifice utterly insignificant. She surveyed her surroundings, only then noticing Mount Shoyang's dramatic transformation. What had once been an ordinary immortal mountain now teemed with diverse, post-heavenly spirit roots. Its ambient spiritual energy concentration had increased tenfold. Under such conditions, human cultivators naturally flourished. Even those born with inferior aptitudes now walked the immortal path. Everywhere she looked, prosperity reigned, vibrant and abundant. Nuwa looked on, feeling an indescribable sense of relief in her heart. Needless to say, this was all thanks to Lin Xia. Her brother had truly given her too many surprises. Outside Shoyang Mountain, Hong Yun passed through this place, and suddenly narrowed his eyes at the sight. This ancestral land of the human race. Shoyang Mountain. How could there be such a phenomenon? In his impression, the human race was pitifully weak, entirely unsuitable for cultivation. They struggled for survival in the primordial chaos, bullied by myriad races and devoured by the demon clan. He had previously passed by a human tribe, and had even snatched a few people from the mouths of the demon clan. So he was well aware of the plight of humanity. But how could it be just a few thousand years? The human race has condensed such substantial fortune. Something is amiss. Suspicion arose in Hong Yun's mind, and he directly flew deeper into Shoyang Mountain. As he walked and observed, he grew more and more astonished. Many humans, clearly lacking talent, had surprisingly stepped onto the immortal path. Their methods of cultivation were diverse, nearly encompassing all 3,000 Dao paths. This left him dumbfounded. Finally, he reached the center of Shoyang Mountain and stopped in his tracks. He saw Nuwa sitting on the grass. She was smiling brightly like a carefree young girl, playfully interacting with a cute little creature. When had Hong Yun ever seen Nuwa like this? His jaw nearly dropped, and he stood there in shock. Nuwa noticed someone and immediately reined in her expression, regaining the dignity of a human sage. Hong Yun, my friend, what brings you to the human realm? Hong Yun pays respects to Sage Nuwa. In the presence of the sage, Hong Yun did not dare to be presumptuous and hastily bowed. I have been wandering around and happened to pass by outside Shoyang Mountain. Seeing the rich fortune here, I was curious and came to take a look. Nuwa, being of the same generation as Hong Yun, did not put on airs as a sage, since they had once listened to the Dao together in the Zixiao Palace. Feel free, my friend Hong Yun. Look at whatever you wish. Hong Yun nodded, his gaze finally falling on Lin Xia, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Who is this? My brother Lin Xia. Nuwa casually introduced. Nuwa's brother. But when did Nuwa gain a brother? Hong Yun felt puzzled, but did not inquire further, only exclaiming, so he is your brother. No wonder. Such talent is truly astonishing. Lin Xia was surrounded by a mysterious aura of the Dao, hazy and profound, even he could not see through it. Seeing Hong Yun praise Lin Xia, Nuwa's lips curled into a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hong Yun took his leave. Once he was gone, Lin Xia pointed at the figure and asked, "Sister, is that Hong Yun?" "He looks quite kind," Nuwa nodded. "Hong Yun is known for his kindness in the Primordial Chaos, though everyone praises his good heart." Lin Xia sighed, his voice barely above a whisper as he muttered, "What a pity, ye good people often do not live long." He understood this all too well. Hong Yun carried a strand of primordial purple energy, but his fortune was quite thin, with no substantial backing. Strutting about so boldly in the Primordial Chaos, he was already seen as a piece of fat meat by others. If he continued to be so ostentatious, trouble would inevitably come. No matter how softly he murmured, it could not escape Nuwa's ears. She turned her head, eyes filled with surprise. As a Hanyuan Daoyuo golden immortal, she could grasp some threads of the heavenly Dao. Yet Lin Xia, encountering Hong Yun for the first time, could see through all this. Such a skill was utterly absurd. "How did you figure that out?" "It's just intuition. The line of fate in his life seems off-shrouded in a sense of misfortune." Lin Xia spoke nonchalantly. Fortunately, Nuwa was already accustomed to him occasionally revealing his abilities, so she did not press too hard, merely asking, "Can you see anything else?" "When Jian and Zhuanti become saints, it will likely be the time of Hong Yun's calamity." Lin Xia stated this with confidence. Nuwa pondered, frowning as she asked, "Are you saying those two will target Hong Yun?" "Otherwise?" Lin Xia nodded. Nuwa was somewhat skeptical, retorting, "That shouldn't be the case." Back in Zhixiao Palace, Hong Yun actively gave them his seat. It was precisely because of this that their brothers could become the named disciples of the master. Lin Xia rolled his eyes. This sister was too simplistic in her understanding of people's hearts. "Not everyone is like you." He did not say it directly, instead asking, "Sister, what do you think of the character of Jian and Zhuan?" "Of course. Not so great." Nuwa paused halfway through her sentence. "It wasn't merely not great, they were downright terrible. Their reputation in the Primordial Chaos was so foul, it was unbearable. To seize opportunities and treasures, they would do anything deceitful. No wonder when Laozi heard Lin Xia's words, he immediately stormed up Mount Shumi. Given the style of these two, it would not be unfair to pin all manner of unscrupulous deeds on them. However, out of respect for their fellow disciples, Nuwa did not speak too harshly. "You already said they are not so great, so would they hesitate to do such things?" Lin Xia shrugged, continuing, "Think about it. Hong Yun initially gave way to them, which allowed them to attain their saint positions. Such a grand cause and effect cannot be left unpaid, right? If they were to repay it, it would be quite troublesome. It would be much simpler to just eliminate Hong Yun, thus clearing the cause and effect, and conveniently acquiring the primordial purple energy." "What a bargain." Lin Xia lay on the ground, gnawing on a spirit fruit, his mouth never stopping. "This business is quite a bargain." Nuwa pondered for a while, and found that the statement had no flaws. Moreover, since the words came from Lin Xia's mouth, they were mostly reliable. She reached out and pinched Lin Xia's cheek, smiling as she said, "Little Lin Xia, your mind is truly brilliant, able to think so far ahead. Sister, since I'm so clever, can I make a small request?" "Speak." "Sister will definitely agree to you. Next time, can you not pinch my face? If you keep pinching, I won't be handsome anymore." Lin Xia had already considered the consequences when making his suggestion. "No," Nuwa rejected firmly. There was no way. The feeling was just too good, and she couldn't stop. If she couldn't pinch his face, what meaning would life have? Lin Xia gritted his teeth. "But you promised me just now. How can a sage go back on their word?" "Huh? What did sister promise you? How could I forget it in the blink of an eye?" Nuwa feigned confusion, her eyes innocent as she stared. Lin Xia sighed. Great women are all liars. After staying on Shouyang Mountain for a while, Nuwa returned to the Wahuang Palace. Just as she arrived at the entrance, she saw someone waiting there. It was the Master Tong Tian. Upon seeing her return, Tong Tian immediately approached. Nuwa's expression was cold, her tone flat. "Master Tong Tian, do you have business here? If it's still about the human teachings, then I will have to ask you to leave." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian forced a smile. "Sister Nuwa, you're overthinking it. I'm not here for that matter. As for the last time, it was fundamentally my elder brother's fault for speaking without discretion and offending sister. I came today specifically to apologize to you." Seeing his attitude so sincere, Nuwa's expression softened somewhat. "No need, Master Tong Tian, just state your..." "Sister Nuwa, to speak frankly, I have recently been contemplating the primordial purple energy, and have made some progress, sensing a hint of a chance to become a saint. But pondering over it, I just cannot discern where this opportunity lies. Therefore I would like to ask sister to help me deduce it." Nuwa did not decline, and began to calculate Tongshan's chance of becoming a saint on the spot. However, the heavenly secrets were a blur, as if obscured by something. "Brother, I cannot see your opportunity either." Tongshan's disappointment was evident on his face as he turned to leave. Suddenly Nuwa remembered something and called out to him, "Your opportunity might be known by my brother Lin Xia." Lin Xia? Wasn't that just a little kid? What could he possibly know about the chance to become a saint? Master Tongshan's first reaction was disbelief, thinking Nuwa was just joking with him. Nuwa saw the thoughts churning in Tongshan's mind, but was too lazy to explain. Believe it or not, her brother was so capable, why would he need to prove himself to anyone? She was well aware of it herself. She turned and entered the Wahuang Palace, the palace doors closing behind her. Tong Tian stood in place, unable to maintain his composure. After thinking it over, he still headed toward the ancestral land of the human race, Shoyang Mountain. Nuwa had no reason to deceive him. With nothing else to do, he might as well see what that kid was capable of. As soon as he landed on Shoyang Mountain, Tantian sensed something was off. This mountain was the ancestral land of the human race, not ranking among the numerous immortal mountains of the Primordial Chaos, at best just an ordinary Taoist venue. But now the spiritual energy was absurdly thick. At the foot of the mountain, he saw at least dozens of postnatal spirits. This growth was too rapid, something must be amiss. As Tantian walked and observed, he soon reached the center of Shoyang Mountain. He halted his steps. Before him sat a little kid, his face resembling jade sculpture, his skin so pale it seemed translucent, looking quite delightful. It was Lin Xia. That little rascal held a golden seal in his left hand. Beside him piled a bunch of fruit resembling walnuts. Tantian recognized the golden seal at a glance. Kongtong seal. The fruits were thunder spirit fruits from the thunder god tree, with a hard shell on the outside. Only the kernel inside was edible. Lin Xia raised the Kongtong seal and brought it down on one of the fruits. Smack! The shell cracked open, and the purple kernel rolled out. Lin Xia pinched the kernel and stuffed it into his mouth, chomping down delightfully. Tongshan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The Kongtong seal was a sacred object of the human race, a treasure of merit, and he was actually using it to smash walnuts. This little rascal was truly unreliable. If any of his disciples dared to play with the Zhuxian sword like this, he would have slapped them long ago. Lin Xia seemed to sense something, looking up to see Tongtian, a surprised expression on his face. "Oh, isn't this Master Tongtian? What brings you to Shoyang Mountain for some fun?" Tongtian replied, "Sister Nuwa mentioned that the human race has developed quite well, so I came to take a look." Oh, Lin Xia nodded, not paying much attention, and continued to eat his walnuts. Tongtian frowned as he saw him still smashing away, saying, "Young friend Lin Xia, is that the Kongtong seal in your hand? How can this thing be used like this?" Truly, Master Tongtian had a keen eye. Lin Xia raised the Kongtong seal and waved it at him proudly, stating, "This is the brick I refined. How about it? Doesn't it look imposing?" Upon careful reflection, his sister has attained the Dao of mixed elemental primordial golden immortal for quite some time, relying on the teachings of the Lin Xia to significantly enhance her strength. The three pure ones may appear silent, but they are likely coveting her power in their hearts. Each of them is holding back their energy. It seems that Tongtian has realized something, and he is the first to be unable to contain himself. Lin Xia thought for a moment, then threw a brick onto the ground, and said, "Tongtian Immortal, you came to the human tribe surely. It is not just to seek the path to becoming a saint." Tongtian was taken aback. This young man actually saw through his intentions at a glance. He was truly not an ordinary person. He had not held out much hope before coming, he just wanted to try his luck. If he succeeded, it would naturally be a great joy, if not, he would not suffer any loss. However, Lin Xia's words ignited a spark of hope within him. Suppressing his emotions, Tongtian maintained a calm demeanor. "How did you figure it out? You are a prominent figure on the verge of becoming a saint. Why would you come to the human tribe for no reason?" Lin Xia rolled his eyes. "Isn't it obvious? A little thought makes it clear." Tongtian thought for a moment and found no fault in Lin Xia's words. He did not dwell further and asked directly, "So Lin Xia, what insights do you have on the path of the saints?" Lin Xia stared with his round eyes, feigning innocence. "What path of the saints? What is Tongtian saint talking about? I am just a humble Tai golden immortal. How could I possibly understand such matters?" Tongtian stared at him for a while, feeling that this young man was pretending. He fell silent for a moment, then had a thought, and 3 golden shining pills appeared in his palm. "These are the 6 transformation golden pills personally refined by my elder brother. If you are willing to discuss the Dao with me, these 3 pills will be yours. What do you think?" Lin Xia secretly glanced at the 3 golden pills, quickly shifted his gaze, and said, "What is Tongtian Immortal trying to do? Why would I accept your pills for no reason? These items are too precious for me to accept. Just a few broken golden pills, and he expects to exchange them for a chance to become a saint. Such a beautiful thought." Tongtian naturally saw through Lin Xia's little schemes. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and take out 3 top-quality, innate spiritual fruits, Huangzhongli. The skin of the fruit was covered in purple patterns, and spiritual resonance surged outward. It was said that a mortal who consumed one could touch the mysteries of the universe and achieve immortality. Completely absorbing the vast spiritual power within could even lead directly to the attainment of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although this was somewhat exaggerated, it showed just how extraordinary this treasure was. Lin Xia swallowed hard, his eyes darting, seemingly truly wanting to taste it. However, he still kept his mouth shut and did not utter a word. Seeing this, Tongtian felt a blockage in his heart. This little brat had quite an appetite. But in order to attain the Dao and become a saint, he was willing to invest as many treasures as needed. Tongtian flipped his palm, and divine light exploded, conjuring 24 pearls in midair. The surface of the pearls shimmered with 5-colored radiance, dazzling to the eyes. These are top-tier innate spiritual treasures, the 24 sea-settling pearls. Each one contains a world of its own. Once thrown out, it can completely disrupt a person's 6 senses, devouring all things with terrifying power. Feel free to speak your mind. If what you say makes sense, these 24 sea-settling pearls will be yours. Lin Xia stared at the sea-settling pearls, finally managing to squeeze out a smile. The so-called path of the saints, to put it plainly, is merely clarifying one's own Dao heart, walking down that path, and then breaking through. Tian immortal, you are carefree and unconventional, never adhering to the rules, believing that under the heavenly Dao, all beings have a chance to seize their fate. Then why don't you establish a Dao sect, teach the Dao, and enlighten the beings of the world? In this world, whether beings are strong or weak, noble or lowly, they should be treated equally, though everyone has the opportunity to defy fate and seek a way to live. This is truly great merit. Lin Xia's voice was not loud, but it struck Tian like a thunderclap, jolting him to attention. Tian stood there staring at Lin Xia, his mind completely blank. Lin Xia's words resonated with the hidden principles of fate, making him feel as though he had been doused with cold water, awakening him to clarity. The primordial purple energy deep within his spiritual platform also trembled incessantly, as if it sensed something. Seizing a sliver of opportunity, teaching without distinction. After a long while, light suddenly flickered in Tongshan's eyes, and he laughed heartily, his body leaping straight into the skies. Heavenly Dao is above. I am Tongtian. Today, I establish the Jiejiao here. Without distinction in teaching, all beings in the world may enter my Jiejiao. Jiejiao established. This declaration rang out like the sound of the heavenly Dao shaking the universe. In an instant, endless purple energy surged from the east, spreading across millions of miles. Heavenly phenomena descended and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Vast merit, like the waters of the celestial river, surged wildly into Tongshan's body. The primordial purple energy surged and transformed, and Tongtian leaped to attain the position of a saint. A terrifying pressure of a saint erupted from his body, shaking the myriad worlds. At this moment, the primal chaos trembled, and the heavens were in an uproar. Countless powerful beings of the primal chaos turned their gazes toward this direction. Lin Xia chewed on a walnut while observing the flamboyant Tongtian in the sky, pondering something in his heart. Tongtian, having received guidance and attained the position of a saint, owed Lin Xia favor. Given Tongshan's nature, if something were to happen in the future, even if he did not help the human race, he would never stand against. This move could be considered a seed planted. Lin Xia returned to his thoughts and looked up, seeing Tongtian still suspended in midair, grinning foolishly. He immediately shouted, "Tongtian, saint, don't just stand up there in the sky. It's windy up there, and it can give you a headache if you stay too long." Headache? Tongtian was momentarily stunned, ignoring the young man's mockery. But he quickly realized. This was the ancestral land of the human race, where the mortals residing here had weak physiques and low cultivation and could not withstand the pressure of a saint. If he accidentally harmed a human, it would be quite the joke. He lowered his gaze to check, only to be stunned. Not a single mortal below was flattened by his pressure. They showed no signs of panic and not even a tense expression. Instead, they all looked up wide-eyed, examining him as if he were some rare treasure. Tongtian felt somewhat puzzled. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this ancestral land of the human race was actually covered by a top-tier innate formation. The formation circulated the power of the 5 elements hidden within the laws of space. He had come so hastily that he completely failed to notice it. This innate formation was remarkably exquisite, with astonishing defensive capabilities, truly a top-tier item. No wonder it could withstand his saintly might. Tongtian, though surprised, had a peculiar expression. He distinctly remembered that Nuwa did not possess such skills in formation. How could she possibly set up such a heaven-defying formation? With this doubt in mind, Tongtian landed in front of Lin Xia and asked, "Is this ancestral land of the human race protected by an innate formation set up by your sister?" "No." Lin Xia shook his head. "Then who? Who else could it be?" "It was me," Lin Xia replied. "You, a Tai golden immortal, how could you comprehend such a top-tier formation?" Tongshan's heart shook. "I sit here all day, and the inspirations in my mind have never ceased, though I barely exerted any effort at all. Those mysteries of the formations just drilled themselves into my mind. To be honest, I find it quite bothersome." Tongshan's mouth twitched. To comprehend a top-tier innate formation without any effort. Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Tongtian considered himself to have some skill in formations, yet he was heavily struck down in this moment. But no matter how speechless he was, he had to admit. Lin Xia was indeed quite extraordinary. There was something peculiar about him that even he could not see through. "Young friend, the things I promised to give you are all here." Tongtian smiled. As his words fell, the 3-6 transformation golden pills, 3 Huangzhong Li, and 24 sea-settling pearls fell into Lin Xia's hands. He looked down at the pile of treasures in his palm, his face breaking into a wide smile. "Thank you, Tongtian saint. You're welcome, you deserve it." Tongtian waved his hand. "This time, I owe you a great cause for becoming a saint. If you have anything in the future, just ask. I will definitely make it happen." This Tongtian was a man of his word. This round of guidance was a great gain. Lin Xia grinned. "Then I will be counting on the saint's favor." Tongtian also smiled. "I should be the one thanking you." The matter of becoming a saint carried immense weight. Tongtian is not the kind of petty person who keeps accounts. Lin Xia received what he deserved, his face showing no ripple of emotion. Tong Tian admired her calm demeanor. What a pity that Nuwa got ahead of him. If he had encountered Lin Xia first, he would have definitely taken her in. This kind of exceptional talent with a foundation already top tier would be impossible to estimate in terms of future achievements after some careful guidance. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Tong Tian looked at Lin Xia. Now that the matter is settled, I should return to Kunlun Mountain. If you have the chance, feel free to come to Kunlun Mountain anytime. The entire Jie Jiao treats you as a distinguished guest. Sure, I will definitely come when I have the time. Lin Xia replied with a smile. Tong Tian nodded, waved his hand to tear through space, and turned to head back to Kunlun Mountain. Tongshan's becoming a saint sent shockwaves throughout the entire Primal Chaos. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi's gaze pierced through layers of void, landing on the human tribe, his tone filled with astonishment. Third brother, you have become a saint. The third brother's fortune is considerable. He can reach the level of a saint just by establishing a sect. Yuanshi Tianzuan was also taken aback, then sighed. Yuanshi had always been proud. Happy as he was, he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Among the three pure ones, Tong Tian was the youngest, yet he stepped into the realm of saints before him. Laozi smiled slightly. It is a great joy that the third brother can comprehend the path to becoming a saint. When he returns, we must have him explain thoroughly. Who knows, you and I might benefit as well. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded, and his heart began to hope as well. In the west atop Mount Xiumi, sensing the terrifying fluctuations from the east, Zhuanti and Jiejing both looked rather grim. Last time the three pure ones had inexplicably attacked Mount Xiumi, causing chaos and even destroying the mountain gate. Both of them kept this account in mind. They were still considering how to regain their honor. Who would have thought Tong Tian actually stepped into the realm of saints first? Zunti's brows furrowed into a knot. Senior brother with Tong Tian becoming a saint, I fear that it won't be long before I and Yuanshi follow suit. Our Western sects are already weak, and our fortune is even thinner. That's right. Right now we should focus all our thoughts on those strands of primordial purple energy. We must not let them get too far ahead of us. After hearing this, Zhuanti said no more. The two of them returned to their meditative contemplation of the Dao. In the heavenly realm, Dong Huang Tai, he opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. Has Tong Tian become a saint already? Isn't that a bit too fast? Di Jun, the emperor of the demons, was also unable to hide his surprise, sighing. He is the youngest among the three pure ones, yet he is the first to take this step. Who could have predicted this? The aura of a saint is overwhelming. Just now I couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. Dong Huang Tai, he swallowed hard, his pupils filled with apprehension. Di Jun nodded and said solemnly, we need to step up our efforts. As long as we eliminate the witch clan and take control of the entire primordial wilderness, we can use our fortune to force open the gate to the primordial unity. By that time, even if we cannot borrow the power of the heavenly Dao, we will still be firmly established at the pinnacle of the primordial wilderness. The witch clan was also restless. Di Jiang felt a lingering fear. Once a saint appears, there might suppresses the entire primordial wilderness. I genuinely feel that it's impossible to fight back. Zhu Jiuyin's face was tense. I can only hope that the saint does not interfere in our matters with the demon clan. In Nuwa's palace, the seated Nuwa slowly opened her eyes. Sensing the residual waves in the primordial world, her eyebrows slightly raised. Tong Tian really achieved enlightenment. With a thought, she immediately understood that Tong Tian must have gone to Shouyang Mountain. Thinking of Lin Xia, a smile unconsciously appeared on her stunning face. That little guy is truly impressive. His keen sense of opportunity and insight is such that he could even unravel Tong Tian's path to becoming a saint. At Shouyang Mountain, Lin Xia swallowed the last thunder spirit fruit and turned back to the hall. He took out 3 6-turn immortal pills, each covered with intricate celestial patterns, their fragrance so rich it felt invigorating. After inspecting them for a while, Lin Xia understood their value. These 6-turn immortal pills were nearly equivalent in efficacy to a mid-grade innate spirit fruit. The energy hidden within was not particularly overwhelming for him. What was truly valuable was its unique use. It could temper the flesh, wash the marrow, and strengthen the bones. Lin Xia did not rush to put it in his mouth. Instead, he calmed his mind to feel its essence. Within his spiritual platform, waves of alchemical mysteries flowed out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for deciphering the essence of the 6-turn golden core. You have reached minor success in alchemy and comprehended the great alchemical technique. You have gained a mid-grade postnatal spirit root, the water lotus. A smile spread across Lin Xia's small face. The alchemical techniques played in his mind like a movie, each step crystal clear. As long as he could gather enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he would also be able to refine the 6-turn golden core. Saying this, he directly stuffed the 3 6-turn golden cores into his mouth. The immense energy exploded within him, washing through his meridians and bones like a tidal wave. The sacred emperor's golden body technique activated on its own. Golden light flashed within Lin Xia's bones as the medicinal power refined him repeatedly, rapidly transforming his body. After a while, his physical cultivation soared to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Compared to before, his strength and intensity had multiplied at least 10 million times. He then took out 3 Huang Zhongli and tossed them into his mouth. The taste was superb. After swallowing, the energy surged like an entire starry sky, crashing down, flooding through his limbs and bones. Lin Xia used one hand to operate 2 Dao techniques to absorb energy, while the other hand used his divine sense, sparkling with spiritual light, to gradually dismantle the essence within. Time passed slowly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completely refining the Huang, Zhongli, extracting the fundamental laws, within, comprehending 3 Great Dao level divine abilities, and merging them into one, gaining the Primordial level divine ability, the Chaotic Annihilation Divine Lightning. You have obtained a top-grade postnatal spirit root, the Ice Crystal Grass. Lin Xia opened his eyes, extending his small hand as a realm directly evolved in his palm. That realm was chaotic, as if everything was returning to the void. With a thought, boundless purple light erupted, instantly evolving into waves of thunder. Millions of thunder dragons, each over 1 billion zhang long, roared and rolled the aura of destruction, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Xia glanced around forcefully, suppressing the destructive aura within him. This divine ability had excessive destructive power, and its range was exceedingly vast. Once unleashed, all things would be obliterated. It's best not to use it recklessly. At Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian returned to his dojo and sat down when Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly appeared together. Third brother, I never expected you to become a saint so quickly. Congratulations, third brother, for finally achieving the primordial unity. Laozi walked to Tong Tian's side, a smile on his face. Seeing his 2 elder brothers approach, Tong Tian was also quite pleased. Haha, all thanks to my friend Lin Xia. Without him, I would not have been able to achieve the primordial unity so quickly. As soon as Lin Xia was mentioned, Laozi's smile immediately faded, his expression growing solemn. Mentioning that troublesome child reminded him of the incident regarding the human race. That was his opportunity to become a saint, yet it was snatched away. This sort of hatred felt like a deep scar that would— Third brother, are you joking with me? Yuanshi Tianzuan stood there, almost thinking his ears were malfunctioning. Tong Tian's expression darkened, his tone surprisingly serious. Would I joke about such matters? His gaze swept over the gathered crowd, his voice not loud, yet it weighed heavily on the ears of those present. What Sister Nuwa said was not an exaggeration. This little guy Lin Xia might not appear again in 10,000 ages. His talent is extraordinary and his fortune is shockingly profound, even capable of grasping the hidden secrets of the heavenly Dao. It's a pity, a pity. If I could take him into my sect, how could my teachings not flourish? Seeing Tong Tian in this state, he spoke highly of Lin Xia. Yuanshi Tianzuan was stunned, an expression of shock in his eyes. Could it be that this kid truly is that remarkable? Did the third brother strike it lucky on this trip? Just a casual stroll, and he found such a treasure. Laozi felt somewhat displeased. He snorted coldly, a look of disdain on his face. Humph. Isn't he just a little yellow-haired kid? Mischievous and of poor character. Even if a blind cat happened upon a dead mouse a few times, it would still just be coincidence. Third brother, you are overrating him. Tong Tian shook his head, completely disagreeing. Eldest brother, your words are a bit too harsh. Although Lin Xia is somewhat mischievous and loves to tease people, how much malice can that truly harbor? In the end, it is merely the nature of a child, innocent and carefree. Compared to his talent, these small flaws are nothing. A flaw does not obscure the jade. Laozi's expression became even more displeased, leisurely throwing out a remark. Third brother, it's better to be cautious. Don't get schemed against by those siblings while helping them count money. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not interject. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Actually, he had sensed that Lin Xia was extraordinary during his last visit to Nuwa's palace. Now that Tong Tian had achieved enlightenment, this realization was further solidified. Perhaps he should also take a trip to the human race. With this thought, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the 2 still arguing and spoke. Eldest brother, third brother, I suddenly— With this thought, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the 2 still arguing and spoke. Eldest brother, third brother, I suddenly have a feeling and plan to stroll around the primordial wilderness. After I return, we will discuss the Dao again. As soon as he spoke, Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand, tearing open the space, and vanished. Tong Tian stood there in shock. Something felt off. Usually second brother and eldest brother were like 2 peas in a pod. Why was he acting so strangely today, leaving just like that? With Yuanshi gone, Laozi lost interest in the argument. Snorting softly, he turned and returned to his cave. In an instant, Yuanshi Tianzuan arrived at Shouyang Mountain. The human race's sacred land before him was breathtakingly beautiful. The spiritual energy was so dense, it almost formed a mist, with celestial flowers and spirit herbs everywhere, a scene of prosperity and harmony. Compared to the previous desolate human race, it was simply a world apart. Yuanshi Tianzuan couldn't help but be secretly astonished. All of this surely had something to do with that fellow. As this thought arose in his heart, he felt a bit more hopeful about this journey. With a flicker of his figure, he landed directly at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. Before him, Lin Xia was lying on a soft grassy slope, munching on a spirit fruit, his cheeks bulging, basking lazily in the sun. Lin Xia, my young friend. Hearing the noise, Lin Xia nearly choked on the fruit in his mouth, stunned for a moment. What is going on here? Did they arrange this? Oh, it's Yuanshi Immortal. I greet you. Lin Xia brushed off the grass from his bottom and Yuanshi Tianzuan squeezed out a smile, feeling that Lao Zi's view of Lin Xia was indeed a bit excessive. Lin Xia, my young friend, in such a short time you have caused the human race to transform in this manner. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Yuanshi usually had a keen eye that could see through the heavens, and for him to praise someone was truly unprecedented. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's lips curled up. Who said Yuanshi was dull? Wasn't this quite agreeable to hear? After chatting about trivial matters, Yuanshi Tianzuan directly got to the point. Lin Xia, my young friend, what do you think of the Dao I cultivate? Yuanshi, by nature proud, would never demean himself to seek guidance from a junior. Hence he spoke in a roundabout way. As soon as he finished speaking, a large flag and a primordial spirit root appeared out of thin air in the void. If you can point out the essence, these two items will belong to you. The flag was the famous Wu Ji Xing Huang flag, one of the 5 flags of heaven and earth, incredibly powerful. Once hung upon oneself, malevolent spirits would retreat, and no spells could penetrate. The spirit root was the legendary immortal apricot, which ripens only once every 100,000 years, producing merely 2 fruits at a time. The fruits were extraordinarily potent. Eating one would not only boost one's magical power, but also grant a divine ability. Lin Xia's eyes lit up instantly. Yuanshi Tianzan's generosity was unparalleled. Compared to Tong Tian, he was much more straightforward. Lin Xia loved such forthright people. Lin Xia grinned. Yuanshi, immortal, you always value roots and fortune, believing that the will of heaven cannot be defied. So why not spread the teachings and clarify the will of heaven for all? A terrifying holy pressure descended, shaking the entire world. In a short span of time, 2 saints emerged. The whole primordial realm was in an uproar, with countless powerful beings staring in disbelief. On Kunlun Mountain, Lao Zi's gaze pierced through layers of void, fixated on that area, his face filled with shock. Yuanshi hurriedly rushed out, and it turned out he was going to the human race. Could it be related to that little Lin Xia again? This thought stirred undefined feelings within Lao Zi. Has second brother also become a saint? This is truly a joyous occasion. Tong Tian paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, grinning wholeheartedly for Yuanshi's sake. Yuanshi's divine sense moved, and the Pangu banner flew directly out of his sleeve, hovering above his head, instantly suppressing the originally erratic fate of the Chan sect. He looked down. The territory of the human race was unexpectedly unaffected. Yuanshi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. However, with a slight sense, he discovered a top-tier innate formation hidden below, and he instantly understood. No wonder. This formation was most likely crafted by Lin Xia. Although Nuwa was a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, to his knowledge her skill in formations was definitely not this profound. Thinking this way, this kid truly is an extraordinary genius. At this moment, the thought that arose in Yuanshi's heart was exactly the same as Tongshan's. He almost wished to take Lin Xia as his disciple. With his astonishing comprehension, exceptional talent, and profound fortune, even the Dao itself favored him, allowing him to grasp a hint of heavenly secrets. If he joined the Chan sect, it would surely flourish under his leadership. Unfortunately, Nuwa got there first. Little friend Lin Xia, these treasures now belong to you. Yuanshi walked in front of Lin Xia, waved his sleeve, and those treasures fell in front of Lin Xia with a clatter. Lin Xia picked up the immortal apricot and the Wuji apricot yellow banner, her small face blooming with a smile. He still held an opportunity for enlightenment that he hadn't used, and the immortal apricot arrived just at the right moment. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yuanshi waved his hand tore through space and turned to head back to Kunlun Mountain. In the Nuwa Palace, Yuanshi has also become a saint. Nuwa opened her eyes, sensing the commotion in the primordial realm, a look of surprise appearing on her face. Could it also be because her brother gave some guidance? Recently, too many significant events had occurred in the primordial realm. Sai, her brother, was too extraordinary. As an older sister, she felt quite troubled. Thinking of Lin Xia, Nuwa could no longer stay seated. She got up and left the Nuwa Palace, heading towards Shouyang Mountain. A stunning figure descended. Little Lin Xia, I'm here. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Xia instantly sprang up from his reclining position. The female demoness was coming over again. The only word left in Lin Xia's mind was run. Unfortunately, his legs couldn't keep up, and just as he turned, he bumped right into her. Looking up, it was Nuwa's face, which bore a teasing smile. Oh sister, why do you have time to come? The panic on Lin Xia's face instantly faded, replaced by a look of surprise as he raised his tone. Nuwa pinched his cheek, rubbing it back and forth. Little one, you're putting on quite the act. What's this? Sister comes to see you, and you still need to report in advance. Of course, you're to be welcomed with both hands raised in support. Lin Xia patted his chest seriously, his face filled with sincerity. Sister, you don't know, ever since you left last time, I've missed you every day to the point of being unable to stand it. Even the innate spirit fruits have lost their flavor. Nuwa couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was quite the smooth talker, and she was totally eating it up. Really? But just now I saw you enjoying yourself quite well alone. Lin Xia furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. Sighed? That was just for show. Everything you saw was an illusion. You have no idea. Those guys come to debate with me all day long asking for this, and that it's utterly annoying. Nuwa laughed even more joyfully, reaching out her hands to mold Lin Xia's face into various shapes, pinching it playfully, the texture delightful to the touch. Oh, you little rascal, getting a deal, and still pretending to be innocent. And that woodgy apricot yellow banner, do you really think I didn't see it? Huh. Sister, you saw it. Lin Xia blinked and spread his hands wide. Oh dear, those people insisted on giving it to me. I never intended to accept it. Nuwa laughed so hard she couldn't stand straight, scooping Lin Xia up and giving him a fierce kiss. Without even pretending to be cute, he was already adorably explosive. This act of acting spoiled was simply deadly. Meanwhile, in the western Shumi mountain, Jane and Junti sensed the commotion of Yuan Shi becoming a saint, their faces filled with dejection. Indeed, their earlier guesses were correct. The three pure ones were originally one entity. After Tongtian became a saint, it was just a matter of time before Yuan Shi and Laozi followed suit. Both of them could be considered registered disciples who had heard the Dao under the Dao ancestor, having mixed with the three pure ones and Nuwa in the Zixiao Palace. But now with Yuan Shi, Tongtian, and Nuwa all attaining their Dao, they hadn't even touched a hint of opportunity. How could they not be anxious? Junti spoke first. Brother, why don't we also follow Yuan Shi and Tongtian and establish a sect to see if we can become saints? Jane shook his head and sighed. It's difficult. Yuan Shi and Tongtian could become saints through establishing a sect, not just because of their extraordinary talents, but more importantly, they possessed the great merit of opening the heavens within them. Even if we try to establish a sect, the merit that comes down probably won't be enough for us to become saints. After hearing this, Zunti's entire face fell. In the countless eons the two brothers had schemed and plotted, contending for this, and that sometimes even losing face. What for? They were just hoping to one day attain Dao and become saints to uplift this impoverished western land. But now everything had gone awry, and Jane felt a heaviness in his chest. Looking at Zunti's dejected expression, Jane felt a pang in his heart. After pondering for a long while, Jiayin's gaze turned fierce, clenching his teeth. Since we don't have the merit of opening the heavens to back us, we'll make a grand vow and borrow merit from the Dao to become saints. As soon as this was said, Junti's heart jolted. Borrowing merit from the Dao wasn't that equivalent to incurring a debt to the Dao? Even ordinary debts must be repaid with one's life. How much more for a debt to the Dao? Furthermore, how much merit would be required to become a saint? The cause and effect would have to be immense. If the grand vow made could not be fulfilled, they would never hope to escape the Dao in this life, their cultivation stuck there. The cost was frightfully high. But at this critical juncture, besides this path, there was no other way. Thinking of the incident a few days ago when the three pure ones attacked Shumi Mountain, Junti felt a flush of heat on his face, and he made up his mind. Jane and Junti, seeing the poverty and ignorance in the West, hereby establish a sect called the Western Sect. I vow to shoulder the revitalization of the West and request the Dao to recognize it. Western Sect established. As soon as the words fell, the Dao immediately responded. A vast amount of merit surged from the heavens, pouring directly into the West. Lin Xia bit into a spirit fruit, turning his head to glance at the Western Shumi Mountain. Jane and Junti are also establishing a sect. This amount of merit is way too little. I'm afraid it won't be enough to become saints. Nuwa's face bore a look of surprise as she looked at Lin Xia and said, You can actually see that. Lin Xia explained, Sister, you have to think about it. The three pure ones carry the great merit of opening the heavens. The merit that Yuan Shi and Tongtian draw down by establishing a sect is merely a fuse. As long as they ignite, that merit of opening the heavens within them, becoming saints is a guaranteed matter. But Jane and Junti are different. How could they have the merit of opening the heavens? Moreover, the western region is thin and sparsely populated with weak fortune. Even if merit comes down, it would be quite limited. How could it be enough for them to become saints? Nuwa smiled and asked, Then what do you suppose they should do to become saints? What else could they do? They should borrow merit from the Dao. Lin Xia casually replied. Nuwa's eyes were filled with admiration. She had figured it out. Being with Lin Xia meant she didn't need to think at all. Her brother was truly remarkably perceptive. Soon after, a grand celestial sound descended from the heavens, shaking the primordial realm. If I attain enlightenment, and there are beings of hell, hungry ghosts and animals in the nation, I will not take the correct awareness. If I become a Buddha, if those heavenly beings in the nation fall into the three evil paths after their lifespans end, then I will not be that Buddha. With each great vow spoken, a vast amount of merit crashed down like a waterfall onto Jane and Junti. The powers of these two soared up rapidly, and the primordial purple energy within their spiritual platforms trembled like a sieve. After quite some time, the 48 great vows were finally completed. The purple energy surged in from all directions, covering billions of miles of sky, with all sorts of strange phenomena appearing and golden lotuses emerging from the ground. Jane and Junti finally solidified their saintly Dao fruit, and that overwhelming holy might swept across the entire world. The 7 treasures wonderful tree and the 12 grade merit golden lotus flew up on their own, immediately locking down the shaky fortune of the Western sect. At this moment, the primordial realm erupted in chaos. In a short span of time, 4 saints appeared one after another. Those ancient beings in the primordial realm suddenly recalled the primordial purple energy that was distributed by Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace. Could it be that thing was the ticket to becoming a saint? The 3,000 worldly guests who had attended classes in the Zixiao Palace couldn't help but shout out loud. At that time, they had seen Hong Jun Daozu disperse the primordial purple energy, but had no idea what it was for. Only now did they suddenly realize that it was actually a ticket to a saint's position. If they could obtain the primordial purple energy, even if the merit accumulated from establishing a sect was insufficient, they could also follow Jin and Juanti to make grand vows and borrow some merit from the heavens. Thinking this way, the powerful beings in the primordial realm immediately thought of Hong Yun. Back then in the Zixiao Palace, those who received the primordial purple energy besides the 3 pure ones, the 2 Buddhas, and Nuwa, were only Hong Yun. The 3 pure ones had good luck, great abilities, and strong fortunes. No one could touch them. Only Hong Yun was the softest target. A group of powerful beings stirred into action, their divine senses sweeping across the primordial realm in search of Hong Yun's trace. In the heavenly court within a palace of the demon race, Kunpeng had long since figured this out, his face dark as a pot bottom, filled with hatred. That old thing Hong Yun, ultimately, it was you who caused me to lose the primordial purple energy and ruin my chance at a saint's position. You must pay for this debt with your life. Kunpeng's anger burned fiercely within him. He recalled how during the lessons in the Zixiao Palace he had fought hard for a spot on a cushion which represented a sliver of primordial purple energy. But that idiot Hong Yun, being persuaded by those 2 miserable ones Jin and Juanti, not only gave up his cushion, but even coaxed him into giving up his spot as well. As a result, he became the target of ridicule, scolded by a group of powerful beings. Thus, he lost the cushion. That was a position for a saint, and Kunpeng was furious to the point of nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Because Lin Xia intervened, the chance of the demon master was intercepted by Fuxi. The cultivation of Kunpeng was significantly weaker than before. Even if he directly attacked Hong Yun, he had no confidence in reclaiming the Hongmeng purple chi. He was well aware of this. With a flicker of his figure, he directly slipped into the demon emperor's palace. Dijun listened to his intentions and immediately made a decision. Dijun spoke. Kunpeng, my friend, is one of us in the heavenly court. To settle old grievances, of course this emperor must assist. Dong Huang Tai followed with a smile. Both were clear in their hearts. The strand of Hongmeng purple chi in Hong Yun's possession was the real treasure. If they killed Hong Yun, this treasure would belong to them. Even if Kunpeng didn't mention it, they were still thinking about it. What could the Hongmeng purple chi do? Dijun and Dong Huang Tai were both at the Quasi Saint level. Such a treasure was something they dreamed of. Kunpeng declared his loyalty. I will only kill Hong Yun to end the cause and effect. If the Hongmeng purple chi comes into my hands, I will offer it all to the demon emperor. Dijun did not respond. It was hard to believe him. The Hongmeng purple chi was akin to a sacred position. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, breaking through this thin veil of understanding was pointless now. Just keep a watchful heart. Dong Huang Tai wore a smile and boomed, if we can retrieve the Hongmeng purple chi, Kunpeng, you will be the #1 contributor to the heavenly court. Kunpeng was calculating in his heart. Once he had the treasure, he would flee immediately. After achieving sainthood, he would come out to roam. He was the fastest in the world. Once he took the treasure and ran, even Dijun and Dong Huang Tai would be unable to catch him. Once he became a saint, wouldn't those two be easy to handle? Haha, then, I thank the Emperor of Heaven and His Majesty Dong Huang. Kunpeng pretended to be very happy and respectfully bowed. The 3 were each harboring their own thoughts, their faces showing no signs of betrayal. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai immediately summoned the demon gods and demon saints from the demon clan, leading a powerful force towards the mortal realm to prepare to encircle and kill Hong Yun. The entire wilderness was filled with tension. The wilderness was in chaos. Besides the demon clan, many powerful beings were secretly using their divine sense to search for Hong Yun's whereabouts. Hong Yun was well aware. Possessing the Hongmeng purple chi, he was a living target. He couldn't afford to be reckless anymore. He curled up in Wuzhuang Temple and shut himself in, behaving cautiously. Fortunately, Wuzhuang Temple had a grand array laid down by Xinyuanzi. This array was extremely tough. Those below the saint level could not break through. The demons and those with ulterior motives outside were anxious, but could only stare in frustration. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai didn't want to alert the snake, so they had already laid an ambush with a group of demon clan powerhouses. Kunpeng waited and waited, but Hong Yun didn't even reveal a shadow. He was getting increasingly agitated, and with a roar that shook the heavens, he shouted, Hong Yun, you coward! Come out! I know you're in there, don't pretend to be dead. Having been in the wilderness for so long, Hong Yun was inherently restless. Normally he loved to wander about, but now with a group of enemies blocking his doorstep, he couldn't even take a step outside. Even the best-tempered saints couldn't suppress their anger. Moreover, he was not exactly known for his good temper. Kunpeng's arrogant demeanor outside was like a party in front of him. Hong Yun exploded, directly yelling back, Kunpeng, do you think I don't know you're hiding outside? If you have the guts, come in. Come in if you dare. The voice outside was equally defiant. If you have the ability, come out. If you have the ability, come in. As Hong Yun's temper flared, he rolled up his sleeves and started shouting back at Kunpeng through the door. Kunpeng was nearly infuriated to the point of suffocation. For the first time he realized how annoying this guy was. The surrounding onlookers from the wilderness were all stunned. They had lived for so long, yet it was their first time seeing such a scene. A life-and-death battle had turned into a shouting match. Kunpeng's imposing appearance seemed intimidating, but when it came to a war of words, he was utterly suppressed by Xinyuanzi stood aside, utterly taken aback. He never imagined that his old friend possessed such hidden skills. But the problem wasn't this just courting death. Han Yun was enjoying himself shouting, but could Kunpeng swallow that pride? If he were to go out in the future and get caught, he might end up with nothing but bones. This scene was naturally noticed by Nuwa. She raised her eyes towards the direction of Wuzhuang Temple, her brows furrowing. Sister, what's wrong? I didn't expect the demon clan to attack Wuzhuang Temple. Nuwa's tone carried a hint of surprise. Were they so? Lin Xia was taken aback for a moment. However, he didn't take it too seriously. With his current abilities, getting involved in such a conflict would be courting death. He simply focused and continued to refine the restrictions of the Hongmeng Pearl. The commotion from the siege was considerable and lasted quite a while. The Wu clan certainly sensed it as well. Hodo pondered for a moment and spoke. The demon clan is making such a big fuss, it must be for the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Ever since the four saints appeared who in the wilderness didn't know that the Hongmeng Purple Qi represented a sacred position. Even if the Wu clan didn't want to get involved, they were aware of it. But the problem was, no matter how good that thing was, it was as good as scrap for the Wu clan, who lacked a primordial spirit. Thus the 12 ancestors of Wu didn't take it seriously at all. What garbage, Hongmeng Purple Qi, I'm not interested. Gonggong scoffed. The most temperamental Zhu Rong directly jumped out and proposed, Big brother, those feathered beasts have gone to block Wuzhuang Temple. The demon clan and heavenly court must be very empty. Why don't we directly attack the heavenly court? That makes sense. Di Jiang thought for a moment and nodded. The 12 ancestors of Wu were known for their decisiveness, but once they decided, they acted. Without hesitation they charged towards the heavenly court. On the side of the heavenly court, the various demon kings and generals suddenly saw the 12 ancestors of Wu rushing. Over their faces, all changed. When Di Jun left, he took away all the top powers of the demon clan. Now those left in the heavenly court were simply no match for the Wu clan. The 12 ancestors of Wu acted so fast, it was frightening. When Di Jun punched a large demon at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, was blasted into powder on the spot. The heavenly court was filled with the scent of blood. Divine powers were flying everywhere, and chaos ensued. Big brother, something's not right. Someone has reached our lair. Dong Huang Tai's face changed drastically as he turned to stare in the direction of the heavenly court. Di Jun's expression was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Damn these mindless fools. Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, please hurry and take people back. I will guard this place. Kunpeng's eyes turned, and he immediately suggested coming closer. Di Jun had doubts about him, but with the situation in the heavenly court urgent, there was no other choice. He could only lead a group of demon gods and saints back. However, he kept an eye on Kunpeng, leaving Bai Zhe behind to watch both him and the situation. The main forces of the demon clan retreated cleanly. The powerful beings in the wilderness were losing patience as well. Time flew by, and who knew how long had passed. That day Yuanshi Tianzuan held a conference of chaos to preach and teach, and Xinyuanzi went to join in the fun. As soon as Xinyuanzi left, Han Yun couldn't hold back any longer. He squatted there pondering the Hongmeng Purple Qi, but gained no insights, and that strand of Purple Qi was jumping wildly in his mind, incessantly pointing towards outside Wuzhuang Temple. If he didn't take advantage of the demon clan's retreat to seek fortune and attain sainthood, he would likely be trapped in Wuzhuang Temple for a lifetime, with no hope of turning things around. Thinking of this, Han Yun couldn't stay seated any longer. He directly performed a teleportation technique and shot out. Kunpeng and Bai Zhe had been lurking in the shadows waiting for him for quite some time. As soon as they saw Han Yun appear, the two of them perked up, chasing after him. Kunpeng, claiming to be the fastest in the wilderness, caught up in no time. Bai Zhe was left far behind. Han Yun was among the top among the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace back in the day. His strength was formidable, and Bai Zhe's level made it unrealistic for him to catch up. He could only secretly use his divine sense to send a message to Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Kunpeng caught up to Han Yun without a word and unleashed a powerful divine technique, striking down fiercely. Kunpeng, are you done yet? Han Yun was startled and hurriedly cast a technique to defend. If you hadn't trusted those two bastards Jin and Zhuan, would I have lost my sacred position? Kunpeng's eyes surged with killing intent, throwing out divine techniques, as if they cost nothing, determined to kill Han Yun. But Han Yun, after all, was an ancient monster who had cultivated for countless years and was not intimidated. With a flick of his sleeve, the 99 scatter soul gourd soared into the air, scattering countless soul sands that obscured the sun and moon. Kunpeng's divine sense was pierced painfully, and he was directly sent flying. Kunpeng was furious, revealing his true form on the spot, his two wings spreading to an immense length. With a single flap, a resplendent golden palace crashed down, shaking the space violently. That palace concealed a world within a treasure of the postnatal grade. In the depths of the void, Han Yun unleashed great divine powers, and the red lights spewing from the scatter soul gourd spread like a fire cloud. Kunpeng was increasingly struggling, clearly unable to withstand the pressure, his breath being suppressed. At that moment the heavens suddenly trembled. A golden bell shadow materialized out of thin air enveloped in destructive power, causing the stars to tremble. When the bell rang, the world changed color. Dijun, Tai, Hongyun's face turned pale. He never anticipated these two would arrive so quickly. Before he could regain his senses, the chaos bell had already smashed down. The river map and Luo book followed closely, their two beams of light intertwining and overwhelming, displaying tremendous might. With a joint strike from the two supreme treasures, Hongyun's physical body exploded and blood poured down like a torrential rain. The moment his body shattered, Hongyun was scared out of his wits. He couldn't even seize the chance for blood rebirth, and his primordial spirit darted into the 9-9 scatter soul, gourd, turning to flee. Old man Hongyun, where do you think you are going? Kunpeng shouted, chasing alongside Dijun and Dong Huang Tai. Various divine techniques intertwined behind them, flashing light and surging waves. Hongyun had no time to think. In a panic, he plunged into the underworld, heading straight for the Blood Sea. This underworld Blood Sea was the territory of the old ancestor of the River of Blood. The old ancestor of the River of Blood was sitting cross-legged deep in the Blood Sea, eyes closed in earnest cultivation. Suddenly he sensed unusual fluctuations in the void and abruptly opened his eyes. Hongyun, what do you mean by intruding into my underworld Blood Sea? The old ancestor of the River of Blood revealed his true form, his voice as cold as a blade. Old ancestor of the River of Blood, please save me. Seeing the old ancestor of the River of Blood, Hongyun had no time to think and shouted out loud. He had always been kind to others in the wilderness, except for having tricked Kunpeng once. He had never offended anyone. So he instinctively felt that the old ancestor of the River of Blood would surely help him. The old ancestor's divine sense swept out and immediately caught the aura of Dijun, Tai, and Kunpeng. Looking at Hongyun again, his physical body was long gone, leaving only a primordial spirit. He quickly understood everything. Ha ha ha, this primordial purple chi is mine. Mingyi, seeing the situation, was grinning from ear to ear. Not only did he have no intention of helping, but he even harbored thoughts of seizing the treasure. With a flicker of thought, he reached across the void toward Hongyun. The blood sea churned and endless blood energy was summoned, transforming into a massive crimson cage to trap Hongyun within. Hongyun felt the overwhelming and baleful energy surging toward him, and fury blazed in his eyes. Mingyi! Before he could finish, Mingyi had already struck. The two supreme killing treasures Yuan-Tu and Abi tore through the air, converging on Hongyun. With no other choice, Hongyun had to once again activate the Sampo gourd and continue his desperate flight. The Blood Sea was Ming's lair. He was born from this very place, as inseparable from it as a conjoined twin. With a mere gesture, he could summon vast waves of blood. No matter how fast Hongyun fled, he could not escape Ming's sight. The Blood Sea roiled and massive waves crashed down one after another. Hongyun exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he still could not evade the attacks, suffering grievous injuries. Mingyi was overjoyed, believing victory was at hand. But then Hongyun vanished without a trace, even his aura disappearing. At Mount Shoyang, Nuwa opened her eyes and reached out to probe, only to find the celestial secrets in chaos. She cast a glance westward, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Lin Xia sensed something amiss and looked up to ask, "Sister, what happened?" Nuwa smiled and patted Lin Xia on the head. "Be good and wait here. Your sister is going to get you a grand gift." Before she finished speaking, she tore open the space with her hand and vanished. At the edge of the netherworld, Zhuanti and Jane revealed themselves, and a strand of primordial purple chi fell into Jiayin's hand. They exchanged a glance, their faces beaming with smiles. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them. "Two junior brothers, your methods are truly exquisite. Your attainment of sainthood was all thanks to Taoist Hongyun's generosity. And now is this how you repay him? Isn't this utterly shameless?" Jane and Zunti's hearts skipped a beat at the sight of Nuwa. They had meticulously obscured the celestial secrets. How were they still discovered? But now was not the time to dwell on that. Jiayin's expression remained unchanged as he explained, "Junior's sister misunderstands. We came to save Taoist Hongyun." "Is that so?" Nuwa's smile was laced with thorns. "Then what are you holding that primordial purple chi for? And who are you hiding the celestial secrets from? If I hadn't come, Taoist Hongyun would be long dead by now." Of course, Jane and Zhuanti would not kill Hongyun themselves. The karmic consequences would be too great. But they could let Mingyi do the deed. If Hongyun died, they would bear no connection to it. Unfortunately, Nuwa had Hongyun suddenly understood everything. When the two Western saints had appeared earlier, he thought they had come to rescue him. But in truth, they had come to steal. They wanted to take the primordial purple chi and let him die in silence. The karma would be resolved, and they would reap all the benefits. The calculation was utterly ruthless. Hongyun was seething with rage, yet a chill ran down his spine. Back then at Zixiao Palace, his heart had softened, and he had given up his seat to those two. And what was the result? He had given away two saintly positions. Not only did those two ingrates fail to remember his kindness, but they turned around and sought to destroy him. Even a thankless wolf wouldn't be so ungrateful. With Nuwa laying the truth bare, Jane and Zhuanti dropped all pretense. Zunti's face darkened as he stared at Nuwa. Senior sister, we are fellow disciples. Are you siding with an outsider against us? Nuwa was stunned by their audacity. After doing such things, they still dared to invoke their bond as fellow disciples. Hongyun has always been kind to others and has shown you kindness. Do you feel no shame in betraying him like this? Senior sister, are you determined to protect Hongyun and oppose us? Jiayin's voice was dripping with menace. Nuwa wasted no more words. Hand over the primordial purple chi. Very well. We have just attained sainthood and would like to test senior sister's skills. As Zhuanti finished speaking, the seven treasures wonderful tree swept directly toward Nuwa. A burst of multicolored divine light exploded, crumbling the surrounding space like crushed paper. Nuwa snorted coldly and flicked her sleeve. A wave of law power swept forth, dimming the light of the seven treasures wonderful tree as if its power had been cut off. Jane and Zunti's expressions changed drastically as they hastily defended themselves. Nuwa had no intention of prolonging the fight. The laws of yin and yang coalesced at her fingertips, descending like an entire starry sky. Boom. The two were sent flying. Their physical bodies cracked and blood splattered on the spot. With such meager skill, you dare to block me? Nuwa's tone was dripping with disdain. Jane and Zunti's hearts churned with turmoil. They had never imagined Nuwa would be so powerful. Both were heavenly Dao saints, yet together they could not even touch the hem of her robe. It seemed that after establishing the human sect, Nuwa's cultivation had long surpassed theirs. Nuwa reached out, and the primordial purple chi transformed into a violet light, obediently falling into her palm. She turned to look at Hongyun. Do you still want this purple chi? Hongyun pondered. Having survived this ordeal, he finally understood. This thing in his hands was nothing but a root of calamity. An innocent man may possess a priceless treasure, but that very possession becomes his crime. The eyes of the entire world were fixed on him. As long as he held this strand of purple chi, he would never know peace. It was better to give it up in exchange for a saint's protection. This was a good deal. Hongyun made up his mind and looked up at Nuwa. Goddess Nuwa, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. Please accept this primordial purple chi. Nuwa said nothing more, took it, and turned away with Hongyun's primordial spirit. Jane and Zhuanti stood there watching Nuwa leave, not daring to say a word. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. After all their effort, even worse, they owed Hongyun a karmic debt for attaining sainthood. As long as Hongyun lived, that debt would remain. For the West, this was a huge loss. At Zixiao Palace, Hongjun frowned, sensing something. Nuwa had intervened to save Hongyun. The celestial secrets were in chaos again. According to the original course of events, Hongyun, holding the primordial purple chi, would be besieged by Dijuan Donghuang Tai and Kuanpeng, with the two Western saints obscuring the celestial secrets. It was a hopeless situation. How did Nuwa know? Something was wrong. Which link had gone awry? Hongjun calculated with his fingers. The result was the same as before. He could deduce nothing. The river of time was pristine without even a ripple, as if Nuwa had known this would happen all along. After pondering, without result, Hongjun simply gave up. As long as Nuwa did not interfere in the conflict between the Wu and Yao tribes, it would not greatly affect the grand trend of the heavenly Dao. He would let her do as she pleased. At Mount Shouyang, Lin Xia opened his eyes from cultivation. He had just refined another restriction, this time the Dao of space. From now on, he could harness the power of space through the Hongmeng Pearl. He flashed into the space of the Hongmeng Pearl, dug a pit, and planted the top-grade, innate spiritual root, the immortal apricot, which he had just obtained. Then he took out a glazed bottle and drenched it with 3 light divine water. The immortal apricot came to life instantly. Its leaves shone with a brilliant emerald, its spiritual charm radiated outward, and its origin force surged upward. The starfruit tree sensed the disturbance and extended its divine sense, curiously observing its new neighbor. Little master, did you just bring this back? From now on, you two are sisters. Look out for each other. Lin Xia patted the starfruit tree's leaves casually. Don't worry, little master. They'll take good care of her. The starfruit tree's tone was filled with joy. She had been the only living being in this space for so long. Finally, she had a companion. After chatting a bit more, Lin Xia exited the Hongmeng Pearl. As soon as he returned to the main hall, he heard a voice laced with laughter. Little Lin Xia's sister is back. A graceful figure landed in the hall. Lin Xia glanced at her. Why did she seem happier than usual this time? Nuwa was already standing before him. She bent down, reached out to pinch Lin Xia's cheek, and said with a smile, Little Lin Xia, guess what sister brought you this time? Lin Xia shook his head. I can't guess. Just take a guess. Come on, just guess. Sister is begging you. She tugged at his arm, swaying it back and forth. What a bewitching vixen. Who was the child here? Lin Xia felt a bit helpless and ventured, could it be? Primordial purple chi. So smart. You got it on the first try. Nuwa thought it was a bit dull and directly revealed the primordial purple chi in her hand. Lin Xia was dumbfounded. It really was. He had just been making a random guess. Sister, where did you steal this primordial purple chi? Lin Xia's eyes widened. Nuwa let out a displeased snort. You underestimate your sister too much. If I want something, why would I need to steal? I got it from Hongyun. I happened to save his life, and he gave it to me. Lin Xia was stunned for a long moment after hearing this. He knew about Hong Yun's situation, and there was likely Hong Jun's shadow behind it. After the successive emergence of 4 saints, the primordial purple qi in Hong Yun's hands was not only coveted by the Yao tribe, but also by various great powers across the primordial world. Jane and Juanti had surely taken note long ago. Given their nature, they would definitely act covertly, obscuring the celestial secrets to quietly obtain the primordial purple qi. He hadn't expected that under such circumstances his sister could still succeed. It seemed that when Hong Yun passed by Mount Shouyang last time, his sister had taken every word he said to heart and had been secretly monitoring Hong Yun's movements. That was how she managed to strike at the critical moment and seize the primordial purple qi. Nuwa handed the primordial purple qi to him, smiling brightly. Sister snatched this just for you. Are you happy? Happy. Lin Xia nodded. Not just happy, he was deeply moved. His sister had gone to such lengths, even offending Jane and Juanti, just to get the primordial purple qi. For whom? Wasn't it for him? Who wouldn't cherish a sister like this? What was wrong with drinking a bit of her fruit juice now and then? Nuwa leaned her face in close. Lin Xia understood and gave her a smacking kiss. The corners of her mouth curled up, unable to hide her smile. Sister, you're so good to me. Lin Xia said it earnestly. Nuwa caressed his face, her smile tender. Little Lin Xia, you are my little brother. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to? Cultivate steadily. If you need any heavenly treasures or earthly wonders, just tell your sister. We'll find a way to get them for you. Lin Xia replied. Okay, I understand, sister. Seeing that Lin Xia had already established his own dojo on the mountain, Nuwa couldn't be bothered to return to Huahuang Palace and simply settled nearby. Occasionally she could give lectures to the tribe and teach Lin Xia cultivation. But as for the latter, it didn't seem very practical. In the main hall, Lin Xia counted the savings he had accumulated over this period. 2 magical artifacts had been added, the Wujinghuang flag and 24 Dinghai God pearls. All of them were exceptional innate spiritual treasures. The Xinghuang flag was primarily for defense. When draped over oneself, it prevented evil from invading and rendered one invulnerable, establishing an unbeatable position from the outset. The Dinghai God pearls, on the other hand, leaned more towards offense, hiding a total of 24 worlds within. When strung together, they emitted 5-colored brilliance that could dazzle an enemy's 6 senses and could summon the power of the 4 seas, exhibiting terrifying explosive force. The remaining harvest consisted of a wisp of primordial purple qi along with a top-grade innate spiritual root, the immortal apricot. Lin Xia raised his hand, and the purple qi manifested in his palm, radiating a purple Dao rhythm, layered and profound. Looking at the primordial purple qi in his palm, a smile crept onto his lips. If he could completely refine this wisp of purple qi and merge it into his origin, the level of his source could be significantly elevated. At that time, he should be close to becoming a Deluo golden immortal. Lin Xia suddenly remembered that he still had one opportunity for enlightenment left unused. The immortal apricot in his hand was perfect for now. By enlightening it, he could pave the way for his breakthrough to Deluo. With that thought, he flashed into the space of the primordial pearl and called out to the system, enlighten the immortal apricot. Ding! Enlightenment begins. As soon as the words fell, the shape of the immortal apricot suddenly surged, skyrocketing from 100 zhang to 10,000 zhang. The treetop unfurled like a giant umbrella, its leaves a brilliant green, sparkling like jewels with light flowing over them, utterly breathtaking. The patterns on the leaves also changed, becoming increasingly intricate and profound, as if engraved by the hand of the Dao itself. The strange power emanating from it was nearly on par with that of the starfruit tree. Next, a vast rhythm of the Dao surged back to him, directly pushing Lin Xia's cultivation to the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm. Enlightenment complete. The immortal apricot received the blessings of the Dao of creation, transforming into a top-grade chaotic spiritual root with a maturation cycle of 100,000 years. The host gains feedback from the Dao rhythm of the chaotic spiritual root, receiving a reward, chaotic essence. In the next moment, a ball of luminous white substance appeared in Lin Xia's spiritual platform. The white light was blinding, containing terrifyingly violent energy. Lin Xia examined it closely and finally understood the nature of this substance. The chaotic essence was the primordial essence born from the chaotic world, capable of reshaping the origin, enhancing magical power, and improving talent with countless uses. A treasure of the level of the immortal apricot was more than sufficient to certify his path to Deluo. Shifting his gaze, Lin Xia focused on the immortal apricot. Although it had transformed from a top-grade innate spiritual root to a top-grade chaotic spiritual root, the maturation time remained essentially unchanged. 100,000 years was still 100,000 years. It seemed that 100,000 years was the shortest cycle for a chaotic spiritual root to mature. Even with the system's assistance in enlightenment, this threshold could not be altered. However, while the maturation period did not change much, the number of fruits produced at once had indeed increased. At this moment, in the shimmering leaves, 7 immortal apricots revealed themselves. Without a doubt, they were all top-grade chaotic spiritual fruits. The fruits were covered in intricate Dao patterns with boundless chaotic spiritual energy erupting from them. Lin Xia's nose twitched as a tempting fragrance rushed into his nostrils, making his mouth water uncontrollably. This aroma was entirely different from that of the starfruit, but just as alluring. Just by looking at them, he felt an overwhelming urge to take a bite. The immortal apricot shook its branches, showering down a brilliant light, as if trying to get closer to Lin Xia. Immediately afterward, a divine thought entered Lin Xia's ear. Hee little master, hello. The voice sounded lively, and had a hint of playfulness. Little immortal apricot, you're well too. Lin Xia casually replied. I'm not little. By the way, thank you for the enlightenment. If there's anything in the future, just let me know. Alright, no need to be so formal. Just call me good brother from now on. Lin Xia said. Good brother. Calling him brother was fine, but why did it have to be good brother? The immortal apricot was taken aback, probing with divine thought, as if assessing Lin Xia's stature. This little thing, how could it possibly relate to the term brother? Could it be that the master was just teasing me? Seeing the immortal apricot hesitating, Lin Xia explained, don't overthink it. Do you see that starfruit tree? It usually calls me brother as well. I don't let her call me that, but she still insists on it. The immortal apricot sensed that the starfruit tree was much larger. Naturally, Lin Xia's innocent nature made him believe it immediately. After a long hesitation, he finally said, brother. Hey, right. Just be obedient, and he'll take care of you. Lin Xia reached out and stroked the leaves of the immortal apricot. The immortal apricot nodded its branches, feeling that something was a bit off. Lin Xia felt incredibly satisfied. Usually he was the younger one, but today he finally got to enjoy being the older brother. Without further ado, he plucked all 7 chaotic immortal apricots from their branches. Lin Xia took out the primordial purple chi, sat cross-legged, and immersed himself in a state of comprehension, beginning to analyze its origin. Within the spiritual platform, the spiritual light flickered continuously. The heavenly Dao principles hidden within the primordial purple chi, along with the rules of order, were rapidly being dismantled layer by layer, revealing the most primitive form of the origin. A mysterious purple light enveloped Lin Xia entirely. The Dao rhythm surged around him, rippling like water waves. The energy of the heavenly Dao poured in, causing both his comprehension and talent to grow exponentially. The wheel of fate seemed to be pushed by someone, spinning faster and faster. Soon Lin Xia reached that familiar mist within the primordial purple chi. The mist was hazy, resembling the state before the world was opened. This wisp of primordial purple chi was wrapped in heavenly Dao rules inscribed with numerous heavenly Dao marks. Lin Xia grasped the primordial pearl and smashed it against the mark. The mark shattered with a crack, revealing. With a thought, the primordial purple chi in Lin Xia's spiritual platform immediately exploded, transforming into countless purple Dao rhythm fragments that drilled into his bones, meridians, and flesh. His physical body was being nourished at an astonishing rate, while the power of his primordial spirit expanded significantly, with law marks appearing on the surface of his bones. The wheel of fate seemed to have been engaged, racing forward. The true comprehension of the Primordial Dao and the Primordial Creation Sutra began to rotate on their own. His body radiated light, continuously emitting treasure light, and various extraordinary phenomena emerged one after another. Within Lin Xia, it felt as if a vast world was evolving wildly, with law imprints condensing one after another. The 3,000 Dao fruits lit up. Each Dao fruit represented a distinct law. With the influx of the primordial purple chi's essence, these Dao fruits evolved even faster. After a considerable time, the power of the 3,000 laws suddenly exploded, illuminating the heavens and earth. The sky darkened and winds surged with clouds. In the midst of 9 leaves, a fruit was cradled. Inside the fruit was the power of rules, as if the Dao had manifested, shaking the very fabric of time and space. This wave of disturbance was unfathomably fierce, sweeping across the entire primordial world. All the major powers sensed it immediately. Inside the fire cloud cave, Hong Yun was severely injured and was trying to recover. But upon looking up, he saw the heavens above his eyes nearly bulging out. What kind of thing can cause such a commotion? He had lived for eons and had seen countless scenes, yet he clearly understood the significance of this phenomenon. To put it simply, it was the origin being so powerful that it was causing a commotion. When he transformed back, then the disturbance was also considerable, and various phenomena flew across the sky. But compared to the current spectacle, it was nothing. Kunlun Mountain. The heavenly Dao trembled, and the primordial lord suddenly awoke. Looking up, he saw an unknown number of divine tree phantoms appearing in the sky. The trees were enormous, but each had only 9 leaves. A single fruit hung in the middle. All the rules converged towards it, and the light of the Dao descended. The primordial lord merely glanced, and his heart was already clear. This fruit was the manifestation of the Dao fruit and the origin. His eyes were filled with shock. What kind of being is this? How can it be so terrifying? When the 3 purities transformed, the disturbance was already significant. The heavens shook, and within millions of miles, everything trembled. Even the heavenly Dao descended to confer blessings. But in comparison to this entity, it seemed trivial. Primordial's thoughts turned, and he already stood in the void. This disturbance was too alarming, and both Laozi and Tongtian could not remain idle. 2 streaks of light flew out of the cave, landing beside Primordial, with the 3 standing side by side. Elder brother, second brother, even you two were startled? Tong Tian was the first to speak. Laozi stared into the void, his gaze heavy. This being is too defiant. It is likely to stir up the entire primordial world. Primordial raised his head, pride in his eyes. Such an existence should belong under my interpretation of the heavenly will. The interpretation of heavenly will emphasizes elucidating the intentions of heaven, and all disciples taken in are those with deep fortunes, prosperous luck, and extraordinary talents. This being before him, was it not meant to be a disciple of the interpretation sect? Tong Tian was not pleased. It should belong to my interception sect. Cultivation is inherently an act against the heavens, and this being's origin is so formidable that it will surely be targeted by the heavenly Dao, making it all the more necessary for that threat of opportunity. Thus it aligns best with the interception sect. As the two contended, Laozi remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, as if pondering something. At that moment, the heavenly Dao rules suddenly trembled. Boom. The thunder roared, dark clouds rolled over the primordial sky layer upon layer. Within the clouds a sea of thunder emerged. Within the thunder chains of condensed laws flew wildly, reeking of utter destruction. The sea of thunder brewing was not merely the nine heavens' divine thunder. It was the heavenly Dao divine thunder. This was the power of the heavenly Dao's origin condensed into form. When it fell, any being would perish. There was no second outcome. The expressions of Primordial and Tong Tian changed instantly. This being's origin was too fierce. Even the heavenly Dao could not bear it, necessitating the descent of a great calamity to eradicate it. They recalled the 24th grade creation green lotus from back then. Its origin was so formidable that as soon as it emerged, it was targeted by the heavenly Dao, splitting into three and transforming into the flat crutch, the three treasures, Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword, all falling into their hands. They remembered this incident vividly. What a pity. Primordial sighed. Tong Tian shook his head in agreement. In the west on Mount Shumi, Zhuan Ti was startled by the thunderous sea in the void, his whole body, trembling, eyes filled with horror. Jiayin looked up at the still undispersed phenomenon in the sky, his brow knitted tightly. This calamity is demonic. What exactly is going on? Zhuan Ti paused for a few seconds and sighed. That dense aura of origin must have drawn the attention of the heavenly Dao, thus inciting the thunder tribulation. What a pity. Jiayin sighed as well. Both understood in their hearts that once the heavenly Dao took action, this being would have no chance of survival. If such a seedling could return to our west, how could the west not flourish? Since the battle between Dao and demon ended, the spiritual veins of the west had been severely severed, the land rendered barren, and living creatures rarely seen. There were no signs of profound fortune or extraordinary talent at all. This is also the reason why the luck in the western lands has always been weak. With this thought, the two sighed heavily. On the side of the demon clan's heavenly court, the calamity, clouds completely obscured the sun, star plunging everything into darkness reminiscent of the apocalypse. The demon generals and demon kings below were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, trembling uncontrollably. Even the demon gods and saints looked up at the sky, their eyes revealing an irrepressible fear. The pressure from the thunder was so overwhelming that just a touch would leave nothing behind, not even a soul. This was merely the initial form of the thunder sea. If it fully took shape, the power would be unimaginable. Di Jun released a vast divine sense to scan the area, but found nothing, his brows furrowing deeply. Where is the demon master? At his level, he could sense major events in the world, but this time, despite actively investigating, he found no clues. When did such a heaven-defying entity emerge in the primitive world? Fuxi stepped forward and clasped his hands. Heavenly Emperor, you should cast a divination. Di Jun issued a direct order. Yes. Fuxi was also curious about the origin of this calamity. He immediately took out the Bagua chart. The illusory images of the dragon and phoenix soared into the sky, their cries echoing throughout the heavens. The Bagua generated endless transformations. However, when pushed to the end, the hexagram was completely blank. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances, both filled with shock. Fuxi was one of the top divination experts among the demon clan. Aside from the saints, no one in the primitive world could surpass him in divination. Within the heavenly court, only those two were more powerful than him. Yet despite the full effort of the postnatal Bagua in divination, they couldn't even grasp a shadow. How terrifying must this being be? A glimmer of contemplation flashed in Fuxi's eyes. Although he had calculated nothing, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the celestial phenomenon above. Shoyang Mountain. Nuwa abruptly woke from her cultivation, looked up at the sky, her face filled with confusion. Why did that scene above look so familiar? A flash of inspiration struck her. She suddenly recalled that the illusory figure of the divine tree was none other than the nine-leaf immortal fruit tree. Lin Xia had leapt from the branches of the nine-leaf immortal fruit tree. As Nuwa pondered connecting Lin Xia with the celestial phenomenon, her heart immediately sank. How could this girl's origin have changed again? Isn't this too fast? How long ago was it? The foundation was already frightening enough, and now it was rapidly ascending. If those ultimers in the primitive world knew, they would probably be furious to death. What was even more alarming was that this time the aura released by Lin Xia even stirred the heavenly Dao. The raging thundercloud above was most likely a result of this. Nuwa's face clouded with worry. Above the 9 heavens the wind and clouds swirled chaotically. The divine thunder of the heavenly Dao twisted into ancient dragons thousands of feet long, their appearance terrifying. The thunder calamity surged to its peak, seemingly about to crash down. If the calamity were to descend, it seemed as if it would devour all living things in heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Nuwa's expression turned cold. What does the heavenly Dao's punishment matter? If they dare to harm a single hair on Lin Xia, she wouldn't hesitate to turn against the heavenly Dao. But what she didn't expect was, no one knew what happened. When the thunder sea rolled to its most intense point, it surprisingly lingered in the sky, not falling for a long time. After a while, the boundless calamity clouds slowly dissipated. The raging divine thunders also vanished without a trace. Nuwa was stunned. What was happening here? The calamity thunder had rolled out, yet it could still be retracted. Such a thing had never been heard of in the primitive world. But upon reflection, Nuwa understood. When she discovered that immortal island in the South Sea, all heavenly secrets were severed. The cause of this event was precisely that 9-leaf immortal fruit tree. This was the reason Lin Xia could successfully enter the world. After all, even the manifestation of the 24-grade creation green lotus had provoked the heavenly Dao's jealousy, let alone an existence like Lin Xia. If it didn't possess the ability to obscure heavenly secrets, the 9-leaf immortal fruit tree wouldn't have survived. It seemed that Lin Xia harbored many secrets which even she couldn't fully comprehend. As she watched that terrifying calamity brew, not only did it fail to strike down, but it gradually faded away. All beings in heaven and earth were left in a daze. The great powers in the primitive world were even more shocked into silence. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi witnessed this scene, shocked and filled with curiosity. Is there really something in this world that the heavenly Dao cannot investigate? But if it cannot be investigated, why cause such a commotion? Is it just to toy with them? Even if it was to scare people, it didn't need to stir up such a fuss. The terrifying divine thunder of the heavenly Dao had gathered enough power, yet found no place to strike, only to fall back into the void of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao shook violently, as if it had suffered a severe blow. Clearly this time the heavenly Dao was caught off guard. No one expected that at a crucial moment, all heavenly secrets would suddenly be severed. The drawn blade could only cut back at itself. The thunder descended by the heavenly Dao was not like ordinary thunder. Once it struck down, it was impossible to negate, yet it couldn't simply be thrown back into the world of the primitive. With no other options, it could only cut itself. Once this cut was made, the heavenly Dao indeed felt relieved. It was like someone finishing a dish of pickled vegetables, and still couldn't help but lick the bowl. Hong Jun, as the spokesperson of the heavenly Dao, sensed this commotion immediately. His expression turned extremely peculiar. He had a lump in his throat, unsure whether to speak out. Why did the heavenly Dao seem a bit foolish? However, things that could make the heavenly Dao wary must certainly not be small characters. Hong Jun dared not be careless. He mobilized the power of the heavenly Dao and began to calculate frantically. But after calculating for a long time, he couldn't even grasp a shadow in the river of time. This left a thorn in Hong Jun's heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The primitive world was already rife with uncertainties. If such a being were allowed to grow, the great trend of the heavenly Dao would truly be problematic. Lin Xia looked up at the dissipating calamity thunder and finally let out a sigh of relief. He had just been immersed in his cultivation, merging with the primordial purple energy, when he suddenly experienced a transformation of origin, causing such a commotion. Even the heavenly Dao had taken notice, and the divine thunder of the heavenly Dao had been called down. He almost thought the apocalypse had arrived due to the terror of that calamity. I must say the heavenly Dao is truly relentless, on par with Hong Jun. It spares not a single uncertain factor. Fortunately, he promptly brought out the Hongmeng Pearl to thoroughly conceal his heavenly secrets. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. However, this time the gains were indeed substantial. After merging with the primordial purple energy, his supreme chaos foundation had reached its peak, flawless and perfect. One more step forward, and it would be an entirely different level. His cultivation had also reached the perfection of the Tai golden immortal, able to condense the 3 flowers at any moment and attain the Dao of Great Luo. Brother, have you broken through again? Nuwa entered the room, concern in her eyes. Lin Xia sat there, his skin as white as snow, the Dao rhythm flowing around him, his whole being seemingly merged with the Great Dao. The spiritual energy was astounding, radiating a sacred aura. It gave her a mysterious and profound feeling, yet his origin was completely inscrutable. Of course, he had also grown taller. Lin Xia nodded. Nuwa's heart trembled. She was a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, yet when she probed with her divine sense, she couldn't see through Lin Xia's depth. Her younger brother was truly becoming more and more outrageous. Nuwa walked over and hugged Lin Xia. Little Xia, let sister take a good look. The chaotic aura rushed towards her, rich enough to make one's bones feel soft. The scent was sweet and addictive, making it impossible to resist. Nuwa sniffled, her throat instinctively moving. The fragrance of this fruit was becoming increasingly tempting. She simply couldn't hold back. I really want to take a bite. Sister, I'm preparing to attain the Great Luo. Do I need to break through in the chaos? Lin Xia spoke. Nuwa smiled and nodded. All right, sister will guard you. Generally, a Tai golden immortal entering the chaos would be directly turned to ash by the chaotic winds. But Lin Xia, she didn't worry at all. Her brother's talent shone bright, bringing her, as his sister, glory as well. After explaining a few things to the three ancestors of the human race, Nuwa took Lin Xia deep into the chaos. They stopped after traveling several billion light-years away from the primitive world. Lin Xia closed his eyes, his mind flashing with all the treasures needed to attain the Great Luo. The Primordial Chaos essence, 7 chaotic immortal apricots, and a pile of innate spiritual fruits. The energy hidden within these items was astonishing. Just one chaotic immortal apricot thrown to any Tai golden immortal would be enough for them to break through to the Great Luo several times. But for Lin Xia, these things were just enough. After all, his foundation was different, his origin was different, and the path he walked was also different. What he aimed to attain were the Dao of the 3,000 laws. He needed to blossom all 3,000 Dao fruits into Great Luo flowers. The path he paved had to be the supreme Great Dao. This path was entirely different from those great powers in the primitive world. With everything prepared, Lin Xia steadied his mind and sat cross-legged in the chaos. The true understanding of the Hongmeng Great Dao and the Hongmeng Creation Sutra began to operate simultaneously. Within him, a world of myriad heavens transformed rapidly. Endless divine light surged outward in awe-inspiring momentum that shook the chaotic starry sky. After a considerable time, the state finally reached its peak. Lin Xia didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and directly swallowed the Primordial Chaos essence. The luminous white light rapidly spread, transforming into terrifying energy. Under the operation of the techniques, this energy was quickly refined and absorbed. The 3,000 Dao fruits manifested and boundless law powers evolved wildly. The essence of the Great Dao began to flow outward. Within a radius of billions of miles, countless ancient stars suddenly exploded, emitting dazzling starlight. The power of the stars surged down towards Lin Xia like the Milky Way. In the blink of an eye, a Dao fruit manifested, evolving into a vast celestial phenomenon, simultaneously blossoming into Great Luo flowers. The first bloom was at the 12th grade. Nuwa watched in shock, her eyes nearly popping out, her mouth agape enough to fit 2 eggs. The astonishment in her heart was beyond words. Just after attaining the Dao, he directly bloomed at the 12th grade. This was simply absurd. When Lin Xia had just attained the Dao, he was on par with the 3 pure ones, all blooming at the 9th grade. The most powerful figure in the primitive world, Dao ancestor Hong Jun, had only bloomed at the 11th grade. But Lin Xia right from the start bloomed at the 12th grade. Moreover, the whole process was disturbingly smooth, with no hiccups whatsoever. It was as if he had just begun and was already finished. As the protector of the Dao, Nuwa failed to find a single chance to assert her presence. This talent might even be able to compete with the great Pangu in a contest of strength. The commotion was so great that even from billions of light years away, the primitive world could sense a stir. A multitude of great powers from the primitive world focused their divine senses towards it. What is this? Someone attained the Great Luo. This phenomenon is too terrifying, right? 12th grade. Where did this come from? Is there really such a heaven-defying character in the primitive world? Nuwa sensed some restlessness within her divine consciousness. Seeking death. Her expression turned cold. Following the thread of causality, a great force of Luo erupted forth. Several anguished cries immediately echoed from the depths of the wilderness. Nothing remained, not even the remnants of the primordial spirit. The other great figures of the wilderness shuddered in fear and quickly withdrew their divine consciousness. Who else apart from the saints could annihilate a powerful being across endless void? Such an existence was not to be trifled with. Nuwa turned around only to be stunned. Lin Xia's path to enlightenment was not yet complete. The terrifying momentum continued to surge upward, showing no signs of stopping. She felt a bit dazed. Not finished yet. After blooming to the 12th grade, what more did he want? Lin Xia's body was experiencing a tumultuous upheaval. The energy of the primordial source marrow rolled within him, like the vast starry sea, refining his Dao foundation thoroughly. The Dao foundation became increasingly solid and transparent, resembling a flawless crystal. Sensing the moment had arrived, Lin Xia hesitated not a moment, and directly swallowed 7 chaos immortal apricots. Ordinary immortal apricots grant one a type of divine ability upon consumption. However, chaos immortal apricots were different. One could comprehend a law by consuming just one. Thus what they held was not spiritual power, but the power of laws. Once ingested, the 3,000 laws erupted like a boiling pot, the power of rules surging forth in overwhelming waves. The profundities of the Hongmeng Dao's true understanding surged through his mind. Simultaneously, the 3,000 Dao fruits evolved, each blossoming into a flower of Luo. Moreover, they were all of the 12th grade. In that moment, extraordinary phenomena erupted across the chaos starry sky, bizarre and awe-inspiring. In the void, towering golden flowers bloomed in layers, eclipsing the ancient stars, rendering them dull and dim. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the 7 chaos immortal apricots had been completely refined. Around Lin Xia, a violent wave of rule fluctuations surged forth, sweeping across the entire chaos starry sea. Above the starry sky, a colossal phantom emerged. Upon closer inspection, the appearance of that phantom was none other than Lin Xia himself. He was surrounded by the intricately refined patterns of rules and the aura of the Dao. At that moment, Lin Xia seemed to have directly become the embodiment of the Dao, exuding an aura so terrifying that it was utterly inscrutable. Nuwa stared at the unprecedented spectacle before her, once again left dumbfounded. The shock within her could not be described in words. 3,000 Dao fruits. No wonder. This immediately reminded her of the Pangu great deity. It was said that although Pangu primarily cultivated the Dao of strength, he actually integrated all 3,000 paths into one. On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian Patriarch gazed towards the direction of the chaos void, his heart churning. That Lin Xia fellow has actually attained the Deluo path, and he has bloomed to the 12th grade. When he first saw Lin Xia in the palace of the Nuwa Empress, he sensed that this young man was extraordinary. Yet he never expected to have underestimated him. Thinking of the three pure ones who were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, he felt the deep fortune they possessed, as if heaven itself favored them. In terms of aptitude, apart from the Dao ancestor Hongjuan, there was likely no one in the wilderness who could compare. Yet when they attained the Deluo path, they had only blossomed to the 9th grade. Lin Xia, on the other hand, directly achieved the 12th grade. Such talent transcended the mere definition of genius. Even calling him a prodigy felt insufficient. Lin Xia possesses such abilities. The primordial heavenly venerable gazed at the chaos starry sky from afar, his face filled with shock. What a pity such a precious talent had unfortunately crossed paths with Nuwa. Every time he thought of this, he felt a deep discomfort. Meanwhile, the old one who had always held resentment towards Lin Xia now wore a stony expression, saying not a word. Staring towards the direction of the chaos void, he seemed lost in thought. On Shumi Mountain, Jane and Juanti also sensed the stirrings within the chaos. Juanti wore an expression of undeniable astonishment. Senior brother, did you see that commotion in the chaos? Jane nodded. A storm was brewing within him. 12th grade blooming. Such aptitude was among the finest in the world. Throughout history, no one in the wilderness had ever emerged like this. If we could bring such a being into our Western teachings, how could our West not prosper? Juanti spoke with excitement. Senior brother, we must act quickly and bring him to the West. This is an unparalleled opportunity. As he spoke, his voice trembled. Jane, however, remained unchanged, his expression calm, his gaze laden with deep meaning. That child seems to be Nuwa's brother. Nuwa's brother? Juanti was momentarily stunned. When did Nuwa gain a brother? Immediately a wave of disappointment surged within him. His senior brother's calm demeanor suggested he had already been aware. What a pity, yet another being from the east. In the heavenly court of the demon clan, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai both felt the stirrings of the chaos starry sky. Demon Master, have you uncovered what's happening? What's the situation? Di Jun inquired. Fuxi replied. Heavenly Emperor, based on my sensing, someone is attaining the Deluo Dao fruit in the chaos starry sky, and it is blooming to the 12th grade. 12th grade blooming. Upon hearing this, the heavenly court's great hall erupted into chaos. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai's expressions shifted simultaneously, their astonishment impossible to conceal. They were among the top innate deities in the wilderness, birthed from the essence of the sun star under the protection of the heavenly Dao. Yet when they attained the Dao, they had only blossomed to the 7th grade. 12th grade blooming represented the highest level within the Deluo realm. Even the Dao ancestor Hanjun had never reached it. When did such an incredible being emerge in the wilderness? Can we deduce who it is? Dong Huang Tai asked Fuxi. Fuxi shook his head. Someone is obscuring his heavenly secrets. I cannot ascertain. Even Fuxi couldn't deduce it. The one protecting the Dao must be at least at the saint level. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai extinguished the flickering thoughts in their minds. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the void, landing deep within the chaos starry sky. For the first time, a hint of fluctuation appeared on his ageless face. 12th grade blooming. He had only seen such a spectacle once in his life, when the 3,000 chaos demon gods were still present, during the time when the primal chaos azure lotus nurtured the Pangu great deity. Before Pangu was even born, it was a 12th grade bloom. Could Lin Xia's talent truly be compared to Pangu? Nuwa stood at a distance, unable to suppress the excitement bubbling within her. 12th grade blooming signified Lin Xia was essentially secure, a surefire primordial saint. Once he truly attained the primordial stage, he would be even more formidable than a heavenly Dao saint. Just the thought of it sent shivers of excitement through her. The chaos starry sky had already calmed down, but Lin Xia seemed still immersed in his enlightenment. Nuwa chose not to disturb him, standing quietly at a distance. Lin Xia sat cross-legged in the void, emanating wisps of eternal aura, as though he had experienced countless epochs. Invisible threads unraveled from the river of time and leaped out from the river of fate. At that moment, Lin Xia fused the 3,000 laws into one. True self, unique, completely breaking free from the shackles of fate, undying and unextinguishable, impervious to the passage of eons. But just when Nuwa thought everything should come to an end, a tremendous explosion suddenly resonated in the chaos starry sky. Boom. Boundless thunder surged forth, transforming into vast seas of thunder. The thunder was endless, and the lightning flashed incessantly within. The chaos thunder tribulation had arrived. Lin Xia had just stepped into the 12th grade of the most powerful Deluo, and the Dao was about to test him. Nuwa's brow furrowed, her expression grave. This place was the chaos starry sky far from the wilderness. The thunder tribulation was not predetermined by heaven, it was birthed by the Dao itself. Different. Lin Xia's thoughts stirred as he suddenly opened his eyes. The Dongshu divine eye opened and 2 beams of divine light shot out, shattering the void. He leapt high, landing directly atop the chaos starry sky. With a flip of his hand, a golden seal appeared in his palm. The seal depicted the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, all vividly alive. The sea of thunder had already rolled into place, with the chaos divine thunder spreading over millions of miles, terrifying enough to make one's scalp tingle. Before the thunder even struck, Lin Xia dove right in. Performing the Holy Emperor Golden Body technique, the power of virtue enveloped him, radiating divine light to the heavens, sacred beyond measure. Nuwa's initial worry slowly morphed into astonishment. While others would flee from tribulations, he charged headlong into it. This brother of hers truly acted unconventionally. Lin Xia was immersed within the sea of thunder. With his feet upon a thunder dragon stretching millions of miles, he waved the Kongtong seal, scattering the divine thunder into glimmers of light that vanished into the void. Boom. The chaos starry sky trembled in response. Hearts quivered alongside it. The more Nuwa watched, the more absurd it seemed. This Dao thunder tribulation was incredibly perilous. In her eyes, anyone else would have been reduced to ashes. Yet Lin Xia, it seemed like a game to him. That thunder dragon stretching millions of miles was effortlessly smashed by him. Thunderbolts descended one after another ceaselessly. After the electric light dissipated, Lin Xia remained standing in the sea of thunder, not only unharmed, but his momentum had intensified. As he contemplated this, a new wave of thunder sea descended. Even more fierce than before. It was the Chaos 5 Elements divine thunder. This time Lin Xia didn't. He directly sat cross-legged in the void, fully activating the Holy Emperor Golden Body technique, causing a world of myriad heavens to evolve within him, absorbing all the divine thunder into his body. The divine thunder transformed into a thunder dragon stretching millions of miles, crashing down upon him. Not only did it fail to harm him, but it left no trace behind. Instead, it was devoured and refined by the golden light. Lin Xia's physical body underwent frenzied refinement. With each thunder tribulation, his momentum surged higher, terrifyingly strong. The laws imprinted within his flesh and the truths of the world became increasingly solid. Late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. After the last bolt of tribulation thunder was consumed by Lin Xia, his momentum reached the very ceiling. The calamity clouds above slowly dispersed. The chaos split open, revealing a great maw. Beam after beam of Dao light cascaded down, showering upon Lin Xia. These lights were the rewards following the chaos thunder tribulation. The divine power they contained was as heavy as the starry sea. After Lin Xia absorbed this power into his body, it felt as if he had immersed himself in a warm spring. The minute cracks on his flesh, the gaps in the chains of laws, and the holes in the net of the Dao all began to repair themselves automatically. The chaotic thoughts in his mind were suddenly cleared away. At a certain moment, his entire physical body suddenly broke through some limits, its essence transformed. In the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, at its initial stage, not only was his Dao foundation reforged, but it also became more stable and solid than before. Lin Xia opened his eyes, his skin as white as snow, radiating a dazzling divine light. The overwhelming pressure of the supreme Great Luo surged through the chaotic starry sky, causing all realms to tremble. Nuwa's eyes brightened. This talent is terrifying enough to shock anyone. In all the countless years since she took form during the creation of the world, it was the first time she encountered a prodigy like Lin Xia. On Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian fixed his gaze on the rising aura in the distance with a tone tinged with resignation. The human teachings are about to rise, and no one can stop it. Lin Xia had already stabilized his position as a 12th-grade supreme Great Luo, truly becoming a powerhouse capable of supporting a realm. The foundation of human teachings would rise along with him. With such talent, becoming a saint in the future is merely a matter of time. By then the human teachings would grasp 2 saints at once. The momentum of humanity will surely surge, reaching the peak that all races look up to. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan shook his head. The foundation of humanity is thin, relying solely on a few powerful individuals may not sustain the greater picture. He always emphasized that only those with deep foundations and long-lasting fortunes should rise to prominence. He looked down on humanity's starting point. Laozi's expression darkened. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. The human teachings were meant to be his fortune, yet they were snatched away by Lin Xia and Nuwa. Now that Lin Xia has become a supreme Great Luo, where is his own chance to become a saint? He hadn't even caught a glimpse of it. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. With a grim face he turned and headed towards the Zhixiao Palace. In the west on Mount Shumizhuanti, sensed the overwhelming aura of the supreme Great Luo erupting from Lin Xia, and couldn't help but sigh. This kid's talent is simply against the heavens. Jane sighed as well. For the Western teachings this was not good news. The two of them were originally top figures among the innate deities. Before taking form the Dao favored them, and they were listed among the 3,000 worldly guests in the Zhixiao Palace accepted as named disciples by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. But in terms of talent comparing themselves to Lin Xia, Jane felt he fell far short. What was even more disheartening was that Lin Xia had only just come into the world. He could count on his fate wheel and had taken form early leading to his current state. In such a short time, he had already reached the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Any saint who saw him would be startled. Lin Xia's cultivation had firmly crossed the threshold of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and his physique had grown significantly, now twice as strong as before. His skin was as white as a freshly shelled egg, emanating a layer of light. His eyes were bright and clear, looking adorable, yet there was an undeniable sharpness in his brow. Nuwa scanned him from top to bottom, a smile hidden in her gaze. Little one, come here, and let your sister hold you. Sister, I've grown up, there are distinctions between men and women. Lin Xia stared wide-eyed deadpan. Nuwa burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking, and she swept him into her. She gave him no chance to resist. Lin Xia kicked his legs in a flurry, trying to break free. But this woman had an absurd amount of strength, and he couldn't escape. Finally, he simply grabbed her soft arms with both hands, completely giving up. Nuwa squeezed him hard, her mood grew. Sister, we've been out for too long, we should return to the human race. Lin Xia looked up and said, return to what? Come back with me to the Huahuang Palace. You are already a Great Luo Golden Immortal now, your sister must keep a close eye on your cultivation. You can't be as playful as before, understand? Nuwa adopted a serious expression, lecturing him with all seriousness. But what if I'm not here? What will happen to the human race? What will happen? Isn't the human race doing just fine? Nuwa looked puzzled. That's just how it appears on the surface. Last time, although sister suppressed the demon race, those guys are inherently vicious and can't be controlled. There will surely be powerful demons sneaking around to capture people and eat them. Without my presence, they are bound to suffer. Lin Xia explained. Nuwa didn't believe his reasoning at all. She had long known that Lin Xia had set up a top-notch innate formation around the ancestral land of humanity. As long as the human race took refuge in the ancestral land, they would be perfectly safe. Ordinary great demons couldn't break in. Moreover, she had already warned Emperor Jun last time to keep his subordinates in check. Nuwa didn't believe that Emperor Jun didn't understand the weight of her words. Little trickster, stop trying to fool your sister. Don't think about being lazy all day. The wilderness is full of danger. Hurry up and come back with me to the Huahuang Palace for seclusion. I won't go. Lin Xia shook his head. What will happen to those postnatally born spirit roots if I leave? And let go. Nuwa didn't give him a chance to make excuses. She squeezed her arm and tore open space. In no time, Lin Xia was forcibly dragged to the Huahuang Palace. Lin Xia wore an unwilling expression, yet he couldn't do anything about it. After finally breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he originally planned to sneak out for a good stroll in the wilderness. But those female demons were simply too clingy. Lin Xia had no choice but to temporarily settle in the Huahuang Palace. Once Nuwa left, he finally sighed in relief and began to sort through the various insights from this path to enlightenment. Above his head, the familiar river of time emerged once again. With a thought, he immersed his divine sense into it and surged upstream along the current. After achieving the Great Luo, his divine sense was as vast as an ocean, almost limitless. He didn't even need the Hongmeng Pearl's assistance to traverse back and forth in the river of time. As his divine sense soaked in the river, his perception became clearer. The sound of flowing water echoed in his ears, a constant rush. In the river of time, various laws and powers intertwined. Causality, reincarnation, fate. All of these were carried along by time. Lin Xia could feel that within this river the power of fate was particularly strong. The power of fate was everywhere, infused into every drop of water. Past, present, future. All fates twisted together, forming layers of chains. Countless living beings in the world were bound by these chains. Now he had managed to break free from them, compressing the past, present, and future into one. In the river of time, his shadow was no longer visible. With a shift in thought, Lin Xia wandered freely within the river of time, the current sweeping forward into an unseen future. But he deliberately walked against the current, heading towards the past. Not knowing how long it had been, he encountered that familiar scene again. The nearby waters had calmed down, with each drop flowing slowly, almost as if it had stopped. The Hongmeng Pearl suddenly trembled and emitted a surge of Dao divine power. A rift opened, radiating boundless Dao brilliance. Lin Xia dove in, surrounded by gloom and silence. Time did not exist here. Before him lay a desolate and ruined sight. The blood pulsating with dark light carried an eerie energy, causing Lin Xia's divine sense to sway. He summoned the Hongmeng Pearl, channeling its spatial power to navigate through the void. Then, after stopping countless light years away, he picked up a fragment of a chaotic supreme treasure. However, even in this place, Lin Xia still felt some pressure on his divine sense. He didn't linger and summoned the Hongmeng Pearl again, drawing on boundless spatial power to leave quickly. When he regained his senses, Lin Xia had already returned to the Huang Palace. Thinking about the images from earlier, a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. After this trip, he could now affirm that the space was not an illusion, it was a tangible reality. Inside there were not only fragments of Chaos Supreme treasures, but also remnants of numerous spirit roots and various treasures. However, he could sense that the power there was particularly sinister, and the further in he went, the stronger the sense of oppression became. Perhaps there were still some powerful things lurking that had yet to reveal themselves. That's why he didn't dare to stay longer. In his palm, he not only grasped that piece of chaotic supreme treasure, but also a strand of Dao divine breath. The aura of destruction emanating from the fragment was so thick that it made his scalp tingle, as if it could explode at any moment. This thing, is it the World Annihilation Great Mill? Lin Xia tilted his head, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. He could sense that there were many similar fragments in that space, but he couldn't determine exactly how many. It seemed that the things hidden in that place were deeper than he had imagined. After pondering over this piece, he looked down at the strand of Dao divine breath in his hand. Purple light entwined, the rhythm of the Dao surged, and various primal powers twisted together inside. This strand was clearly heavier and thicker than the one he had previously obtained. The power of the 3,000 laws was all mixed together, as if adding bricks to his own Dao rhythm. Ding! A system prompt arrived. The host achieved the 12-grade Supreme Great Luo, unlocking an additional enlightenment opportunity, and rewarded with a top-grade innate spirit treasure, the Yin-Yang Mirror. A round mirror floated out of the spiritual platform. With a thought, Lin Xia grasped it in his hand. The yin-yang laws flowed across the mirror's surface, shifting between reality and illusion, profoundly mysterious. He glanced into the mirror, and his face was reflected within. A wave of striking handsomeness hit him directly. Wow, this is too adorable. The little kid in the mirror looked so cute that even he wanted to take a bite. No wonder that female demon Nuwa couldn't control herself when they first met. Sigh. Being too good-looking is also a hassle. Lin Xia helplessly realized that it was at this moment that he truly understood what strikingly handsome meant. This realm was something ordinary people would never experience in their lifetime. In the Zhixiao Palace, Laozi stood respectfully before Hongjun and asked, Master, I have been seeking the chance to become a saint by comprehending the Hongmeng Purple Chi for some time now, but I have no clue at all. Where exactly is the path ahead? Please guide me, Master. Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, your fortune still lies with humanity. Move around in the human realm more. Humanity. Laozi frowned. Master Nuwa has already established the human teachings. Oh, what can I do if I go to humanity? Hongjun said humanity is not ordinary, otherwise Nuwa wouldn't be able to directly attain the Dao of Honyuan through it. As long as you convey the Dao among humanity, regardless of the type of Dao, you will gain luck and merit. When the time comes, you can re-establish the teachings and naturally attain the Dao to become a saint. After listening to this, Laozi understood Hongjun's meaning, but still looked hesitant. What Hongjun said was indeed a path, but he pondered, the difficulty was not small. Nuwa was currently a great Luo golden immortal. If he went to humanity to compete for territory, it wouldn't be an easy task. If Laozi went to humanity to convey the Dao hoping to gain some merit, this matter couldn't be hidden from Nuwa. She would be the first to find out. If Nuwa got angry, would he still have good days ahead? There are many methods to obtain the merits of the heavenly Dao. There is no need to stubbornly pursue this one. It is a futile effort. He indeed harbored resentment towards Nuwa, but for such a monumental matter as proving Dao, he did not dare to gamble. Laozi hesitated and spoke, Master Nuwa's nature is quite domineering. If I go to preach, she will definitely oppose it. Can you point me to another path? Hongjun saw through his thoughts and frowned. Nuwa is proving herself as a Hunyuan Daoyojin Xian, not directly tied to the heavenly Dao, which in itself poses a hidden danger. One must find a way to suppress her. Establishing a sect among the human race and diverting some of the fortunes would be otherwise witnessing the human race prospering while Nuwa's power rises correspondingly. Who will be able to control it in the future? You just go ahead. If she dares to stop you, I will intervene. Upon hearing this, Laozi's face immediately lit up. Thank you, Master. Inside the Nuwa Palace, Lin Xia was refining the yin-yang treasure mirror when she suddenly felt the Kongtong seal tremble. It seemed that something was leaking from the fortune connected to the human teaching. She opened her eyes, momentarily stunned. Has something happened to the human race? After thinking, Lin Xia calculated, but the heavenly secrets were clear, there was nothing wrong with the human race. But the Kongtong seal does not lie, the fortunes were indeed flowing away. She was a bit puzzled. Is someone deliberately muddling the heavenly secrets? The possibility is quite high. Looking across the primordial chaos, it seems only Laozi could do such a thing. After all, back then her sister had preemptively established the human teaching, seizing that great opportunity. Laozi has yet to attain sainthood, and he must be seething with anger. With this thought, Lin Xia could not sit still any longer. She rushed out of the Nuwa Palace, heading towards the primordial chaos. By the East Sea, Laozi sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by auspicious clouds, looking down at the mortal human race below with a slight smile on his lips. This human race is indeed fated to be connected with me. Fearing that Nuwa would notice, he dared not approach the ancestral land of the human race, instead preaching in some small tribes on the outskirts. Humans surrounded him in circles. As he preached, he even took on a disciple with good aptitude, named Xuandu. He could sense that the meaning of the heavenly Dao was just like this, the nature of the human race indeed aligned with his way of non-action. No wonder the master would say so. Thinking of how something that should have belonged to him was snatched away by Nuwa Laozi's resentment, surged again. Just then he suddenly felt the Hongmeng purple chi in his spiritual platform stir. Laozi's expression brightened. The time has come, it's time to establish the sect. Laozi thought for a moment. I am Taiji Laozi, who I have walked through the realm of humans and thoroughly comprehended the meaning of the heavenly Dao. Today I plan to establish a sect naming it the Sun Jiao. To teach the human race to comply with nature, to empty themselves, to follow the ways of all things, to not contend or seize, and to live according to heavenly principles. Sun Jiao established. As soon as the words fell, a magnificent scene erupted in the heavens. Purple light spread across the sky from the east. Golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses burst forth from the ground. On Kunlun Mountain, Tontian looked at the purple light from the east, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is my elder brother about to attain sainthood? Ever since the two from the west became saints, Laozi had been feeling gloomy, and who would have thought he would find the path so quickly? Yuan Shi Tianzun was also quite surprised, and shook his head saying, I did not expect that my elder brother's opportunity would ultimately fall upon the human race. Now all the great figures in the Primordial Chaos were stirred. One by one they turned to look towards the east sea. Another saint is about to emerge. Laozi, being the leader of the three clear ones and the direct disciple of Hongjuan, had good fortune, thick luck, and held the Hongmeng purple chi. His attaining sainthood was not unusual. What was rare was that this opportunity was arriving today. Just as the great powers of the Primordial Chaos were craning their necks to watch the spectacle, the purple light in the heavens suddenly dispersed, and all the phenomena vanished completely. The great powers were all dumbfounded. Laozi was also taken aback. He suddenly realized that he had completely severed his connection with the heavenly Dao. The fortunes of the human race seemed to have been halved. He could no longer borrow even a trace. What happened? Damn the human teaching. Laozi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. The emergence of the human teaching had almost completely robbed the human race of their fortunes, leaving only a thin sliver that could not support his establishment of a sect and attainment of sainthood. Laozi, you are quite bold to dare steal the fortunes of my human race. A golden seal suddenly descended from the sky. The illusory images of mountains, rivers, and the sun and moon appeared in the air, condensing into a world that crashed down. Caught off guard, Laozi was sent flying. Lin Xia. Laozi fell to the ground and looked up to see Lin Xia standing in the void, her face full of fury. He already hated Lin Xia to the bone, and now being ambushed, the new and old grudges piled up together and exploded. You little beast. Too much bullying. Without saying a word, Laozi directly unleashed his divine powers and lunged at Lin Xia. A fierce battle erupted. Waves of terrifying divine light intertwined in the air, shattering the void, and the brilliance spread for thousands of miles. The humans below trembled in fear, huddling together. However, Lin Xia was well aware. He had left a contingency plan protecting the human race, ensuring that no innocents would be harmed. Meanwhile, in the fire cloud cave, Hong Yun looked outside at the earth-shattering battle, her heart nearly leaping out. Has Lin Xia gone mad? Laozi frowned, thinking that this kid was too unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. He is the leader of the three clear ones with a profound cultivation level and countless hidden cards. What level is Lin Xia? A Daoyuojian Xian at most. The gap of a major realm is like a chasm. How could it be so easy to cross? Charging in recklessly like this, he might not make it out unscathed. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's gaze fell upon the turbulent battlefield in the Primordial Chaos, her expression darkening. That old thing Laozi is truly shameless. Stealing the fortunes of the human race is one thing, but he dares to act against Lin Xia. She did not rush to intervene, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. If Lin Xia showed any sign of weakness, she would immediately strike. Lin Xia, holding the Kongtong seal, exuded an overwhelming aura, his pressure covering the sky, completely unlike how a Daoyuojian Xian should appear. He raised his hand and invoked the Great Star technique, causing ancient stars to rain down, filling his body with starlight. His aura surged upward, directly clashing with Laozi, without losing any ground. Laozi had been fighting for a long time, without subduing Lin Xia, causing his face to lose its composure. To be fighting like a child, and still end up like this, was utterly humiliating. Who among the three clear ones would not care about their reputation? He no longer held back, directly unleashing the Taiji diagram, pressing it towards Lin Xia. As the Taiji diagram shook, the power of time and space exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Lin Xia's little face tightened, his divine light flickering chaotically, enhancing his imposing presence. He transformed the Kongtong seal into a realm, charging headlong into the attack. The Kongtong seal is a supreme treasure of the human race, backed by the fortunes of the human race. In Lin Xia's hands, it became a terrifying weapon. The two treasures collided. Boom. The sound exploded through the 9 heavens, shattering the void into fragments, and celestial light burst forth everywhere. A great terror swept across the land. All the great powers in the primordial chaos were secretly watching, their eyes wide. Lin Xia actually engaged in battle with Lao Zi. Just a Dao Xian, how could he contend with a quasi saint like this? Nonsense. This battle power is too outrageous. Lao Zi, the leader of the 3 clear ones, has even brought out the Taiji diagram, yet still cannot subdue him. Many great powers were astonished, their faces filled with shock. Lao Zi, fighting against Lin Xia, felt turmoil within. He had originally thought Lin Xia was just a child who had fortuitously attained Dao Xian, and the gap in realms was obvious. There was no need to take it seriously. Who knew this kid would have such fierce combat power? He had even summoned his innate supreme treasure, but still could not deal with the opponent. He truly did not know where to put his face. Feeling the fire rising in his heart, Lao Zi decided to no longer hold back, directly using his original divine power to divide himself into 3. One person became 3, with each avatar possessing 70% of his original power. Each avatar grasped a spiritual treasure, attacking Lin Xia from 3 angles, determined to show him what was. At that moment, a terrifying pressure of Hunyuan Daoyuo descended, and Nuwa's figure appeared out of thin air. A surge of Hunyuan magical power rushed over, instantly shattering Lao Zi's 3 avatars, revealing his true form and sending him flying. Lao Zi, you are going too far by acting this way, aren't you? Nuwa's face bore frost, her voice cold enough to drop. Her gaze fell upon Lao Zi, hiding a chill within her eyes. Lao Zi's face flushed with anger, trembling all over. Had he gone too far? Wasn't it Lin Xia who initiated this matter? Just as he was stiffening, a figure suddenly landed on the surface of the East Sea. Lin Xia and Nuwa both looked up. A Taoist stood in midair, unfathomable, with a serene expression, as if he had grown together with this realm. It was Hongjun. Master. Upon seeing Hongjun appear, Lao Zi's heart surged with excitement. Heaven knows how much grievance he had been holding in today. He was on the verge of attaining Dao, but his establishment of the sect failed. Then he had fought with Lin Xia, unable to subdue the opponent for half a day, completely losing face. Hongjun gave Lao Zi a faint glance, remaining silent before turning to Nuwa and saying, Nuwa, your elder brother is establishing a sect here in accordance with the will of heaven, following the course of destiny. You should not obstruct him any longer. The human race has a destiny. Lao Zi establishes a sect in accordance with heaven. Hongjun did not directly respond, leisurely tossing out a remark. Lin Xia smirked inwardly. This old fox Hongjun was clearly trying to divide the fortunes of the human race, yet he did not make it explicit, often using the will of heaven as a shield. Not long ago he had deduced the human race and discovered that the heavenly secrets had been muddled. It was highly likely that Hongjun was behind it. Nuwa's expression was like dead water, her eyes showing no waves, and she said nothing further. Hongjun looked at Lao Zi. Why aren't you quickly establishing the sect? Thank you, master, for your support. With Hongjun present this time, the establishment of the sect had an 80 to 90% chance of success, and Lao Zi's face lit up with joy. I am Taiji Lao Zi. Today, I shall establish a sect named Sun Jiao to act in accordance with heavenly principles. I am the sect leader to enlighten the human race and impart the golden core Dao. As soon as the words fell, purple chi surged from the east, filling the sky, and various phenomena appeared in midair. The momentum was not much different from the last time. After brewing for a long time, the merits did not descend, not even a shadow was seen. The scene became instantly stagnant. Lin Xia pressed his lips, refraining from laughing. He had anticipated this situation. Now he was the spokesperson for the human teaching, holding the Kongtong seal with immense power. As long as he did not nod, Lao Zi would not be able to extract even a sliver of fortune from the human race. I have painstakingly preached the Dao and educated the masses, indeed accumulating a bit of merit. But that little bit is pitifully scarce. How can one expect to become a saint relying on this? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. On the vast land of the primordial world, the number of humans is counted in billions. Amongst these people there are countless who worship Nuwa and Lin Xia as their ancestors. But if you ask around, how many actually know who I am? No one recognizes you, so what talk of faith is there? The notion of merit and fortune is even more absurd. To say one is educating humanity is simply laughable. The teaching I established is like floating duckweed on water or a tower built in the air. Its roots haven't even taken hold, so how could it stand firm? If the heavenly Dao were to respond, that would truly be a ghostly sight. Hongjun lowered his head, his gaze landing on Lin Xia. Lin Xia looked up, his eyes large and bright, pure and clean, meeting Hongjun's gaze without flinching. Hongjun withdrew his gaze, his expression unreadable. Forget it. The fortune of humanity cannot be Then let's forcibly draw upon the power of the heavenly Dao, channel the fortune to me, and help extract that little merit of creation from within, letting me become a saint first. Once I become a saint, it won't be too late to turn my attention to humanity. The purple light and extraordinary phenomena in the sky were rapidly dissipating. My expression fell completely. It seemed I was about to stumble again. At that moment, Hongjun moved. The divine wheel of the heavenly Dao turned, and fortune was forcibly drawn forth. Instantly, layers of indescribable mystical waves rippled across the world. Mystical sounds echoed, overwhelming and all-encompassing. That was the voice of the heavenly Dao. The purple aura which was about to fade surged up again, rolling towards this side. Heavenly phenomena reappeared with golden flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses sprouting from the ground. Still not a saint. What are you waiting for? Hongjun shouted sternly. The primordial purple aura in my spiritual platform began to shake violently. The merit of the heavenly Dao poured down like a burst dam, flooding into my body. This merit acted as a trigger, instantly detonating the merit of creation hidden within me. The merit of creation surged outward like a vast galaxy. The momentum emanating from me rose like a tide, crashing wave after wave. The primordial purple aura rapidly transformed, pushing me directly to the position of a saint. A terrifying saintly pressure erupted from me, shaking the realms of heaven and earth. At that moment, the primordial world was in an uproar. Another saint was added to the heavenly realm. All the powerful beings in the primordial world turned their gazes towards me, some with envy, some in admiration, and others in shock, displaying every kind of expression. However, my expression was not good. I was not satisfied with this outcome. The merit drawn from the heavenly Dao did indeed unleash the merit of creation within me, allowing me to become a saint instantly. But the merit was merely that much, barely allowing me to touch the threshold of proving the Dao. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became. After all this effort, is this the outcome I get? Damn Lin Xia. Damn Nuwa. Those two bastards conspired together to ruin my opportunity. Cursing aside, I still had to swallow this bitterness. Even if proving the Dao is a struggle, it is still better than being stuck here. I bowed respectfully to Hongjun, my tone still polite. Thank you for your assistance, master. Hongjun waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. This is the will of heaven. The heavenly mechanisms are pushing you along. Your success this time relies entirely on the support of the heavenly Dao's fortune. The foundation of the teaching you established is as shallow as floating duckweed. It lacks a solid grip. From now on, you must work harder to educate among humanity, accumulating some faith and merit. Otherwise, you will face hardships on your future cultivation path. This statement carried an implicit hook. I immediately understood. Establishing my teaching on the foundation of humanity means I will be tied to humanity for life. To cultivate faster, I must seize more fortune. This means I will be inherently opposed to Nuwa and the teachings of humanity. I have noted this down. I nodded in agreement. Hongjun's figure flickered and vanished into the horizon. Once he left, I looked down at the group of postnatal humans. I have a method for the golden core Dao, and I will impart it to you today. I waved my hand, and a stele of the Dao appeared out of thin air on the ground. The stele inscribed the techniques of the golden core Dao. As for whether these people could understand it and learn it, that was no longer my concern. I glanced at Lin Xia and Nuwa with a rather indifferent expression. Then, accompanied by Xuandu, I turned to leave. Lin Xia had indeed imparted the 3,000 marvelous paths to humanity earlier. But there were simply too many humans with varying degrees of talent. Not everyone could enter the Dao. Once the stele was erected, many curious individuals gathered to take a look. Upon seeing it, they felt dizzy, their legs weak, almost collapsing. Among tens of thousands of postnatal humans, not a single one could comprehend it. Lin Xia almost laughed out loud. This old man is truly devious. The golden core Dao has a low ceiling, but its threshold is absurdly high. In imparting the Dao this way, he never intended for anyone to learn it. Probably only a few innate humans could understand it. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Nuwa couldn't be bothered to look any further, her face filled with disdain. She pulled Lin Xia and walked away directly. Mount Shouyang. Lin Xia stood outside the palace, gazing at the few spiritual roots in front of him, stretching out his hand. A thick aura of creation surged forth like a tide. Spiritual energy poured down like rain, all landing on the spiritual roots. That spiritual root thrived as if it had consumed a great tonic, its branches growing wildly, and its leaves sparkling brilliantly. In no time, these postnatal spiritual roots of the heavenly fire divine tree transformed dramatically, all at once becoming top-tier postnatal spiritual roots. As the origin strengthened, a vast amount of celestial spiritual energy surged outward, bursting into light. The leaves of the heavenly fire divine tree burned crimson like clouds spreading, staining half the sky. The power of the origin of fire sprayed outward, making the air feel tight and hot, even standing beneath the tree. Lin Xia grinned slightly. Reaching out to touch the fired leaves of the heavenly fire divine tree, the tree immediately responded, its branches and leaves swaying against his shoulder, trying to curry favor. After entering the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, the aura of creation emanating from Lin Xia became several levels purer. Reviving the dead and turning bones into flesh was merely basic operation. The nurturing effect on spiritual objects also directly rose to a new level. He turned around and returned to the palace, taking out the Yin-Yang treasure mirror, and began to work on refining the restrictions within. Upon reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm after the origin completed its transformation, his already extraordinary comprehension soared even higher. His divine sense expanded boundlessly, and the light of wisdom illuminated his mind. Many abstruse principles flowed into his mind effortlessly without needing to think. Various forms of origin were directly laid out before his eyes. Digesting them was as easy as drinking water, quite effortless. Lin Xia dove in headfirst, not wanting to emerge. Ding. The host refined all restrictions of the yin-yang treasure mirror, comprehending the principles of the solar and lunar laws deeply, enhancing his understanding of the yin-yang laws, and attaining the primordial grade divine ability, Great Yin-Yang Sacred Seal. Acquired top-tier postnatal spiritual root, purple gold, divine bamboo. Lin Xia withdrew from his state of enlightenment, savoring the intricacies of the Great Yin-Yang Sacred Seal. This divine ability is somewhat akin to the Great Stellar Technique. Both borrow external power. As long as there is the existence of yin-yang laws and yin-yang power, one can draw that power in and augment it onto the divine ability. Moreover, yin-yang power can transform into each other, blending softness with hardness alternately between the real and the illusory. It combines offense and defense without bias. Lin Xia let out a satisfied hum and sank back into further comprehension. Wuzhuang Temple. Hong Yun returned, dragging his injuries with him. Not a single part of him was intact, looking terribly disheveled. Jin Yuanzi hurriedly approached. Dao friend, what happened? Who attacked you? Hong Yun gritted his teeth. The demon clan. After healing, he emerged from the fire cloud cave, intending to continue exploring the primordial world. Who would have thought he was intercepted halfway by the demon clan? As soon as the purple gold divine bamboo was planted in the ground, a sprinkle of divine water caused the bamboo to emit a faint golden glow, its leaves unfurling, exuding vitality. Lin Xia squatted by the flower bed, looking at the flourishing flowers and grasses, feeling quite satisfied. Just then a voice suddenly came from behind. Young friend Lin Xia. Lin Xia turned around to see a figure appearing, none other than Hong Yun. His face broke into a smile as he greeted, "Oh Hong Yun, Dao friend, what brings you to Shouyang Mountain today?" "You jest, young friend. I have come specifically to visit you." "Visit me?" Lin Xia was taken aback, wondering when he had gained such prestige. But as his mind turned, he quickly understood. "Hong Yun, Dao friend, you're not here looking for my sister, are you?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Hong Yun's eyes, not expecting this young man to see through his thoughts so easily, truly perceptive. He did not hide it, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, I trouble you to convey a message." Nuwa had sensed someone approaching long ago and had already walked out of the palace. Hong Yun hurriedly stepped forward, bowing. "I pay my respects to Saint Nuwa." Nuwa's expression was calm. Casting a glance at him, she said blandly, "There is no need for such formalities, Hong Yun, Dao friend. May I ask why you have come?" Hong Yun did not beat around the bush and directly stated, "Ever since that day in the netherworld when I was saved by the Empress, I have been staying put to recuperate. Once I healed completely, I dared to move about the primordial world. I thought that the primordial purple aura had already been dispatched and the threats should have ceased. Who would have thought that the killing intent would keep coming in waves? Just recently, I was ambushed by a group of demon clans, sustaining serious injuries. These various assassination attempts are clearly calculated against me." Jin Yuanzi, standing nearby, frowned and spoke. "Could it be? Is it again because of the primordial purple aura? But you already gave it to Saint Nuwa, so why won't they let this go?" His tone carried a trace of anger. "These demon clans are truly despicable." Hong Yun sighed, shaking his head. "I have a grudge against Kunping to begin with. It is not unfair for the demon clan to attack me, but I can't understand. I have gone to great lengths to hide my whereabouts. How could those demon clans always pinpoint my location?" Zhen Yuanzi's frown deepened, his words trailing off. "Could it be?" Hong Yun's mind turned, immediately associating it with the two saints from the west. When he initially fled into the netherworld, Jin and Zhuanti suddenly appeared, claiming to seize the primordial purple aura, but in reality, they were dead set on taking his life. The two sides had already torn apart their relationship. Those two did not wish to repay the karma, so they would think of every possible way to use someone else's hand to kill him. Thinking of this, a chill ran down Hong Yun's back. Being targeted by Jin and Zhuanti, he would probably have his life in jeopardy at any moment, unless he remained within Wuzhuang Temple for the rest of his life. But he could not swallow this grievance. "I beg the Empress for a way to survive. Hong Yun only wishes to live." As he spoke, he bowed again, adopting an extremely humble posture. Nuwa did not rush to respond, her gaze contemplative. The schemes in Hong Yun's words should clearly refer to those two saints from the west. Truly unexpected, those two had sunk to a level of shamelessness beyond imagination. Hong Yun owed them an immense karmic debt, yet rather than repaying it, they schemed relentlessly against him, pursuing him without respite. Clearly they sought to wield another's blade to slay him. Yet curiously, Hong Yun's fate appeared entwined with the celestial Dao itself, bound by profound karmic threads. Precisely because he bore goodwill toward all, no sect dared formally accept him. Whether his entry into the human sect would prove auspicious or perilous remained uncertain. Nuwa pondered deeply, then turned toward Lin Xia and asked, "Brother, what is your view?" Lin Xia grinned broadly. "Sister, I believe Taoist Hong Yun has always treated others with kindness. He is one blessed with extraordinary fortune. It is most fitting for him to join our human sect now." In ancient times, Hong Yun had occupied one of the 3,000 honored seats in the Zixiao Palace. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, his strength was unrivaled across the Primordial Chaos. Securing a powerhouse of such magnitude as a member of the human sect would undoubtedly grant it formidable new support. Han Yun turned to Lin Xia, gratitude flooding his face. His eyes glistened, nearly brimming with tears. Hearing Lin Xia's words, Nuwa ceased her hesitation and smiled. Very well. If my brother speaks thus, this matter is hereby approved. The weight that had hung heavy upon Han Yun's heart finally settled. He bowed deeply before Nuwa. Once more, many thanks, Divine Matriarch Nuwa. Nuwa nodded, then proclaimed aloud with the voice of the Dao resonating across all realms, from this day forth Han Yun shall formally enter the human sect as its vice patriarch. Her voice thundered across the heavens, piercing through layer upon layer of celestial domains, echoing throughout the 10 directions. She had elevated Han Yun to the rank of vice patriarch, not merely as appointment, but as warning to the demon clan and as unwavering protection for Han Yun himself. Han Yun was profoundly moved, bowing repeatedly before Nuwa. I am eternally grateful for your grace, Divine Matriarch. I swear henceforth to devote my utmost strength to safeguarding humanity. Nuwa nodded gently, then turned and departed gracefully. Han Yun pivoted again, offering repeated thanks to Lin Xia. Taoist Lin Xia, this grace you have bestowed today, I shall never forget. He could plainly see how deeply Nuwa doted upon Lin Xia, so utterly indulgent that Lin Xia's words carried decisive weight over her own judgments. Thus Han Yun dared not treat Lin Xia lightly. In word and manner, he already regarded him as an equal among supreme cultivators. Lin Xia smiled and said, Taoist Han Yun, there is no need for such formality. From this moment onward, you are the vice patriarch of the human sect. The demon clan fears my elder sister, and therefore will dare not move against you. Han Yun nodded solemnly. Now that he belonged to the human sect, even the 2 Western sages would hesitate before acting against him, let alone the demon clan. On Kunlun Mountain, wind howled fiercely. Laozi's brow twitched, and a cold snort escaped his lips. That youth Han Yun bore karmic debts so vast they could crush a mountain. Yet Nuwa without hesitation thrust him straight into the human sect. Such a move invites inevitable backlash. Across the demon celestial court, the celestial Dao's resonance erupted like thunder, shaking the clouds thrice. Kuenping's face darkened to ashen gray, his expression dripping with venomous gloom. Han Yun had entered the human sect, not just as a disciple, but as vice patriarch, shielded personally by Nuwa. To harm him now was nothing short of delusion. What devilry possesses that old fool? Why would he simply join the human sect? Dongwang Tai furrowed his brows tightly. Kuenping's words cut like knives. I hear the primordial violet qi, once born by Han Yun, has now fallen into the hands of the divine matriarch Nuwa. His entry into the human sect was likely bargained for that very qi. At these words, Dongwang Tai and Di Jun's faces hardened instantly. To seize that violet qi, they had dispatched every capable demon sovereign and sage from the celestial court to besiege Han Yun. That very campaign left their ancestral stronghold vulnerable, ravaged by the 12 ancestral Wu, with catastrophic casualties and losses so grievous they bled inwardly. And in the end, the violet qi ended up in Nuwa's possession. She uttered not a word afterward, making plain her utter disregard for the demon clan. Clearly that violet qi was never intended for the demon sage. Dongwang Tai reflected silently. He knew full well that Fuxi held no trace of that qi. Kuenping curled his lip and sneered for the demon sage. No, it was meant for Lin Xia. Lin Xia. Both Di Jun and Dongwang Tai simultaneously envisioned that face. His name struck deep into the ears and souls of the demon clan. When demons once hunted humans as prey, Lin Xia alone slaughtered over 10,000 mighty demons. When demon sage Gui Che challenged him in fury, Nuwa struck him down publicly, without mercy. Yet Di Jun recalled clearly at their first meeting Lin Xia had been but a Tai golden immortal. Such a cultivation level rendered the primordial violet qi utterly useless to him. Speak not of matters concerning sages. Di Jun murmured low. Kuenping and Dongwang Tai fell silent, but resentment remained etched across their faces, unsoftened and raw. Di Jun himself felt a knot tightening in his chest. Nuwa, though a sage of the demon clan, had never lifted a finger for them since attaining Dao, never once considered their interests. Now, having reclaimed the primordial violet qi, she handed it over to an outsider without pause. What use was such a divine matriarch, worthy only of being discarded? Far away on Mount Shumi, Jane and Junti wore equally grim expressions. The moment Han Yun stepped onto Shouyang Mountain, they had foreseen it, but never imagined Nuwa would consent so swiftly without even pausing to deliberate. They owed Han Yun a karmic debt of monumental scale, the debt of his eventual ascension to sagehood. So long as he lived, that debt remained unpaid. Jane and Junti refused to believe Nuwa was ignorant of this truth. Yet she chose this path deliberately, intending precisely to strangle them with Han Yun's presence. The thought pierced their hearts like thorns, sharp, relentless, agonizing. At Shouyang Mountain, Lin Xia sat cross-legged upon the grass, a mound of ripened thunder spirit fruits before him. He seized the brick-like artifact and raised it high, then brought it down. The fruit split open, its flesh spilling forth. He snatched it up and crammed it into his mouth, crunching loudly, cheeks puffing, small face radiant with pure satisfaction. Beside him, Hong Yun watched his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. That brick gleamed brilliantly. He recognized it instantly, the Kunlun seal, humanity's supreme, sacred treasure. Who would dare wield such a relic as mere nutcracker? Yet Lin Xia did exactly that, his audacity breathtaking. Though Hong Yun held Lin Xia in high regard, he couldn't help contemplating a quiet report to Nuwa. To witness the scolding of this incorrigible boy, the mental image of the mischievous child receiving punishment brought a faint grim satisfaction. Would you like one? Lin Xia offered a thunder spirit fruit. Hong Yun accepted it, but did not eat. Instead, he said, young Taoist Lin Xia, since we have time to spare, might we spar? He had witnessed firsthand Lin Xia's battle with Laozi. Though still only a great Luo golden immortal, Lin Xia had fought Laozi to a standstill. Unflinching, unyielding. Hong Yun had stared dumbfounded, his inner world churning violently. Thus his curiosity about Lin Xia burned fiercely. Lin Xia, who had been lounging lazily, perked up instantly at the suggestion. He sprang upright, eyes blazing like twin lanterns. Agreed. Hong Yun observed his fervor, and sensed something subtly off. Lin Xia, realizing his own exuberance, quickly composed himself, and spoke earnestly. I mean, it is indeed. Hong Yun's expression relaxed. He assumed Lin Xia merely possessed a spirited temperament, and thought no further. Taoist Hong Yun, please begin. No, you first, young friend. Hong Yun, mindful of seniority, refused to gain advantage over a younger cultivator. Lin Xia, aware of Hong Yun's gentle nature, made no further protest. He launched a single punch. Hong Yun soared backward, hurtling miles before halting, his chest constricting sharply, nearly coughing blood. When he returned, his dignity wounded. Young friend's strength, truly extraordinary. He had not anticipated Lin Xia's physical might, nearly failing to withstand that single blow. I wasn't prepared. This doesn't count. Let us try again. Lin Xia felt unsatisfied. Hong Yun hesitated, his pride stung. Though Lin Xia was undeniably powerful, Hong Yun had indeed underestimated him earlier. This time he held nothing back. A palm strike unleashed radiating crimson light, manifesting a colossal heaven and earth palm seal that shattered the void. Lin Xia stood unmoved. Left hand embodied the solar law, right hand the lunar law. With palms, the grand yin-yang sacred seal roared into existence. As the heaven and earth palm descended, it vanished entirely, consumed by the sacred seal, whose aura surged exponentially. Lin Xia thrust both small hands forward. The grand yin-yang sacred seal crashed outward with terrifying force, shaking the heavens themselves. Hong Yun flew backward once more, spitting blood midair. His chest ached fiercely. He never imagined Lin Xia would strike him twice in one day. Before he could even rise, Lin Xia stood before him again. Taoist Hong Yun, still able to continue. Shall we spar once more? Stop! Stop! Don't come near me. Hong Yun waved frantically, blood still trickling from his lips. If he continued, he feared his life would end here. Now he understood fully why Lin Xia had been so exhilarated. This boy was no ordinary being. He was a monster. Only the thick-skinned Wu clan might endure such onslaughts. Hong Yun's slender frame simply could not bear it. Thereafter, no matter how Lin Xia coaxed him, Hong Yun adamantly refused further combat. He fled immediately to a secluded cave, entering seclusion to recover from his grievous injuries. After Hong Yun departed, Lin Xia contemplated briefly, then resolved to journey across the Primordial Chaos in search of rare opportunities. After all, Hong Yun now served as vice-patriarch of the human sect. With him guarding humanity, no calamity was likely to arise. Seizing the moment Nuwa looked away, Lin Xia slipped quietly from Shouyang Mountain, this time concealing neither his presence nor his intent. Nuwa's eyes crinkled with amusement. TCH, this incorrigible child slipped away the moment my gaze wavered. Yet she made no attempt to stop him. Lin Xia, now a great Luo golden immortal, possessed numerous potent artifacts, more than sufficient to ensure his safety within the Primordial Chaos. There was little cause for concern. Lin Xia traveled eastward, gathering countless rare treasures along the way. One day he arrived above the eastern sea. Suddenly the 24 ocean-stabilizing pearls within his spiritual dantian pulsed violently. Startled, he extended his divine sense along the resonance, soon arriving at the seabed of the eastern sea. There lay a primordial formation, deeply concealed, capable of masking perception. Without meticulous scrutiny, even seasoned cultivators would overlook it entirely. Lin Xia activated his void-perceiving divine eyes and peered inward. Within glowed an object, blindingly radiant, its brilliance flooding the chamber. Lin Xia paused, then recognized it. These are 12 ocean-stabilizing pearls. Instantly the 24 pearls within his dantian trembled violently, as if reuniting with long-lost kin. A broad smile spread across Lin Xia's face. He studied the formation intently, rapidly deconstructing its structural essence. Within moments he grasped its fundamental cosmic order. Lin Xia tapped the air several times with his fingers. The entire formation fractured like glass, shattering cleanly. 12 pearls streaked forth, trailing luminous, tails landing softly in his palm. 24 ocean-stabilizing pearls, already ranked among the finest primordial spirit treasures. Now with 36 assembled, their power ascended to the tier of supreme primordial treasures. This was an unparalleled windfall. Lin Xia secured the pearls and resumed wandering the eastern sea. An immortal island lay hidden beneath the sea's surface, shrouded in a barrier that ordinary eyes could never pierce. The isle was dense with bamboo groves. He swept his gaze across it. At the island's heart stood a primordial grand formation where the energies of yin and yang swirled in endless motion. A few bamboo stalks were in fact innate spiritual roots. Their emerald bodies crackled with violet arcs of lightning from time to time. Lin Xia descended onto the isle and unfurled his divine sense. At once he spotted two round plump creatures squatting in the center of the bamboo grove. Their fur was a patchwork of black and white, their large eyes rolling about as they gnawed happily on bamboo stalks. Both were at the mystic immortal level. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. The next moment he crossed thousands of li in a single step, appearing before the two iron-eating beasts. The two simpletons raised their heads and froze at the sight of a stranger suddenly materializing before them. The smaller one still had a bamboo shoot in its mouth, its big round eyes darting around as it stared at Lin Xia with unbridled curiosity. "Who are you? What are you doing on our turf?" The larger one shifted its rear and spoke lazily. The smaller one suddenly remembered something, stiffened its body, and its gaze turned wary. "Big bro, this little runt isn't here to steal our bamboo shoots, is he, eh?" Hearing this, the larger one instantly leaped up, swept all the bamboo and shoots behind itself, and scowled at Lin Xia. "Listen here, little runt, I'm telling you. These bamboo shoots, this entire grove, it's all ours. Don't even think about taking a single one." The two iron-eating beasts flexed their meager arm muscles at Lin Xia, baring their teeth. But their round faces scrunched together, utterly failing to look fierce. Instead, they were comical. Lin Xia remained silent. The smaller one scratched its head. "Big bro, he seems kind of nice. How about we give him one?" The larger one sized up Lin Xia's slender frame, decided he posed no threat, and relaxed. "No way. I don't even have enough for myself. Why should I give him any?" Lin Xia suppressed a smile and looked up at the pair. "You two look pretty imposing. What should I call you?" "Little runt, you've got good taste." The two simpletons' eyes lit up instantly. "Im Xiong Batian. And so, fits our vibe perfectly, doesn't it?" Xiong Outyin craned its neck, its face brimming with smugness. Lin Xia nodded, his tone sincere. "Quite domineering indeed. No need for you to say it. I could tell at first glance." He paused, then gave the two bears another once-over. "I can see you two have excellent innate talent. We're fated to meet. Perfect timing. How about becoming my mounts? Are you willing?" If he could take these two, had fear nothing while traversing the primordial wilderness. Despite their goofy demeanor, these two simpletons were beings of innate origin with solid foundations. With proper nurturing, attaining the Great Luo realm in the future was well within reach. Xiong Batian took a bite of bamboo shoot and shook its head like a rattledrum. "I Xiong Batian am a hero of unparalleled might. Why would I stoop to being someone's mount?" Xiong Outyin nodded vigorously beside it. "Exactly. My big bro, and I have plenty to eat and drink here. What's in it for us to be your mount?" Lin Xia was at a loss for words. This was the first time Head been so thoroughly dismissed. It seemed Head have to show some real skill to earn these two simpletons' respect. He raised a hand and waved, activating the law of creation. A dense aura of creative spiritual energy spread out, settling upon the bamboo stalks. The bamboos, as if injected with a potent stimulant, shot upward rapidly. Their leaves turned a brilliant green, and tender bamboo shoots emerged one after another from the soil. The two silly bears' eyes lit up at once, and they pounced forward. "Mine. It's all mine. So many spiritual bamboo shoots. Finally we can eat our fill." Although the grove was vast, truly spiritual bamboo was rare. Innate spiritual bamboo was even more precious, taking tens of thousands of years to produce a single shoot. Whenever one grew, it was time for the brothers to fall out. To date, the pair had only managed to gnaw on a few low-grade, innate spiritual bamboos between them. Moreover, their appetites were terrifyingly huge. Ordinary bamboo shoots barely filled the gaps between their teeth, and they often went hungry. Despite their goofy exterior, these two weren't stupid. If they devoured all the shoots at once, there'd be none. Xiong Batian, its mouth stuffed with spiritual bamboo shoots, suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Xia. "Hey, how did you make these spiritual bamboo shoots grow so fast?" Xiong Outyin also looked up, curiosity piqued. When it came to food, these two simpletons were all ears. Lin Xia's tone carried a hint of temptation. "For me, this is a trivial matter. If I'm willing, I can make fresh spiritual bamboo shoots grow endlessly. So how about it? Ready to be my mount?" Xiong Batian chewed on a bamboo shoot and asked, "Really? We've got huge appetites. You sure you can provide enough?" Lin Xia chuckled. "I swear it on my honor. Stick with me, and you'll have all the spiritual bamboo shoots you can eat. If you burst, it's on me." The two chubby bears' eyes sparkled. If this shorty really had that ability, being his mount wasn't such a big deal. The bear clan's ancestral motto, never be slaves. Unless meals are provided. The iron-eating beast's pride was that straightforward. Xiong Batian nodded firmly and agreed on the spot. "Fine, I'll be your mount." Xiong Outyin was far less reserved. Clutching a bamboo shoot, it lunged at Lin Xia, grabbing his sleeve with pleading eyes. "Big bro, you're my real big bro. Please let me be your mount." Lin Xia put on a troubled expression. "I'm just one person. One mount is enough. Between the two of you, who's more suitable?" Me. It has to be me. Big bro, look at my build. How impressive would I look with you riding me? Bullshit. It's me. The two simpletons argued until they were red in the face on the verge of coming to blows. Fearing they might actually fight, Lin Xia intervened. Enough, stop arguing. From now on you two will compete for the position. Xiong Outyan blinked. Big bro, what does compete for the position mean? It means whoever runs faster wins. Lin Xia explained. Whoever is faster gets to be my mount first. He paused, then added, and the faster one gets unlimited innate spiritual bamboo shoots. At those words the two simpletons exchanged a glance. In their eyes the bond of brotherhood seemed to crack. Lin Xia considered their names and found them increasingly tacky. He pointed at Xiong Batian. Batian, from now on your nickname is Dabai. Then he pointed at Xiong Outyan. Outyan, your nickname is Xiaohe. The two bears looked down at their fur, a messy patchwork of black and white. Dabai, Xiaohe. Didn't those names sound a bit off? But the bamboo shoots in their mouths were too delicious for Xiong Batian to bother arguing. Xiong Outyan, however, spoke up. Big bro, actually I already have a nickname. Lin Xia's interest was piqued. Oh, what is it? Xiong Outyan puffed out its chest proudly. Xiong Buer. My second brother gave it to me. Sounds good, right? Now that it had acknowledged Lin Xia as its big brother, the original big brother naturally got demoted to second brother. 3 lines of black marks appeared on Lin Xia's forehead. That name was truly unique. Why Xiong Buer? Xiong Outyan said with utmost seriousness. Second brother said, in life and deeds one must be true to their word. Buer means no second word. That's how you become a bear lord of a region. Hence the name Buer. After hearing this, Lin Xia's mouth twitched. Then you really are quite silly. Xiong Outyan took a bite of bamboo shoot and asked naively, Big bro, you call me Buer, but why do you say Amura? What does her mean? Xiong Outyan grinned from ear to ear. Is big bro praising me? Lin Xia waved his hand, and the bamboo grove vanished into thin air absorbed into the Hongmeng Pearl. He mounted Daba's back with Xiaohe trotting alongside. The two savage beasts ambled slowly out of the eastern sea. They took their time, simply strolling through the primordial wilderness. The Dao resonance of heaven and earth brushed against him from time to time. Lin Xia closed his eyes, savoring it slowly. Suddenly a thunderous explosion erupted from the shore of the eastern sea. The void tore like tattered cloth and murderous intent surged skyward. Someone was fighting, and it was no small affair. Lin Xia opened his eyes and swept his spiritual sense outward. The demonic aura was thick and foul. He raised a hand and traced a line, tearing a rift in the space before him. He stepped through. A fierce battle was underway. A woman was surrounded in the middle, hemmed in by a host of demonic beings. Her skin glowed with a pale radiance, her face rivaling that of his sister Nuwa, yet she carried a wild, untamed air. Leading the encirclement was none other than Kunpeng. The demon saints Jiming Ingzhao Failian and Zhuoying were also present. Hudu. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath. He recognized the aura on the woman, the unmistakable mark of the Wu tribe with a physical body of absurd toughness. Several magical treasures slammed into her with booming sounds, yet she barely staggered. The surrounding space had collapsed into ruin, a minor world shattered again and again, sending waves of tremors rippling outward. Without a word, Lin Xia flipped his hand and unfurled a Dharma realm, shielding the humans below. Then he charged straight in. You beasts, how dare you run wild on human territory? The Kontong seal soared into the air, its divine light blazing brilliantly. Sun, moon, mountains, and rivers materialized one by one on the seal's surface, and it hurtled toward Kunpeng and the demon saints. Immortal light exploded, shattering time and space into fragments. Several demon saints were blasted away, tumbling and dazed. Kunpeng turned his head, glaring at Lin Xia with fire in his eyes. He had been just a hair's breadth away from capturing Hutu, and now this meddler had to show up. Before he could even curse, Lin Xia was already swinging the Kontong seal at him again. Gritting his teeth, Kunpeng summoned a palace that soared millions of zhang high. The two treasures collided with a roar that shook heaven and earth. The palace was sent flying, its corner chipped, tumbling awkwardly through several rotations. Kunpeng's face turned green with rage. He immediately revealed his true form, unleashing all his divine abilities as he lunged at Lin Xia. You're asking for death. The other demon saints scrambled to their feet, their fury boiling over as they joined Kunpeng in a concerted assault. Lin Xia thrust the Xian Yuan Kong Shui banner before him to shield himself. With his other hand he pressed downward, and a sea of lightning spread across the void. Chaotic annihilation, divine thunder surged forth like a flood, spreading for millions of li, turning the sky black. The thunderbolts exploded, and the bodies of Jiming Ingzhao and the other demon saints shattered on the spot, leaving only a wisp of their primordial spirits to flee. Kunpeng pushed his speed to its limit, darting out of the lightning sea in a flash. Lin Xia raised his hand and hurled the red embroidered ball, smashing it straight into Kunpeng. Kunpeng dodged too late, and half his body was blown apart, blood splattering everywhere. The whole affair erupted violently and ended just as swiftly. Hutu stood frozen, forgetting to strike, her eyes wide as saucers and her mouth agape. This little thing. How was he even more ferocious than their Wu tribe? The demon saints, their bodies reformed from residual blood, cowered behind Kunpeng, each more aggrieved than the last. Their gazes fixed on Lin Xia, a mix of hatred and fear. Lin Xia, we never touched your humans. What right do you have to intervene? Kunpeng's voice was seething with fury as he ground out the question. You were fighting right by my human tribes. People were bound to get hurt. Lin Xia's tone was calm, showing utter disregard for human lives. That's a grave enough offense. Are you helping Hutu on the orders of the Nuwa Empress? Kunpeng's gaze turned bone-chillingly cold as he probed. What does my sister have to do with it? I just find the lot of you displeasing to the eye. If I catch you in the tribe again, I will strike you every time you appear. Lin Xia spoke with arrogance. How dare you, Lin Xia? We will remember today's events. Kunpeng gritted his teeth. The several demon saints also glared at Lin Xia, their eyes blazing with fury. Kunpeng led the demon saints as they turned to fly towards the heavenly court. After they left, Hutu looked at Lin Xia and gratefully said, Thank you for your help, Lin Xia, my young friend. No need for thanks, it was just a small matter, a mere effort. Lin Xia waved his hand. That group of monsters has been wreaking havoc everywhere. I had long wanted to deal with them. Even without you, I would have taught them a lesson. Hutu couldn't help but laugh as she found this little guy quite amusing. His speaking style resembled that of her brothers. If he went to the witch clan, they would surely get along well. Hutu smiled and said, I will remember today's kindness, Lin Xia. From now on you are a friend of my witch clan. You must come visit us whenever you have the chance. I haven't been to Buzhou Mountain yet. Since you invite me so warmly, I will definitely visit if I have the opportunity. At that moment, Dubai was slowly chewing on some spiritual bamboo shoots as it came over. Clearly the earlier fight had frightened it quite a bit. The elder brother he just met was extraordinarily powerful. Even Dubai, who usually had a tough demeanor, trembled at the thought. Lin Xia reached out to stroke Dubai's fur and sat on its shoulder. Hutu stared at the hefty bear, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Xia, my young friend, is this creature your mount? Lin Xia lifted his chin, his tone filled with pride. Hearing Lin Xia praise its majesty, Dubai felt a surge of pride, even tossing aside its most treasured bamboo shoot, puffing up its chubby face to look fierce. Unfortunately, the more it tried to pose, the more it looked like a fool. Hutu's forehead twitched slightly. Oh well. It does look quite impressive. Riding this creature in the wilderness, it's uncertain how far it could run, but one thing is for sure, getting lost wouldn't be an issue. With its bear-like appearance, finding a direction would be tough enough. After a long pause, Hutu finally managed to say something polite. Lin Xia, my young friend's mount is indeed quite unique. Lin Xia could tell from Hutu's tone what she meant, but chose not to respond. The potential of the iron-eating beast is beyond anyone's perception. Despite its seemingly foolish appearance, it is actually quite clever, adaptable, and knows how to read the room. Besides, who wouldn't want to keep their own lovable fool? The joy of petting a cat is something outsiders simply cannot understand. Moreover, he currently has two, doubling the joy. By the way, Hutu, shouldn't your witch clan be at Buzhou Mountain? Why have you come to the East Sea? Lin Xia turned to look. Hutu shook her head, her gaze drifting. Something is drawing me here, but I cannot say what it is. Lin Xia's heart sank. Has Hutu sensed something already? When it comes to those vague sensations, Lin Xia immediately thought of the heavenly Dao and Hongjun. The matter of Hutu transforming into reincarnation could easily become a trap. It might be closely related to the schemes of that old fox Hongjun. Currently, the demon clan and the witch clan are in a fierce conflict. With the 12 ancestors of the witch still around, the witch clan can firmly suppress the demon clan with their remaining strength. However, if Hutu transforms into reincarnation, both sides would reach a stalemate. Then they would suffer mutual destruction, leading to their downfall. Just the situation that Hongjun most desires to see. Lin Xia spoke. Hutu, my friend, I think these sensations are too vague, don't take them too seriously. If you have nothing to do, why not wander around my human tribe to ease your mind? Hutu pondered for a moment, nodded and smiled. Alright, I happen to want to take a look. With that, the two parted ways. Lin Xia returned to Shouyang Mountain with Dao Bai and Xiao He. The moment Lin Xia stepped onto Shouyang Mountain, Nuwa sensed the movement. Before he could even steady himself, he was pulled into her embrace. Little darling, you are finally back. Let your sister give you a hug. Lin Xia struggled a bit, but ultimately surrendered. Nuwa pinched his little face, rubbing it back and forth. Seeing the expression on his face filled with helplessness yet cuteness made her laugh out loud. There was no helping it, Lin Xia's fragrance of fruits became even more enticing after his breakthrough. His face was also quite plump. If she didn't pinch it for a day, her hands would feel itchy. Once Nuwa set Lin Xia down, she noticed the two creatures by her feet. The two fools were completely absorbed in gnawing on the newly sprouted innate bamboo shoots, not even looking up at her. The lightning energy lingering on the shoots seeped into their bodies, making their fur stand on end, yet those two were not afraid at all. Instead, they wore expressions of bliss. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, pride evident in his tone. Sister, look at my newly acquired mount, isn't it handsome? Nuwa's mouth twitched. Can this thing even be a mount? It looks quite cute, but if it were to run, it would be nothing but a burden. She reached out and poked the two round faces. Dubai suddenly raised its head, warily hiding the bamboo shoot behind its back, and asked, Are you the elder sister of our big brother? Even if you are our big brother's sister, you cannot steal our spiritual bamboo shoots. That's right, there are only a few of them. We don't have enough for ourselves. Xiaohei nodded beside him. Nuwa looked at these two lively treasures, feeling speechless. These two are complete gluttons, as she really doesn't understand why Lin Xia wants to keep such fools as mounts. But since Lin Xia likes them, she didn't say more. Ho2 was pondering how to bring Lin Xia home. Nuwa turned back to the Huahuang Palace, preparing to enter seclusion. That day Lin Xia settled his mind and began to cultivate. The two fools lay on the grass munching on bamboo shoots while basking in the sun. Just then a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. Two demons stealthily entered the outskirts of the human tribe, beginning to kill people. Lin Xia's expression instantly turned cold. Sister Nuwa had already spoken with Dijuan, yet the demon clan still dared to come poaching humans. This demon clan truly is uncontrollable. Lin Xia's figure flickered and directly landed above that tribe. Before the two chicken-head demons could act, he smashed them into a pulp with a single palm, not even letting them scream. Lin Xia carried the corpses of the two demons back to Shouyang Mountain. He set up an iron pot, plucked their feathers, and boiled water, tossing in various spices and seasonings. Before long the water in the pot boiled and a rich meat aroma wafted out. After washing away impurities with the breath of creation, a pot of fragrant iron pot stew was ready. While Lin Xia picked meat to eat, he called out to the two fools, "You two want a piece?" Bear Ba Tian glanced into the pot and immediately averted his gaze. "Does Big Brother look down on me? I only eat vegetables." Bear Ao Tian shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, refusing to budge. "Really not eating? Don't blame me later." Lin Xia said this lightly. Bear Ao Tian, with a bamboo shoot in his mouth, looked dignified. "Big Brother, you can rest assured. I, Bear Ao Tian, have only eaten vegetables in this lifetime. I will never touch your meat." The Bear brothers, one tough as steel Bear Ba Tian and the other stubborn Bear Ao Tian, were not just joking. Lin Xia looked at Xiaohei's serious expression and, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Bear Ao Tian instinctively wanted to spit it out. But then a burst of flavor exploded in his mouth, tender and juicy, sliding around on his tongue, deliciousness filling his mouth, his taste buds almost melting. "This is too delicious." Bear Ao Tian's eyes lit up. He forgot everything and started to chew, and Bear Ba Tian looked at his brother with disdain. As a tough hero, he could never betray his principles. The disgrace of the Bear clan. "Second brother, this is really delicious. You're missing out by not eating." Bear Ao Tian dropped this line and grabbed a piece of meat to shove into his mouth, wolfing it down, the meat juices dripping down his chin. "I don't believe it. Can anything be better than bamboo shoots?" Bear Ba Tian insisted, thinking his brother was simply too weak-willed. "Believe it or not, I don't care." Bear Ao Tian, uninterested in Bear Ba Tian, focused on devouring the meat, one bite after another, unable to stop. Lin Xia and Bear Ao Tian were eating fiercely, causing Bear Ba Tian to stare blankly. He looked down at the bamboo shoot in his hand, then back up at the meat in the pot, hesitating for a long time before he couldn't help but pick a piece and shove it into his mouth. As soon as it entered, the juices burst forth. The meat melted on his tongue before he could even chew, incredibly tender, the aroma drilling straight into his nose. Bear Ba Tian nearly bit his tongue off with that first bite. "Damn it, this is too delicious." He tossed the bamboo shoot aside and began to fight for the meat in the pot. The two fools were eating so much they were almost in tears. For the first time in their lives, they realized meat could taste this good. Those past days were truly wasted. Now they finally understood what Big Brother meant by "stick with me and there will be meat to eat." At the same time, a stunning woman suddenly descended from the sky. She glanced around, curiously surveying the human tribe below. Such a weak tribe, yet they are thriving. This was unexpected for her. But the next moment, Ho-Tu's gaze fell upon Lin Xia, causing her to freeze in place. There he was, surrounded by two iron-eating beasts devouring meat greedily, his face glistening with grease. Ho-Tu was momentarily stunned. "Ho-Tu, my friend, why are you here?" Lin Xia looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ho-Tu stand. "Want a bite? Want to try?" He casually grabbed a piece of meat and smiled invitingly. Ho-Tu was indifferent towards meat. She neither liked nor disliked it. She walked over to Lin Xia's side, puzzled. "Is it really that delicious? If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Lin Xia handed it over. Seeing her serious demeanor, Ho-Tu couldn't refuse and took it, stuffing it into her mouth. In the next moment, the meat flavor exploded in her mouth, so tender it was nearly melting. The juices slid down her throat, an indescribable taste. Her taste buds felt like they were ignited, sizzling with delight. After swallowing, Ho-Tu's expression completely changed. It was truly delicious. She had no expectations, yet was slapped in the face so quickly. She couldn't help but ask Lin Xia, "How did you make this?" "It's a secret, I can't tell." Lin Xia feigned profundity, wearing a mysterious expression on his little face. In no time, a pot of meat was completely devoured by four gluttons. Two simpletons lay on the ground, their bellies facing the sky, basking in the sun, and dazing, looking as if they had eaten themselves silly. Ho-Tu rubbed her belly, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. She stared at Lin Xia, her mind starting to whirl with thoughts. As an old sister of Nuwa, she had never heard of the other party having a brother. Where on earth did this little brat come from, picked up by that female scammer? He was simply too precious. especially that fruity aroma coming from Lin Xia. It was strange and made her want to take a bite. A thought sprang up in Ho Tu's mind. How wonderful would it be if she had a younger brother like this? Able to fight, cook fierce, yet cute, the kind that could kill you with cuteness. With tasks for the brother and nothing to do. Cough. The more she thought about it, the harder it was to hold back. She feigned nonchalance and casually asked, "Where's your sister?" She went back to the Huahuang Palace. Lin Xia was unguarded. Ho Tu's voice rose slightly, her joy barely concealed in her eyes. Then she must be returning to Buzhou Mountain, right? Buzhou Mountain. Lin Xia shook his head. Not yet, it's quite nice here. But what's the point of staying here for too long? Buzhou Mountain is the spine of the Pangu father god, filled with treasures. You'll know once you go. Ho Tu's tone carried a bait. Our Wu clan doesn't cultivate the primordial spirit. Keeping those spiritual treasures would just be a waste. As long as you go with your sister, everything you find will belong to you. Lin Xia frowned, beginning to ponder. Ho Tu was one of the 12 ancestors of Wu. Once she spoke, none of the Wu clan dared to oppose her. Being on Buzhou Mountain, her words held weight. The Wu clan was a lineage left by Pangu, extremely wealthy. If he followed Ho Tu, he would surely gain good things. Lin Xia asked, "Are you serious?" Ho Tu replied with a serious face, "You saved my life. This kindness is greater than the sky. What do a few spiritual treasures amount to?" Lin Xia nodded. A smile finally appeared on Ho Tu's face. This was the approval she had been waiting for. In the heavenly court, Dijun sat in the position of the heavenly emperor, his aura overwhelming, and his expression was not pleasant. What happened? Ji Ming gritted his teeth, saying, "Heavenly Emperor, we encountered Ho Tu by the East Sea. Originally several demon saints joined forces, and were about to capture her, but Lin Xia suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. Kuan Peng stood nearby, his face dark enough to drip water. The injury on him had yet to fully heal. The red embroidered ball was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure whose power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Dijun sensed that Kuan Peng and the other demon saints were not at ease, and he was alarmed. Does Lin Xia really possess such power? Kuan Peng nodded. His divine abilities are rather peculiar. He had several innate spiritual treasures bestowed by Nuwa in hand, and when he suddenly attacked, we were completely unprepared. Dong Huang Tai's expression also darkened. Since Nuwa is a saint of our demon clan, why does she instead help Ho Tu? Nuwa established a teaching that forbids us from harming the human race, yet she allows Lin Xia to continuously hurt our demon clan. Kuan Peng's voice was heavy. This shows she doesn't regard the demon clan at all. Dijun's face darkened further upon hearing this. Dong Huang Tai's eyes flashed with cold light, his anger rising. Just a young brat, how dare he be so arrogant? One day I will personally tear him to pieces. Dijun shouted, "Don't speak recklessly." He was very clear that Nuwa doted on Lin Xia immensely. The demon clan can kill a few humans, and she might turn a blind eye. But if Lin Xia is truly harmed, the consequences, the demon clan cannot bear. Look at how the ghost car died. Isn't that a living example? While speaking, a great demon rushed in, hastily kneeling down and shouting, "Heavenly Emperor, I just hunted a group of humans and found." Before he could finish, Dijun's face turned cold, and he yelled, "You worthless thing. I said not to harm the human race, yet you dare to act." Lin Xia was not easy to provoke, not to mention he had Nuwa standing behind him. After the ghost car incident, Dijun had given a strict order. No one was allowed to take action against humans again. Dong Huang Tai, he hurriedly stepped forward to advise, "Big brother, it's just a group of humans. They can't create much of it. Let him finish speaking. There must be some inside story." Dijun's face sank, barely suppressing his anger. Only then did the great demon dare to continue speaking, his voice trembling. "Heavenly Emperor, a few days ago, I went to hunt humans and suddenly discovered a method. Refining human flesh and souls into war weapons, attacking the Wu clan's bodies. The effect is surprisingly good. Can it really break the Wu clan's bodies?" Dong Huang Tai, he exchanged glances with Kuan Peng, excitement sparkling in their eyes. Dijun was also taken aback. The Wu clan doesn't cultivate the primordial spirit, but their bodies are incredibly tough. Even the most precious treasures can't leave a mark on the ancestral witch's physique. This issue has always plagued the demon clan. If the human flesh and souls can truly gnaw through the Wu clan's defenses, it would be like a pie falling from the sky for the demon clan. Are you sure about this? I have personally tested it. The more human flesh and souls gathered on the war weapons, the harder they hit the Wu clan. No exaggeration at all. The great demon spoke with conviction. As long as enough humans are slaughtered with the numbers piled up, even the ancestral witch's body is not made of iron. The demon clan was greatly helped. The demon saints present all had smiles on their faces. Dong Huang Tai, he could not contain his excitement, his voice rising, "Big brother, let's not wait any longer. Let's take the demon army down to the lower realm now and wipe out those humans refining divine weapons. Once the divine weapons are forged, exterminating the Wu clan will make the wilderness belong to the demon clan. At that time, reaching the Dao of mixed primordial will be just a step away." Dijun forcefully suppressed the fire in his heart, pondering for a moment. This matter is indeed beneficial for the demon clan. But exterminating the human race would be tantamount to cutting off the roots of their teaching. Nuwa would certainly not turn a blind eye to it. His words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over them. The heavenly court was so quiet that one could hear the breathing. At this moment Koan Peng leisurely interjected, Heavenly Emperor Nuwa has never favored the demon clan, or what use is it to cater to her? The wilderness is not only home to her as a saint. We can find other saints to help her. As long as we can hold Nuwa off for a while, that will be enough. The Dao ancestor explicitly stated that saints are not allowed to intervene in the conflict between the Wu and the demon clans. Once the divine weapons are forged, even if Nuwa becomes furious, she would not dare to go against the Dao ancestor's order and strike hard at the demon clan. Once the Wu clan is exterminated, the Heavenly Emperor can take advantage of the momentum to achieve the Dao of. By that time the Heavenly Emperor would be on par with Nuwa. What could she do to him? Dong Huang Tai's eyes lit up, and he echoed, Big brother, I also think this idea is feasible. Why not go find the Taiji saint to test the waters? Everyone knows that Laozi achieved sainthood also relying on the human race as the root. But the fate of the human race is entirely controlled by the human teaching. If Laozi wants to take another step up, he can only destroy the human teaching to have a chance to regain the fortune of the human race. Dijun listened, feeling a bit swayed. But he was still uncertain. Who could truly read a saint's mind? He also was not sure if Laozi would nod in agreement. Moreover, on the human teaching side besides Nuwa, there were also Lin Xia and Hong Yun holding the fort. Neither of these two was easy to provoke. Just as he was pondering, Laozi's figure suddenly appeared in the Great Hall. Junior Dijun pays respects to the Taiji saint. Dong Huang Tai paying respects to the saint. Laozi's expression darkened, his tone devoid of any emotion. The Dao ancestor has decreed. Saints are not allowed to intervene in the struggles between the Wu clan and the demon clan. Dong Huang Tai's heart leaped with joy. This command came at the perfect time. Dijun furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment. May I ask, Saint, what if the Nuwa Empress does not heed this decree and insists on intervening? This is a rule established by the teacher himself. Even if Nuwa is a mixed primordial golden immortal, she would not dare to defy it. You can rest assured. After Laozi finished speaking, his figure directly vanished. Dijun completely set aside his worries. Convey my order. Let all the demon troops mobilize. Refine the captured human souls and flesh into weapons. In an instant, deep within the heavenly court, countless demon armies moved in unison. A rolling murderous aura pressed down towards the lower realm. The entire wilderness was shrouded in a bone-chilling cold. At the same time, at Laozi's Taoist temple, Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly appeared, his gaze filled with amusement. Big brother, you incite the demon clan to act, intending to settle accounts with Lin Xia, right? Though it was a question, the tone was very certain. Laozi remained expressionless. What do you mean by that, second brother? I am following the teacher's command, acting in accordance with the heavenly order. Yuan Shi Tianzun seemed to have seen through all the tricks, his tone filled with certainty. You hate Lin Xia for causing you to lose the opportunity of the human teaching. Yuan Shi Tianzun seemed to have seen through all the tricks, his tone filled with certainty. You hate Lin Xia for causing you to lose the opportunity of the human. In fact, Yuan Shi was not wrong at all. Lin Xia was now the leader of the teaching. As long as Lin Xia died, the fortune of the human teaching would suffer greatly. By then he would have the opportunity to pick up the ready-made benefits. Seeing that Laozi did not respond, Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke slowly. What a waste. Lin Xia's talent is truly one of a kind in the ages. If he were to die at the hands of a bunch of scaled and armored fellows, that would truly be a disgrace. Lin Xia's talent was astonishing, and his fortune was also terrifyingly deep. Yuan Shi Tianzun had always valued such promising talents, and naturally, he was eager to bring him into the Chan teaching. Laozi glanced at him, his tone indifferent. Second brother, don't think about it. Lin Xia is the leader of the human teaching, and also Nuwa's brother. As long as he is alive, he will never be able to enter your Chan teaching. Yuan Shi Tianzun sighed lightly. He had to admit that Laozi spoke the truth. Nuwa usually did not compete, but she regarded Lin Xia as if he were her own life. If he forcibly took the person away and stuffed him into the Chan teaching, afterwards the Chan teaching would likely not have a single peaceful day. Ho-Tu with Lin Xia had just arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The Kongtong seal suddenly shook violently. Lin Xia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened on the human side? He hurriedly performed calculations, but the divination showed that everything was normal. Lin Xia's expression became somewhat peculiar. The Kongtong seal was bound to the fortune of the human race. This object never acted erratically. This meant that someone had tampered with it, completely obscuring the heavenly secrets. Ho-Tu noticed Lin Xia suddenly stop and was a bit confused, but she did not speak. Lin Xia closed his eyes and sat down. His divine sense sank into the river of time, flowing deeper along the currents. This sword was forged from the flesh and souls of the human race, specifically designed to counter the physical forms of the Witch Clan. During its crafting, the demon race was blinded by rage, causing millions of humans to perish beneath the blade, their souls devoured and trapped within the sword. A chill surged through Lin Xia's chest. The Kongtong seal moved because of this. If Hong Jun personally obscured the heavenly secrets, even his sister might not detect it. What happened? Ho-Tu noticed his pale face and hurriedly spoke. The demon race is planning to slaughter the human race and forge a sword. Lin Xia's voice was low. What? Ho-Tu was stunned. The sword of slaughtering witches. What does that have to do with the Witch Clan? Lin Xia had no time to elaborate. Sister Hudu, something big has happened with the human race. I won't be going to Mount Bujo. Before the words had settled, he had vanished without a trace. Hutu frowned, her expression changing. Now that Lin Xia has left, I'm afraid the odds are against him. The demon race's intentions against the human race must be hiding some unspeakable dealings. I need to inform my brothers. She pondered for a moment before turning towards Mount Bujo. Lin Xia tore through space, not having traveled far, when a towering figure appeared in the sky. The oppressive aura bore down, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble. It was Laozi. Lin Xia's gaze tightened. Laozi had been waiting for him. Lin Xia hand over the Kongtong seal. His palm spread open, and a realm materialized within it, directly enveloping Lin Xia. The woven rules formed a net ready to ensnare him. But in the next moment, Lin Xia swayed, vanishing along with the heavenly secrets. Laozi's face darkened, shock evident in his eyes. How is this possible? A sage intervening, and yet allowing someone to escape. Laozi could not comprehend. Lin Xia had already slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl, which transformed into a time wheel, charging through the endless void towards the direction of the human lands. Above the human lands, a dark mass of demon race loomed. Those demon brats were as massive as mountains, blotting out the sky so that not a sliver of light could penetrate. The overwhelming pressure descended, causing the human beings to tremble in fear. Panic surged like a plague among the various tribes of the human race. The entire expanse of human territory was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Dijuan, Tai, have you both lost your minds? Daring to ignore the decree of Saint Nuwa and attack the human race? Hong Yun shouted until his voice cracked. Although the demon race had previously hunted the human race in secret, it was merely small groups of scattered soldiers. But this time the demon army had come out en masse, a spectacle unlike anything ever seen before. Hong Yun felt a deep sense of foreboding. Dong Wang Tai let out a cold laugh, his tone icier than frost. Old thing Hong Yun, we are acting on heaven's mandate. Even if Nuwa herself came, she couldn't stop us. Save your breath. Old man Hong Yun, today marks your day of reckoning. Kuanping shouted, revealing his true form and lunging at Hong Yun. Jiming Bays and the other demon saints followed suit, surrounding Hong Yun and launching a fierce assault. In an instant the void exploded, divine light swirling chaotically, a terrifying spectacle. Dong Wang Tai extended his hand and struck out. A colossal hand took shape in midair, descending fiercely upon the three ancestors of the human race. If that palm landed, it would cost at least several 100,000 lives. The human race was terrified, their souls nearly fleeing. Just then the five elements great formation suddenly roared to life, with mysterious nets of rules appearing out of thin air. As the giant hand made contact, it instantly dissipated. It was a contingency left by the Holy Venerable. The three ancestors of the human race widened their eyes, their faces filled with the surprise of survival. Is there a formation hidden within the human race's lair? Dijuan furrowed his brows, finding it curious. Could it be the work of Nuwa? Dong Wang Tai pondered. Dijuan shook his head. Nuwa is not skilled in formations. He could tell that the five elements great formation below was a top-tier innate formation with terrifying defensive capabilities. If one were not an expert in formations or lacked the cultivation to reach the Quasi Saint level, it would be impossible to set up such a spectacle. Lin Xia, that kid, was even less likely to do so. Unable to fathom it, Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai simply gave up on pondering further. They needed to keep the situation regarding the forging of the slaughtering witches sword tightly under wraps, ensuring the witch clan did not catch wind of it. A swift resolution was necessary. Neither Dijuan nor Dong Wang Tai wished to waste time. They immediately activated the Dongwang Bell, and the He Tu and Luo Shu, unleashing a barrage upon the Great Formation. Countless demon race members also joined in, employing divine abilities and magical treasures to bombard the Great Formation. Treasures, abilities, and spells mixed together, their assault growing increasingly ferocious. These demon brats, even the weakest among them, possessed golden, immortal cultivation. With so many people striking together, how terrifying would the commotion be? The energy supply faltered, and the five elements great formation quickly began to falter, swaying as if made of paper. The five elements great formation completely collapsed. Swearin let out a roar. The demon race wants to trample on our heads. They are dreaming. The human race would rather stand and die. The others behind him shouted in unison. Kill. Wipe them out. Leave not a single one alive. The human race may not have been large in stature, but when it came to fighting, they were never cowards. The more dire the situation, the more daring they became. But courage, while it could sustain momentum, could not withstand the force of fists. Ultimately, their meager spiritual power was exhausted, and the five elements great formation shattered into pieces. The oppressive force of the demon race descended like a mountain, instantly obliterating the weaker members of the human race into blood mist. The three ancestors of the human race turned ashen, their eyes filled with despair. Dong Wang Tai did not give them a moment's respite, raising his hand for another strike. The palm imprint descended as if the heavens were collapsing. The three ancestors charged forward, ready to sacrifice themselves to fill this breach. Just as the palm imprint was about to land, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A burst of golden light erupted, a golden seal sweeping out and shattering the palm imprint in an instant. Immediately after, a figure emerged, and the great Inyang Saint Seal was unleashed, sending Kuanpeng, who was attacking Hongyun, flying. Young friend Lin Xia, you have finally arrived. Hongyun freed himself, rushing to Lin Xia's side, his face filled with joy. Lin Xia. Daijin's eyes narrowed. Lin Xia's face was taut, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield as cold as a blade. Tears streamed down the faces of the three ancestors of the human race. Below, the human race wept as one. The Holy Venerable. The Holy Venerable has come. We are saved. In the hearts of the human race, Lin Xia held more weight than Nuwa. Over the years, he had silently borne the burden, ensuring that the human race could still stand amidst the oppression of myriad races. Thus, at this moment, seeing Lin Xia appear, countless eyes turned red, faces streaked with tears, and snot trembling with excitement. Seeking death. Daring to obstruct the demon race, today is the day he meets his end. Yuan Shi Tianzun had been staring at the human race's tribes, and upon seeing Lin Xia's appearance, he was somewhat surprised. Lin Xia has actually made it to the human race. He had thought Lin Xia, having escaped from Laozi, would return to Nuwa Palace to seek Nuwa. He had not expected this kid to be bold enough to directly confront the demon race. Laozi's eyes were cold, his tone indifferent. He is seeking death on his own, who can he blame? Yuan Shi Tianzun felt it was a pity sighed, and did not speak further. At this moment, all beings were left in shock. Beneath the darkened sky, a slender figure stood in the void, facing the demon race's countless troops alone. Dongwang Taiyi's gaze fixed on Lin Xia, cold enough to peel away skin. He uttered a single word. Kill. The sound reverberated, shaking the heavens. The densely packed demon army surged down like a dark cloud, overwhelming the ground. A thick stench of demonic energy exploded from all directions, assaulting the nostrils. Various spells and divine abilities intertwined into a net, crashing down upon the human race. Lin Xia's gaze was as cold as ice. He raised his hand, the laws of the stars swirling at his fingertips. The ancient stars in the heavens responded instantaneously, their brilliance erupting like a torrent of the Milky Way, illuminating the entire realm. Countless stars fell like a torrential rain. Each ray of light was as sharp as a blade, tearing the void apart. With a single beam of starlight, a mighty demon of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm exploded into blood mist. In just a few breaths, millions of great demons were reduced to a rain of blood, not even leaving behind their primordial spirits, utterly clean. In this short time, millions of demons were completely annihilated. Among them were also dozens of demon kings at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. The world suddenly fell silent. Those demons charging forward came to a halt, staring at Lin Xia, their eyes nearly popping out. What kind of divine ability is terrifying to this extent? Harnessing the power of the stars from all realms. Where did he learn this? Dijuan glared at Lin Xia, his face as dark as iron. The last time he saw this kid, he was still a tiny child with a cultivation level barely that of a Tai Golden Immortal. Now he had already reached the level of Deluo Golden Immortal. The leap from Tai Golden Immortal to Deluo Golden Immortal was merely a single realm, but crossing such a significant boundary was not something easily achieved. From his last encounter with Lin Xia to now, it had only been the blink of an eye. For other ancient monsters, that little time might not even be enough to comprehend a common divine ability. Yet Lin Xia not only broke through, but also developed such a terrifying technique. This level of talent was absurdly outrageous. The entire world was terrifyingly quiet. Countless demons were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, no longer daring to charge forward. The Holy Venerable is mighty. Do these beasts even qualify to contend with the Holy Venerable? The Holy Venerable is invincible. On the human side, everyone's eyes were red, their shouts shaking the heavens, excitement twisting their faces. Han Yun was so excited that his face turned red, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Young friend Lin Xia, well done." His chest surged with hot blood. It had not been long since they last met, and Lin Xia had unleashed another terrifying divine ability. With a mere wave of his hand, he had subdued billions of demons. Such might was astoundingly powerful. At this moment, Han Yun couldn't help but think. A single Lin Xia standing here could take on even tens of billions of demon race. Daijin's eyes were filled with coldness as he exploded with rage. Lin Xia raised his gaze, meeting the majesty of the Heavenly Emperor directly. The pressure of that voice could make one's bones feel soft, yet he did not retreat in the slightest. Lin Xia, do you truly wish to stand against the demon race and go against the prevailing trend? The oppressive atmosphere from the celestial court made countless beings tremble. Lin Xia coldly laughed within his heart. The grand narrative that Dijuan spoke of was merely a promise from a few saints to protect the demon race, allowing them to forge that slaughtering witches' sword with impunity. Otherwise, would the demon race, no matter how arrogant, truly dare to disregard Nuwa's face and directly strike against the human race? Nonsensical grand narrative. Lin Xia huffed, his tone as indifferent as if commenting on the nice weather. The demon race is bloodthirsty and intends to slaughter the human race, should the human race simply extend their necks to be cut. Such behavior should not be glossed over with mere rhetoric of grand narrative. Truly despicable and shameless. The sarcasm in his words was enough to choke someone. Dong Huang Tai, you wore a grim expression, his tone as cold as a blade. How dare a little brat be so arrogant? The grand scheme is determined by the saint. As a demon clan, we merely act according to the saint's orders. If you dare to disobey, that is your own path to destruction. Lin Xia smirked, her smile chillingly sharp. What nonsense about the saint's will. It's merely the schemes of petty individuals. In the end, what saint? You are no different from your kind, shameless and utterly vile. I've plotted against him, plotted against the human race, and at this point why should I hold back? Seeking death. DJ. In his eyes, Lin Xia already had a grudge against him, and now she dared to insult him, as if dancing on the doorstep of the king of hell. Lin family brat. Don't be so arrogant. Today is your day of death. Kunpeng roared, revealing his true form. As his wings spread wide, they covered the sky, stretching for millions of feet. Countless divine powers surged forth, rushing straight towards Lin Xia. Bald beast, your cries are quite loud. Lin Xia didn't even spare Kunpeng a glance. She activated the Holy Emperor Golden Body Art, instantly transforming her surroundings into a world woven with order, with the radiance of virtue swirling, dazzlingly divine. With a twist of her body, her fist struck out directly. Just one punch. The void shattered, the universe flipped, and countless small worlds crumbled into fragments. Boom. Kunpeng was blasted away. Half of his wing was a bloody mess, blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't withstand even a single move. Xiongqi by Zhe Jiming. A group of demon saints were wide-eyed, their hearts hanging in suspense. No one expected that Lin Xia not only possessed strange divine powers, but also had such formidable physical strength. With one punch, even Kunpeng couldn't take it. Don't be so boastful, kid. You lot hurry up and die. You are utterly ignorant of your limits. A series of furious shouts erupted. Baizhe led a group of demon saints to strike together, a torrent of divine powers descending to crush Lin Xia. Lin Xia flipped her hand, summoning the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. The five-colored brilliance immediately wrapped around her tightly. The Kongtong seal followed closely, transforming into a large rectangular slab. On it, the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, and rivers all came to life. The radiance of virtue surged violently, its pressure causing the universe to lose color, as if the heavens themselves would tremble. Lin Xia held the slab suspended in midair, exuding murderous intent. As she brought the slab down, a scream erupted from the horizon. Baizhe Jiming and the other demon saints were crushed by the Kongtong seal, their bodies shattered repeatedly, nearly losing their nascent souls. The power of the Kongtong seal surged outward, obliterating many great demons nearby, leaving no trace behind. 6 demon saints together, and they still can't suppress Lin Xia. Absurd. How can a mere Deluo golden immortal withstand 6 great demon saints? Upon hearing this, many in the demon clan finally reacted, their scalps tingling. The 6 great demon saints, who among them wasn't a ruthless character who had trained for thousands of years? Their notorious names spread throughout the realms. Even among quasi-saints, they stood at the pinnacle. Any one of them could crush a large number. Yet now they were being pushed back by a junior of Deluo golden immortal level, struggling to even catch their breath. To put it bluntly, it was like being beaten up. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe it? This kid is too wicked. Your Majesty Dong Huang. Save me. Baizhe could no longer hold on. The power of the Kongtong seal came in waves, his body crumbling again and again, blood dripping continuously, and even his essence began to suffer damage. Finally, unable to hold on, he shouted for Dong Huang Tai's help. Seeing Baizhe on the verge of collapse, Dong Huang Tai quickly made a move. A golden bell appeared out of thin air, its might overwhelming the heavens. In an instant, the universe shook. The universe seemed about to split, and the colors of heaven and earth changed. Boom. The Kongtong seal collided with the chaos bell, producing a deafening explosion. Celestial light scattered, and the void collapsed in a large area. The energy waves pushed outward, crushing many demons who hadn't managed to escape into dust. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai fully understood. Lin Xia was not an ordinary threat. He revealed his true form, descended into the arena, and launched an earth-shaking assault against Lin Xia. Dong Huang Tai, the #1 war god of the demon clan, a perfected quasi-saint, was on a different level from the likes of Baizhe and Kunpeng. As he made his move, the pressure of the quasi-saint spread like a tidal wave, firmly pinning down the entire sky. Lin Xia activated the Holy Emperor Golden Body Art, enveloped in divine light, and charged at Dong Huang Tai with a punch. Dong Huang Tai took it head-on with his physical body, surprisingly, without any injury. You think you can hurt me with just your fists? Dong Huang Tai's gaze turned cold, feeling underestimated. He activated his divine powers, summoning a wave of sun true fire that surged towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia snorted. She utilized the solar law, conjuring a sea of flames that pressed back towards Dong Huang Tai. The searing flames cascaded like magma, igniting into a sea of fire that spread everywhere. Dong Huang Tai's pupils shrank sharply, filled with shock. The sun true fire was his origin, divine fire. How could Lin Xia possibly control it as well? Is this little thing really worth making a fuss over? Lin Xia's tone was indifferent. It's not such an extraordinary skill. You brat, too arrogant. Dong Huang Tai's expression changed several times. This sun true fire contained the power of the sun's origin, its lethality frightening. But to Lin Xia and Dong Huang Tai Yi, who had long mastered the solar law, it had no effect at all. The blazing flames swept across, and the demons touched by it were instantly reduced to ashes, unable to even scream. Dong Huang Tai Yi activated his origin divine powers and charged fiercely at Lin Xia. Lin Xia also evolved her divine powers, colliding heat. But this time it wasn't a one-sided overpowering. The two were evenly matched for the moment. The heavens and earth trembled with terrifying divine techniques intertwining and colliding. Is Lin Xia truly just a Deluo golden immortal? Is his combat power really that absurd? Even Dong Huang can't subdue him. The onlooking beings gasped in shock, speechless. This person's strength was simply monstrous, too extraordinary to describe. They even began to doubt whether Lin Xia possessed some hidden cultivation treasures, deliberately suppressing his realm. Otherwise, how could a Deluo golden immortal contend with Dong Huang Tai Yi, who the demons revered as their war god, without losing any ground? Lin Xia, young friend, your divine might is unparalleled. At that moment, Hong Yun, who was engaged in battle with the demons, suddenly burst into laughter, pride evident in his words. Meanwhile, in the Nuwa palace, Nuwa, who had been in seclusion, finally sensed the tearing waves rippling through the primordial world. She probed a bit, and her gaze instantly turned as cold as a blade. Demon clans, such audacity. Especially Dong Huang Tai Yi daring to strike at Lin Xia. This was simply poking at her reverse scale. Nuwa's mind stirred slightly, soon realizing something was amiss. The demon clan slaughtering the human race, the trillion-strong heavenly court army, mobilized, making such a ruckus. How could she have sensed nothing before? Why were the demon clans so arrogant? Who gave them such confidence? Upon thinking of this, Nuwa glanced towards the purple cloud palace, her heart turning icy. Without further thought, she set off towards the human tribe. But before she could leave the Nuwa palace, the surrounding void suddenly distorted. Two figures appeared out of thin air, blocking her path. It was Jie and Zhuan-Ti. Zhuan-Ti wore a gentle smile, asking Nuwa, "Sister Nuwa, where are you headed?" Nuwa's gaze was piercingly cold as she replied flatly, "Jie, Zhuan-Ti, step aside immediately. Do not force me to turn hostile." Jie showed no fear, calmly stating, "Sister Nuwa, the master once said that saints must not intervene in the matters of the witch and demon clans. As for the demon clan's affairs, do not meddle." Nuwa's expression darkened. "The human sect was founded by me. If the demon clan dares to kill the human race that is seeking death..." Jie and Zhuan-Ti's expressions grew serious. "Does this mean that Sister Nuwa intends to defy the master's orders? Step aside, those who block me shall die." Lin Xia was currently surrounded by the demon clan, the situation critical. Nuwa had no time to waste with them. The yin-yang Great Dao instantly unfolded, condensing a terrifying saint seal in the void, hurling it towards Jie and Zhuan-Ti. The two had long suffered at Nuwa's hands and dared not be careless. They joined forces to reveal their true forms. The Bodhi treasure tree glowed, the gold body appearing. The seven treasures, mysterious tree and the oblivion divine wheel, were simultaneously summoned. Divine light surged, the laws of heaven forming a great net, fiercely blocking this strike. Nuwa raised an eyebrow, and the stellar Great Dao evolved. Countless starlight gathered in her hand, forming a sharp divine sword. With a flick of her hand, the great net of heaven's laws was instantly severed. The radiance of the seven treasures, mysterious tree and the oblivion divine will instantly extinguished, as if all their strength had been drained. Jie and Zhuan-Ti were sent flying back. At that moment, the void shook violently as the Taiji diagram descended from the sky. The power of Taiji evolved wildly, its might terrifying. Nuwa had anticipated this move. The river and mountains map flew out, transforming into a world of mountains and rivers. The two terrifying forces collided, causing the void to thunder continuously. In the end, the two treasures each bounced back. Though the Taiji diagram was a congenital supreme treasure, Laozi's cultivation was ultimately inferior to Nuwa's, failing to gain any advantage. In the next moment, Yuan Shi and Laozi appeared. "Sister Nuwa, you dare to defy the master's will and go against the heavens, eh?" Laozi's tone was indifferent. Nuwa scoffed. "What is the will of heaven? Is it the will of heaven to allow the demon clan to slaughter the human race? If that is the case, then this will of heaven is not to be respected." Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was calm. "Sister Nuwa, this is the fate of the human race, which cannot be changed by anyone. As a Hunyuan Deluo golden immortal, you naturally can ignore it, but what about Lin Xia? If you insist on intervening in the calamity, you may bring harm to him." Mentioning Lin Xia, Nuwa's coldness deepened. "What do you mean? If you let Lin Xia enter the Chan sect, I can guarantee his safety." Yuan Shi spoke lightly, but there was a hint of expectation on his face. "In your dreams." Nuwa's tone was as cold as a blade, leaving no room for negotiation. She then turned to Laozi, rebuking him. Nuwa glared at Laozi, her voice devoid of warmth. "It was you who plotted against my brother back in the day, wasn't it? At your age, still resorting to schemes against juniors, stealing their treasures, have you no shame?" She had already traced the clues all the way. The demon clan slaughter which sword was likely concocted by Laozi behind the scenes. Not to mention he had torn off the mask and attacked Lin Xia in front of so many people, attempting to seize the Kongtong seal. Such actions were filthy and despicable. Jia and Zhuan, his expressions changed, and when they turned to look at Laozi their eyes were filled with peculiarity. Those two from the west, what wicked deeds haven't they committed in the primordial world? Deceiving, stealing, and every kind of underhanded trickery, they had long honed their shamelessness to a level thicker than city walls. But they never expected that Laozi, who usually pretended to be serious, was also this type of character behind the scenes. This was truly surprising. To put it bluntly, going to seize treasures from juniors, they certainly wouldn't have the face to do such dirty work. Being publicly scolded by Nuwa, my face instantly turned as black as a pot bottom. Nuwa, my junior sister, you must speak with evidence, do not just slander with your words. Don't you know what you've done yourself? Nuwa's anger erupted. Are you unclear about your own actions? Alright, let's settle today's score right now. Before her words even landed, she unleashed her divine powers and charged at me. Even an ordinary person, when enraged, could risk their life for a fight. Let alone she is a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. The entire Nuwa Emperor realm instantly darkened, the sky and earth trembled, and the entire cosmos swayed. The oppressive force of the Great Luo Golden Immortal surged out, like a tidal wave sweeping across the endless universe, pressing down on me overwhelmingly. Nuwa's current cultivation has reached the peak of the third level of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, following the path of creation. Her power was terrifying beyond description. It would take me Yuan Shi, Jia and Zhuan Ti all bundled together along with a few innate treasures to barely suppress her. But now Nuwa's assault was directed almost entirely at me. How could I withstand it? I felt bitter inside yet could not voice it. In just a few exchanges my physical body was thoroughly crushed. Just as I was about to bleed and resurrect, Nuwa's next wave of attack came crashing down, leaving me no chance to breathe. Nuwa, do not go too far. I was killed by her several times. My face turned pale from anger, almost cursing aloud. With no other choice, I could only summon the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Tower, retreating into the tower like a turtle. Ha, the dignified Ta Ching Saint actually hiding inside like a turtle, what a disgrace. Nuwa, unable to break that tower for the time being, vented her anger by hurling insults. I was so furious that my face turned red and white in turns. Yet I did not dare to come out. The Saint of the Heavenly Dao indeed could reshape their body instantly, using the essence of the Heavenly Dao, but doing so too many times would chip away at that essence. The power of the Heavenly Dao is not borrowed for free. If borrowed, it must be repaid. I could not repay this debt. Meanwhile, Jia Zhuan Ti and Yuan Shi simultaneously attacked, launching their treasures towards Nuwa. Nuwa abandoned me and turned to confront the three saints. Within the Nuwa Emperor realm, the heavens collapsed, and the earth shattered, the energy chaotic. Countless demon clans surged out. A dark army advanced, covering the entire sky. The demon clan, a long-established power overseeing the order of the universe, displayed the depth of its foundation at this moment. The human race's capabilities were no match for this. Blood flowed like a river. Lin Xia and Dong Huang Tai were embroiled in a fierce battle, with the 3,000 laws fully unleashed, their power seemingly limitless, growing more intense. One divine power shot out, instantly annihilating several million demons. But there were too many demon troops. The dark mass seemed endless, and killing them felt futile. Losing several million felt like nothing at all. On Hong Yun's side, he was surrounded by Kuan Peng and a group of demon saints. Dragging it out any longer, he could no longer hold on. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the sheer numbers, especially since Kuan Peng and those demon saints were no pushovers. Under the joint assault of a few, Hong Yun felt like a blade of grass in the wind, swaying dangerously. There were only a handful of capable fighters among the human race who ultimately could not withstand the overwhelming force of the demon clan. Despair was etched on the faces of the human race. Just then a voice exploded from the heavens. Brother Hong Yun, I'm here to help you. Jin Yuanzi arrived. Unfolding the earth's script, he summoned the power of the deep earth's veins, transforming it into a world of mountains and rivers that crashed down. Hundreds of thousands of demons were instantly killed, and the demon Saint Ji Meng was sent flying by the shockwave. Hong Yun took the opportunity to escape, joy illuminating his face. Brother Jin Yuanzi, you've finally come. Lin Xia glanced over, noticing the morale of the human race had plummeted to rock bottom. With a thought, 36 sea-stabilizing pearls transformed into a stream of light, evolving into 36 heavenly worlds, drawing upon the power of the four seas. These pearls crashed fiercely into Dong Huang Tai. The void collapsed. The universe shook. Dong Huang Tai was directly sent flying. Lin Xia seized this moment to activate the powers of the Tai, Yin, and Sun. The immense Yin and Yang energies surged into his palm. Condensing into a massive Yin-Yang holy seal, it spanned tens of thousands of miles, covering the entire sky. Lin Xia gripped his hands. The holy seal spun wildly like a great grinding mill, pushing horizontally against the demon race above. Under the tearing forces of Yin and Yang, countless demon bodies shattered in an instant. Blood rained down like a deluge. The world turned crimson. The demon race, which had been charging down, suddenly froze, trembling in fear. The offensive was forcefully intercepted. Jin Yuanzi looked on in shock, his eyes wide. What kind of divine power is this? How can it be so terrifying? The power of the yin-yang law can actually evolve into a great grinding mill. In the blink of an eye, over 100 million demons were annihilated. This was beyond absurd. What shocked Jin Yuanzi even more was that Lin Xia, at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, was already capable of such feats. If he were to become a Zhuan Saint or Huan Yuan, how could the world withstand him? He suddenly felt that standing on the side of the human race this time was the wisest choice of his life. With Lin Xia's talent, his future was sure to be limitless. Now making a personal favor would definitely yield immense benefits. Hong Yun, recovering from his shock, finally released the pent-up breath in his chest and burst into laughter. Little friend Lin Xia, your methods are incredible. The human race, having shaken off their previous gloom, cheered both in tears and laughter. The saint is invincible. The saint is awesome. These beasts are not worthy to challenge the saint. Seeing the corpses of demons littered everywhere, Emperor Jun almost cursed. Why is this kid so troublesome? During previous conflicts with the witch clan, the demon race had never suffered such heavy losses. Jin Yuanzi's appearance made Emperor Jun's headache even worse. Hong Yun was the deputy leader of the human teaching, which made sense for him to support the human race. But Jin Yuanzi had no ties to them whatsoever. Jin Yuanzi, are you dead set on opposing my heavenly court? Emperor Jun asked coldly. I have a bond of life and death with brother Hong Yun, who, if he is in trouble, I cannot just stand by and watch, Jin Yuanzi replied, his tone calm. This time he came firstly to assist Hong Yun, secondly, to repay Nuwa for protecting Hong Yun. But now there was a third reason, building a good relationship with Lin Xia. The demon Saint Ji Meng, having witnessed Lin Xia's ferocity, had completely lost the will to fight. Hesitatingly said to Emperor Jun, Heavenly Emperor, shall we withdraw for now? Let's take our time to devise a longer-term plan. Lin Xia was a monster wielding divine powers and treasures, one after another, capable of holding back over 100 million demons by himself. With the assistance of Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, they simply could not handle him for the time being. After hearing this, Emperor Jun began to have doubts. This battle was so grand, Nuwa had probably already learned about it. He pondered for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and saying, fight. It all comes down to this one battle. The arrow was already knocked, it must be shot. Emperor Jun firmly believed that with the Dao ancestors' decree holding pressure, Nuwa would definitely not dare to show herself. This was a promise I made personally. As a saint of the heavenly Dao, no matter how bold I was, I would not dare to falsely convey the Dao ancestors' will. Moreover, dragging this out would risk alarming the witch clan. Once the witch clan reacted and came with their armies, this game for the demon race would be entirely ruined. The demon race was still unaware of the slaughtering witch sword. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kill for me. With Emperor Jun's order, over 100 million demons surged forward in overwhelming killing intent. Kuan Peng and Hong Yun were deadly foes. The moment their enemies met, their eyes could practically bleed. Now, with Jin Yuanzi backing him up, Hong Yun had no fear of being surrounded and beaten by the other demon saints. He directly took out his most powerful moves and launched a fierce assault on Kuan Peng. Jin Yuanzi flipped through the earth script, continuously channeling the power of the earth. Having a life and death bond with Hong Yun, they understood each other perfectly, seamlessly coordinating as they maximized their combat power. They launched a relentless attack against Kuan Peng and the 5 demon saints. For a moment, even with all their efforts, Kuan Peng and the 5 demon saints could not suppress these two madmen. On the other side, Lin Xia single-handedly held off Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. Various powerful moves flew chaotically through the air, darkening the skies. Blood flowed like an ocean. Lin Xia, I initially wanted to leave you a way out, but you insisted on ruining my heavenly court's good fortune. Then don't blame me for turning against you. Emperor Jun's face was as black as a pot bottom, his eyes radiating cold fury. He had always been wary of attacking Lin Xia, fearing to provoke Nuwa. But at this point, for the greater good, he could care less about everything else. Emperor Jun exchanged a glance with Dong Huangtai, their killing intent soaring. Determined to completely eliminate Lin Xia and eradicate future threats. Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai invoked their original divine powers, transforming into 2 streams of light moving at an incomprehensible speed. The terrifying power of the sun crushed the void, transforming it into a black hole, incinerating everything. Lin Xia remained unfazed, summoning the Xian Yuan water controlling banner and the Wu Ji apricot yellow banner. A 5-colored aura enveloped him, firmly establishing his footing. The fate of humanity continuously surged from within the Kong Tong seal, transforming into a world of mountains and rivers, heartily resisting Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai's attacks. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Xia willed it. The Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler transformed into a beam of golden divine light and shot out with a whoosh. A piercing sound of breaking air erupted, splitting the void. Emperor Jun's face turned pale, demon blood raining down from the sky. The Hongmeng Liang Tian ruler pierced through his body, injuring him severely. All living beings watched in shock. Even Emperor Jun was hurt. Countless great demons stared at this scene, their hearts trembling. The 2 heavenly emperors joining forces were actually no match for Lin Xia. On the human race's side, a thunderous cheer erupted. Emperor Jun's expression darkened to the extreme. Just moments ago when Lin Xia summoned his treasures, he had felt absolutely nothing. This kid's methods were simply unorthodox, impossible to defend against. That is the legendary postnatal merit treasure, the Hongming Liangtian ruler. At that moment, the powerful beings watching from the shadows recognized the source of that divine light, and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Tong Tian Zhaozhu was also lurking in the shadows, his face drastically changing. Little friend Lin Xia, you can actually hold off Emperor Jun and Tai Yi by yourself. Is this the power of the 12th grade supreme, Great Luo? Truly a monster. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi were the leaders of the demon race, the unquestioned rulers of the heavenly court. Their existence was at the semi-saint level, and when they fought, the entire three realms would tremble. But what about Lin Xia? Just a great Luo golden immortal. He fought against two and did not fall behind. Tong Tian Zhaozhu had lived for countless years and had never seen such a prodigy. This talent, this speed of rising made him feel uneasy. He had created the Jie Jiao, advocating for inclusivity, with disciples spread across the world, reaching a peak where all the immortals came to pay their respects. There were plenty of disciples with exceptional talent. Compared to Lin Xia, they were all reduced to mere waste. No, they weren't even worthy of that comparison. As he thought about this, the Lord of Heaven felt a heaviness in his chest. Just as he was reflecting, his brow suddenly furrowed. There was movement in the depths of chaos. Sister Nuwa, why are you fighting with her elder brother? He immediately understood. No wonder Nuwa didn't show up when the demon race was slaughtering people. It turned out that 4 saints had blocked her, preventing her from intervening. But this was too much. The Lord of Heaven clearly remembered that when Yuan Shi Tianzun attained the Dao, he had received guidance from Lin Xia. Now it was quite the opposite, turning ruthless against the human race. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His figure flashed, and he headed straight for the chaos. On the battlefield, Hong Yun was seething with rage. Remembering how he was chased to the underworld by Kunpeng, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Without a word, he summoned his innate treasure, the 99 soul-dispersing gourd. With a thought, a storm of red sand surged forth, covering the entire sky. Kunpeng had already been injured, and now the soul-dispersing sand pressed down on him, causing him to tremble and writhe in agony. Before he could catch his breath, the earth book of Zhen Yuanzi had already struck down. Kunpeng felt his body sink, unable to move at all. His heart dropped. Without time to think further, he burned his essence and desperately surged outward, barely escaping from beneath the earth book. At once he directed his thoughts, and a palace soaring to millions of zhang rose into the air, slamming fiercely into Hong Yun. Hong Yun operated the 99 soul-dispersing gourd to its utmost, and the red sand surged out more violently than before. The giant palace plunged into the sea of sand, its light dimming instantly, its power entirely swallowed. Hong Yun seized the opportunity and unleashed a series of powerful techniques, launching a fierce attack against Kunpeng. Kunpeng was forced to endure. The two fought until the heavens and the earth dimmed, and for a moment neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lin Xia was channeling the power of the myriad chaotic stars, fully empowering himself. His momentum exploded. He fought against both Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi without losing ground at all. The expressions on Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi's faces grew increasingly grim. This kid is truly a monster. Not only is his physical body ridiculously strong, but his magical power seems endless, growing stronger the longer he fights, completely unaware of exhaustion. Each technique he unleashed became more ferocious than the last. They had no idea this was the remarkable power of the Hongming Creation Sutra that Lin Xia practiced. This technique not only nurtures and creates all things, but also endlessly replenishes itself. The longer the fight lasted, the faster Lin Xia's strength increased. There would never be a moment of exhaustion. Lin Xia's body was a meticulously crafted furnace by the heavens themselves. He raised his hand, and the laws of thunder erupted, filling the void with purple light. The sea of thunder unfurled in chunks, and the chaos extinction thunder surged forth like a broken dam, shattering the space into fragments, as if it were about to revert to a state of chaos. Di Jun, caught off guard, was swallowed by the sea of thunder, his body immediately torn apart in several places, and he stumbled back several million li along with Dong Huang Tai Yi, their faces pale. Lin Xia didn't give them a chance to breathe, directly channeling the power of 3,000 Dao fruits, pouring various laws into the sea of thunder. That sea of thunder originally possessed a hint of extinction, but now it became more exaggerated, manifesting terrifying scenes as the chaos collapsed and the myriad heavens turned to ruins. The pressure on Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi grew increasingly intense. This thing is simply a freak. The two no longer held back, revealing their true forms as the golden crows. In an instant the sky turned crimson, the power of the sun surged forth, and its might erupted upward, suppressing Dong Huang Tai Yi. With a thought, sent the chaos bell flying out. The golden bell shadow hung in the sky, shaking the universe, and the power of time and space was thrown into chaos. Di Jun was not idle either, directly smashing the river map and Luo book towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia flung out 36 sea-settling pearls, evolving into a vast world of the myriad heavens, swallowing the river map and Luo book. The fragments of the world-extinguishing great mill transformed into a beam of light, so dark it gleamed, crashing violently into the chaos bell. With a loud clang it shook the heavens and earth. The chaos bell buzzed for a few moments before being sent flying back. Dong Huangtai was stunned. The chaos bell was a congenital treasure. What on earth did Lin Xia throw that could send the chaos bell flying? Lin Xia did not hesitate. The Kongtong seal transformed into a massive slab imbued with the power of the human race's fate and struck directly towards Dijun. Dijun's flesh was shattered, demon blood gushing out, and he was thrown back several million li. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xia unleashed the Sacred Emperor's golden body technique. A golden body of merit rose from the void, wrapped tightly in holy light. He drew upon the power of millions of stars, his momentum skyrocketing as he raised the Kongtong seal to pursue, slamming down slab after slab. Dijun and Dong Huangtai were struck until their heads were spinning, their minds buzzing incessantly. By the time the ninth slab came down, they could no longer hold on their bodies, shattering, demon blood splattering across the sky. Countless demons were so frightened that they were nearly soulless. All beings in heaven and earth stared at this scene, jaws agape, their minds blank. This is too ferocious. He shattered the bodies of 2 demon emperors. Even the Wu clan has never done such a thing. Such a feat no one has matched at Indians. To think Dijun and Dong Huangtai, the 2 strongest existences of the demon race, were actually being overwhelmed and crushed by Lin Xia alone, their bodies turned to dust. The entire human race erupted in jubilation. Countless figures knelt in droves, their shouts shaking the heavens. The saint is invincible. The saint's magical power is boundless. Lin Xia stood in midair, his slab still stained with blood, his aura pressing down so heavily that the surrounding air trembled. The soldiers of the human race, seeing this spectacle, charged forward as if invigorated. Their assault on the demon race became 3 to 4 times more ferocious. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun laughed heartily, thoroughly delighted. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the Pangu Hall was built here, said to be formed from the heart of the great god Pangu, where the 12 ancestral witches resided. When Ho Tu returned, the other ancestral witches were all stunned. Di Jiang was the first to speak. Sister, didn't you go out to seek opportunities? Why are you back so soon? Big brother, something big has happened. Ho Tu's tone was urgent. The demon race intends to wipe out the entire human race to forge some slaughtering witch sword. Slaughtering witch sword? The 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances, frowning at these 3 words. Zhu Jiuyin's mind worked quickly. The demon race is killing off the human race. Could it be directed at us, the Wu clan? These feathered scum must be plotting something. Zhu Rong's voice was as loud as thunder, his face flushed with anger. Gong Gong bellowed. You're right, we must help the human race and not let those beasts succeed. Xianming, thoughtful, furrowed his brow and asked, the human race was created by Nuwa. Hasn't the demon race always called her the Empress Nuwa? Do they dare to attack the human race, not fearing her wrath? At this, everyone else fell silent. Ho Tu took over. I traveled in the EC recently, and was surrounded by Kunpeng and those demon saints. It was Lin Xia who saved me. To save me, he injured several demon saints. The demon race venting their anger on the human race could very well be because of this. Zhu Rong stood up, pounding his thigh. Then Lin Xia has a debt of gratitude to sister. The human race is in trouble. Who else but us can help? Besides, the demon race must be scheming something foul. We absolutely cannot let them have their way. Zhu Rong's fiery temper ignited, and the other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. The Wu clan may have straightforward minds, but they value loyalty. They remember who has helped them for a lifetime. Lin Xia saved Ho Tu, which is a tremendous favor to the Wu clan. Di Jiang declared, gather the tribes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 ancestral witches dispersed, each going to rally their kin. In the depths of chaos, Nuwa single-handedly faced 4 saints. The map of mountains and rivers unfurled, transforming into a world of mountains and rivers, enveloping Jia Yin and Zhuan. Evolving the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, she grasped countless star powers in her palm, and that colossal hand solidified, directly descending upon Yuan Shitianzun. Jia Yin and Zhuan did not dare to hold back, unleashing their ultimate treasures. The 7-treasure mysterious tree swept through the void with a flurry. Yuan Shitianzun felt the pressure rising, the auspicious clouds surrounding his head, and the Pangu banner soared into the air. When that innate treasure emerged, the earth, wind, water, and fire exploded. The chaos was thrown into disarray, and time and space tore apart. Terrifying energy collided, shattering countless stars in the chaos, shaking the void like a sieve, unleashing great terror. Laozi shrank back into the heavenly and earthly mystical yellow Linglong Tower, only daring to sneak attack from behind when Nuwa and the other 3 were in a fierce battle. That brutal beating from Nuwa had clearly left a shadow in his heart. At that moment, a blade of light, so powerful it was beyond comprehension, suddenly flashed out, directly slashing towards Zhuan. Zhuan didn't have time to defend, and his entire body was sent flying, his left arm pierced through. Tongtian, what do you mean? Sneaking up on junior brother Zhuan? Jia Yin's voice was as cold as ice. Zhuan turned his head, glaring at Tongtian, his eyes almost on fire. Back when the Sanqing attacked Mount Shumi, Tongtian had used the same tactic against him. This time, without asking for clarification, he had directly inflicted heavy wounds on him. Too much. Laozi and Yuan Shi also stopped, their gazes fixed on the suddenly emerging Lord of Heaven, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. What do you make of the fact that you guys ambushed Sister Nuwa? The tone of the Lord of Heaven was very calm. The Master once said, as saints we should not interfere in the matters of the witches and demons. But Sister Nuwa insists on going against the will of Heaven, we merely obstruct her following the mandate of Heaven. Zhuan spoke with righteous indignation, feeling that Tongtian was truly annoying, always putting on a facade of integrity. But his actions were far from admirable. He had committed sneak attacks more than once. Oh really? When did the Master say that? I've never heard of it. Tongtian was still indifferent. In fact, he truly did not know about this matter beforehand. Could it be that his elder brother and second brother deliberately hid it from him? His gaze swept towards Laozi and Yuan Shi. Zun, his eyes filled with suspicion. Yuan Shi. Zun's expression was cold, staring directly at Tongtian without a hint of guilt. Tongtian, what you did this time was too much. Second brother, back when you attained the Dao, you received much guidance from Lin Xia, the little brother. Now that the human race is being slaughtered like this, you are obstructing Sister Nuwa. Clearly, it is you who has gone too far. The tone of the Lord of Heaven carried displeasure. Laozi chided sternly. Third brother, why can't you understand? Nuwa is acting against the will of Heaven. Helping her is to go against the heavens. Tongtian frowned tightly. Elder brother, your words are a bit harsh, aren't they? Sister Nuwa is merely protecting the human race. Oh, what wrong has she committed? How has she gone against the heavens? In his view, all living beings in the world should have a chance to survive. The demon race uses the human race to forge swords. With a swing of their blades, corpses pile up like mountains. Now that is truly violating the laws of Heaven. Nuwa glanced at the Master of Heaven, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She never expected this senior brother would voluntarily step forward to support her. It seems that Tongtian is indeed straightforward, unlike his two brothers. Thank you, senior brother Tongtian. Nuwa could not be bothered to entangle herself further with Laozi and Yuan Shi. She swayed her body and directly dashed towards the human clan's tribe. On the battlefield of the human race, chaos reigned, and the sky darkened. Dijun and Dong Huangtai, being the heavenly emperors of the demon race, had strong foundations and had reached the peak of Quasi-Saint. Having just been shattered by the Kongtong seal, a single thought crossed his mind, and he was reborn from a drop of blood. The two retreated to a distance, keeping away from Lin Xia. His face was as dark as a pot bottom, and a heavy stone weighed on his heart. This kid is nothing short of a monster, growing fiercer with each battle. He has even cultivated a merit golden body, wielding an array of bizarre magical treasures. Big brother, can you see clearly what that black object is? What kind of magical treasure can withstand the powers of chaos? Dong Huangtai whispered, using divine sense to communicate. Dijun remained silent for a moment and shook his head. He was just as baffled. Just handling the 36 sea calming pearls had exhausted all his energy. He had no time to look at anything else. Demon race, heed my command, form ranks. Dijun's thoughts shifted, and he shouted loudly. In the heavens, trillions of demon kings scattered like black streaks of light, each taking their positions. In the blink of an eye, the great formation of myriad demons took shape. A dense black mass obscured the sky, encircling Lin Xia in the center. He could sense that this great formation of myriad demons was no simple matter. It could twist the powers of countless demon kings into a single force, accumulating it, and then unleash it with a fierce blow. The power of a single demon king meant nothing to him, but the combined strength of tens of thousands, or even millions of demon kings would result in a strike of terrifying potency. At this moment, Dijun grew even more vigilant, as the river diagram and Luo book erupted with celestial light, crashing towards Lin Xia. The immortal slaying flying knife also activated, transforming into a treacherous hidden weapon that shot out repeatedly, attempting to assassinate Lin Xia. Dong Huangtai did not hold back, either summoning the chaos clock and the immortal slaying gourd to attack Lin Xia. At this moment, the great formation of myriad demons suddenly began to operate fiercely. Each demon king mobilized their celestial power, which converged into torrents of magical energy, surging like the Milky Way towards Lin Xia. That force shook the heavens and earth. Lin Xia, small in stature, stood at the center of the storm with nowhere to hide, appearing as if he would be crushed at any moment. Lin Xia, my young friend. Jin Yuanzi's face was filled with worry. Dijun and Tai are truly unreasonable. Hong Yun cursed angrily. Heavenly flowers fell like rain, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Boundless sacred might crashed down from the ninth heaven. The once neatly arranged great formation of myriad demons was instantly thrown into disarray by this force. Demon kings cried out in agony as they fell from the sky, trembling on the ground like chaff. Dijun and Dong Huangtai were stunned, unable to even think about attacking. Dijun looked up, staring at the figure that suddenly appeared in the void, his expression changing drastically. Nuwa, how could she be here? Nuwa's beautiful face was fierce, her icy gaze sweeping towards Dijun. Dijun, you are quite bold. Before her words, even fell a gigantic hand came crashing down. Dijun did not even have time to dodge, his body was explosively shattered, flesh and blood flying. Nuwa grasped Lin Xia's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. Brother, I have come late. I have been worried about you while being besieged by those saints. Now that I see you safe and sound, I can rest easy. Lin Xia was very well behaved. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's nose tinged with acidity, and she reached out to rub Lin Xia's cheek. My brother has truly grown up. This child was besieged by Dijun and Tai Yi, battling against countless demons, yet still had the heart to worry about her. The more understanding he was, the heavier Nuwa's heart felt. Had she known, she should have stayed by the human race's side, continuously protecting Lin Xia. If that were the case, the human race would not have faced such a great calamity, and Lin Xia would not have had to confront the overwhelming demon race alone. It's Lady Nuwa. We bow to the Holy Mother. The common folk of the human race knelt in unison, bowing to Nuwa, their faces filled with excitement, and their eyes ignited with hope. With Lady Nuwa's arrival, the situation stabilized. If the demon race dared to harm the human race now, it would be seeking death. Dijun's flesh and blood reconstituted, his face turning ashen. He gritted his teeth and questioned, Lady Nuwa, you are our demon race's Hua Huang. Why do you attack us? Dijun, do you not know that your time of death has arrived? Nuwa's voice was as cold as ice shards. The terrifying sacred might fell like a hammer upon the entire heavenly dome. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi felt their bones might shatter. Unable to withstand it, they directly kneeled on the ground. Waves of panic surged in their hearts. Is Hua Huang truly determined to strike today? This is against the heavenly path, and surely will incur retribution. Dijun's teeth ground together. Nuwa had the ability to glimpse certain heavenly secrets, naturally knowing that Dijun and Tai Yi were intertwined with the fated order. These two were of significant importance, and could not be casually killed, otherwise there would be endless repercussions. Yet these two dared to act so boldly. If she did not teach them a lesson, she would not be able to swallow this anger. Nuwa suddenly raised her hand, the wind of her palm howling as she prepared to strike down. Nuwa, you are going too far. A towering figure suddenly appeared. Laozi has arrived. The pressure on Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi vanished in an instant. Waves of relief washed over them as they felt their lives had been spared. Laozi, what do you mean? Are you here to stop me? Nuwa's voice was as cold as a knife scraping against bone. The oppressive force surged like a tide. Laozi's face darkened as he cursed. Nuwa, you are the Hua Huang of the demon race, living off the offerings from the demon race. Now you turn around and attack the demon race. This is against the heavens, and when the retribution strikes you will regret it. As he spoke, Yuan Shijian and Zhuanti appeared one after another. The Master of Heaven's figure also hovered high in the sky, looking down upon the mortal realm. In the blink of an eye, the saints had all arrived. The Master of Heaven's figure also hovered high in the sky, looking down upon the mortal realm. In the blink of an eye, the saints had all arrived. Tracked so many saints. Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi could not focus on fighting anymore. Yuan Shi spoke with a serious face. Sister Nuwa, the Master has instructed that the Han Yuan saints must not interfere in the affairs of the Wu and Yao races. Are you defying the Master's orders? Are you trying to use the grand situation and heavenly fate to pressure me? Nuwa sneered. I, a dignified Hanyuan Daluo Jinxian, should not be subject to heavenly fate's control. She directly swore an oath to the heavenly path. From now on, I, Nuwa, renounce my position as Hua Huang, cutting off all ties with the demon race, and shall have no further relations with them. As soon as her words fell, there was immediate movement above the heavenly path. Those strands of causal lines nearly invisible to the naked eye were all severed. Nuwa, already a Hanyuan Daluo Jinxian, practiced without relying on luck. For her, abandoning the faith of the demon race was as trivial as losing a strand of hair. But the world erupted in chaos. All beings were in discussion. The mighty figures in the wilderness stared at the territory of the human race, their jaws dropping in shock. Lady Nuwa actually severed the causal ties with the demon race, just like that. The demon race slaughtered the human race and angered the saints. They will not have a good outcome now. The demon race has overstepped too far. The human race was personally shaped by Lady Nuwa, and the teaching was also established by her. The demon race is acting obstinately and committing such great slaughter. They are simply courting death. Dijun's heart sank to the bottom. If Nuwa still held the title of Hua Huang, she would have to consider the causal ties when acting, leaving some leeway for the demon race. But now that she had completely discarded the position of Hua Huang, the demon race would likely be left with not even the slightest bit of compassion. Yuan Shijian and Zhuanti also did not expect that Nuwa would make such a decisive decision. Sister Nuwa, what are you doing? Sister Nuwa, such things as causality cannot be severed so easily. You are being... The Master of Heaven frowned, attempting to dissuade her. Laozi, however, sneered in his heart. In his view, Nuwa's decision to sever ties with the demon race at this moment was utterly foolish. Not only had she lost the support of the demon race's luck, but she had also offended the Master. If she continued to act so recklessly, she would eventually dig her own grave. Laozi said indifferently, Sister Nuwa, Since you have already severed ties with the demon race, then the affairs of the demon race are even less your concern. It's best you return to the Huahuang Palace and stay there. Lao Zi's expression was grave, his imposing aura pressing down on everyone. What my sister wants to do is not for you to interfere with. Lin Xia's tone was calm. Are you assuming the role of heavenly fate? You should consider your own weight. Lao Zi's face darkened immediately. A child who had not even grown a full set of hairs time and again ruining his path to sainthood. Now he even dared to mock him in front of so many people. Where could he put his old face? With old and new grievances piled together, Lao Zi could no longer hold his temper, scolding loudly. Presumptuous. A mere brat dares to be boisterous in front of a saint. I, as the chief of the three, clears the supreme of the Xuanmen, if I do not give you a proper lesson today, you really want know your own surname. As his words fell, Lao Zi extended his hand, directly reaching for Lin Xia. Nuwa's expression darkened as she raised her hand to slap him. The terrifying primordial power erupted explosively. Lao Zi was sent flying horizontally. The Taiji Saint, the supreme of the Xuanmen, actually strikes against a junior, using great power to bully the weak. Do you really not care for your face anymore? Nuwa sneered. Lin Xia could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat complex. Watching Lao Zi being beaten like this brought them immense satisfaction. Back then, when the three clears inexplicably attacked MT Shumi, they had also faced similar humiliation. Now the tides had turned. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was still in the same boat, they would have laughed out loud and mocked him further. Lao Zi's face turned red, filled with both shame and anger, feeling as if he had lost all face. Nuwa, you are being outrageous. Sister Nuwa, this is too much. My elder brother is the supreme of the Xianmen. How can you be so disrespectful? Yuan Shi scolded with a frown. I am merely making it clear that my brother cannot be bullied by anyone. Nuwa's tone was calm, but her voice carried an undeniable dominance. Dijun stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Lao Zi and Yuan Shi. O revered saints, the primordial ancestor Hongjun has long delivered a sacred decree. Saints must not interfere with the calamity of the world. Yet now Lady Nuwa has repeatedly struck against my demon clan, clearly going against the heavens. He has already discerned that these saints are not on good terms with Nuwa. Especially Lao Zi and Nuwa, their enmity runs deep. Moreover, Lao Zi had previously conveyed the ancestors' intent that saints would not meddle in the affairs between the Wu and the demons. Lao Zi, Yuanshi, Jane, and Zhuanti all stand on the side of the demon clan and have long been displeased with Nuwa's actions. Perhaps he can leverage these conflicts to resolve the immediate crisis for the demon clan. Before Lao Zi and Yuanshi could speak, Tong Tian took the initiative. Today the demon clan slaughters mortals. Such atrocities heaven cannot turn a blind eye. Sister Nuwa is the leader of the human sect, and it is reasonable for her to protect the human race. There is nothing to criticize. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's face froze, unable to respond. He truly did not expect Tong Tian to side with Nuwa. Nuwa's voice was not loud, but her words were firm. I will not interfere with the calamity of the world. However, if anyone wishes to touch a single hair of the human race or bully my brother, there is no way. Her words were clear and unambiguous. The implication was that if the demon clan truly wished to go to war with the human race today, they should weigh the consequences themselves. As soon as her voice fell, Lao Zi and Yuanshi's expressions darkened, their gazes sharp as knives directed at Nuwa. So you are saying Sister Nuwa intends to stubbornly go against the heavens and disregard even the master's command? Lao Zi, being repeatedly confronted by Nuwa, could no longer contain his anger. Every word dripped with coldness. Tong Tian raised his brows and retorted directly. Isn't this accusation a bit too exaggerated, big brother? When has the master ever said that Sister Nuwa should not protect the human race? Yuan Shi Tianzuan immediately reprimanded. Tong Tian, why are you so stubborn, insisting on complicating? Tongshan's expression remained indifferent, his tone calm. I merely follow the Dao heart, speaking fairly, never favoring. He was well aware. Had it not been for Lin Xia's guidance back, then he would never have attained the Dao and become a saint. This favor he had always remembered. Now that the human race was in peril, Lin Xia was also in a precarious situation. As a saint, he could not directly intervene in the calamity. But seeing Nuwa being pressured and blamed by her two brothers along with Jane and Zhuani, he could not simply pretend to be blind. Moreover, Lin Xia's performance today truly astonished him. As a mere great Luo Jinxian facing countless demons, he did not even flinch, daring to stand against the tide, risking his life to protect the human race. This courage, this reckless determination, wasn't it exactly in line with the tenets of the Jia sect? Going against the heavens, even if there is no hope in sight, one must fight for a way to survive. Thinking from another perspective, even he himself might not be able to reach such a level. For this reason, he firmly resolved to help Nuwa. Lao Zi glared at Tong Tian, anger causing him to laugh directly. Good, you truly are my good third brother. He never dreamed that Tong Tian would wholeheartedly stand with Nuwa today. It should be noted that it was Nuwa and Lin Xia who had blocked his opportunity to attain the Dao and become a saint. Tong Tian could not be bothered to respond, remaining unmoved. He had already seen through it. Laozi Yuanshi Jane and Zhuanti spoke eloquently about maintaining the order of the heavens and following the heavenly mandate. To put it bluntly, they simply wanted Nuwa not to meddle in the affairs of the demon clan, allowing those fellows to smoothly refine the slaughtering sword. This calculation was truly disheartening. After a few seconds of silence, Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly threw down a sentence. I am a saint of the Xuanmen, and today I will not allow anyone to interfere with the calamity. Whoever goes against the heavenly will do not blame me for being unmerciful. Sister Nuwa, withdraw. Yuanshi Tianzun's words left no room for negotiation. Nuwa's face darkened like a pot bottom. Fine. Then let's stop talking and fight. She has already understood that Laozi Yuanshi Jane and Zhuanti are determined to protect the demon clan. Saying more is pointless. Tongtian stood beside Nuwa. Once close as brothers, the three Qing now faced each other with weapons drawn, the atmosphere tense. The surrounding cultivators looked on, dumbfounded, their hearts turbulent. Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly stared at Tongtian. Stubborn fool. He could not understand why Tongtian dared to turn against his two brothers for the trivial matters of the human race. Laozi could no longer suppress his anger. With a thought, the Taiji diagram suddenly unfolded, sweeping towards Nuwa. The world shook violently, the void collapsing into nothingness. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the wind howled furiously. The pressure of the saints swept across the heavens and the earth, causing countless demons to tremble in fear, cold sweat running down their spines. A battle of saint level was about to erupt. Laozi Yuanshi Jane and Zhuanti each activated their primordial divine powers, launching a joint attack. Nuwa stood expressionless, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tongtian, bracing against the onslaught of the four saints. The space shattered, the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire seemed ready to surge anew. Many demons were caught in the crossfire, suffering immediate consequences. The several saints flashed and directly battled into the chaotic void. Big brother, shall we continue fighting? Seeing that Nuwa had finally left, Dongwang Tai let out a sigh of relief and asked Emperor Jun in a low voice. Emperor Jun remained silent for a long while, then suddenly gritted his teeth. Having offended the saints, there is no turning back. The opportunity is right in front of us. Act quickly to slaughter the human race, collect their flesh and souls, and refine the slaughtering witch sword. Nuwa has already relinquished the position of Empress Nuwa, completely standing against the demon clan. Emperor Jun no longer had any reservations and shouted loudly. Countless demons surged towards the human race's territory, and a great battle erupted in an instant. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun hastily activated their divine powers, summoning their treasures to fiercely attack the demon clan. In the human race's territory, the innate five elements great formation shone brightly once more. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, however, charged straight for Lin Xia. Lin Xia had already reached the peak of the 12th grade, having condensed 3,000 Dao fruits, his combat power far exceeding that of his peers. In a full-force eruption, he was not the least bit afraid of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, directly confronting them without losing ground for a moment. Various treasures were continuously summoned, always managing to land heavy strikes on Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai at critical moments. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were struck to the point of scalp tingling, yet they had no anger to express. Lin Xia was protected by the Hongmeng Pearl, able to conceal heavenly secrets. When activating treasures, their divine senses could not capture the slightest trace. In the midst of the battle, Lin Xia not only unleashed primordial divine powers, suffocating the opponents, but also had to be on guard against those treasures that could suddenly emerge. These two factors combined made the two opponents utterly helpless. At a certain moment, the red embroidered ball suddenly dashed out, slicing through the air as a streak of red light, so fast that it was untraceable. With a loud bang, half of Emperor Jun's body was shattered. At that moment, Lin Xia's offensive also arrived. He activated the golden body technique of the Saint Emperor, divine light of merit bursting forth from his entire body, holding the Kongtong seal, exuding an aura that made one's bones ache. Swinging his arm down in a circular motion, the Kongtong seal fell like a golden brick, landing blow after blow relentlessly. Emperor Jun had no time to react. His primordial spirit was directly struck dumb, and his whole person fell downward. Lin Xia stepped on him, grinding his foot down harshly for 2 times. In that instant, the world fell silent. All beings were rendered mute, unable to speak. The demons watched this scene, their faces filled with rage and humiliation. The dignified emperor of the demons, a figure who governs the order of the heavens, now actually being trampled underfoot, subjected to such extreme humiliation. It was simply unbelievable. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xia, you dog thing, dare to treat His Majesty the Emperor like this? Seeking death. Bold. Voices of several demon saints exploded in the void. Bai Zhe Ji Meng and the others had darkened expressions, their eyes seeming to spit fire. They felt they had suffered a tremendous insult. In the hearts of the demons, Emperor Jun was a supreme being, now actually being stomped on and humiliated by a little brat. This kick from Lin Xia was equivalent to trampling the entire demon clan's head into the mud. Isn't it just stepping on him? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? You demons kill those defenseless beings and wipe out entire clans. That is 100-fold more heinous, yet I never saw any of you blush. Lin Xia smiled broadly. Enough! Dong Wangtai shouted, rushing up. The chaos bell roared out, shaking the entire heavens. Lin Xia was not the least bit afraid as 36 Dinghai divine pearls transformed into 36 vast worlds, unleashing power from all directions, directly colliding with the chaos bell. The deafening clash of metal echoed, causing the heavens to crack. The power of the 36 Dinghai divine pearls did not yield to the chaos bell. The chaos bell was directly knocked back. Immediately after, lightning laws erupted from Lin Xia's palm. Evolving into terrifying chaos annihilation divine lightning, it erupted with a roar. Striking Emperor Jun, his flesh immediately began to crack like porcelain about to shatter. His hair exploded, turning him into a disheveled mess. Up! Emperor Jun let out a tragic scream. His entire face twisted in agony, his eyes nearly popping out. Amidst the roars filled with anger, his gaze was like a knife, wishing he could kill Lin Xia on the spot. Yet at this moment, Lin Xia's small frame stood like a chaotic world firmly planted there. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from those chains. In a certain moment, Emperor Jun finally could not hold on anymore. His entire power began to leak out, as if a dam had burst. Boom! Blood rain began to fall from the sky, drenching everything. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth, self-destructing his body, sacrificing a portion of his essence to escape through the method of rebirth, by dripping blood, landing at a distance, creating space between himself and Lin Xia. In his eyes there was not only hatred, but also a hint of trepidation. All demons heed my command, set up the great formation, and flatten the human race. Dong Wangtai shouted, his voice shaking the heavens. In an instant the heavens and earth turned upside down, countless demons transformed into a black torrent rushing down from the sky. Shadows filled the entire sky. Each great demon was as massive as a mountain. With a flap of their wings the sun was obscured. Fierce beasts, their fangs bared, had limbs as thick as pillars supporting the sky. The number of demons was so great, it was beyond counting, reaching into the billions. They were not afraid of death, charging down recklessly. That momentum was unstoppable. What Lin Xia had done earlier had completely ignited Dong Wangtai's fury. He wanted to use the endless demons to devour the entire human race. Even if Lin Xia was powerful, how many people could he save? As long as enough blood, flesh, and souls of the human race were gathered, the slaughtering witch sword could be refined to deal with the witch clan. The demon clan could then dominate the entire primordial chaos. Once he attained the primordial Dao fruit, he would personally slay Lin Xia. Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi halted, their expressions darkening. Just as the demon army was about to overwhelm, a crisp voice rang out. Lin Xia, don't panic, sister is here. Suddenly, a vast surge of malevolent energy surged forth. The anomaly occurred so abruptly. Everyone looked up to see a dark, oppressive sky blocked by the imposing figures of the Wu clan, as massive as the ancient mountains. It was the 12 ancestral witches leading billions of elite members of the Wu clan. The killing intent soared into the clouds. Ho Tu's figure flickered and landed beside Lin Xia. The expressions of the various great saints of the demon clan instantly soured. Di Jun and Dong Wangtai frowned, tightly staring at the overwhelming army of the Wu clan, feeling a surge of unease. Something wasn't right. Wasn't the Wu clan usually slow-witted? When did they become so agile? Their reactions were alarmingly swift. Dong Wangtai coldly asked Di Jiang, what does your Wu clan intend to do? Do you wish to defy the rules set by the Dao ancestor? It reminded him of the last time during the Wu Yao War. The 12 ancestral witches united, setting up the Dingtian divine killing formation, summoning the Phantom of Pangu, and smashed the heavenly cord into ruins. It was thanks to the Dao ancestor Hong Jun that the carnage was halted, establishing the situation where the demon clan managed the heavens and the Wu clan governed the earth. They agreed not to engage in battle for 100 million years. However, recently when the demon clan besieged Hong Yun, the Wu clan had already broken the rules and attacked the heavenly court. Now they were making another move. Forced into a corner, Dong Wangtai had no choice but to bring this matter up to suppress the momentum of the Wu clan. Huh. You kill humans, don't you aim at our Wu clan? You resorted to such sinister tactics and still expect us to pretend we don't see it. Di Jiang's expression was devoid of emotion, but his words were cold enough to freeze. The Wu clan had always recognized only Pangu. They neither bowed to heaven nor knelt to earth, and in their eyes Hong Jun was nothing. They had never taken the rules set by Hong Jun seriously. Moreover, this matter involved the lives of the Wu clan. Di Jun would not retreat, even a single step. Only those with strong fists have the right to speak. Why bother with all this useless talk? You lot with long hair, previously you relied on your numbers to surround my little sister at the East Sea. You think you can bully our Wu clan with such despicable deeds? Zhu Rong's voice was filled with rage. Today we will settle this debt once and for all. This statement directly ignited all the ancestral witches. Each of them turned pale, their gazes icy, all locking onto Di Jun and Dong Wangtai. Ho Tu was the youngest among the 12 ancestral witches. She was bright and intelligent, and her older brothers and sisters doted on her. But not long ago she had been surrounded by a group of demon saints, and had nearly lost her life. This grievance was too great. How could the ancestral witches swallow this anger? Seeing the desperate stance of the Wu clan, Di Jun's heart sank. Just Lin Xia alone was enough to give the demon clan a headache. If another Wu clan that could match the demon clan were added, then the demon clan would have no chance at all. Furthermore, the Wu clan's current posture clearly indicated they had seen through the demon clan's plans. If they pushed forward, they might end up losing not only their forces, but also their standing. After pondering for a moment, Di Jun waved his hand. Retreat, returned to the heavenly court. With the order given, the demon army flew back in droves. Kunping, old thing, don't even think about escaping. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were both furious, unwilling to let it go easily, and charged out to pursue Kunping. Kunping had fought a battle and was heavily injured. Host, the system also has a divine training ground space. Currently, the time flow inside is 1100 compared to the outside. It is recommended that you enter. Next time I run into him, I will tear him apart without hesitation. Unable to catch up, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong could only curse as they returned. This grand battle came to an end. Although the incident had passed, everyone still looked at Lin Xia with uncontainable astonishment. A great Luo Jingxian faced the demon clan's billions of troops, fighting against two and injuring both Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. This battle changed the color of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Xia was a god of war. Like the eternal sun in the sky, his brilliance was blinding. The powerful beings of the primordial era watched in awe. The future of this young man is beyond measure. Ho Tu gazed at Lin Xia, her eyes filled with tenderness, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Lin Xia did not dodge. Ho Tu was just like Nuwa, seizing the opportunity to fuss over him, and he had already grown accustomed to it. He turned and walked to Zhen Yuanzi, clasping his hands. Thank you, Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand, smiling freely. Lin Xia, do not be so polite, it is only right. If it weren't for your prompting back, then how could Hong Yun have entered the human teachings and received the protection of Lady Nuwa? Hong Yun shared a deep bond with Zhen Yuanzi. Helping Hong Yun was akin to helping Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi acted not only to repay a favor, but also to strengthen their ties. After chatting with Hong Yun for a while, Zhen Yuanzi departed. Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the group of ancestral witches. That day he had retreated from the Buzhou mountain too hastily and had no chance to clarify matters with Ho Tu. Yet Ho Tu still brought so many Wu clan members here to kill. His heart felt warm. Approaching the ancestral witches, Lin Xia clasped his hands. Thank you, dear friends of the Wu clan. Di Jiang laughed heartily, waving his hand. Lin Xia, do not be so polite. You saved my little sister, you are a benefactor of our Wu clan. Moreover, this battle today was not only to assist your human clan, but also for our own Wu clan. Di Jiang looked at Lin Xia, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong chimed in exactly. Lin Xia, you saved my little sister on the shores of the East Sea. This grace is greater than the heavens. What is this small matter? Lin Xia, if you need anything in the future, just call, and I Gong Gong will never hesitate. I've long found Di Jun and Tai Yi, those two long-haired beasts, displeasing. Today, Lin Xia, you beat them to the ground, and I feel splendid. The other ancestral witches looked at Lin Xia with eyes full of admiration. The Wu clan recognized only one principle. Those with strong fists are the rulers. Lin Xia's achievement in severely injuring Di Jun and Dong Huangtai was unprecedented throughout history. For this alone, they genuinely respected him. Lin Xia, today you truly showcased your might. I'm itching to spar. Zhu Rong rubbed his palms together, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Lin Xia, count me in. I've been wanting to Gong Gong's voice followed up. Without needing to say more, Lin Xia's impressive display today had ignited the fervor in both ancestral witches, and they were eager to test their skills. Ho Tu frowned, her expression darkening. Lin Xia has just fought a hard battle and is exhausted. You two still wish to spar. Sister, look how spirited Lin Xia is. He doesn't seem tired at all. Zhu Rong grinned widely, his voice booming. Gong Gong nodded along, vigorously agreeing. Ho Tu shot a glare at Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong, her eyes sharp as knives. The two immediately shrank back, behaving themselves. Although Ho Tu was not very powerful, she was the precious darling among the 12 ancestral witches. Anyone who angered her would not have it easy. Sister Ho Tu, don't worry. I'm really fine. Besides, I would like to experience the techniques of the two ancestral witches. Lin Xia smiled. Upon hearing this, Ho Tu did not stop him. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong's eyes lit up. Which of you two will go? Lin Xia wore an excited expression. Hong Yun noticed this first, his mouth twitching. This was the same expression Lin Xia had during their previous spar. A premonition arose in Hong Yun's heart. These two ancestral witches were likely to suffer a great loss. He'll go first. Zhu Rong exclaimed, leaping forward, his fist, as big as a sandbag, directly smashing towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia activated the sacred Emperor Golden Body technique. The power of the Great Dao of strength surged within him, wrapping his entire being in the light of virtue, advancing without retreat, and met the punch heat in. Di Jiang, Ho Tu, and Xian Ming gasped as they saw Lin Xia actually intending to clash Heaton with his physical body. Is Lin Xia planning to take this hit? He's crazy, absolutely insane. As ancestral witches who understood Zhu Rong's strength, Lin Xia's actions were purely seeking trouble. Concern filled Ho Tu's eyes. The crowd watching had not yet regained their senses. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted in the void. Zhu Rong was sent flying like a rock, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Xia remained in his original position calm, without taking even a step. This young man was too fierce, both powerful and endearing. Gong Gong stared for a moment. Instead of retreating, his excitement This young man was too fierce, both powerful and endearing. Gong Gong stared for a moment. Instead of retreating, his excitement intensified as he laughed heartily. Ha ha, Lin, little brother, let me have a go at you. Before the laughter faded, Gong Gong's figure flickered, directly charging. His speed was incredibly fast, creating a booming sound in the air. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes, activating the Dong Su Divine Eye, seeing through all of Gong Gong's tricks. The trajectory of Gong Gong's attack was clearly mapped out in Lin Xia's mind. However, this time Lin Xia did not intend to meet force with force. With a flip of his hands, he simultaneously activated the solar and lunar laws. The two powers twisted together in his palms into a great yin-yang sacred seal and pushed it forward. Gong Gong did not evade, colliding directly with it. The sacred seal absorbed his strength and then violently rebounded. Gong Gong was sent flying away. The fierceness with which he came was matched by the speed at which he returned. He flew for over 10,000 miles before crashing to the ground with a bang. His posture was quite peculiar. His face hit the ground first, head buried in the soil, with two legs sticking up. Like a planted onion, he was firmly stuck. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's lips twitched, their expressions somewhat complicated. Ho Tu and Xianming held back their laughter, their faces nearly contorted. Zhu Rong, however, burst into laughter. He instantly regained his composure. He and Gong Gong had always been at odds. One represented fire, while the other represented water, always bickering. Now he laughed without any restraint. Lin, little brother, your strength is truly formidable. I concede wholeheartedly. Zhu Rong was in high spirits, conceding without reservation. You flatter me, Zhu Rong, your raw strength is not to be underestimated either. Lin Xia replied with a smile, thinking to himself that it would be great to have more of such free sparring partners. Unlike Hong Yun, who collapses after a couple of exchanges. Let's spar more whenever we have the chance, we can all improve together. Sure. Zhu Rong laughed heartily, readily agreeing. When Gong Gong returned, his expression was not very good. Seeing Zhu Rong's face full of joy, as if he had found money, his anger flared up. Zhu Rong was not intimidated either, his gaze turned cold as he glared back. The two locked eyes, crackling like thunder. It was clear what was brewing. These two hotheads are bound to fight later. They are holding back now for Lin Xia's sake. Once they return to their lair, they will surely settle the score. Di Jiang shook his head, yet his mind was still on Lin Xia. The Wu clan does not cultivate the divine sense or practice magic. They rely solely on their physical prowess. However, Lin Xia had just engaged in battle with Zhu Rong without using any magic at all. It was purely a physical contest. Zhu Rong didn't gain any advantage. How monstrous must this physique be? Di Jiang's curiosity piqued. He turned to Lin Xia and said, Young brother Lin, I have never seen anyone train their body to this level before. I am truly impressed, young brother. You have opened our eyes with this skill. However, I have a doubt that has been bothering me. Speak openly, Di Jiang, Ancestor Wu. Lin Xia grinned. This group of Ancestor Wus was straightforward. They said whatever was on their minds, which suited him just fine. Just now I noticed the set of physical skills that you used, young friend Lin. They are quite unique and extraordinarily powerful. They are comparable even to our Wu clan's best techniques. Where did this technique come from? Di Jiang's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Lin Xia. It's called the Sacred Emperor Golden Body Technique, and I comprehended it myself. Lin Xia did not hide the truth. Comprehended it by himself. Di Jiang exchanged a glance with Zhu Jiuyin, both of them filled with shock and confusion. This statement did not sound credible. Ho Tu and Xianming were also stunned, their mouths agape. Such a heaven-defying technique could be derived from mere comprehension. Young brother Lin, you are not deceiving your sister, are you? Ho Tu asked, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Xia nodded. I comprehended it from the Kong Tong seal. Fundamentally, it has a connection with the human race. If it weren't for the poor comprehension of the human race, I would have taught them long ago. Ho Tu and Xianming's minds were buzzing. This level of technique was difficult even for them to grasp. Yet Lin Xia managed to create it directly. They felt as if they were on different dimensions from Lin Xia. Di Jiang was stunned for a long time, repeatedly exclaiming, Young friend Lin, your talent is extraordinary, and your comprehension is admirable. Xianming's eyes were fixed on Lin Xia, shining brightly with a complex expression. Previously, Ho Tu had said he was both fierce and adorable, similar to the Wu clan. Now it all seemed like nonsense. Fierce and adorable he may be, but this intelligence was not something the Wu clan could possess. Lin Xia, the demon clan has retreated. Why not come back to the Wu clan with your sister? I promise you will be well fed and cared for. Ho Tu grabbed Lin Xia's hand, warmly inviting him. Xianming also looked at him, eyes filled with anticipation. All right, but I need to wait a few days. The demon clan has left, but the human tribes have suffered many casualties and need to clean up the mess first. Lin Xia agreed to this. He was also quite curious about Buzhou Mountain. Seeing Lin Xia's agreement, the Wu clan did not delay any further, bidding farewell and returning to Buzhou Mountain. Only Ho Tu remained. Lin Xia glanced at the ravaged human territory and sighed. He waved his hand, and a series of laws of creation descended rapidly, repairing the damaged earth. Thank you, Holy One. The Holy One is kind-hearted. With the crisis fully averted, the humans were ecstatic, kneeling down to pay their respects. After this battle, Lin Xia's reputation among the human race soared to unprecedented heights. The entire human race regarded him as an unshakable faith. Yet Lin Xia was acutely aware that the disaster was far from over. This calamity would inevitably return. In the eyes of the saints, the human race's fortune was like a piece of prime meat. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of it. He did not delay and immediately began to deduce the 5 elements laws, re-establishing the Great 5 Elements formation. The foundation of the formation had nearly been shattered during the recent battle. If the demon clan were to sneak attack again, it would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xia called upon the 5 elements essence from the heavens and poured it into the formation patterns. Now that he had entered the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the speed at which he reconstructed the formation was astonishing. Before long, the entire formation was restored to its former glory. Once everything was arranged, Lin Xia followed Ho Tu towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, in the outer chaos, the fighting among the saints had yet to cease. Nuwa had already reached the 3rd level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, her combat power exceedingly formidable. Even with the 4 saints working together, they could not gain much advantage over her. Now with the addition of the Tongtian cult leader, they naturally felt even more strained. Nuwa unleashed the Hongming creation scripture, an endless creation divine light swept out like sword radiance. The chaos was cleaved into fragments, even time and space crumbling into nothingness. Laozi felt utterly frustrated and kept retreating into the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. The Tongtian cult leader was even more straightforward, directly summoning the 4 swords of Zhejian. Waves of sword light soared into the sky, creating an overwhelming and terrifying momentum. The sword light descended upon Jian and Zhuanti. The onslaught came in waves, leaving no opportunity for them to catch their breath. Jian and Zhuanti felt their scalps tingle and cursed inwardly. What deep grudge does Tongtian hold against them? It was one thing to ambush, but now in a direct confrontation, he was relentlessly pursuing them. Nuwa, you condone your brother meddling in the calamity, yet still refuse to stop. Are you truly trying to provoke a war among the saints? Laozi rebuked, sternly shifting all the blame onto Nuwa. His carefully laid plan had been thoroughly disrupted by Nuwa and her brother. Not to mention, he had been publicly humiliated and thoroughly disgraced. As the head of the Xuanmen, when had he ever suffered such disgrace? The more he thought, the angrier he became, almost to the point of exploding. Nuwa, junior sister, you are disrupting the order of the Xianmen and meddling in the calamity. This is against the natural order. I advise you to surrender peacefully and admit your guilt. Yuan Shi Tianzun followed with a loud shout. He and Laozi adopted the posture of elders, reprimanding their juniors, hoping to make Nuwa bow her head and admit her mistakes. Nuwa coldly smiled and shot back. Isn't it you who disrupts the order of the Xianmen? My brother is the leader of the human sect fighting for the human race. Oh, what is wrong with that? As for you, Laozi, your face is truly thick, scheming against your juniors, yet pretending to be righteous. How disgusting. Each word was sharp, filled with disdain. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if another fire had been ignited on the powder keg, and the battle escalated fiercely. Chaos surged, golden light exploded, and storms swept across the void, shattering countless stars into dust. Taking advantage of Laozi's moment of full power, Nuwa did not even blink, and the creation whip transformed into a golden lightning bolt, striking directly at Laozi's face. Laozi was unable to evade in time, and his physical body was instantly torn apart, becoming a mist of blood, his face as pale as paper. Not only did his body ache terribly, but even his divine sense felt as if it had been slashed by a knife. The creation whip is a treasure of virtue, its power exceedingly immense. In Nuwa's hands, even a saint-level body could not withstand it. After taking that blow, Laozi's anger surged. The Taijida suddenly unfolded, transforming into a realm, pressing down towards Nuwa. But before it could reach her, a voice suddenly rang out in the void. The Taijida felt as if all its strength had been drawn away, and it fell back into Laozi's hands. Stop right now. You saints fighting back and forth, what kind of behavior is this? It was Hong Jun who had arrived. The commotion from the saints' battle was too great, and the destruction too terrifying. Hong Jun could not simply ignore it. Upon seeing Hong Jun appear, the 6 saints all changed their expressions and immediately ceased their actions, stepping forward to pay their respects. We pay our respects to our master. Please, master, judge for us. Nuwa, junior sister, condones her brother's disruption of the Xianmen rules and forceful meddling in the calamity. This matter is too serious to go unpunished. Laozi was the first to speak, directly shifting the blame onto Nuwa. The villain speaks first, his face clearly showing his intentions. Nuwa's expression turned icy, her tone flat. My brother is the leader of the human sect fighting for the human race. What is wrong with that? As for you, a dignified saint bullying juniors and robbing treasures, do you have no shame? Truly disgusting. Laozi's face turned ashen with anger, his whole body trembling, nearly ready to strike again. Hong Jun's expression darkened, and he sternly commanded, enough. Today's events are all predestined. You each disperse. If anyone causes trouble again, don't blame me for being unkind. Once Hong Jun lost his temper, none of the saints dared to retort, and they obediently dispersed, each returning to their own domains. After everyone had left, Hong Jun stood alone in the chaos, frowning as he contemplated matters. Lin Xiao's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. He had never anticipated that this unexpected variable could stir up such a large commotion. However, dealing with this variable would not be easy. Now that Lin Xiao's relationship with Nuwa was so deep, being the leader of the human sect, he had a tremendous influence on the human race. If things went awry and Nuwa was alerted, several future calamity plans would be thrown into disarray. When Nuwa returned to the Hua Huang Palace, the first thing she did was focus her attention on the human tribes. Seeing that they had rebuilt and things were relatively stable, she finally sighed in relief. Then she began to deduce where Lin Xia had run off to. The outcome of her calculations left Nuwa with a strange expression. He actually went to find the Wu clan. Since when did Lin Xia establish a connection with the Wu clan? Moreover, it seemed he had a rather close relationship with her old friend Ho Tu. Nuwa clenched her fists. A good old Ho Tu taking advantage of my inattention to run off with my brother. Just wait, when we meet again you will regret it. On the other side, Yuan Shi Tianzun did not rush back to the Yusu Palace, but followed Laozi to his dojo. After this battle, Lin Xia had emerged, and the demon clan's plans had all gone to waste. Tan Tian had been pushed to Nuwa's side, causing a rift among the three pure ones. The saints began to pick sides. Laozi was gnashing his teeth in hatred towards Lin Xia, and felt the need to discuss matters thoroughly with Yuan Shi. His own sect, the Sun Jiao, was in a very awkward position. This point was most keenly felt by Laozi's disciple Xiandu. Sun Jiao was flying the banner of the human sect, yet it could not reap any human luck. Xiandu found his cultivation increasingly strenuous. Consequently, he began to harbor resentment towards Lin Xia, the leader of the human sect. Yuan Shi Tianzun sighed. I truly did not expect Lin Xia to reach this level. The 12th grade Great Luo is indeed tyrannical. Laozi's expression was grim as he nodded. Lin Xia's monstrous talent made him feel uneasy. If she continued to grow like this, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. Then Yuan Shi Tianzun remembered something and asked Laozi, Elder brother, did you sense how Lin Xia managed to injure Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi with her treasure? Lin Xia was too mysterious. He had investigated several times, but could not uncover any secrets about her. Thus he inquired. Laozi shook his head without a word. I did not sense anything either. It is likely she possesses some treasure capable of concealing the heavenly secret. To be honest, he could not see through it either. Perhaps so. The demon clan's heavenly court. After returning, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi both wore dark expressions, not uttering a word. Kuan Peng stood silently by, pondering for a while, before finally speaking. The heavenly emperor, this brat must be eliminated, otherwise he will surely bring disaster. Kuan Peng harbored no loyalty to the heavenly court, and his hatred for Lin Xia stemmed purely from personal vendetta. Emperor Jun said with a grim expression, Do I not know? But that brat possesses too many magical artifacts and employs bizarre tactics. It's exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Both Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi harbored intense hatred towards Lin Xia. Emperor Jun was furious. As the heavenly emperor, the master of celestial order, he was actually trampled beneath the feet of a mere brat. He could not swallow this indignation. Every time he recalled that scene, his Dao heart wavered, as if something within was surging restlessly. Heavenly emperor, that fellow may be powerful in combat, but at the end of the day, he is just an immature child, and his temperament is fundamentally unstable. Kuan Peng with a sullen face coldly proposed, Let's set up a killing formation to lure him in and eliminate him directly once and for all. Emperor Jun remained silent, but his expression clearly showed he was contemplating. Dong Huang Tai eagerly said, Big brother, I have an idea. His tone was urgent. Let's begin formulating the killing formation. Once completed, we can spread a net and lure that brat in. He will definitely not escape. Emperor Jun still did not speak. He was hesitating. This method was feasible, but the problem lay with Nuwa. He understood well that Nuwa's favoritism towards Lin Xia exceeded even her concern for the human race. Once Lin Xia dies, Nuwa would undoubtedly turn against them. If a sage were to become enraged, the consequences would be unmanageable for anyone. However, if they could win over other sages for support ensuring the safety of the demon race, then this matter was not impossible to carry out. As he was contemplating, an overwhelming aura of sanctity descended from the heavens. Between heaven and earth, strange phenomena surged, and Laozi's figure emerged above the heavenly court. We pay our respects to the Taching sage. Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Kuan Peng hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. Laozi's mind swept over, and he discerned what Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi were plotting. He did not expose their plans, merely saying leisurely, Lin Xia is far too reckless. Nuwa indulges him in repeatedly meddling in the conflict between the witch and demon races, and he will inevitably suffer the consequences. As soon as the words fell, the hatred on the faces of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi evidently deepened. However, the two quickly suppressed their emotions. Emperor Jun's expression returned to calm as he asked, Ta Ching sage, what exactly is going on here? Did not the Dao ancestor issue a decree prohibiting sages from directly intervening in the conflict between the witch and demon races? How could Nuwa suddenly take action? There was a hint of questioning in his tone. It should be noted that during the previous great battle, it was precisely Lao Zi who personally appeared to convey the Dao ancestor's decree, which led the demon race to decisively massacre the human race and refine the demon-slaying sword. And what was the result? The demon race emerged en masse, not only gaining nothing, but also losing countless lives. He and Dong Huang Tai were also thoroughly humiliated by Lin Xia. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi's expression also became somewhat unsteady. He had not anticipated that matters would turn out this way. He had originally intended to intercept Lin Xia midway and retrieve the Kongtong seal. Who would have thought that this brat possessed such strange tactics and fled in an instant? Even more unexpectedly, the demon race was so incompetent that they could not deal with a mere child. You can rest assured, Lao Zi said solemnly, the Hunyuan sage will never directly intervene in the calamity of tribulation. Lao Zi stated this with great confidence. His tone carried an undeniable certainty. However, Emperor Jun did not fully believe him. After all, these words came from the mouth of the Ta Ching sage. What if one day Nuwa truly turns against them, intent on bloodshed against the demon race? He did not believe that she would risk her life to aid him. Sage, if Nuwa takes action against our demon race again, how will this matter be resolved? Rest assured, if she dares to act recklessly, I will not stand by idly. Lao Zi's voice was calm and but you demon race as the heavenly court cannot even handle Lin Xia, a mere early-stage Deluo. That reputation cannot possibly be just boasting. Neither Emperor Jun nor Dong Huang Tai responded. Lao Zi had already made his stance clear. The two demon sovereigns exchanged glances, their eyes cold enough to freeze. If Lao Zi stood on their side and was willing to protect the demon race, then Nuwa would no longer be a threat. As long as they eliminated Lin Xia, there would be no future troubles. At that time, the demon-slaying sword could be successfully refined, and the human race would no longer have anything to stop the heavenly court's blade. Thank you for your guidance, sage. Emperor Jun remained silent for a while, finally making his decision. The enmity between the demon race and Lin Xia had long been irreconcilable. The matter of refining the demon-slaying sword had already deeply offended the opposing side. With Lin Xia's cultivation speed, if he were to achieve the Dao of Huan Yuan, the entire demon race would be buried alongside him. It was better to take action first now. Lin Xia, accompanied by Hudu, waved his hand, and the space tore open. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Hudu's eyes widened in astonishment. She could sense that Lin Xia's manipulation of space laws was even more adept than her elder brother Emperor Jiang. Without saying a word, Lin Xia pulled out two fierce beasts from the Hongming Pearl, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin. As soon as the two foolish beasts landed, they were fascinated by the environment of Mount Buzhou and immediately let out a couple of roars. The roars shook the mountains. Huta couldn't help but applaud in delight. Silly creatures. Lin Xia mounted his ostentatious ride and galloped fiercely towards the Panga Palace. Unfortunately, not long after, things went awry. When Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin first emerged, they were still spirited, brimming with energy. After climbing for a while, they directly wilted. The pressure of Mount Buzhou was too heavy, and the two foolish beasts could not withstand it. Huda chuckled. Xiong Batian, with his iron will, and Xiong Outyin, who was resolute, could hardly tolerate this indignity. They turned to Hutu and began to roar angrily. Hutu slapped them, and the two immediately became obedient. It was evident that Hutu reserved her gentleness solely for Lin Xia. Usually this girl was quite fierce. After all, the ancestors of the witch race were the type to strike first and talk later. Hutu was the youngest among them, so how good could her temperament be? Lin Xia turned back to look at the two foolish beasts. One was lying on the ground, gnawing on a stone, and the other was chasing its own tail in circles. He sighed and told them to roll back to where they came from. Tisk, this mount is too young and needs to be trained slowly. With no lagging burden, Hutu, and he quickly arrived at the entrance of the Panga Palace. Lin Xia looked up at the grand palace, his eyes filled with curiosity. It is said that this thing was transformed from the heart of the Panga deity, radiating an aura of mystery. Upon seeing Lin Xia, the ancestors of the witch race broke into smiles, warmly pulling him inside. Being polite upon meeting was inevitable. Emperor Jiang wasted no time and got straight to the point. Lin Xia, little brother, your talent is astonishing, and your foundation is frighteningly solid. Are you interested in lending a hand to our witch race and join us in fighting the demon race? Emperor Jiang felt confident about this matter. The demon race had dispatched a large army to massacre the human race, which had already placed Lin Xia on the opposing side. After that battle, there was no longer any possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. It was either him or the other, and they were thoroughly at odds. The mortal enemy of the witch race was also the demon race. Both sides were targeting the same enemy. Thus he confidently threw out this proposition, certain that Lin Xia would not refuse. However, upon hearing it, Lin Xia shook his head. The enmity between the witch and demon races, if not handled properly, could lead to calamity. This matter is too significant. Even my sister would not dare to involve herself, and I certainly lack the confidence. He was well aware that the affairs between the witch and demon races were not that simple. There might be hidden agendas orchestrated by Hanjun, or even the heavenly Dao manipulating behind the scenes. Once the calamity of tribulation begins, even sages might struggle to protect themselves, let alone, or stepping into it could cost him his life at any moment. While he had transcended the river of fate and could not die, he could not neglect the human race. Previously, he had fought against the demon race because they sought to slaughter the human race. As the leader of the human teachings, it was reasonable for him to stand up for the human race. However, if he were to ally with the witch race, fully siding with them, the situation would turn sour. It would be akin to jumping directly into the deadlock between the witch and demon races, and who could predict the consequences? Hongjuan, that old fox, would be the first to turn against him. During the first great war between the witch and demon races, the 12 ancestors of the witch race joined forces, setting up the Dushinshin Sha formation, summoning Pangus Phantom, and directly destroying the heavenly court, nearly annihilating the demon race. But just at that critical moment, Hongjuan appeared and halted the witch race. He conveniently protected the demon race. Hongjun's intention was clear. Neither side of the witch or demon races could grow too strong. Balance must be maintained. That so-called 100,000 years of peace was essentially just to give the weaker demon race a breather to build up their strength. Once they could truly contend with the witch race. If he were to stir up the calamity of tribulation, he would have to wait until he achieved the Dao of Hunyuan to consider it. With Hutu and Nuwa, two Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian overseeing the human teachings, the human race could avoid being caught up in this turmoil. In the current situation, being cautious was the best strategy. However, his cultivation was merely at the de Luo Jinxian realm, so he naturally would not recklessly charge ahead. Lin Xia firmly declined, and Emperor Jiang was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Alright then, if the young friend is unwilling to get involved, we will not force it. The other ancestors of the witch race did not speak further. Lin Xia had mentioned Nuwa. They held no particular reverence for sages. However, they all knew that sages could see through the river of fate and uncover many hidden truths. Perhaps there were indeed some hidden circumstances behind it. Huta felt a slight stir in her heart. Among the 12 ancestors, she was the quickest to think. If the conflict between the witch and demon races continued, it was likely to lead to significant trouble. But to what extent it would collapse, she could not foresee. Lin Xia's few words likely hinted at these implications. After chatting for a while, Hutu and Xianming led Lin Xia to wander around the Panga Palace. Throughout this journey, Lin Xia was subjected to unwanted attention. Xianming was particularly excessive. Within this short span, his face had been pinched 4 times. He focused his thoughts and directly communicated with the system. System, can the damaged spiritual root be refined? No problem, the system replied succinctly. Lin Xia felt reassured. He stored the Xianling fruit tree into the space of the Hongmeng pearl. System, refined the Xianling fruit tree. Ding! The Xianling fruit tree began its refinement. Inside the Hongmeng pearl, the fruit tree, which had been damaged at its source, was rapidly being repaired. Divine light flickered as innate spiritual energy circulated chaotically within its trunk. The trunk suddenly expanded, growing from 100 zhang to 10,000 zhang. The veins on its leaves became densely intertwined, exuding an aura of the Dao. It resembled patterns etched by heaven and earth hanging on the branches. That aura of the Dao reinforced Lin Xia's cultivation, propelling him to the midstage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Refinement completed. The Xianling fruit tree has received the gifts of the Dao of creation and has been upgraded to a top-grade chaos spiritual root. The fruits will mature in 100,000 years. Host has received the Dao resonance feedback from the chaos spiritual root. Reward obtained Hunyuan 9 transformations heavenly pill. Lin Xia probed his divine sense into the Hongmeng pearl. The leaves glowed like stars with 5 chaos Xianling fruits hanging in the center. The fruits were adorned with intertwining purple patterns, oozing a rich chaotic aura. Lin Xia felt a surge of happiness. The tree had been invaded by malevolent energy, damaging its roots, nearly causing it to perish. Even with the power of creation or the divine water of the 3 lights to forcefully extend its life, it would have downgraded in quality. However, this time the refinement not only repaired the roots, but also elevated its grade significantly. What a tremendous gain. He then turned to examine the newly acquired reward. Hunyuan 9 transformations heavenly pill. Unlike ordinary pills, this one was entwined with the divine script of the Dao. The divine script resembled chains woven into a net that enveloped the pill. Lin Xia swept his divine sense around and immediately understood. This pill contained not ordinary immortal energy, but the power of order. Just this sensation alone was enough to instill fear. If he truly refined it, his cultivation would undoubtedly leap forward. Having just ascended to the midstage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, his foundation was still unsteady. Lin Xia wandered around the Pango Hall, searching for a quiet place. With a thought, a Xianling fruit appeared in his hand. The fruit's skin was covered in Dao patterns, chaotic energy swirling around it with an intoxicating aroma. He stuffed it into his mouth. The flavor surged into his throat, exploding on his tongue. But there was no time to savor it. A surge of power suddenly erupted from within his body like a galaxy rushing back, pouring into his bones and meridians, all transforming into pure magical power. The chaos Xianling fruit was unlike other spiritual fruits. The chaotic spiritual power within it was thick and heavy, akin to a galaxy best suited for boosting cultivation and stabilizing one's realm. Lin Xia immersed himself as the true understanding of the Hongmeng Dao and the Hongmeng Creation Sutra began to operate on their own. The chaotic energy was crazily refined and absorbed, all rushing into his body. His aura gradually rose. This sudden terrifying commotion left Ho Tu and Xianming frozen in place, staring at Lin Xia in shock. However, they realized that Lin Xia had entered a state of enlightenment, and no one dared to interrupt him. During this time, the other ancestral witches also sensed the anomaly. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong were the first to jump out. Zhu Rong glanced towards Lin Xia and immediately understood, his face filled with disbelief. This kid named Lin is about to break through. At his age, reaching the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal was already a rare prodigy, let alone possessing such terrifying combat power. Who would have thought that so little time had passed, and he was about to leap forward again? The other ancestral witches remained silent, standing at a distance, their hearts tumultuous and unable to be contained. Time flowed slowly. Lin Xia's aura suddenly exploded, surging upwards like a tide. His skin glowed, divine light spilling out as various phenomena manifested one after another. Within him, it was as if the heavens were being opened, a world of myriad heavens, evolving wildly, the laws and orders extending outwards, becoming increasingly complete. Within him, it was as if the heavens were being opened, a world of myriad heavens, evolving wildly, the laws and orders extending. The vastness of the Dao resonance continuously reinforced those flowers, accelerating their blooming as if they had consumed an elixir. After a long while, the power of the 3,000 laws erupted, divine light soaring to the heavens. The entire Panga Hall was illuminated as brightly as day. Illusory divine trees with 9 leaves each appeared in the void, sometimes coalescing, sometimes dissipating. Among the leaves hung a fruit condensed with an immeasurable power of rules, embodying the Dao and causing time and space to resonate with a buzzing sound. This wave of energy swept through the entire Panga Hall. The hall began to faintly tremble. The 12 ancestral witches were completely stunned, their mouths tightly shut, unable to utter a single word. Their minds were blank, all shaken. They could not fathom how such a tremendous disturbance was caused by a mere Great Luo Golden Immortal. It should be noted that the Panga Hall was built on the core of the Buzhou Mountain with a space as solid as an iron barrel, and now it was actually shaking, which was simply absurd. As everything gradually calmed down, Lin Xia's aura took another sharp turn. An overwhelming aura of the Great Luo swept out. At this moment, he firmly established his mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, directly reaching its peak. The 3,000 laws were nearly perfected. Just one step away, and he could break through to the late stage of the Great Luo. This kid named Lin is simply terrifyingly gifted, Di Jiang exclaimed after a long pause, unable to hold back his astonishment. When Lin Xia broke through earlier amidst the myriad phenomena, he felt the spatial laws he was most familiar with, intricate and profound, as deep as the ocean. Outside the Pangu Hall, the air felt as though it had solidified. Even the one who usually manipulated the spatial laws effortlessly frowned, his face filled with the words, "I cannot see through this." This was simply too outrageous. Lin Xia, your comprehension is truly making us old fellows feel ashamed to face others. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong stood to the side, their admiration nearly spilling over. Just a few days ago, they had fought with Lin Xia, and what was the result? They were pinned down and rubbed into the ground. The worst was Zhu Rong. Lin Xia didn't even use the laws, relying solely on his physical prowess to crush him. The shock was unimaginable. While they were astounded, their admiration was genuine. After all, among the living beings in this world, being able to grasp a single law was already yet at this moment, they all saw familiar elements emerging from the phenomena surrounding Lin Xia. Each of them gleaned some insights from it. The shock was unimaginable. While they were astounded, their admiration was genuine. After all, among the living beings in this world, being able to grasp a single law was already a monumental achievement, and the process was exceptionally long. Lin Xia, however, managed to nurture so many laws in one go. It was simply beyond what a human could accomplish. At this moment, Ho Tu approached Lin Xia, her mind filled with questions. How did your breakthrough come about so suddenly? I was just staring at the Panga Hall for a while, and suddenly felt something in my heart. That sense of enlightenment led to a breakthrough. Lin Xia opened his eyes, speaking the lie without a hint of embarrassment. The matter of refining the Xianling fruit tree must not be disclosed to these ancestral witches. This was his trump card. Yet as soon as he spoke, the surrounding ancestral witches were all left dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong stared wide-eyed, completely not comprehending, but feeling it was impressive nonetheless. These beings had lived in the Pangu Hall since birth for countless years. They had never felt anything particularly special about this broken hall, and had never sensed any mysterious aura. How could Lin Xia feel it as soon as he arrived? And he had even broken through right after. This sounded utterly absurd. Ho-Tu felt as if her heart had been struck once again, slapped by the disparities of the world. We're all mixing in the wilderness, so why is the gap so immense? Di Zhang's expression began to turn strange. Lin Xia, could it be that you truly sensed something extraordinary from the Panga Hall? I can't really explain it, just a bit of a special perception. Lin Xia shook his head. Di Zhang, why don't you go in and take a look? There might be some great opportunity hidden inside. Relying on his special divine sense, he could feel something was off about the Panga Hall. The deeper he went, the heavier the pressure became. He was certain that there must be some secret hidden inside. As soon as Lin Xia spoke, all the ancestral witches froze. In fact, they had attempted to explore the depths of the Panga Hall before. Each time they tried to break in, they were blocked by an inexplicable force. With the reputation of the Pangu Father God behind it, no one dared to act recklessly. Big brother, I think Lin Xia's suggestion is plausible. Trying it out won't cost us anything, and who knows, there might really be some great secret hidden inside. Ho-Tu interjected. Di Zhang cupped his hands towards Lin Xia, his expression serious. Thank you for your guidance, young friend. If it's feasible, we will definitely try it out. Ho-Tu was right, there was no loss in trying. If they stumbled upon something remarkable, the witch tribe might just turn the tide. The 12 ancestral witches finished speaking and departed. Lin Xia flashed into the Hongming Pearl. The Xianling fruit tree stood tall, its canopy spreading like a large umbrella with a lustrous glow on its leaves. At this moment, a clear and cold voice entered his ears. Thank you, master, for the refinement. The voice was pleasant, but carried a hint of aloofness. You're welcome, we are all family from now on. Lin Xia smiled. He approached the Xianling fruit tree and gently touched its leaves. The branches swayed slightly, appearing to enjoy the gesture, emanating an aura of intimacy. The Dao resonance radiating from Lin Xia made her feel exceedingly comfortable, as if her cultivation was about to surge. The little master truly exudes a delightful fragrance. I wish to stay with him a while longer. However, the Xianling fruit tree, being of her nature, did not voice this thought. Brother, how are you? Little master, you finally came. The Chaos Starfruit tree and Chaos Immortal Apricot were quite pleased, eagerly greeting Lin Xia. The voice of the Starfruit tree was gentle, while the Immortal Apricot's voice was much more lively. Lin Xia noticed that these two had grown taller, and their foundations had thickened a bit, feeling happy as he said, It seems like you have been doing well here. It's good here, but a bit dull. Brother, when will you take us out for a stroll? The lively Immortal Apricot couldn't hold back. Lin Xia replied, I just added a new sister for you, didn't I? This one should be called Sister Xianling. Starfruit is the eldest, Xianling is the second, and you are the youngest. He directly established the order among the 3 spiritual roots. The Immortal Apricot was disgruntled, muttering softly, Why am I the youngest? I clearly appeared before Xuanling, okay? Lin Xia touched the leaves of the Immortal Apricot and found it amusing. No, their origins are far more solid than yours. If you don't believe me, go ask them if they'd be willing to trade places with you. The Immortal Apricot extended its divine sense to scan, first looking at the Starfruit tree, then at the Mystic Spirit tree. Before it could even ask, the Mystic Spirit tree's divine sense swept back icy cold. The Immortal Apricot felt a lump in its heart. What was there to be so smug about? Who were they putting on airs for? It was 1,000 times unwilling to admit defeat, yet it knew full well. The aura of the Mystic Spirit tree suppressed it by more than a little. The Starfruit tree stepped in to mediate, smiling. All right, let's all calm down. From now on, we'll see each other every day. Less quarreling, hurry up and take human form, and don't let our master worry about such trivial matters. The Immortal Apricot huffed, but didn't retort. The Mystic Spirit tree hadn't even cast a sidelong glance at the Immortal Apricot the entire time. Lin Xia looked utterly speechless. He had simply arranged a random order, yet they could still squabble over such a petty thing. He paid them no more heed, and turned to sit down among the 3 trees. In his mind, the rhythms of various Daos surged back and forth, and a light flickered within his spiritual platform. Ding! The host has successfully evolved the laws of creation integrated array techniques, and crafted a top-grade innate grand formation. The Creation Grand Formation. Ding! The host has comprehended both the laws of creation and the stellar laws of the Starfruit tree, fused both principles into the formation, and created another top-grade innate grand formation. The Creation Stellar Grand Formation. Acquired a top-grade acquired spiritual root, the Snow Spirit Fruit Tree. Lin Xia opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He savored the essence of the Creation Grand Formation and the Creation Stellar Grand Formation, feeling an indescribable and exhilarating thrill. These 2 grand formations were derived from the fundamental laws of the 3 spiritual roots, perfectly aligned with their inherent foundations. They were just right to nurture the growth of those 3 trees. Lin Xia raised his hand and waved, and instantly strings of law imprints materialized in midair. Those imprints, as if alive, intertwined to form a dense network, swiftly reconstructing the structure of this space. Before long, a Creation Grand Formation and a Creation Stellar Grand Formation were laid out. As the Grand Formations activated, various energies within the Hongming Pearl space were drawn out, crushed, and transformed into Creation Force and Stellar Force, which poured profusely into the 3 spiritual roots. Wow, this is amazing. I feel my origins surging. The immortal apricot's voice was crisp and bright. The starfruit tree also nodded its canopy, indeed. Our master is truly capable, having thoroughly grasped our fundamental laws and integrated them into the Dao of creation and stars. Staying in a place like this can cut down the time to take form by a large margin. The mystic spirit tree only uttered one sentence in a cold, hard voice. Thank you, master. The immortal apricot started shouting again. You're the best big brother. I like you so much. Those words sounded off no matter how one heard them. The mystic spirit tree and the starfruit tree fell silent together. Lin Xia was also somewhat at a loss. He picked 4 mystic spirit fruits and plucked 5 ripe star fruits, then quickly made his escape. Arriving before a patch of innate bamboo grove, he saw 2 round, clumsy creatures sprawled on the ground gnawing on bamboo shoots. Their slovenly appearance made Lin Xia frown. Big brother, you're finally here. Big brother, I missed you so much. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin spotted Lin Xia, lifted their heavy heads, and shouted at the top of their lungs. Yet neither of them budged an inch, lying lazily on the ground. Lin Xia ignored these 2 goofballs. He took out the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly pill and began to ponder. His divine sense sank into it. Within his sea of consciousness, the light of wisdom emerged rapidly, deconstructing the laws and order within the pill. Ding! The host has successfully analyzed the alchemical Dao resonance within the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly pill. Ding! The host has analyzed the fundamental order within the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly pill, fused it with personal insights, and evolved a heavenly Dao-level cultivation art, the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly art. Ding! The host has obtained a top-grade acquired spiritual root, the Lunar Divine Tree. Lin Xia opened his eyes, a smile gracing his young face. The laws of alchemy surfaced clearly in his mind. The method for refining the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly pill was also fully understood. This pill uses the laws of order as a divine furnace, the yin and yang of heaven and earth as the catalyst, infuses the origins of all things, tempers them with the power of the Great Dao, and completes the process through the cycles of Hunyuan. Even a Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal could benefit from it. However, for him at his current stage, refining it was extremely difficult. To concoct this pill, he would need at least to reach the realm of the Hunyuan golden immortal. His other major gain was the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly art. This art was realized by merging the oppressive aura and Dao resonance of the Panga Temple with the fundamental laws of the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly pill. 2 types of cultivation arts were prevalent in the current era. The first was the 9 Revolution's mysterious art created by the Wu tribe based on their own origins, specifically for tempering the physical body and enhancing its strength. The second was the 9 Revolution's primordial art created by the 3 Pure Ones based on their own primordial spirit origins. The 2 had different emphases. One focused on cultivating the body, the other on cultivating the primordial spirit. All beings considered these 2 arts to be supreme. Unfortunately, neither could break free from the constraints of the heavenly Dao, making it exceedingly difficult to reach the Hunyuan realm. However, the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly art could achieve this, because it cultivated both the physical body and the primordial spirit simultaneously, complementing each other, making it quite complete. The so-called 9 Revolutions represented 9 transformations during cultivation, each akin to a rebirth through nirvana. Upon reaching the 9th Revolution, one could directly ascend to the realm of the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal. That is the legendary heavenly Dao realm. But no matter how powerful this Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly art was, it paled in comparison to the 2 great Dao arts he cultivated. It was of no use to him. Lin Xia exited the Hongmeng Pearl and returned to the Panga Temple. Suddenly, he sensed a ripple emanating from the depths of the temple. He paused, then flickered and moved inward. Before him, the view opened up, revealing a massive blood pool lying before everyone. Within the pool churned astonishing energy, a mixture of blood chi and baleful chi surging out from all corners of the Panga Temple. Lin Xia recognized it at a glance. This was the Panga blood pool from which, according to legend, the 12 ancestral witches had sprung. At that moment, all 12 ancestral witches stood by the edge of the blood pool, their nerves taut. Further inside lay the deepest part of the Panga Temple. The oppressive force there was terrifyingly strong, so much so that even they dared not let their guard down. They had attempted it once before, but failed. Dijiang, unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and charged again. The moment he moved, the entire Panga blood pool erupted, as if boiling over, blood chi roaring upward. A terrifying force exploded from the innermost depths, descending like the weight of the entire world, crashing straight toward Dijiang. Before Dijiang could react, he was sent flying. Big brother, are you alright? The other ancestral witches all gathered around. Dijiang waved his hand. Seeing that he was unharmed, the others breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts still trembled with unease. Dijiang was the strongest among the 12 ancestral witches, yet even he couldn't withstand the force within the depths of the Panga Temple. What exactly was hidden in there? Hutu frowned, her face full of confusion. Big brother, what was that force just now? Why did it burst out so suddenly? Dijiang shook his head. I'm not sure either, but I find it very familiar, as if it carries the aura of Father God Pangu. He was the first ancestral witch to take form and knew more than the others. When he first took form, this very aura lingered within the Panga temple. Later, as his brothers emerged one by one, the aura vanished without a trace. He had originally thought it emanated from the Panga blood pool, and once the 12 ancestral witches were all born, the pool's origin would be depleted, and the scent would naturally dissipate. Who would have thought this thing was actually hidden in the deepest part of the Panga temple? Dijiang stared into the depths, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Could it be, as Lin Xia had said, that secrets unknown even to them lay hidden within the aura of Father God Pangu? Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches all became excited. Big brother, are you sure? Jerome pressed. My senses are not mistaken. Dijiang's tone was firm. Put aside. What a pity. The power in the depths of the Panga temple is too terrifying. It strongly repels external things that we simply can't enter. Let me give it a try, all right. Lin Xia spoke up. The ancestral witches turned around only then, noticing Lin Xia standing on the other side of the blood pool, and their hearts all jolted with surprise. When had Lin Xia arrived? They hadn't sensed it at all. You may. Dijiang agreed without hesitation. Lin Xia's comprehension was indeed astonishing. Perhaps he could find a way in. Hutu and Xianming exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Xia circled to the other side of the Panga blood pool, closed his eyes, and spread his divine sense, surging outward like a boundless tide, beginning to comprehend the oppressive aura and Dao resonance of the Panga temple. Before long, he detected something. An innate grand formation was hidden deep within the Panga temple. The formation was saturated with the laws of gravity and the fundamental power of the Great Dao of strength. The entire terrifying force field of Buzhou Mountain was concentrated in one place. No wonder even the ancestral witches with their physical might couldn't step inside. More bizarrely, the outer perimeter of the grand formation was also shrouded by a heaven-obscuring formation which blocked all disturbances completely, making it impossible to perceive its existence from the outside. If not for Lin Xia's void-piercing divine eyes, he might have been deceived. He frowned. Who had set up this heaven-obscuring formation? What were they trying to hide? Lin Xia's divine sense delved inward, rapidly deconstructing the rules and structure of the grand formation. In no time, he saw through its fundamental order. He extended his small hand and pointed into the void. Strings of law imprints materialized swiftly, altering the structure of the formation and the space. Then at a certain moment, boom, the void exploded. The rules of the grand formation collapsed, revealing a passage. Hutu, standing beside Lin Xia, was the first to sense the change in power, and joy exploded across her face. It worked. Brother, Lin Xia truly did it. The other ancestral witches all stared at Lin Xia, their faces filled with shock. No one expected that this young one could actually find the flaw. Young friend Lin Xia, what did you do? Dijiang's tone carried curiosity. There is an innate gravity grand formation deep within the Panga temple, Lin Xia explained. You couldn't enter not only because of the intense oppressive force inside, but also because this formation was causing trouble. Dijiang and Zhuyin exchanged glances, their eyes full of surprise. This thing existed. They had never detected it since the day they were born. Without asking further, the 12 ancestral witches followed Lin Xia into the depths of the Panga temple. Inside grew a massive heart, but the blood within it was nearly dry. Yet even so, that vast and majestic oppressive aura continued to emanate outward. It not only affected the Panga temple, but also spread across the entire primordial world. Even the heavenly Dao trembled violently. All the heavenly Dao saints were alarmed. On Mount Kunlun, Laozi frowned, his heart seized by a sudden panic. He gazed toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain, his mind churning. Could this be related to the Wu tribe? Inside the Panga temple. This is Father God's heart. The 12 ancestral witches burst into laughter, overcome with excitement. Dijun suddenly understood. No wonder that fluctuation had felt familiar back then. The source lay here, Panga's heart. No one is to speak of this outside. Dijong swept his gaze across the assembled ancestral witches, his voice low and heavy. Panga's heart was too significant. If word leaked out and caught the attention of those heavenly Dao saints, the trouble would be immense. Rest assured, big brother. The ancestral witches answered in unison, their eyes burning with fervor as they fixed on the heart. Ho-Tu interjected, Big brother, we truly have Lin Xia to thank for this. Without him we would still be in the dark. Little sister speaks the truth. We owe much to young friend Lin Xia. This debt of gratitude the Wu clan will not forget. Xianming stared at Lin Xia, an unusual glint flickering in her eyes. Dijiang turned to Lin Xia, his expression solemn. Thank you for your guidance, young friend. Otherwise we would never have known of Panga's heart. You're welcome. Lin Xia waved a hand. But then he added, unfortunately this heart seems nearly withered. Reviving it will be exceedingly difficult. The other ancestral witches had also noticed this issue, their expressions darkened. No rush. There will be a way in time. Dijiang spoke up. With a shift of thought, Lin Xia produced the Hunyuan 9 Revolution's heavenly art he had previously comprehended. Everyone, this is a cultivation technique I devised earlier. Practicing it may offer you some benefit. As the ancestral witches sensed the profound and mysterious fluctuations emanating from the technique, they froze for a moment, then their faces erupted with ecstasy. This thing can generate a primordial spirit for those without one. It's 100 times more powerful than the 9 revolutions mystic art we practice. Simply divine. Such a technique exists in this world. Unbelievable. Ho-Tu looked at Lin Xia, disbelief in her eyes. Brother Lin Xia, did you truly comprehend this yourself? Lin Xia nodded. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. Such comprehension was utterly terrifying. The 12 ancestral witches were overwhelmed with excitement, showering Lin Xia with gratitude. Young friend Lin Xia is the great benefactor of the Wu clan. We will remember this kindness until death. Since their birth, the Wu clan had lacked primordial spirits, relying solely on physical strength and innate laws. This was their fatal flaw. But the technique Lin Xia provided directly remedied this shortcoming. Moreover, the technique was so profound that continued practice might truly break their limits and achieve the Hunyuan Dao. For the Wu clan, it was an invaluable treasure. Lin Xia had given it without a second thought. Such magnanimity could no longer be described as mere generosity. It was no exaggeration to say the Wu clan owed him their lives. Who wouldn't be stirred by this? Yet Lin Xia had his own calculations. No matter how remarkable the technique, he himself could not use it. So he might as well offer it to the Wu clan, securing a favor for future dealings. Besides, he had no desire to wade personally into the murky waters of the Great Calamity. But if he could elevate the Wu clan's power, perhaps the Yao clan would never recover. The 12 ancestral witches, lost in their fervor, could not fathom such thoughts. Their gazes at Lin Xia bordered on worship. Big brother Lin Xia's kindness to our Wu clan is genuine. The treasures piled in our storehouse are gathering dust anyway. Let's give him half. Ho-Tu spoke quickly. Buzhou Mountain, formed from Panga's spine, was overflowing with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The Wu clan's accumulated wealth over the years was staggering. But lacking primordial spirits, they tempered their bodies solely with baleful qi, rendering those treasures as useless as stones to them. Many have been left to mold in the storehouse. Yes, we should give it. Di Jiang didn't hesitate. Lin Xia had unearthed the secret of Panga's heart and gifted them such a priceless technique. This debt of gratitude was weighty. Offering these treasures as repayment still felt insufficient. None of the other ancestral witches objected. I have no objections. Young friend Lin Xia has done us a great favor. A few mere treasures are nothing. Seeing their eagerness, Lin Xia didn't stand on ceremony. Ho-Tu led him into the Wu clan's treasury. Inside, spirit roots, innate spiritual treasures, and acquired spiritual treasures were piled like mountains alongside rare goods like sun divine crystals, innate mystic iron, mystic gold, and red copper. Lin Xia's eyes nearly blurred from the sight. He couldn't help but click his tongue. The Wu clan's foundation was no boast. With a wave of his hand, he swept away half, stashing it all into the Hongmeng Pearl. Brother Lin Xia, you saved your sister and bestowed such a great favor upon the Wu clan. How can I ever repay? Ho-Tu showed no trace of reluctance. Her large luminous eyes fixed on Lin Xia, gleaming as if she wished to devour him. Lin Xia felt a shiver run down his spine. Didn't you already repay me just now, eh? Those worthless trinkets aren't even worth discarding. How could that count as repayment? Then, how do you want to repay me? Ho-Tu didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly leaned in and planted a fierce kiss on Lin Xia's cheek. Seeing Lin Xia's dazed expression, Ho-Tu burst into laughter. When fierce, no one could stop him. But when stunned, he was utterly adorable. When you grow up, how about I marry you? Ho-Tu's tone carried a hint of teasing. Lin Xia's mind buzzed. Were all Wu clan maidens so bold? His gaze swept over Ho-Tu, a white dress trailing the ground, skin so pale it dazzled curved brows, and a smiling gaze, features so exquisite they defied flaw, a waist so slender it seemed a pinch could break it. Looking down, her chest blocked his view. Perhaps marrying her wouldn't be bad. But then he recalled something, his voice hesitant. Well, my sister probably wouldn't agree. Your sister? Ho-Tu paused, then clenched her fists. If she dares say no, we'll beat her until she cries. Her memory lingered on the time before Nuwa achieved sainthood, when she feared not that woman. Lin Xia's mouth twitched. He didn't expose the truth. He knew all too well that Vixen's skill, that move, brother-hugging kill, left him unable to resist, forcing him to surrender. Ho-Tu facing her. She wouldn't last a second. Ho-Tu teased Lin Xia a while longer, then hummed a tune and left in high spirits. Lin Xia slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl. By the bamboo grove, the two lazy brats were still lying around gnawing bamboo shoots. Seeing him arrive, they raised a paw in greeting. Brother, you're here. You two loafing around every day? Is that proper? Lin Xia chided them with disappointment. Don't you want to be mounts anymore? Cultivate? No way. Only by lying down can we survive. Xiong Outyin bit into a bamboo shoot, lightning crackling along the stalk and blasting its fur on end. Yet it still looked utterly comfortable. Xiong Beishan, however, propped himself up, brimming with ambition. Brother, teach me a technique. He'll train hard and become a hegemon one day. Lin Xia nodded, feeling a measure of comfort. One was a lost cause, but the other could still be saved. He studied Xiong Batian for a while, combining its yin-yang origin, and a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Ding! Host has fused the yin-yang law with the devouring law, comprehending the De Luo divine ability, heaven-swallowing art. Though only at the De Luo level, its threshold was absurdly low and cultivation was simple. One word: eat. Spirit bamboo, spiritual herbs, demon beast meat. Anything swallowed could be refined into cultivation. Perfect for Xiong. Despite its current fiery enthusiasm, it would likely last only 3 minutes. The phrase, iron-boned and resolute, described it perfectly. Hard-boned soft will. Lin Xia had long seen through its nature, so he had deliberately set a trap waiting for it to jump in. This technique is top-tier Deluo level with 9 layers in total, perfectly suited to your craft. When you reach the 9th layer's perfection, you'll gain benefits beyond your imagination. As he spoke, Lin Xia gently tapped Xiongbaitian's forehead. A complete set of technique diagrams unfurled directly in its mind. Xiongbaitian felt as if its head had exploded, a torrent of information flooding in. It lay flat on the ground, slowly digesting and comprehending. Before long, with each breath it took, ripples of yin-yang and devouring Dao rhythm began to emanate from its body. Having barely grasped the basics, the usually lazy Xiongbaitian sprang up like a coiled spring and lunged at Lin Xia. Its eyes shone brightly. Big brother, this thing lets me gain cultivation by eating. Amazing. You're truly my real brother. Hearing this, Xiong, who had been munching on spirit bamboo shoots, froze. The bamboo shoot fell from its mouth without it even noticing. What? Leveling up by eating? Such a thing existed in this world. The next second, Xiong shot up like a rabbit and wrapped its arms around Lin Xia's leg. Big brother, teach me too. I want to learn. Lin Xia looked down at it, a teasing smile on his lips. Wasn't it you who said you didn't want to learn? Xiongbaitian bit into a bamboo shoot and chimed in seriously. I gave you the nickname Bear, so you'd keep your word. If you said no, it's no. Be a bear with some backbone. Don't let big brother look down on you. Xiong ignored him entirely, clinging stubbornly to Lin Xia's leg, looking up with pitiful eyes. Big brother, I beg you, teach me quickly, please. It claimed to hate cultivation, but it never said it hated eating. If it couldn't learn this skill, even bamboo shoots would lose their flavor. For it, eating was a lifelong pursuit, a cause worth persisting in. Its greatest dream was one day to taste everything in the world. This technique was tailor-made for it. Everything else could be compromised, but on this matter it had to see it through. All right. Lin Xia smiled and ruffled Xiongbaitian's head. Since you're so determined, big brother will pass this on to you. Remember to practice well from now on. If you slack off again, don't blame me for being harsh. Rest assured, big brother. If I still don't eat properly after learning this technique, you can slap me, kick me. I won't utter a single complaint. Xiong thumped its chest in assurance. This silly brute was earnest about something for the first time, and Lin Xia found it a rare sight. He raised a finger and pointed at Xiongbaitian's brow, pouring the divine ability called heaven-swallowing art into it. Xiongbaitian's mind buzzed, and a clear Dao text lit up. Without a word, it plunged straight into cultivation. The divine text revolved in its mind as it began to nibble away, digesting bit by bit. 2 auras emanated from its body, one devouring heaven and earth, the other intertwining yin and yang. The 2 rhythms merged, slowly coalescing into a Dao diagram of a yin-yang great millstone. Watching these 2 lazy brats show such rare diligence, Lin Xia said nothing. Instead, he silently set up a grand formation around them to stabilize their cultivation momentum. He moved to another spot and took out 5 chaotic star fruits. The fruit was filled with stellar power, abundant and perfect for refining the physical body. He opened his mouth and swallowed 5 fruits in one gulp. Before he could savor the taste, a surge of stellar power rushed in like a tidal wave, crashing into his limbs and bones. Lin Xia erupted in a shower of starlight, billions of starry glimmers bursting forth from his pores. The 2 techniques, the true understanding of the Primordial Dao and the Sacred Emperor's Golden Body technique, began to revolve on their own. The power of the stars washed over him like waves, transforming his flesh and bones as divine light surged forth. The net woven from the laws on his body, which had some gaps, was gradually being mended. Slowly the net solidified into a realm of order. After a while, an aura of immortality spread out and phenomena began to erupt in the void, one after another. Blood energy surged, shaking the surrounding space. Lin Xia's physical body resembled a vast world evolving on its own. Finally, the power of the chaotic stellar fruit was completely refined. His physical cultivation surged to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He did not stop and continued to delve into the laws of the stars within the fruit. His divine sense sank deeper, illuminating his spiritual platform with a radiance of wisdom. He was immersed in understanding, surrounded by billions of starry lights swirling around him, an aura both sacred and solemn. Ding! The host has deeply comprehended the chaotic stellar fruit, grasping the laws of the stars, and along his own path of starlight has suddenly achieved enlightenment, elevating the primordial level divine ability, Great Stellar Technique, to the Heavenly Dao realm. Heavenly Dao level divine ability, Great Transformation Stellar Technique, comprehended successfully. Additional reward: 1 postnatal spirit root, a dragon scale grass. Lin Xia opened his eyes and compressed the Great Transformation Stellar Technique, trimming its beginnings and ends. In a blink, a divine text emerged in his mind. The Great Transformation Stellar Technique was at the Heavenly Dao level, entirely different from the Great Stellar Technique. That was a fundamental difference. The Great Stellar Technique could at most adjust the power of billions of stars, while the Great Transformation Stellar Technique could directly manipulate the laws and primal order hidden within the stars. The power was of a different nature. After using it, countless strange methods could also be derived. This thing was diverse and contained everything. Adjusting the laws of the stars for his own use, he could create various deadly formations. This was just the most ordinary play. Lin Xia's lips curled slightly as he closed his eyes, carefully sensing. Within his body, the web woven from 3,000 lines of laws propped up a realm of order more solid and complete than before. Just with this physical body, he could effortlessly draw upon the power of the laws. Lin Xia felt as though his body had shed a layer of skin. The strength was endless, at least 1,000,000 times stronger than before. But he couldn't quite gauge how far he had truly reached. Perfect timing. He would find Gong and Zhu Rong to test his skills. Those two would likely be quite eager as well. With this thought, Lin Xia flashed out from the Primordial Pearl. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Rong and Gong exchanged glances, a hint of hesitation in their eyes. Though they weren't particularly clever, they weren't foolish either. Lin Xia's aura compared to before was unfathomable to them. Once his underlings, they were now even less of a match. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Xia spoke up. Gentlemen ancestors, don't overthink it, just have a casual spar. They'll only use my physical strength, I assure you. I won't use any magic or divine abilities. Once he said this, Zhu Rong and Gong's concerns dissipated. They were inherently fond of this kind of challenge. Moreover, Lin Xia had declared he would only use his physical strength, not resorting to magic. If they continued to hesitate, it would be a shame for the ancestors. Thus the three of them directly exited the Pango Hall and found an open space on Mount Buzhou. Zhu Rong, known for his explosive temper, had experienced Lin Xia's prowess before, so he held nothing back, swinging a fist the size of a grinding disc. Lin Xia did not use any magic, meeting the attack with a simple punch. Zhu Rong flew backward, his face making intimate contact with the ground. Lin Xia, my young friend, here I come. Gong saw the situation and also did not hesitate, moving forward. The result was the same as Zhu Rong. He flew out face first into the ground. Both felt their pride wounded and charged at him simultaneously. They ended up flying out together again, their faces meeting the ground. Are you two done? It's my turn now. Before the words were even out, Lin Xia lunged forward, appearing before Gong and Zhu Rong, swinging his small fists that were the size of a child's. A series of muffled explosions erupted in the air. The space itself warped from the impact of his punches. The usually fierce Zhu Rong and Gong had no strength left to retaliate, each letting out a series of dreadful cries. Lin Xia, my young friend, you're being unfair. Ouch, don't hit my face. Gong, you fool, why are you crashing into me? At this moment, Xianming and Hutu were also alerted by the commotion, their bodies flashing as they jumped out. Seeing Zhu Rong and Gong being pummeled by Lin Xia to the ground, their faces smashed, and crying like pigs, the onlookers were stunned. Xianming murmured, what's Lin Xia doing? Is he really practicing against fifth brother and sixth brother? His temples twitched. Was this practicing? This was clearly a one-sided beating. She hadn't expected that her usually explosive-tempered brothers would be reduced. Lin Xia felt invigorated after beating them down. He clasped his fists and said, thank you, gentlemen ancestors. This feeling of hitting flesh is truly refreshing. It makes one feel completely transparent. I hope we can practice together more in the future and improve together. Zhu Rong and Gong. You feel transparent, what about us? Practice together. It seemed like only he would be improving. They had always thought of themselves as invincible in physical strength. However, facing Lin Xia, they didn't even have a chance to retaliate, losing face all the way to the Eastern Sea. The most infuriating part was Lin Xia's tone and expression, which could truly make one explode with anger. Was he intentionally humiliating them? Yet they couldn't even muster a retort. What could they do if they couldn't win? Hutu and Xianming couldn't help but laugh upon seeing their brothers in such a predicament for the first time. Lin Xia stayed on Mount Buzhou for a while, but did not linger, leaving directly. Zhu Rong stared at his retreating figure, filled with emotion. He turned to Hutu and said, little sister, next time Lin Xia comes you must tell me in advance. Hutu's lips tightened as she struggled to suppress a laugh. Why? Do you want to practice against him? This brat is too arrogant. Next time he comes I must teach him a lesson. Zhu Rong gritted his teeth, shaking his fist. Exactly, I must show him some color. Gong echoed his threat. Both displayed defiance on their faces. But in their hearts they thought the same. When Lin Xia comes again they should hide as far away as possible. That kid was too abnormal. For the first time they felt that even the strength of the ancestors could be overwhelmed. Moreover, being beaten like that, and letting those great witches know, would they still have any face left? After leaving Mount Buzhou, Lin Xia did not return to the human tribe, but continued to wander in the wilderness. He summoned the fierce beast Xiong Beishan, sitting on its shoulder contemplating the Dao of heaven and earth, and clarifying his own path. This time the witch clan, acquiring the Primordial 9 transformations technique, will likely elevate their strength further. He mused to himself. The conflict between the Witch Clan and the Monster Clan had never ceased. Both sides had been battling, maintaining a fragile balance. But now it seemed that balance would not hold. The physical prowess of the witch clan was incredibly hard, especially the ancestors who could withstand even the blows of innate treasures, as if they were mere scratches. If they were to master the Primordial 9 transformations technique, once their souls were born their combat power would soar to the heavens. Back then Hongjun had intervened to halt the first battle between the witches and the demons, claiming it was for fairness, but in reality, he was buying time for the monster clan to develop. He wanted to give the monster clan a chance to truly compete against the witch clan. But the current situation was different. With Lin Xia's intervention, the monster clan's plan to forge the witch-slaying sword was completely thwarted. One side was rising while the other had its legs broken. Could the monster clan withstand the witch clan? It was difficult. Lin Xia thought again, pondering the heart in the Pangu Hall. That heart of Pangu was nearly dried up. He had no certainty whether it could be revived. Deep within the Pangu Hall lay a massive array shrouded in mystery, its purpose unknown. He attempted to deduce its nature, but found nothing conclusive. The wilderness waters were too deep, concealing too many inscrutable things. Some secrets could only be unearthed gradually in the future. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun frowned, his face dark as if water could drip from it. Why are the heavenly secrets all in disarray? He tried to deduce, but came up with nothing, his vision clouded, unable to see clearly. Logically, as someone merged with the heavenly Dao, he should be able to grasp the heavenly secrets, clearly seeing the trajectory of the wilderness for the next billion years. Yet now this spokesperson of the heavenly Dao couldn't even predict what would happen tomorrow. This was definitely not a good omen. After pondering for a long time, he could not discern any meaning. Hongjun sighed, falling silent. 33 heavens away in the monster clan's heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai simultaneously opened their eyes. Dongwang Tai laughed out loud, utterly delighted. "Ha! Finally we've set up this killing formation. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor." Kunpeng's face was filled with joy as he turned to Emperor Jun and said, "Now that everything is ready, we should eliminate the troublesome fellow." The troublesome fellow he referred to was Lin Xia. When the monster clan launched a full-scale attack on the human race, it was Lin Xia who blocked their path, preventing the crafting of the witch-slaying sword. The monster clan had lost face during that incident. Later I came and spoke with Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, thoroughly convincing them to set up the killing formation to lure Lin Xia, and aiming to take him down in one fell swoop. Now that the killing formation was finally ready, it was time to strike. Emperor Jun's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. The grudge had been formed, there was no turning back. Keeping this brat alive would only lead to future calamity. Suddenly a figure landed. It was Fuxi, who evidently had caught wind of the situation. Fuxi rushed to Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, urgency etched on his face. "Heavenly Emperor, this cannot be done. Lin Xia is the one my sister values most. If you harm him, my sister will turn against you, and I won't be able to stop her." Had it not been for Lin Xia's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to create the monster script, his cultivation wouldn't have surged, and he certainly wouldn't have become the revered monster master. Thus his feelings for Lin Xia were not merely admiration, but deeper gratitude. Now with Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai planning to kill Lin Xia in the killing formation, how could he stand by and watch? "Fuxi, stop talking nonsense, my mind is made up. He has had countless chances before he chose to refuse them. If he insists on opposing the monster clan, he can only walk a path of death." Emperor Jun waved his hand impatiently, his voice as cold as a blade. The weight of authority in his words left others gasping for breath. Clearly he had made his stance known, and he held nothing back. Even if Nuwa were to rage, he would stand in her way, leaving no room for concern. This was his confidence to act. "Activate the Zhou Star Do formation. Lead Lin Xia into it, and then we will strike together to decisively eliminate him." Di Jun began assigning tasks, clearly outlining the plan step by step. The Zhou Star Do formation was originally a boundary defense formation of the Heavenly Court. This time Di Jun and Dongwang Tai collaborated to refine it, leaving no flaws. Di Jun decided to use this formation to encircle and slay Lin Xia, ensuring he had no chance to escape. "Heavenly Emperor, you must not act so rashly. The demon clan is already greatly displeased with my sister. If we fail to encircle him, the hatred will only deepen and none of us will be able to bear the consequences." Fuxi spoke urgently. He was Nuwa's elder brother, well aware of his sister's temperament. Nuwa usually appeared indifferent, her demeanor serene. But she had her own scale in her heart, who once something she truly cared about was touched, she could turn against anyone more fiercely than others. Once Nuwa went mad, she would care for nothing, and the Heavenly Court would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the aftermath. He was now a demon master of the Heavenly Court, supported by myriad demons with ambitions to achieve greatness, unwilling to watch the demon clan head towards annihilation. However, at this moment, with Di Jun and Dongwang Tai having the assurance of his backing, they feared nothing. As long as they killed Lin Xia, there would be no obstacles for the demon clan. They could slaughter with ease and forge the sword of slaughter. It seemed they could already envision the day when the demon clan would unify the wilderness. The swearing clan had been captured. When the Yuchao clan and the Zi clan arrived, they were trembling, their faces pale with fear. Lin Xia frowned. "What are you panicking about? Speak clearly." The Yuchao clan gasped for breath, their voices trembling. "Saint Lord, the swearing clan went out to enlighten a small tribe, but suddenly the Kunping appeared and injured many clansmen, taking them away. Lin Xia's face temperature dropped instantly. The Kunping, after being beaten last time, still had not learned its lesson. It dared to harm his people. But he did not rush to anger. He closed his eyes, tracing back through the river of time. His divine sense extended, and the scene by the East Sea gradually became clearer. The sky above the sea was densely populated with great demons. There were at least 1,000,000. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai stood at the forefront while other demon saints occupied their positions arranged with great order, the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. Lin Xia opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth turning downward. He understood. The Kunping capturing people was bait. The formation at the East Sea was a net. They were determined to draw him in. He sneered. Well, since you all want to seek death, then I shall grant you that wish. Just as he was about to move, the void suddenly trembled, and a figure descended. Fuxi. Lin Xia glanced at him and remained silent. Fuxi spoke directly. Lin Xia, you cannot go to the East Sea. Di Jun and Tai have set up the Zhou Tian Star Do formation over there waiting for you. Lin Xia did not respond. Fuxi added, if you go now you will fall right into their trap. Lin Xia still did not speak. He certainly knew it was a trap. But so what? No matter how powerful the Zhou Tian Star Do formation was, it could not contain him. Moreover, the swearing clan was in their hands. He could not afford not to go. Fuxi looked at the expression on his face and knew he could not dissuade him. He opened his mouth, but ultimately only sighed and said no more. Meanwhile, Di Jun on the heavenly court side was completely impatient. Last time they attempted to encircle the human race, she did not intervene. This time when it came to Lin Xia, he not only refrained from acting, but also dared to stand in their way. Di Jun's face darkened, his words squeezed out between clenched teeth. Fuxi, if you do not wish to get involved, then stay far away from me. If you say one more word, I will settle accounts with you as well. Dong Huang Tai stood nearby expressionless. The Kunping retracted its neck, not daring to speak. Di Jun waved his sleeve. Go. A group of demons left the heavenly court in a grand manner, heading towards the lower realm. Fuxi raised his eyes and spotted Lin Xia hurriedly calling out to stop him. Great God Fuxi, I appreciate your kindness, but I understand this matter myself. Lin Xia's tone was exceedingly calm, as if it were nothing significant. You already know. Fuxi was taken aback, not asking further about the reason, and continued. Then you absolutely must not step into that trap. The Zhou Tian Star Do formation is the heavenly court's ultimate protective formation, powerful to an absurd degree. Even a perfected sage entering would not last a single breath before meeting their end. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, you have long since dug the pit waiting for you to jump in. Do not be foolish. The demon clan has captured the swearing clan and slaughtered their kin. They must pay for this debt. Lin Xia's voice was not loud, but every word felt like it was bitten off and spat out. The rage within him could not be suppressed. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, tearing through space, as if it were cloth, and stepped directly into it, heading east. Fuxi could not stop him and anxiously paced in place. He knew that Di Jun and Tai had been playing this game for more than a day or two. Lin Xia charging in like this would likely lead to disaster. Di Jun and Tai dared to set up a formation to encircle and kill Lin Xia, yet they are not worried about Nuwa intervening. With such confidence, they must have a sage backing them. Nuwa is probably already occupied. If I go to her palace to find someone, it is likely a wasted trip. Fuxi's mind worked quickly, and suddenly a thought flashed through. I remember Lin Xia once saved Hutu by the East Sea. The Witch clan owes him a great favor. Why not ask them for help? With this in mind, Fuxi ceased hesitating, twisting his body and transformed into a beam of light rushing towards Buzhou Mountain. At the same time in the Nuwa Palace, Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun arrived one after the other. Upon seeing Laozi's face, Nuwa's expression froze, and she coldly replied, You two may leave, I am not receiving guests here. Yet in her heart she was puzzled. Last time during the Battle of the Saints, she had already torn her face with Laozi and Yuan Shi. She truly could not understand how these two still had the face to show up. Laozi endured Nuwa's cold demeanor without losing his temper, instead displaying a cordial smile. Junior sister Nuwa, the previous matter was entirely my fault. Do not take it to heart. Today my second brother and I came over to discuss the Dao with you, junior sister. Yuan Shi Tianzun also wore a smile, his face filled with politeness. One does not strike at a smiling face. With their attitudes so low, Nuwa could not send them away and had to let them in. Laozi and Yuan Shi, having shed their past arrogance, chatted with Nuwa about mundane matters. This only made Nuwa feel more unsettled. In truth, Laozi had long been aware of Di Jun and Tai's plan to encircle and kill Lin Xia. He and Yuan Shi had come to stall Nuwa, allowing the demon clan to act without restraint. He wanted Nuwa to taste the bitterness of losing her brother to someone else's hands. This scheme was truly ruthless. Just as Fuxi appeared at Buzhou Mountain the Great, which Xing Tian sensed it. Xing Tian's eyes widened, his voice booming. Fuxi, you have some guts to dare invade Buzhou Mountain. Fuxi's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm. I have urgent matters to see Hutu ancestor, which you please inform her. Humph, Xing Tian snorted. Hutu is not someone you can see whenever you want. Hurry and scram, or don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shifted, and his fist smashed over like an iron hammer. Fuxi had no choice but to defend. Once the two engaged, the commotion was significant. In Panga Hall, Huta Gonggong and Zhu Rong were all startled and emerged together. Fuxi, you have a lot of guts to dare invade the Witch Clan's territory, seeking death. Upon seeing Fuxi in a brawl with Xing Tian, Zhu Rong's temper flared, and without a second thought, she charged forward. Gonggong followed suit. Fuxi formed the innate 8 trigrams with his hands blocking attacks while calling out to Huta below. Hutu ancestor, which something has happened to Lin Xia. I came to seek your help. Huta paused. Something happened to Lin Xia. Xing Tian, stop. Xing Tian glared fiercely at Fuxi and withdrew his fist. Zhu Rong and Gonggong also halted, staring at Fuxi with expressions of doubt. Hutu approached Fuxi asking, Fuxi, are you serious? What exactly is going on? Fuxi's expression darkened. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, you have set a trap to encircle and kill Lin Xia. I cannot stop them, and can only come to you. Zhu Rong raised an eyebrow. Little sister, do not believe him. What capability does that Lin Xia have? How could anything happen? Gonggong added. Exactly, with Lin Xia's skills, how could that group of feathered beasts be a match? They both were well aware of Lin Xia's strength. Coupled with their inherent distrust of Fuxi, they did not believe him at all. After hearing this, Huta's eyes revealed a hint of skepticism. She was indeed worried about Lin Xia, but Fuxi suddenly appearing was rather odd. Fuxi quickly explained, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai are different this time. They have summoned all the demon gods and saints from the heavenly court. Especially that Zhou Tian Star Do formation, the heavenly court's ultimate weapon. They have perfected it, and its power is terrifying. No matter how great Lin Xia's abilities are, if he falls into it, he is likely to face dire consequences. Fuxi's serious demeanor began to stir doubts within Huta's heart. Could it be that what he said was all true? Why do you not seek Nuwa for help, yet instead come to us? Gonggong asked, my sister is probably also being targeted by those saints and cannot escape, which is why I came here. Fuxi's face showed little emotion. He was not particularly angry. The witch and demon clans had fought for so many years, they were already in a state of life and death. As a demon master of the heavenly court, his sudden intrusion into Buzhou Mountain was indeed met with skepticism from the ancestral witches. After hearing this, Huta's heart sank. Was there a sage pulling strings behind the scenes? Yet she still could not fully trust him. Fuxi scanned the faces of the ancestral witches, all showing hesitation. He began to grow anxious. Lin Xia had already gone towards the East Sea. If this dragged on, something truly serious would happen. Gritting his teeth, he stood in midair, raising his voice. I, the demon master Fuxi, vow to the way of heaven today. If any word of what I just said is false, may my soul dissipate and my spirit perish. The rules of the heavens trembled violently. The way of heaven accepted this oath. Fuxi's serious declaration stunned Hutu. Gonggong and Zhu Rong also stood dumbfounded. An oath to the way of heaven is not something to be taken lightly. Fuxi had no reason to deceive them with this. The doubts in the hearts of the three vanished in an instant. Dijun and Tai, those two feathered beasts, are truly insidious. Filthy to the core. Gonggong and Zhu Rong shouted, their voices echoing. Lin Xia had beaten them before, but the men of the Witch Clan believed in accountability. Oh, losing is losing, and in their hearts they were even more convinced. Moreover, Lin Xia had done them a great favor. Upon hearing that Lin Xia was being plotted against by Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, their anger surged. In the eyes of Hutu, flames burned bright. She straightened her face and cupped her fists towards Fuxi. Thank you, Fuxi, for the information. Lin Xia is in trouble, and we must go. Having said that, she dashed straight into the Pango Hall, summoning all the ancestral witches. After hearing this, Dijiang said without hesitation, Lin Xia has done a great favor to the Witch Clan, and now that he is in trouble, we cannot turn a blind eye. The 12 ancestral witches rushed out, followed by a group of great witches heading towards the East Sea with great momentum. On the other side of the Primordial Chaos, Lin Xia finally reached the East Sea and spotted the shadow of Kunpeng at a glance. Kunpeng hand over Swearin. Otherwise today will be your last day. Lin Xia's gaze was as cold as a blade, his voice laced with killing intent. Saint Run, this is a trap set by the demon clan. Swearin shouted, his voice hoarse. Having been captured by Kunpeng and meeting Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, he quickly understood the demon clan's scheme. They were using him as bait, waiting for Lin Xia to take the hook for an ambush. Such a poisonous and ruthless plan. He would rather sacrifice his own life than let Lin Xia wade through this muddy water. Ha ha, it's too late, all too late. Lin Xia, you little brat, just obediently meet your end. Kunpeng's laughter echoed thunderously. As soon as he finished speaking, the space trembled violently, the heavens darkened, and the light suddenly dimmed. Dijun, Dong Huang Tai and a host of demon gods and demon saints appeared one after another. This bunch had long been lying in wait. Lin Xia, today is your last day. Daring to oppose the heavenly court, this is your consequence. Dijun sneered, his face filled with smugness. Those demon gods and demon saints surrounded Lin Xia from all directions, blocking every possible escape route. Yet facing this group of heavenly court experts, Lin Xia's expression remained completely unfazed. Do you lot think you can kill me? Lin, you dare to be arrogant at this point, seeking death. Dong Huangtai, he was furious, roaring as he charged directly at Lin Xia. Lin Xia was slow to react, throwing a punch straight out. The space roared with a loud sound. Dong Huangtai, he felt a terrifying force collide with him, unable to withstand it, and was sent flying backward. After retreating for tens of thousands of miles, he barely stabilized himself. Lin Xia pushed off the ground, launching himself directly at Kunping. Kunping, hand over the person. You seek death. Seeing Lin Xia daring to take the initiative under such an onslaught, Di Jun's face darkened as he roared, channeling the power of the sun towards Lin Xia. Other demon gods and demon saints also joined in the attack, collectively besieging Lin Xia. Lin Xia activated the Holy Emperor's golden body technique, golden light bursting forth around him as he moved swiftly, almost like he was charging through an uninhabited realm. With each punch thrown, it was incredibly violent. Various powers of the laws surged within his body, collapsing the void and shaking the universe. With every punch that landed, a demon god or demon saint was sent flying. In an instant, Di Jun, Dong Huangtai and those demon gods and demon saints were using all their might, yet they couldn't subdue Lin Xia, instead allowing him to gain the upper hand. Lin Xia's divine might was overwhelming, exerting pressure on this group of demon clansmen. Most frustratingly, Lin Xia had not employed any magical treasures or divine abilities, relying solely on his physical strength. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai were infuriated, their offensive becoming increasingly fierce. Various terrifying divine abilities unleashed with bolts of lightning flashing and divine fire raining down, determined to crush Lin Xia. At this moment in the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's divine sense spread out instantly, perceiving the commotion on the shores of the East Sea. The demon clan is too rampant. With a cold shout, Nuwa's expression turned frightfully cold as she stood up to leave the Nuwa Palace, heading towards the East Sea. Sister Nuwa, where are you going? The Old One, along with Yuan Shi Tianzun, had anticipated this move. They exchanged a glance and stepped forward to block Nuwa. Step aside, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Nuwa's voice was as cold as if it had been pulled from an ice cave. The Old One maintained a stern expression, his tone devoid of warmth. Sister Nuwa, Lin Xia jumped into the tribulation himself. Today's situation is of his own making, and no one should interfere. Nuwa's mind spun, and she instantly understood. So Yuan Shi and the Old One had come to the Nuwa Palace today, just to delay her. To allow the demon clan to take advantage of this gap. This thought ignited a fire within Nuwa, her face cold enough to frost. Old One, so you came here with such intentions. You are truly shameless. The Old One was unfazed, maintaining his usual deadpan expression. Sister Nuwa, the teacher has said that tribulations are no trifling matter, and no one can interfere. I am merely following the will of the heavenly Dao. Yuan Shi Tianzun also spoke, his tone as cold as a knife scraping bone. Sister Nuwa, do not walk down a dark path. We are doing this for your own good. You must let go of what needs to be let go. Lin Xia insists on going against the heavens. This is his own fate. Nuwa did not hold back, directly firing back. Yuan Shi, if you could sit in the position of a saint, it was thanks to my brother's guidance. Now turning around to scheme against him, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Yuan Shi Tianzun was most protective of his pride, and when Nuwa publicly exposed his shortcomings, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Nuwa, do not go too far. Nuwa was too lazy to argue further, directly taking action. The map of mountains and rivers unfurled, transforming into a vast world that crashed down towards Yuan Shi's head. Yuan Shi and the Old One rushed to meet her, and the three of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. In the Nuwa divine realm, the heavens collapsed, and the earth split, creating chaos. At the East Sea, the battle had reached a boiling point. Lin Xia held the lunar power in his left hand, and the solar power in his right, intertwining the two laws, forming a grand yin-yang saint seal in his palm, pushing it forward. The saint seal resembled a massive yin-yang grinding wheel spinning wildly. Where it passed, the void collapsed, and spells and laws shattered into debris. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai didn't have time to defend, and were directly blown away. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xia flashed and lunged at Kunping. Kunping's heart sank. He quickly revealed his true form, spreading his wings, which were over 10,000 feet long, and with a mighty flap summoned a raging spatial storm that surged towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia did not stop charging Hedon and throwing a punch. 3,000 laws exploded simultaneously, divine light pouring forth like a waterfall. The order force condensed within those laws resembled a sword that could open the heavens with a terrifying lethality. Kunping didn't have time to scream before his physical body was shattered into dust. Seizing this opportunity, Swerin successfully escaped. Swerin's cultivation was only at the Shenxian level. In such a brutal battle, a mere slip of energy could crush him into dust. Lin Xia casually grabbed him and tossed him into the Hongming Pearl. The stars in the universe trembled. The demon gods and demon saints turned pale, their hearts in turmoil. With one punch, just one punch, Kunping's physical body was crushed to pieces. This physical strength was likely beyond even the ancestral witches. This guy's talent was simply outrageous. Kunping's body reassembled, reforming from the blood mist, retreating far away, creating distance from Lin Xia. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xia, filled with lingering fear. His face was as pale as a sheet devoid of color. Lin Xia's punch was excessively domineering with all sorts of destructive order forces embedded deep within his flesh. The origin was heavily injured. Di Jun's expression darkened to the point of being able to drip water. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Xia must die. Leaving him alive would lead to endless troubles. Form the formation. Di Jun shouted, directly activating the great formation of the stars. He did not want any more unexpected occurrences. He aimed for a swift victory to eliminate Lin Xia. As soon as his voice fell, those demon gods and demon saints immediately took their positions. In the sky, the sun star stood at the center. The power of millions of stars began to pour down. The great formation of the stars took shape in the blink of an eye, with terrifying fluctuations sweeping over, completely enveloping Lin Xia. Those demon gods and demon saints all became the formation's core. The magical powers were mobilized and various divine abilities were unleashed, bombarding Lin Xia from all directions. The powers of the formation fused and enhanced the magical abilities, launching an overwhelming assault. They gave Lin Xia no time to react. His figure was shattered on the spot, dissipating between heaven and earth. Dong Huang Tai, he did not sense any fluctuation of the primordial spirit, and a smile of joy instantly appeared on his face. He thought that the great formation of the stars had completely erased Lin Xia. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa watched this scene, her eyes nearly cracking with rage. The terrifying pressure of the saint erupted, crashing down like the entire heavens, directly sending the Old One and Yuan Shi flying. The Old One let out a cold laugh. Lin Xia was finally dead. The Jia sect was about to rise. Thinking of this, he felt an immense sense of comfort. If my brother truly dies, I will not let you off. Neither the Chan sect nor the Jia sect will survive. Nuwa was surrounded by a chilling aura, her voice icy to the bone. The faces of the Old One and Yuan Shi changed dramatically. If Nuwa went completely berserk, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Especially Yuan Shi. Each of his disciples had considerable talent and deep fortune. He usually cherished them and was reluctant to let them suffer any harm. Nuwa's words sent a chill down his spine. For a moment, he even felt a bit of regret. Nuwa's fury reached its peak, ready to explode. But her eyes narrowed, and as her gaze fell on the battlefield, a look of surprise and joy suddenly appeared on her face. The smile at the corner of the Old One's mouth froze instantly. Above the East Sea, divine light erupted and a figure stepped out from the void. That aura was overwhelming, pressing down the sea surface by 3 inches. It was Lin Xia. The one who had just been shattered was merely a wisp of his avatar. The Hongming Pearl had shielded his fate, and the heavenly secrets were in disarray, making it impossible for anyone to see through his true form. Everyone was completely mistaken. That avatar. Di Jun's face twitched and his mind exploded as he finally realized that the one they had been beating just now was not the real Lin Xia. Other demon gods and demon saints also regained their senses, their eyes nearly popping out. This guy's methods had actually tricked them all. No wonder the person just now hadn't used any magical treasures or dodged. If it were his real body, would he need to be so constrained? They could not fathom Lin Xia's depth at all. Want to plot against my brother? Nuwa laughed without restraint, turning her gaze to the Old One, and Yuan Shi, her eyes full of mockery. Even if you two went a great lengths to delay me, what could you achieve? That kid Lin Xia has talent that matches Pangu. How powerful is the great formation of the stars? Powerful. But can it contain him? Nuwa raised her chin high. The Old One and Yuan Shi were completely dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by a hammer in the chest. The more the Old One looked at Lin Xia's avatar, the more familiar it appeared. It was clearly his ultimate skill, transforming Qi into 3 pure ones. But how could he do that? The Old One's mind turned upside down as he suddenly recalled the time he had fought Lin Xia in the human tribe, where he had used this move. Could it be? The Old One immediately fell silent, his face as white as paper. Lin Xia, what good is your strength? Emperor Jun ground his molars in fury and once again activated the celestial star array. He wrenched down starlight from across the heavens, blanketing 1 billion miles in blinding white radiance. Qi pressure surged like a tidal wave, sealing Lin Xia at its very center. His face remained utterly impassive. His eyes closed, then snapped open, revealing the void-piercing divine eyes. Within his pupils shimmered countless mirrored facets, disassembling and reconstructing every filament and primal source of the array in real time. In mere instants, he identified its weakest node. With but a thought, he raised his hand from afar. His palm cleaved the air, immortal light erupted violently. Boom! The void shattered into splinters. The fundamental laws of this realm fractured and scattered, and the celestial star array detonated outright. A rain of luminous fragments cascaded across the sky, vanishing into the abyssal void. All demon gods and demon sages encircled within the array were hurled outward by the blast. Is that all? Lin Xia brushed dust from his sleeve. The celestial star array. Its reputation rings rather hollow. I heard you 2 elders labored over several iterations before perfecting it. Worthless. I gave you the chance, yet you still failed utterly. A faint contemptuous curl lifted the corner of Lin Xia's lips, his gaze brimming with disdain. His glance swept over Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. No words spoken, yet his attitude spoke volumes. Emperor Jun's face turned ashen gray, a fury roiled within his chest, like an erupting volcano threatening to rupture his primordial chaos energy. Dongwang Tai fared no better. His fists clenched until bones cracked. Ha 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 ha, my younger brother truly is unmatched. From beyond the 33 heavens Nuwa beamed with delight, her expression radiant with triumph. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face froze, pale as if witnessing a specter. How is it possible? Laozi frowned, deeply muttering under his breath. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were peerless nearsages, perfected in cultivation. The celestial star array was heaven's ultimate trump card, fearsome, awe-inspiring, beyond mortal reckoning. They personally commanded the formation. By all logic, none beneath sagehood could possibly escape. Yet Lin Xia casually dismantled it, as if brushing aside cobwebs. What manner of monster was this youth? Emperor Jun drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his shock, and fixed Lin Xia with a glacial stare. Lin Xia, do you truly believe breaking the array guarantees your survival? A sneer twisted his lips. He refused to believe heaven's full might could not crush this mere stripling. Who said I intended to leave? Lin Xia smiled, calm, unruffled. Today you are the ones who must flee. As the words left his lips, he raised his hand. The grand evolution stellar art. A Dao-level divine ability descended without warning. Across the void, billions of chaotic stars ignited in thunderous brilliance. Terror-inducing stellar laws poured down like an inverted Milky Way, vast, overwhelming, inescapable. Energy swelled so fiercely it overturned the eastern sea, hurling waves skyward. Billions of stellar laws interwove, coalesced, and churned. Then, an identical celestial star array materialized midair. It resonated harmoniously with the trillion stars above, majestic, boundless, terrifying. This formation was heaven's most guarded secret, never taught beyond its innermost circle. How did Lin Xia master it? Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai paled instantly, hearts churning with disbelief. Could it be? Had he, while trapped within the array, perceived its entire foundational essence? Impossible. Emperor Jun sucked in a sharp breath, instinctively rejecting the notion. The celestial star array encoded the celestial numerology of heaven itself. Interwoven with billions of stars, its complexity bordering on the incomprehensible. Years of refinement by himself and Tai had rendered it flawless, profound beyond measure. Even a sage would require immense effort merely to grasp its core principles. How could Lin Xia comprehend and replicate it in the blink of an eye? Yet undeniable proof hung before them. The formation was real. And there was something even more horrifying. Lin Xia's version bore additional variations, deeper, more intricate, exponentially more potent than their own. Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and every demon sage stood now imprisoned within its luminous lattice. Trapped, unable to break free even momentarily. Starlight sharpened into blade-like force, rivaling supreme artifacts. It rained down relentlessly, crisscrossing, slicing, unrelenting. Screams echoed endlessly within the array. Stellar radiance struck true. Demon gods and demon sages alike exploded into vapor, leaving not even ash behind. Lin Xia's lips twitched. He tore open space with his hand and stepped forward, vanishing toward the 30. Lin Xia. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai watched his silhouette fade, faces drained of blood. Heaven had committed its entire arsenal. His departure meant a direct assault upon their sanctum. The celestial order itself now trembled on the brink. Yet they could not stop him. They could only watch, helpless. Gritting their teeth, they urgently rallied the remaining demon gods and sages, straining to stabilize the collapsing celestial star array. The southern heavenly gate stood between the demon sovereign's heaven and the primordial mortal realm, a boundary marker. Numerous demon kings stood guard at its threshold. Lin Xia arrived. Who dares breach the southern heavenly gate? Return at once. You seek death. Seeing Lin Xia charge straight inward, the demon kings roared and lunged en masse. Lin Xia raised his hand and hurled a brick. With a thunderous boom, the demon kings disintegrated into dust, no cry escaping their throats. He uttered no word. Fists clenched, he drove them straight into the gate. Boom. A deafening explosion, entirely shattering the southern heavenly gate into rubble. Heaven's entrance lay wide open. Lin Xia strode forward unimpeded. It's Lin Xia, he's broken in. Demon soldiers and generals trembled, knees buckling beneath them. During the demon clan's war against humanity, Lin Xia had single-handedly fought 10,000 demons, pummeling Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai into submission. His ferocity had already echoed across all realms. Now seeing him storm heaven in person, even elite troops faltered, unable to stand upright. Yet duty compelled them forward. 1,000-zong demon lord unfurled colossal wings, summoning torrents of black wind as he dove at Lin Xia. Lin Xia's eyes flared, golden light flashing. The demon lord detonated into ash. Lin Xia continued walking forward. Every demon king retreated, eyes wide with primal terror. Stop him now. Dozens of great Luo immortals led millions of Tai immortals forward, shadows blotting out the sky like ancient mountain ranges descending. Lin Xia flicked his wrist. A cosmic palm manifested midair, sweeping across the battlefield. Millions of demon bodies simultaneously ruptured, reduced to nothingness. The surviving demons stood paralyzed, trembling uncontrollably, minds reduced to one singular thought: this man is unspeakably terrifying. To Lin Xia, heaven was no battlefield, but a tranquil garden stroll. Wherever he walked, silence reigned absolute. None dared oppose him. To him, these mighty demons were less than ants, annihilated with a single thought. Lin Xia, you overreach yourself. A thunderous roar split the heavens. Thousands of great Luo immortals unleashed their ultimate techniques, in unison, blazing torrents of power converging upon him. Skylight entangled into a searing tapestry, the laws of existence surged toward him like a cataclysm. Lin Xia stirred his spiritual awareness, and the Kunlun seal soared skyward, bathing the world in golden radiance. Phantoms of sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers coalesced into a miniature cosmos, descending with crushing finality. Thousands of great Luo immortals exploded on impact, their souls pulverized beyond resurrection. Crimson light bled across the void, staining the firmament blood-dark. Uncontainable dread erupted across heaven. Demons shook violently, convinced the apocalypse had arrived. That was excessively ruthless. The demon clan brought this upon themselves, provoking such a calamitous being. His power defies comprehension. Primordial cultivators across the chaos lands turned their gazes toward heaven, minds reeling with awe. Billions of demon sovereigns stood before Lin Xia, insignificant as ants. A single glance from him reduced them to ash. Emperor Jun sensed it all, eyes blazing with incandescent fury, his roar shaking heaven to its foundations. Lin Xia, you insolent whelp, how dare you flaunt such arrogance? I shall pursue you to eternity, until one of us perishes. His voice seethed with rage and humiliation. Heaven had long presided over cosmic order, aloof, omnipotent, gazing down upon all creation. Yet today its generals lay crushed beneath Lin Xia's feet, like insects trampled beneath a boot. How could Emperor Jun ever swallow such disgrace? At last, through desperate all-out exertion by Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and scores of nearsages, the celestial star array fissured at one edge. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai burst forth, racing toward heaven's core. Suddenly, explosive shouts rent the void. Emperor Jun, you coward, where do you think you're fleeing? Where is young Lin Xia? 12 ancestral deities erupted into view. 10th Sanshang ancestral deity phantoms manifested simultaneously, towering like primordial mountains descending. Their fists vast as grinding stones, wreathed in savage, law-shattering force, slammed toward Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. Emperor Jun recoiled, both startled and enraged. This operation had been meticulously concealed. How had these brutes uncovered it? No time for deliberation. He instantly summoned the river chart and Luo book. Before he could unfurl them, 3 ancestral deities' fists struck home, sending the sacred artifacts flying. Zhui 9 serpents manipulated temporal flow, slowing all motion around them to viscous, dreamlike sluggishness. Emperor Jun found himself immobilized, unable to evade. The fist struck true, shattering his physical form and sending him hurtling backward. Dizhang's voice boomed like thunder, demanding anew. Where is Lin Xia? Lin Xia fled long ago. He's not here. Stand aside, or perish. Emperor Jun roared in fury. The 12 ancestral deities knew well the demon's treacherous nature. Every word they uttered was poison. They believed him not. Feathered vermin, you dare lie even now. You court annihilation. Hutu's wrath burned white-hot as she launched another relentless assault. Dijiang and Zhui 9 serpents pressed forward without pause, fists wreathed in raw catastrophic laws, hammering Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. Both demon sovereigns were obliterated, bodies and essences erased utterly. Kuanpeng attempted flight, only for Zhurong's fist to strike him midair, reducing him to glittering fragments. The 12 ancestral deities struck with brutal, unrelenting ferocity, while great warriors like Xingtian Jiufeng and Hui surged forward alongside them. Heaven's demon sages staggered backward, overwhelmed, defenseless. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, caught at the vortex's heart, suffered worse still. Their true forms emerged. Dongwang Tai's golden crow wings mangled, one severed entirely. The sudden arrival of the Wu clan sent heaven's nearsage elders reeling, faces drained of color. They had already sustained grievous wounds from Lin Xia's stellar formation. Now with the Wu clan's onslaught, resistance became impossible. The tide turned utterly. Demons were crushed beneath merciless blows. Dongwang Tai hastily deployed the chaos bell. Its chime shook heaven and earth. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai retreated into the bell's resonance, finally catching their breath. Meanwhile, Lin Xia ascended, storming upward from the southern heavenly gate straight toward the 33 heavens. The road was covered in blood, with corpses piled high like mountains. The heavenly court, though once responsible for the order of heaven and earth, now bore no difference from a purgatory. Lin Xia stepped into the 33 heavens. The great demons guarding the heavenly realm were already paralyzed with fear. Upon seeing Lin Xia, their faces turned pale with terror, none daring to advance. The demon clan's heavenly court had been slaughtered, unable to rise again. At that moment a figure suddenly emerged in front of the demon emperor's palace. It was Fuxi. Fuxi stood in front of Lin Xia, his gaze resolute. Lin Xia, do not involve the entire demon clan in your vendetta against Dijuan and Dongwangtai. I am a demon master of the demon clan. Oh, I cannot stand by and watch you destroy the heavenly court. He also looked down upon the actions of Dijuan and Dongwangtai. Yet having become a demon master, he had to bear that identity. Lin Xia glanced at him, his tone calm. Alright then, please make your move, great god Fuxi. He understood that Fuxi was now bound to the demon clan, unable to act freely. There was no intention to blame him. Fuxi unfolded the primordial 8 trigrams which manifested in the void, pressing down towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia punched forward, shattering the Dao diagram instantly. Then both the solar and lunar laws activated simultaneously, condensing into a grand yin-yang saint seal that pushed towards Fuxi. Fuxi was blown away, having no chance to retaliate. At this point no one in the heavenly court could withstand a single blow from Lin Xia. Throughout eternity, only the 12 ancestral shaman of the Wu clan had ever battled the heavenly court. Today Lin Xia accomplished such an outrageous feat single-handedly. The heavens shook and everyone was in an uproar. Lin Xia did not pause and charged directly towards the demon emperor's palace. The demon emperor's palace was the heart of the demon clan's heavenly court, the greatest symbol of their prestige. With a thought, Lin Xia transformed the Kongtong seal into a massive imprint and directly smashed it down. The demon emperor's palace collapsed with a resounding crash, reduced to rubble. Well done, Lin Xia, shouted the 12 ancestral shamans, their voices hoarse. Dijuan, usually so composed, couldn't help but laugh, showering praises. Lin Xia, my friend, you're truly magnificent. Ha ha, excellent smash. Zhurong and Gonggong laughed so hard they shook, clapping their thighs in approval. Today Lin Xia had destroyed the demon emperor's palace. In the end he accomplished what they had long wanted to do, but could not. Huda's eyes sparkled with joy, almost applauding on the spot. She never expected Lin Xia to be capable of such feats. Using the Great Joestar array to trap Dijuan and Tai, he charged directly while the heavenly court was unguarded. This level of skill and calculation was truly impressive. Lin Xia, you scoundrel. Our heavenly court will not let Dijuan and Dongwang Tai's eyes nearly popped out as they screamed, their throats raw. The demon emperor's palace was the core of the heavenly court's operation, representing the emperor of heaven's face. Lin Xia smashed the demon emperor's palace with a punch. It was as if he was trampling on Dijuan. Internally Dijuan was furious, wanting to abandon the battlefield and rush back to the heavenly court. The 12 ancestral shamans had long anticipated this move, blocking his path directly. Zhurong's fist like a grinding wheel smashed forward. Old thing Dijuan trying to escape. Did you ask me first? Dijuan quickly summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu to defend. Dijuan Tai, along with a group of quasi-saint great powers of the heavenly court, were surrounded and beaten by the 12 ancestral shamans and numerous great shamans. They fell into another bitter battle. Lin Xia stood atop the ruins of the demon emperor's palace, exuding an overwhelming aura. Countless powerful beings in the wilderness stared at him, their eyes wide. In Zafuzu, Dong Gong looked at the ruined heavenly court, laughing heartily. Impressive, a single person suppressing the entire heavenly court, truly terrifying beyond measure. Congratulations, your majesty, today the heavenly court has lost all face, and it is the perfect time for our Zifu to shine. A male immortal approached to flatter. Dong Gong shook his head, not letting this flatter go to his head. The heavenly court was crushed today due to Lin Xia alone. It has nothing to do with Zafuzu. Though the heavenly court had become ruins, its foundation remained. It would not be so easy for Zafuzu to take advantage of the situation and replace the heavenly court unless they had a saint backing them. Thinking of this, Dong Gong gazed at Lin Xia, who stood amidst the ruins of the heavenly court with a complex expression. He had established Zafuzu, calling himself the Emperor of Heaven. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai gathered the demon clan and also claimed to be the Emperor of Heaven. The tension between Zafuzu and the demon clan had long been stretched taut, ready to snap at any moment. Everyone knew that the knives in Dijuan and Dongwang Tai's hearts were always aimed at Zafuzu, wishing to uproot it entirely. Only after the first Weao War ended with the demon clan's vitality severely depleted did they drag their feet and refrain from attacking. Once the demon clan regained their strength, they would surely step on Zafuzu. With Zafuzu's current resources, confronting the heavenly court Heathen would be tantamount to seeking death. Dong Gong was so anxious that his lips blistered, nearly going mad trying to find a way out. Today Lin Xia directly attacked the heavenly court, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Xia's talent and methods were utterly outrageous. If he could pull this great deity to his side, Zafuzu would have latched onto the strongest leg. He had heard that Nuwa doted on Lin Xia excessively, though young Lin Xia was already the leader of humanity's teachings. If he could establish this connection, who would dare to move against Zafuzu? In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, her face filled with satisfaction. Dijuan, Dongwang Tai along with Laozi and Yuanshi were colluding in the shadows to kill Lin Xia. This incident deepened her hatred for the demon clan to the bone. If not for Laozi and Yuanshi obstructing her, she would have already stormed into the heavenly court to turn everything upside down. Now watching Lin Xia single-handedly shatter the 33 heavens and pulverize the Demon Emperor's palace, the frustration in her heart finally erupted. Nuwa turned her head coldly, glancing at Laozi and Yuanshi. I will remember this debt today, and will repay it piece by piece in the future. Laozi and Yuanshi's actions today were devious and vile, completely erasing the last remnants of her feelings of kinship. All that remained was hatred. She would never let this matter rest. As Nuwa uttered these words, the faces of Laozi and Yuanshi immediately darkened. Today they had truly lost both the lady and the soldiers. Lin Xia was not killed, but instead Nuwa was thoroughly offended. The demon clan was a bunch of useless fools. Knowing that withholding Nuwa was futile, the two could only leave with their rage bottled up. Staring at their retreating figures, the cold glint in Nuwa's eyes could freeze a person. Meanwhile, on the 33 heavens, Lin Xia stood atop the rubble, exuding an oppressive aura. The great demons in the heavenly court turned pale, their souls frightened away. Not one thought to defend the heavenly court, all were fleeing with their heads in their hands. They were thoroughly terrified by Lin Xia's prowess. Lin Xia thought for a moment and pulled Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin out from the Hongming Pearl. The two fools, their heels just touching the ground, hadn't even grasped their surroundings before asking Big Brother, "Why did you call us out?" Big Brother is their new bamboo shoots again. After speaking, Xiong Outyin and Xiong Batian turned their heads to survey the scene. The heavenly court was a river of blood and corpses piled like mountains. The two bears were momentarily stunned. Since their transformation, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin had remained within the primordial great array, munching on some vegetarian dishes daily, avoiding trouble, living like they were in a paradise. Having never witnessed such a scene, the brothers were nearly rendered speechless with fear. Lin Xia, hands behind his back, frowned. "There are no fresh bamboo shoots, but I have prepared a feast for you. Today eat as much as you want. Whoever eats the least can forget that I'm your big brother." This was a great opportunity. Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin had been confused earlier, but upon hearing this, their eyes instantly lit up. Xiong Outyin raised his head, his chest thumping. "Big brother, I can't guarantee anything else. But when it comes to eating, I, Xiong Outyin, have never yielded to anyone. Rest assured today, I acknowledge you as my brother, and I will make sure not to embarrass you." Outyin had never lost to anyone in his life. Xiong Batian leaped up full of fighting spirit. "Big brother, just tell me what to eat. They're all good things more than—" After Lin Xia spoke, he led Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin straight to the Sun Star. "Come on, big brother, we'll take you to loot." The two bears were once again confused. Loot? Whose house are we looting? Hadn't we just talked about having a feast? Why was it suddenly about looting? Seeing the two fools looking bewildered, Lin Xia had to explain, "When it comes to food, it's better to eat someone else's without feeling guilty. Big brother brought you to the Sun Star today to plunder good things. Eat as much as you can, don't hold back." "Big brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Xiong Batian frowned. "I, Xiong Batian, am mighty and heroic. How can I engage in such banditry?" This iron-eating beast had quite a bit of pride within. Holding on to his principles and beliefs, he absolutely refused to stoop to the level of common folk. Unless all expenses were covered, he was unwilling to speak further. Xiong Outyin, however, did not share this sentiment. "What's wrong with it? If you don't want to eat, then don't. Big brother is risking so much to bring us here. Oh, what's the point? Isn't it just to let us have something to eat? You're being so coy. Be careful that we don't recognize you as our brother. You two talk too much." Lin Xia, seeing the two fools chattering endlessly, directly told them to shut up. The Sun Star was the birthplace of Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, a top-notch blessed land in the wilderness. With spiritual roots and divine objects scattered everywhere, there were so many that they couldn't even be counted. Lin Xia stood firmly in the void, raised his hand, and punched out. The outer formation of the Sun Star shattered cleanly. He then led Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin straight in. The sight of countless spiritual roots, celestial grasses, and divine objects was overwhelming, each emitting a rich spiritual energy. "All these spiritual roots, celestial herbs, and divine objects belong to you. Eat as much as you can. I seized the opportunity." Lin Xia spoke. Xiong Outyin had been waiting for this moment. He shot out like lightning, grabbing the fire spirit grass he had long been eyeing, tearing it down and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing with a crunch. Xiong Batian watched, swallowing hard. All notions of heroism and principles flew out of his mind. He dashed towards a pile of spiritual roots. Lin Xia found their eating pace too slow. He waved his hand, and a realm unfolded from his palm. The millions of spiritual grasses within the surrounding miles all flew towards him. Soon the spiritual items piled on the ground, forming a massive mountain in the blink of an eye. Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin's eyes nearly bulged out. "Big brother, you are my true big brother." They were afraid of missing out on the goods. The two brothers simultaneously activated the swallowing heaven technique, their bodies swelling up like mountains. As they opened their mouths to inhale, spiritual roots, celestial herbs, and divine objects flowed in like a torrent. They had no time to savor the taste, swallowing them directly into their stomachs. Lin Xia swept across the Sun Star with Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin. Like a bulldozer, they left nothing behind in their wake. Every spiritual root, celestial herb, and divine object that possessed even a trace of spiritual essence was stuffed into the bellies of the two brothers. The heaven-swallowing art began to circulate. The aura around Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin surged upward. As for the items they couldn't devour, solar divine crystals, primordial mysterious iron, primordial red copper, and the like, Lin Xia swept them all into his primordial chaos pearl. The Sun Star was rich in treasures, but truly rare items were scarce. After all, this was the old lair of Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. If anything truly valuable had existed, it would have been taken long ago. After devouring a vast quantity of spiritual herbs and celestial mushrooms, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin let out an involuntary burp. Since the day they had taken human form, they had never known the feeling of being full. Yet now their stomachs were actually a bit bloated. This was even after cultivating the heaven-swallowing art. It showed just how ravenously they had eaten. Looking back, the Sun Star behind them was barren and desolate. A pang of guilt struck Xiong Batian as he spoke to Lin Xia. Big brother, aren't we being a bit too ruthless? Too ruthless? What's too ruthless about it? All those demons are Big Brother's enemies. Killing them wouldn't be an overstep, so what's a little plunder of their things? Xiong Outyin interjected nonchalantly. He then turned to Lin Xia with an eager look. Big brother, today was truly satisfying. When can we come again? Lin Xia's mouth twitched at the question. This simpleton had clearly developed an addiction. He had fallen completely in love with the act of ransacking. Images of lousy Yuanshi Jin and Zhuanti flickered through Lin Xia's mind, and a thought slowly began to take shape. He reached out and rubbed Xiong Aoshan's large furry head. When the chance comes later, Big brother will take you to even more exciting places. Fearing he would be left behind, Xiong Batian leaped up, his voice rising. Big brother, I have to come too. I didn't even get a taste of that last big feast. Lin Xia chuckled. All right, when the time comes, we brothers will take this business of ransacking across the three realms. His mind was made up. Since the demon clan was playing dirty behind his back, he wouldn't be polite either. He would work in the shadows and bring down the heavenly court. Lin Xia with the two ferocious beasts in tow swaggered away from the sky above the heavenly court. Silence descended upon heaven and earth. Countless demons in the heavenly court watched them leave, trembling with rage, yet none dared to make a move. After ruling the order of heaven and earth for so many years, the demon clan found their own lair razed to the ground, and even the Sun Star plundered. This affront was lodged in their chests, impossible to swallow or expel, leaving only humiliation. The great powers of the primordial world stared wide-eyed at the barren state of the Sun Star. This is too ruthless. The demon clan has finally met their match. To break through the heavenly court single-handedly, this kid's talent is simply terrifying. No one had expected that Lin Xia would not only turn the heavenly court upside down, but also leave the Sun Star untouched. Every spiritual root, celestial herb, and divine treasure that held any trace of spiritual energy was completely swept clean, not a single strand left behind. Since the dawn of the primordial world, when had the Sun Star ever suffered such a fate? A group of great powers wore expressions of extreme peculiarity. This unruly child was simply ferocious beyond measure. The demon clan, having provoked him, must be regretting it to the core. They could wager that if Dijuan and Dongwang Tai witnessed the Sun Star in such a state, they would surely vomit blood. In the endless blood sea, Ancestor Ming's face stiffened. This kid is too brutal. From Lin Xia, he seemed to see the rise of yet another sage. At the Five Villages Temple, Xinyuan's expression was profoundly complex. He was clearly stunned by Lin Xia's actions. To completely plunder someone's Dao field was something not even the thick-skinned Jin and Zhuanti would do. This method was both ruthless and wild. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, having fought with all their might, finally tore a gap through the encirclement of the 12 ancestral sorcerers and escaped. But the cost was immense. Most of the quasi-sage level experts of the heavenly court were dead. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai led their battered remnants back to the 33rd heaven, only to behold a scene of utter devastation. Broken bricks and shattered tiles lay everywhere. Most of the palaces had collapsed. Corpses were piled haphazardly, and blood flowed down the steps, the stench of gore nauseating. Daijin's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth grinding audibly. Lin Xia, you little bastard. Dongwang Tai's forehead veins bulged, his facial muscles twitching as he teetered on the edge of madness. Where was the former glory of the heavenly court? Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a ruinous mess. What the hell was this? Dijuan threw his head back and roared, his voice cracking in utter disgrace. Lin Xia, you wretch, this emperor will have your head. The nearby demon saints like Jima joined the cursing. Heavenly Emperor, that kid is too vicious. He broke through the heavenly court single-handedly. If we don't avenge this, where do we put our faces? As the atmosphere boiled over, a demon king suddenly stammered out, Heavenly Emperor. That Lin Xia. He also went to the Sun Star. Daijin's gaze turned icy cold, his murderous intent bearing down. The demon king's legs trembled in fear, his crotch nearly wet, and he quickly said, Heavenly Emperor, it was him. He smashed the demon emperor palace and then headed straight for the Sun Star. He stole countless spiritual roots and celestial herbs. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai exchanged a glance, and without a word sped towards the sun star. When they arrived and saw the sight, both were dumbfounded. The spiritual mushrooms were gone, the celestial herbs were gone, the cheong trees were all bare. Solar divine crystals, sunlight crystals, primordial mysterious iron, primordial red copper, all gone. Even the essence of Li fire floating in the air had been completely cleaned out, not a single wisp left. It was barren with nothing at all. If not for the scorching temperature, the demons might have thought they were in the wrong place. Dijuan held it in for a long time, the rage churning in his chest, before he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He couldn't bear it any longer. The primordial force within him exploded directly. He struck out with a palm, and the space within 1,000,000 miles was thrown into chaos, storms whipping up as heaven and earth shattered. He roared to the heavens, his voice piercing through the entire moon star. Lin Xia, you wretch. This emperor will fight you to the death. His voice was strained to the point of bleeding. The nearby great demons trembled in terror, quickly urging, Heavenly Emperor, calm your wrath. Dijuan suppressed his fury and coldly demanded, speak. What exactly happened? Heavenly Emperor, it was Lin Xia. We couldn't stop him. He forced his way in. He brought 2 iron-eating beasts, and on the sun star they were like bandits sweeping through everything. All the spiritual roots and celestial herbs on the sun star were devoured clean by those 2 iron-eating beasts, not a single shred left. The great demon's face was a mess of tears and snot as he wailed. He pinned all the blame on Lin Xia, terrified that Dijuan and Dongwang Taiyi's violent tempers would lead to him being chopped up. Heavenly Emperor, this Lin Xia brat is too arrogant. The treasures the sun star has accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years have all been emptied by him. Jimo's voice thundered, his entire body trembling as he spoke. It showed just how furious he was. Ying Zhao and Zhou Ying, along with other demon saints, joined in the clamor. Heavenly Emperor, those spiritual roots and celestial herbs were a foundation built over hundreds of thousands of years. Now they're all taken by Lin Xia. We cannot swallow this. Yes, we must not tolerate it. We must make Lin Xia spit it back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Only by grinding him into dust can we wash away the shame of the heavenly court. A group of quasi-sage immortals of the heavenly court were united in their hatred, their killing intent palpable. They hated Lin Xia to the bone. Baze, the clearest-headed one in the heavenly court, remained composed at this moment, and spoke calmly. Heavenly Emperor, Lin Xia deserves death, but there is a discrepancy here. Our plan was so tightly concealed. How did the 12 ancestral sorcerers find their way here? Dijuan suppressed his anger, a contemplative look spreading across his face. To ensure his scheme was foolproof, he had moved to obscure the heavenly mechanism in advance. Everything was done with flawless secrecy. It was impossible for anyone to have detected it. Lin Xia couldn't have possibly caught even a whiff of it beforehand. Yet the facts were right before his eyes. The sudden appearance of the 12 ancestral sorcerers indicated that Lin Xia had long anticipated the heavenly court's calculations. Thus he was able to set such an intricate trap, turning the tables and ensnaring the heavenly court. But how Lin Xia knew of this was a question worth probing deeply. The only explanation was that there was a traitor within the heavenly court. As for which bastard it was hard to say at the moment. Now that the heavenly court had lost all face, it was a time of unstable morale. Dijuan swept his gaze over the demon gods and saints present, holding this suspicion in his gut. At that moment, Kunping also spoke up. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he gnashed his teeth at Dijuan. Heavenly Emperor, that Lin Xia brat is so rampant that he has completely torn apart any pretense of peace with the heavenly court. The heavenly court no longer needs to show any restraint. Please, Heavenly Emperor, mobilize the billions of demon clansmen and set up a net that covers heaven and earth. At any cost, we must utterly slay Lin Xia. At these words, all the quasi-sage immortals of the heavenly court nodded in agreement. The demon clan was the largest tribe in the primordial world, their numbers too vast to count. Once fully assembled and focused on besieging Lin Xia, even if his skills were great, he wouldn't escape. It was clear that the demon clan's hatred for Lin Xia had sunk into their very bones, impossible to dissolve. Dijuan listened, nodded, and without a moment's hesitation said, fine, approved. From this day forward, Lin Xia is the #1 public enemy of our demon clan. Any demon in heaven and earth who encounters him must immediately report to the heavenly court, cast the net in circle, and strike to kill without mercy. At these words, the entire hall was shocked. The heavenly court fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into an uproar. Everyone knew that Lin Xia was Nuwa's younger brother. To move against a sage's brother, such audacity was unprecedented since ancient times. The heavenly emperor sat on high, wielding immense power, worshipped by the demon clan as a god. But everyone knew in their hearts, without achieving sagehood, even the highest office was nothing but an ant. The heavenly emperor might seem imposing, but under the watchful eyes of a sage, he was nothing. Yet it was precisely this heavenly emperor who dared to issue such an order today. It was equivalent to putting the feud with Lin Xia on the table. Could Nuwa not turn hostile? The consequences were unthinkable. Amidst the commotion, flowers rained down from the sky and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. Heaven and earth were filled with celestial phenomena. A sage's might, like a galaxy crashing down, descended. A human figure within a white light landed in the heavenly court. At the sight, the demons' souls nearly fled in terror. Nuwa Empress. All below the Deluo golden immortal level prostrated themselves on the ground. Dijuan and Dong Huangtai trembled and quickly stepped forward to pay their respects. It was indeed Nuwa who had arrived. Dijuan, are you tired of living? How dare you issue such an order? Who lent you the courage? The usually gentle and serene Nuwa now had a gaze full of icy light. In her eyes it was as if universes were shattering, stars were dying, and the cosmos was being overturned. The weight of the sage's might descended more crushing than several worlds pressing down from above. Even the ancient quasi-sage monsters of the heavenly court couldn't help but shiver. The countless demons below were chilled to the bone, kneeling on the ground, trembling like sieves. At Nuwa's question, Dijuan's face turned ashen. After holding back for a while, he finally spoke. Your Majesty, Lin Xia has killed many of our demon clan in the heavenly court. He remembered that he had once said that saints are not allowed to interfere in the calamity. Therefore, in his view, this was a personal grudge between the heavenly court and Lin Xia. Even if Nuwa was protective of her own, she should not act against the heavenly court. Before he finished speaking, Nuwa slapped him. In the void, a hand formed from the laws materialized. Dijuan's body exploded into pieces on the spot. A terrifying energy surged outward, causing many demon clan members to turn to ash. The heavenly court fell into dead silence. Countless demon clan members were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Impudence. My brother is not someone an outsider can criticize. Nuwa's voice was cold to the bone. Previously, Dijuan had teamed up with the old man and Yuan Shi to plot against Lin Xia, which had angered her. Now she felt nothing but disgust for the entire demon clan. The anger in Nuwa's heart could no longer be contained. It was one thing for Dijuan to be unrestrained, but he even wanted to mobilize the entire demon clan to surround and kill Lin Xia. Then he shouldn't blame her for being rude. She was about to take action. A figure descended and blocked her path. Sister, don't be impulsive. Fuxi spoke rapidly. The Heavenly Emperor is just temporarily agitated, don't stoop to his level. It was the first time Nuwa had seen him so anxious. She held back and withdrew her power. However, her eyes remained fixed on Dijuan. The pressure of the saint spread out, crashing down like the entire chaotic heavens. Dijuan had never experienced such fear. His face tightened and his voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Saint, please calm your anger. It is indeed my fault. We will revoke the order now, and the demon clan will no longer act against Lin Xia. Each word was as hard as chewing iron. The heavenly court had already turned into ruins, and the sun star had been thoroughly cleansed. This humiliation was deeply ingrained. Now he had to look to Nuwa's face, even to give orders. Dijuan's chest surged with mixed feelings of anger, resentment, humiliation, and helplessness coiling in his heart like a writhing poisonous snake. Nuwa finally moved. She glanced at him deeply, threw down a sentence, and turned to leave. Take care of yourself. The oppressive feeling suddenly vanished. Dijuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the tension in his heart had already snapped. As a being of his level of innate power, his spiritual awareness was sharper than that of wild beasts. Just now Nuwa truly harbored murderous intent. As long as he didn't back down, he might be crushed to pieces in an instant. However, as he scanned the desolate sun star, Dijuan's anger surged again. He turned back, glaring at Fuxi, his face cold enough to freeze. Fuxi, as the master of the demons, what were you doing while Lin Xia was sweeping through the sun star? Why didn't you take action? Fuxi's expression showed little emotion. She is too strong, I couldn't stop her. He spoke very calmly. When Lin Xia charged into the 33 heavens, he had indeed done his utmost. There was nothing to feel ashamed of. Dijuan looked at his unyielding demeanor, feeling a surge of anger that he could only swallow down. He always felt that Lin Xia could foresee the demon clan's plans, and it was highly likely that Fuxi was involved. But without evidence, it could only remain a thorn in his heart. Dijuan snorted, coldly exited the demon emperor's palace, and headed straight for Kunlun Mountain. Now that Nuwa was standing in the way, the demon clan couldn't act against Lin Xia. He could only go find the old man. If it wasn't for his backing, the demon clan wouldn't have dared to act against Lin Xia. The demon clan had fallen to this state today. The old man should take some responsibility. In the old man's dojo, Dijuan recounted Lin Xia's deeds in the heavenly court, without missing a word, his tone filled with frustration and grievance. Teaching Saint that Lin Xia is simply lawless. He looked up, his eyes full of pleading. I asked the saint to uphold justice for my demon clan. The old man remained silent for a long time, his brows knitted tightly. He pondered that the demon clan was truly useless. They cast such a wide net, and with the demon gods and saints almost all mobilized, yet they couldn't capture even a little kid. It's a waste of the effort I've been secretly putting in to hold back Nuwa for them. Teaching Saint that Lin Xia is occupying the position of the human sect's leader and repeatedly goes against the will of heaven. Dijuan maintained a serious expression, but his tone was heavy. You are the leader of the Xianyuan sect. Such a calamity that disrupts the heavenly order and goes against the principles should be dealt with by you, old man. He knew that the old man's Xianyuan sect was based entirely on the human race. However, the fortunes of the human race were primarily held in the hands of the human sect, making the Xianyuan sect merely a facade. To rise up, they must pry away the roots of the human sect. and Lin Xia was the most convenient lever for this. Dijun precisely gauged the old man's thoughts, striking at his weak points with every word. He knew clearly that only by saying this much would the old fellow take it seriously. Sure enough, the old man's face darkened at once. He didn't care whether the heavenly court lived or died. But if Lin Xia truly rose, that would be a situation he did not wish to see. Therefore, he had to continue exerting pressure on the demon clan. After thinking for a long time, the old man finally spoke. All right, I will impart a divine ability to you to deal with Lin Xia. As the words fell, his finger pointed out. A segment of divine script was directly imprinted into Dijun's mind. It was the old man's signature skill, One Qi, transforming 3 purities. It could create 3 clones, each possessing 70% of the main body's cultivation. If this skill were mastered, his combat power could easily double. A flash of excitement crossed Dijun's face as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Saint, for bestowing the method." With the One Qi transforming 3 purities in hand, he felt much more confident in capturing Lin Xia. Dijun respectfully performed a bow and turned to leave. On Shoyang Mountain. Upon Lin Xia's return, the 3 ancestors of the human race led their people to pay respect, their faces filled with admiration. The Saint Lord has fought against the heavenly court and beaten the demon clan to the ground, truly divine might. The Saint Lord is invincible. The human race below shouted, their faces flushed, their voices echoing through the mountains. They had lived in this primordial world, always bullied by the demon clan. Being too weak, they could only endure, no matter the grudge they felt. But now Lin Xia had single-handedly suppressed the entire heavenly court. Finally, they felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. Everyone get up. Cultivate diligently. One day you too will stand tall and protect the human race from bullying, leading the human race to greatness. Lin Xia casually encouraged them a few times, raising his hand to help all those who knelt up. Please, Saint Lord, impart the teachings to us. We seek the Saint Lord's teachings. A group of young humans shouted until their voices were nearly hoarse, their eyes filled with fire. Lin Xia's words were like a fire thrown into a pile of dry hay, igniting their blood. They also hoped to one day stand at the highest point. Lin Xia did not refuse. On Shoyang Mountain, the teaching began. This lecture would pour endless profound principles onto millions of humans. Celestial music rang out, and various auspicious lights fell from the sky, spreading golden light everywhere. The vast Taoist intent swept across millions of miles, leaving the human race spellbound. Even the 2 usually lazy bears, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin, put away their usual laid-back demeanor and sat obediently below. They calmed their hearts, settled their minds, and sought to comprehend the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. On that day, the momentum of Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin suddenly exploded. Endless divine light erupted from their bodies. The 2 bears almost simultaneously broke into the golden immortal realm. Even more outrageous was that after breaking through the golden immortal, their cultivation continued to soar. They soared all the way to the completion of the Tai golden immortal, finally stopping there. The immense amount of spiritual roots and immortal grasses they consumed on the sun star had all been converted into energy by the devouring heaven technique. Now that they thoroughly digested it, their cultivation naturally soared as if inflated. This was the dominance of the devouring heaven technique. With just eating, they could grow stronger without any effort in transforming energy. Xiong Batian and Xiong Aoshan's physiques were simply made for this technique. They had barely practiced for a short time, yet they had already touched upon the threshold of the 5th layer. This commotion was too great, drawing the attention of the human race. All eyes were filled with curiosity, scrutinizing the 2 round, furry creatures. Are these the mounts of the Saint Lord? They are too endearing. Just when it was lively, a stunning figure silently descended on Shoyang Mountain. Put to Nuwa, let Lin Xia go, he is still just a child. Nuwa raised her eyes and immediately saw Lin Xia's charming figure high in the sky. A hint of tenderness appeared on her beautiful face. The corners of her eyes were filled with fondness. How long has it been since she last saw him? This kid's cultivation had improved again. Just now, while he was lecturing, the laws and Dao rhythms surrounding him felt somewhat mysterious even to her. Nuwa was happy in her heart, but even more so, she felt pride. At a certain moment, Lin Xia stopped lecturing. Sui Rin Yu Chao and Zi Yi suddenly burst forth with a string. Various phenomena surged in the sky. The 3 innate humans stepped into the golden immortal realm in unison. They were created by Nuwa herself, and their foundations and talents were superior to other humans. Thus their comprehension was faster, and they broke through first. After the lecture ended, the human race dispersed. Nuwa walked up to Lin Xia. Her face, stern expression serious, she fixed her gaze directly on Lin Xia, exuding the authority of an older sister. Lin Xia felt a bit dazed under her gaze. Why was his sister acting so strangely today? This serious demeanor made him feel uncomfortable. Brother, regarding the demon clan schemes against you, you have the right to fight back against the heavenly court. But you must remember the calamity is perilous. You should know your limits when doing things. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi are not dead, yet they have their own tribulations. The way she spoke, Lin Xia was taken aback for a moment, and as his mind turned, he immediately understood her meaning. He nodded. Sister, don't worry, I understand. The demon clan cannot move yet. He was well aware. The demon clan was the main character of the calamity entangled with the operation of the heavenly Dao, and also involved the calculations of that old man Hongjun. Minor conflicts were no problem, Hongjun wouldn't bother. But if it was directed at Dijun or Dong Huangtai, disrupting the path of the calamity, Hongjun would definitely turn against them. This was the bottom line that Nuwa spoke of. Seeing that he understood so quickly, Nuwa displayed a satisfied expression. Given Lin Xia's current strength, if he truly went mad and attacked Dijun and Dong Huangtai, it wasn't impossible. But once this was done, the overwhelming causality would crush him. He wouldn't be able to bear it. That's why she said what she did earlier. Fortunately, this brother was smart enough to grasp it in an instant. Sister, you're not bad either. Lin Xia winked at her. As soon as this little act appeared, Nuwa couldn't hold back any longer. A smile broke out on her face as she said, Xia, come here quickly, let me take a look at you. That's more like it, that's my real sister. That serious look earlier was quite awkward. Lin Xia kicked off the ground and directly leaped into Nuwa's embrace. With his head buried in her chest, he experienced the feeling of overlooking all the mountains. Nuwa pinched his cheeks with both hands, her face filled with affectionate smiles. She leaned in to sniff and was hit by a rich, fruity fragrance that was extremely pleasant. It was even more enticing than before. All of Nuwa's maternal instincts surged as she lowered her head and gave Lin Xia a hearty kiss on the cheek. After putting him down, she waved her hand, and a large pile of innate spirit fruits appeared before them. Look, sister has brought you some good stuff. Lin Xia's eyes widened in excitement. The spirit fruits before him were shockingly high in quality, with so many varieties that he couldn't even count them. Among them were many rare treasures like Huangzhong Li and Pandao. The fruits were covered in purple patterns, and the fragrance pierced directly into his nose. Sister knows you like these, and I gathered all of them from all over the place for you. Nuwa looked at Lin Xia, smiling brightly. A warm feeling surged within Lin Xia. Finding these rare fruits in the current chaotic world was not easy. Among them were many top-notch innate spirit fruits, treasures hoarded by powerful beings. She must have sacrificed quite a bit of her face in front of the saints to gather these. Nuwa truly was meticulous in her actions. Sister, thank you. You're the best to me, who I cherish you the most. Lin Xia was deeply moved and leaned in to give her a peck on the cheek. Nuwa was taken aback by this series of affectionate gestures, her mind slightly bewildered. With a dazed smile on her face, she reached out to touch Lin Xia's head, saying, All right, hurry and eat up. Lin Xia grabbed a Huangzhong Li and bit into it. A flavor unlike any other exploded on his taste buds, fresh and sweet. The sensation was beyond words. Although he had already made no significant progress in cultivation by eating these innate spirit fruits, they were simply too delicious. Moreover, it was a gift from his sister, which deserved serious appreciation. Lin Xia happily munched away, casually handing another fruit to Nuwa's mouth. The siblings took turns enjoying the fruits, filling the room with warmth and joy. The scene was warm and cheerful. Lin Xia suddenly remembered something and turned to Nuwa, saying, Sister, I also need to give you something. Give me something. Nuwa was momentarily stunned, then her eyes lit up. This little guy had really grown up, even knowing how to make her happy. This brother was worth raising. Nuwa felt warmth in her heart. What is it? Hurry up and show it to your sister. Lin Xia deliberately teased her, putting on a mysterious demeanor. Come a little closer. My. A hint of doubt flashed in Nuwa's eyes. Looking at Lin Xia's pretentious expression, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Though small, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve and had even learned to hide secrets. But not thinking too much, she leaned her head closer. Lin Xia wasted no time extending a finger to poke her forehead. In an instant, a multitude of Dao symbols surged into Nuwa's mind. It was a powerful heavenly technique, the Yin Star art. Nuwa had initially approached with a playful heart, but as soon as she sensed it, the smile on her face froze. Her heart churned. The gift Lin Xia spoke of was actually a heavenly level technique. The Yin Star art could manipulate and evolve the power of countless chaotic star laws. It could enhance one's own strength, dramatically increasing combat power in a short time, and could also evolve into killing arrays, strengthen the origin of stars, and construct a starry world. It was all-encompassing and profoundly mysterious. Its power was simply astonishing. Nuwa was shaken, feeling as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt. Her mind she was immersed in the mysteries of the De Yin Star art, as if she had entered a completely new realm, not regaining her senses for quite some time. When she finally came to and looked at Lin Xia, her eyes were filled with shock. Brother, where on earth did you get such a powerful technique? She was now completely certain. With her abilities, if she could learn that heavenly level technique, even the four saints standing before her would be nothing but targets for punishment. I had figured out this move long ago, but it wasn't so powerful before. Later I wandered through the chaos, observing the stars above, and suddenly had a breakthrough which elevated this move to heavenly level. You mean to say this technique was created by you yourself? Nuwa's eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with skepticism. Lin Xia nodded. Nuwa was dumbfounded. Her heart was a stormy sea. That was a heavenly level technique, something only formidable beings at the heavenly realm could touch. Yet it was realized, deduced, and evolved by Lin Xia. The key was, how old was Lin Xia really? Just a great Luo golden immortal. If it weren't for knowing this brother so well, she wouldn't have believed it, even if she were beaten to death. Who would believe such a thing? This talent was simply absurd. The term genius wasn't enough, even monsters seemed a little bland. No wonder he was a 12th grade supreme great. How did you manage to come up with this? Nuwa stared at Lin Xia, her eyes filled with curiosity. I just sat there messing around, and it came to me. It doesn't seem too complicated, right? Lin Xia thought for a moment, and replied seriously. Not too complicated. Nuwa almost choked on her breath. How could that sound so cheeky? If it hadn't been Lin Xia who said it, she would have slapped him long ago. Lin Xia truly thought it was no big deal. With his current cultivation, he was on par with Pangu. He figured that Pangu likely didn't possess any innate heavenly techniques either. It was just about observing the myriad things in the world, having a feeling in his heart, making connections, and gradually pushing forward. Sister, are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Lin Xia asked a pointless question and Nuwa replied with a pointless answer. The surprise of a heavenly level technique was immense. Nuwa was filled with emotion, gazing at Lin Xia with eyes as soft as water, almost melting, and asked with deep feeling, this heavenly level technique is so precious, why give it to sister? Lin Xia didn't really want to answer this question. Why give it to you? Don't you know in your heart? Lin Xia didn't say anything, and Nuwa continued to press. With no choice, Lin Xia had to casually mumble a response. Because sister is more important to me than anything else. For sister I can toss anything aside, a mere heavenly technique isn't worth mentioning. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xia felt embarrassed, wishing he could roll on the ground. However, Nuwa was overjoyed, her heart blooming, and a layer of red rose to her cheeks. She hugged Lin Xia tightly, and immediately took control of the situation. Woo, let go. Let go. Lin Xia hadn't even figured out what was happening when he was pulled into her embrace. The two soft things pressed against his face, and he could barely catch his breath. He struggled desperately, but that female demon had an incredible strength, making it impossible to break free. Little one, your words have become sweeter, huh? Nuwa, with one arm around Lin Xia, pretended to look fierce. Tell me, did you say such things to Hutu outside? Hutu? Who is Hutu? I don't know her. Lin Xia squeezed his face out from the crevice, looking confused. Sister, what do you mean by that? Tisk, you dare to pretend to be confused with me? Nuwa's face grew even more serious. Don't think I don't know about you being taken to Buzhou Mountain by Hutu. Oh, so sister already knows. Lin Xia was indifferent. Then why are you asking? He realized that this female demon was quite deep in her concealment, as she had been closely watching his every move. Good sneaking out without a hint of remorse. Today I must teach you a lesson. Nuwa's temper flared up and she used her signature move, hugging the brother to death. With a swift motion, she locked his throat. Lin Xia suddenly found it hard to breathe. But as a strong man, how could he easily bow to evil influences? After holding out for a while, he finally raised both hands in surrender. However, this time the female demon did not let go. Lin Xia thought to himself that his sister must be really angry, so he began to struggle with all his might. Unfortunately, it was of no use. At this critical moment, a cheerful voice suddenly came from outside the Holy Imperial Palace. Little Lin Xia, I'm here. Look at what sister has brought you. As soon as the voice fell, a beautiful figure flashed in, none other than Hutu. Hutu was already familiar with the place and stepped straight into the Holy Imperial Palace. But as soon as she stepped in, the smile on her face froze. She saw Nuwa holding Lin Xia tightly in her arms, one arm tightly choking his neck. Lin Xia's face was filled with pain, his features scrunched up. Hutu stood there confused. What was going on? What kind of madness was Nuwa up to? Bullying her own brother so mercilessly. This was truly ruthless. She had underestimated this female demon in the past. The moment Lin Xia saw Hutu, his eyes lit up, and he waved desperately, shouting for help. Sister Hutu, save me. Quickly save me. Hutu saw Lin Xia's miserable state, and her anger flared up as she charged directly at Nuwa. Nuwa, what are you doing? Hurry and let Lin Xia go. Nuwa was at a cultivation level now, where with a wave of her hand, even Hutu, a formidable ancestor, which couldn't withstand it, and was sent flying. Hutu got up and rushed back again, desperately trying to pry Nuwa's hand away. Nuwa, let go. Lin Xia is still— You go away, don't interfere with me teaching my own family a lesson. Nuwa said this, but her hands didn't stop her movements, carrying a playful tone. After tussling for quite some time, the siblings finally stopped. Alright, you've improved quite a bit. Nuwa reached out to rub Lin Xia's head. Lin Xia cupped his hands. Sister, you're too kind, you're not bad yourself. Hutu stood by watching the scene in front of her, momentarily unable to process what was happening. After all that, it turned out that the siblings were just playing around, not really fighting. Realizing this, Hutu felt a bit off. Nuwa had already become a saint, yet she seemed a bit childish. As she grew older, her temperament had only reverted further. After all these years, she still played around like a child. When old acquaintances met again, both Hutu and Nuwa had serious expressions. Why did you come here instead of staying at Buzhou Mountain? Without the energy to play around with Lin Xia, Nuwa took on the demeanor befitting a sage, her gaze sweeping towards Hutu, her tone calm. What does it have to do with you that I came to see Lin Xia? Hutu huffed, her words sharp, and after finishing she clenched her fists as if demonstrating her defiance. Clearly she still held a grudge from when Nuwa had struck her earlier. Nuwa's expression stiffened, her teeth grinding together. This fierce woman had not changed one bit. If it weren't for Lin Xia being here, she would have slapped her out long ago. Lin Xia's gaze shifted between the two, deep in thought. It seemed the two sisters had quite a bit of old scores to settle. He didn't say much and turned to Hutu. Sister Hutu, didn't you say you brought something for me? What good item is it? Hutu's expression softened at this, and with a flick of her hand, she produced a wing. Take a look, what is this? Lin Xia's eyes tightened as he immediately recognized it from the familiar aura. The source power of the sun flowing on the wing was unmistakable. Is this Di Jun's wing? Hutu nodded, adding with a smile. That's right. That Di Jun dared to scheme against you, so I forcibly pulled it from him, which counts as avenging you. Thank you, Sister Hutu. Lin Xia's tone carried gratitude. This time I also owe it to you for stepping in to hold off Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. It's just a small matter. You single-handedly stormed the heavenly court, flattening the entire Demon Emperor Palace. That's a skill few have ever matched throughout history. Hutu waved her hand, dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. All thanks to my friend Fuxi. Hutu finished speaking, a hint of emotion flickering across her face. Fuxi, her brother, Nuwa and Lin Xia, all thanks to my friend Fuxi. Hutu finished speaking, a hint of emotion flickering across her face. Fuxi, her brother, Nuwa and Lin Xia both froze. The moment that name came up, neither of them could immediately react. Nuwa calculated with her fingers and soon understood. By the time Hutu explained the entire situation, Lin Xia felt a warm sensation in his heart. He had been wondering how the Wu clan had learned this news. After returning from Yang Mountain, he hadn't bothered to deduce. Little did he know it was Fuxi who had made a special trip. He even swore an oath to the heavenly Dao to gain the Wu clan's trust. This Fuxi was quite a decent fellow. It was unfortunate he had ended up on the side of the demon race. Lin Xia knew that according to the heavenly cycles, the demon race would eventually clash with the Wu clan in a life-and-death struggle. Fuxi bearing the title of a demon master would likely not have a good outcome. He needed to keep a close eye on him at the very least to ensure his safety. Hutu took residence on Shouyang Mountain. Lin Xia transmitted the mixed element 9 transformations technique to the Wu clan, which Hutu found somewhat challenging to comprehend. Lin Xia then split off a clone specifically to explain the unavoidable complexities to her. After this battle, Lin Xia felt he had grasped something and planned to enter seclusion. He entered the Hongming Pearl. Brother, little master, you finally came. The immortal apricot, Xianling fruit tree, and starfruit tree were all exceedingly excited. The essence of these three beings had swelled even more than before. In the world of the Hongming Pearl, the chaotic spiritual energy was thick like mist. The benefits of cultivating here were immeasurable. After greeting his 3 old companions, Lin Xia sat cross-legged beneath a tree, taking out the last 4 chaos immortal apricots. Without a blink, he swallowed them whole. If this scene were to be witnessed by those old fellows from the primordial era, they would surely jump up and curse. A prodigal had truly gone overboard. One of these chaos spiritual fruits was enough to make a sage envious. Lin Xia swallowing 4 at once was akin to treating treasures as mere food. To put it simply, Lin Xia intended to use this momentum to break through his bottleneck. He was currently stuck at the peak of the mid-level Deluo Golden Immortal stage. To have all 3,000 laws fully realized and ascend to the mixed element Golden Immortal level, he needed more energy. Once the 4 chaos fruits were ingested, the Hongming Dao True Solution and the Hongming Creation Sutra began to circulate on their own. A vast amount of chaotic immortal power surged into his limbs and bones. Within Lin Xia, the flowers of the 3,000 Great Dao burst forth. Under the violent impact of energy, the Great Dao flowers rapidly evolved, inscribed with Dao runes manifesting various terrifying phenomena. Above Lin Xia's head, a massive river of time appeared. The water surged eastward, various powers intertwining and churning within. The birth, growth, transformation, and extinction of all things were contained within. It resembled a cycle akin to the gathering of fate. His meridians and spiritual sea expanded at a visibly rapid rate. His bones shone like crystal, engraved with the patterns of the Great Dao, with immortal light flowing, piercing the eyes of those who beheld it. At the same time, Lin Xia's ultimate source, divine ability, transform all things, also manifested on its own, centered around him within a radius of millions of miles. The breath of creation transformed into a rain of light, descending in torrents like a tsunami, wave after wave seeping into every inch of space. Beside him, the immortal apricot, Xianling fruit tree, and starfruit tree were ravenously absorbing this breath of creation. Their origins surged and transformed within. The primordial spirit's spiritual wisdom and soul were all growing rapidly. The branches and leaves of the 3 trees rustled, as if they were howling in enjoyment of this feast of creation. This little master is too fierce. This breath of creation is like an elixir for us. This spiritual breath is so pure that just one inhale makes one feel completely rejuvenated. Brother is truly impressive. After an unknown period, Lin Xia finished his cultivation. The phenomena in the void receded like a tide. The 4 chaos immortal apricots had been completely refined into his own power. His cultivation firmly settled at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Although he hadn't broken through the barrier of perfection, compared to before, it felt like he was skyrocketing. At this moment, he stood there feeling the boundless power of the laws surging within him. His primordial spirit expanded vast, as if without end. That sensation was as if he could grasp all of heaven and earth at will. Undoubtedly, these top-grade chaos spiritual fruits possessed incredible potency. Unfortunately, this batch of chaos spiritual fruits would take at least another 100,000 years to ripen again. To gather all 3,000 laws in a short time was essentially a dream. The Xianling fruit tree, immortal apricot, and starfruit tree had just enjoyed this bestowal of creation and were now trembling, unable to speak, due to the impact of Lin Xia's source divine ability. They had always thought that being top-grade chaos spiritual fruits, their backgrounds were already solid. But comparing themselves to Lin Xia, they realized their origins were as thin as paper. Master, was that your source divine ability just now, eh? The starfruit tree communicated with mental energy, her voice trembling. Lin Xia nodded. Yes. Brother, you're amazing. The immortal apricot had completely become a little fan, her tone filled with adoration. You all need to hurry and cultivate and transform yourselves into human forms as soon as possible. As Lin Xia spoke, he took out a small glass bottle and sprinkled a few drops of the 3 light divine water on the 3 trees. We will remember that. The Xianling fruit tree, though not very talkative, spoke steadily. Thank you, little master. Lin Xia said nothing more and turned to leave. Standing atop Shouyang Mountain, he pondered the slow development of humanity. Since their roots and aptitudes couldn't be changed, he had to work on the cultivation environment. After thinking for a long time, he made up his mind to transform Shouyang Mountain into a top-tier innate blessing ground. Once the spiritual energy in the surroundings thickened, humanity's cultivation would naturally become much more effective. As soon as Lin Xia turned this thought over in his mind, he immediately sat cross-legged, starting to contemplate the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. He had to thoroughly grasp his source divine ability, transform all things. As his realm increased, his source also underwent a transformation. With a solid foundation, his comprehension soared significantly. He immersed himself, his mind becoming clear and bright, with a light of wisdom seeming to emanate from his bones. Looking back at the path of creation, he suddenly tasted flavors he had never grasped before. Creation, in essence, was about creation, transformation, and gestation. Heaven and earth were like a vast furnace, and creation was the hammer. To make all things emerge, one must rely on the interplay of yin and yang, and the 5 elements must be harmonized. Ding. The host has comprehended the accompanying cultivation method, Hongmeng Creation Sutra, integrating it with the source divine ability transform all things, and his understanding of the path of creation, achieving enlightenment. Comprehended the mixed element divine ability, transformed the world. Acquired Qilin Jade Essence. Lin Xia opened his eyes, a joyful expression on his face that he couldn't hide. With this divine ability in hand, he could directly wield the rules of heaven and earth on Shouyang Mountain, restructuring the land, wind, water, and fire, and aligning the yin-yang and 5 elements. Then he would make this mountain into an innate Dao platform. He didn't wait long, raising his hand to unleash the transform the world ability. A massive force of creation burst forth. Above Shouyang Mountain, the rules of heaven and earth immediately went into a chaotic uproar. The land, wind, water, and fire were reshuffled, and various spiritual veins were straightened and twisted together in an orderly manner. The old order of heaven and earth collapsed with a loud crash, while the new order gradually took shape. After a considerable time, the entire Shouyang Mountain suddenly seemed to break free from some restraints, erupting with abundant vitality. The spiritual roots on the mountain grew like they were free, crazily shooting up. Ding! The host has used a divine ability to alter the order rules of Shouyang Mountain, transforming it into a mid-level innate Dao platform, acquiring a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers. Lin Xia couldn't suppress the pride swelling within him. The current Shouyang Mountain had 9 major spiritual veins. Spiritual energy surged here, and as long as humanity practiced here, their speed would double. Those on the mountain naturally noticed the change. One was more astonished than the next. Why does Shouyang Mountain feel different from before? You can't say the spiritual energy around here is frighteningly thick, even these flowers and grasses are glowing. Just inhaling feels smoother than before, cultivating is much easier now. What on earth is going on? Did the sage change Shouyang Mountain? It must be him, he definitely did it. The human race was instantly in an uproar, each face filled with joy as they rushed to spread the news. On the other side, in a cave dwelling, Hong Yun was also awakened by this commotion. He opened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. What happened? How did the order of Shouyang Mountain suddenly change so drastically? After carefully surveying the area, his heart flipped upside down. He realized that Shouyang Mountain hadn't just been tinkered with, but had genuinely risen to become a mid-level innate Dao platform. 9 major spiritual veins penetrated from beneath the ground. The laws of heaven and earth had completely changed. Hong Yun's heart raced as he quickly flashed to the entrance of the Sacred Emperor Palace. Young friend Lin Xia, did you just change the rules atop Shouyang Mountain all at once? Yes. Although Shouyang Mountain is the root of the human race, it pales in comparison to those true immortal mountains and caves. Lin Xia did not hide anything. Hong Yun is the deputy leader of the sect, so there was no need to conceal it. Hong Yun was taken aback, his mind swirling. Such words may seem light, but he understood how absurd this matter was. Once the primal chaos solidified, the rules were set in stone. The locations deemed blessed lands or wastelands were predetermined and could not be changed. To think of transforming desolate mountains and bitter waters into spiritual mountains and treasure lands was something he wouldn't dare to dream of. Not to mention those great figures of the primal chaos, even a saint would find it difficult. In the primordial chaos there could only be one Kunlun, no second could ever be formed. However, what was happening before him was not a deception. Hong Yun could not help but believe it. Lin Xia, my young friend, how did you accomplish this? Hong Yun couldn't help but ask. I have comprehended the Dao of creation and devised a great supernatural power. Lin Xia was too lazy to elaborate. Hong Yun's heart trembled even more. What kind of supernatural power could be so formidable that it could even manipulate the rules of heaven and earth? However, Lin Xia did not say more and Hong Yun did not press further. Such a level of ability must involve life and death trump cards, who would reveal their secrets. Lin Xia continued. Hong Yun, my friend, you arrived just in time. I would like to ask for your help with something. Lin Xia, my young friend, do not be modest, speak your mind. Hong Yun quickly replied. I want to establish a scripture repository and a treasure pavilion on Shouyang Mountain. The scripture repository will house cultivation methods and supernatural powers. The treasure pavilion will store my accumulated possessions. I hope you can help me watch over them. Lin Xia laid out his plans. That's a good idea. Oh, I would certainly be willing. But how do you plan to manage it? Hong Yun nodded, finding it plausible. The human race must rise up. They cannot be kept in cages. They must see blood, endure hardship, and be forged through conflict. Those cultivation methods, supernatural powers, and treasures should be bait. Whoever has the capability can take them. Lin Xia did not elaborate further. But having been in the primordial chaos for so long, Hong Yun understood immediately. Subsequently, the two exited the sacred emperor palace. Lin Xia raised his hand, and with a rumble 2 grand palaces rose from the ground. They were adorned with intricate carvings enveloped in an immortal aura exuding a formidable pressure. At the entrance of each palace stood a stone tablet, one inscribed with scripture repository and the other with treasure pavilion. Lin Xia stuffed all the treasures he had scavenged from the Sun Star and the possessions he found in the Witch Clan's treasury into the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was not small, yet it was filled in the blink of an eye. Hong Yun's divine sense swept inside, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Inside were filled with postnatal spiritual treasures, rare items, spiritual fruits, and elixirs. Everything was a jumbled assortment, too many to count. There were dozens of congenital spiritual treasures alone. Hong Yun's head buzzed. Was this not too much? This was nearly equivalent to the entire wealth of a major sect. At that moment, Hong Yun had to admit that as a formidable being of the primordial chaos, he was as poor as a beggar compared to Lin Xia. Kid, where did you get these things? Hong Yun could not help but ask. Lin Xia grinned. They were all given to me by the Witch Clan and the Monster Clan. They were too generous, and I would feel embarrassed not to accept them. Hong Yun's lips twitched twice. He could hardly believe it. It was plausible for the Witch Clan to give Lin Xia a few items, but for the Monster Clan to be so generous. He would not believe it even if he were killed. Most of these treasures were likely taken by Lin Xia from the Sun Star. Di Jun and Tai Yi were indeed unfortunate. They provoked the wrong person, and it was no wonder they fell into misfortune. On the edge of the East Sea, a dignified figure sat in midair addressing a group of postnatal humans. The methods of the human teaching go against the heavens, and will not last. They will eventually perish. If you truly want to achieve fruition, you must follow my teachings. Some below were displeased. Taoist, your words are quite excessive, aren't they? The human teaching has 3,000 wonderful methods passed down by saints. Which of them cannot lead to fruition? The human teaching was deeply rooted among the humans, and as soon as these words fell, they were immediately countered. Those are second-rate methods, always focused on violence and killing. What's the point? If one truly wants to cultivate, they should pursue longevity, seek immortality, and inquire about the Dao. That is the real matter. Xian Du said, forming a hand seal, with Dao rhythms flowing around him, radiating divine light. I am the eldest disciple of the Sun Jiao's master Xian Du, the great mage. If you are willing to follow the teachings today, you can become my registered disciple. Most of these postnatal humans were ordinary mortals, having never witnessed such a spectacle. They were all extremely excited. Please, immortal, take us as disciples. A broad smile adorned Xian Du's face. This trip was quite fruitful. If this continued, he would eventually loosen the foundation of the human teaching. Just as he was feeling pleased, a massive hand suddenly came crashing down from the sky, directly slapping Xian Du to the ground. Lin Xia's figure then emerged. Xian Du's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and questioned, Lin Xia, on what basis do you stop me from preaching? Now the human race's fortune was entirely in the hands of the human teaching, and the foundation of the Sun Jiao was completely hanging by a thread. Xian Du had been cultivating under Laozi, but his realm was stuck, unable to break through that barrier. He was already feeling incredibly frustrated. Today he was publicly humiliated by Lin Xia while preaching, and that anger surged up. Your broken golden core path requires picking individuals with exceptional talent, and the threshold is absurdly high. They cannot cultivate. If they truly believe in you, how will they survive in the primordial chaos in the future? Lin Xia's tone was calm, neither warm nor cold. Preaching was preaching, but he was simultaneously stepping on the bottom line of the human teaching. Xian Du not only had a rebellious heart, but also had a dirty face. I am acting in accordance with the mandate of heaven. If they can truly cultivate the golden core Dao, they will certainly be able to preserve their lives. What you are doing is going against the will of heaven. Xian Du gritted his teeth and retorted sharply. The human teaching follows the path of non-action. Therefore Xian Du pressed Lin Xia with fate and destiny. A fine statement of acting in accordance with the mandate of heaven. Then how about this today? If you have the time, show us your golden core Dao, and let us see what remarkable aspects it possesses. Lin Xia's tone remained indifferent. Xian Du was immediately choked. Even if he were foolish, he knew how renowned Lin Xia's reputation was. He might manage to save face with some clever talk, but to truly engage Lin Xia in a fight would be akin to courting death. What? Are you afraid? You don't even have the courage to try. So cowardly, yet you dare to come and preach. Lin Xia added lightly. Xian Du's face turned a deep shade of red in an instant. Impudence. The sword in his hand transformed into a beam of white light, striking towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia raised his hand and casually waved it. Xian Du was sent flying, and that sword shattered into powder on the spot. Xian Du's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. That sword was a postnatal supreme treasure bestowed by his master, incredibly precious, and now it was destroyed with a single slap from Lin Xia. Lin Xia, you are being outrageous. At that moment, an incredibly terrifying sacred might suddenly descended from the sky. Laozi appeared, and without saying a word, a massive hand formed from a rule came crashing down towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia was not the slightest bit flustered. With a thought, 36 sea stabilizing pearls flew out, transforming into 36 pieces of heavenly worlds, unleashing the power of the four seas to meet that massive hand of rules. With a thunderous crash, they collided. The void shattered directly. That massive hand of rules fractured inch by inch, completely dissipating. The 36 sea stabilizing pearls flew back into Lin Xia's hands, though their radiance dimmed considerably. Laozi's gaze narrowed. 36 sea stabilizing pearls. Where did Lin Xia obtain such congenital treasures? Laozi's expression became extremely grim as he cast a deep glance at Lin Xia. This kid's fortune was truly enviable. Master. Seeing Laozi arrive, Xian Du's face immediately revealed an excited expression. Laozi glanced at the injured Xian Du, and his expression grew even darker. The human teaching was powerful, almost seizing the fortune of the entire human race. On the other hand, the human teaching's foundation was completely empty, having nothing at all. Xian Du was sent to preach among the humans, intending to tarnish the reputation of the human teaching merely to create a rift. Who would have thought that this Lin Xia kid would be so formidable? Not only did he prevent the preaching, but he also severely injured Xian Du. It was truly infuriating. Lin Xia, on what basis do you lay your hands on my people? Laozi's gaze was as cold as ice, looking down at Lin Xia. The pressure of a saint descended like a collapsing sky. Lin Xia was utterly unafraid, but the mortals beneath his feet were suffering. Each one pressed down until their bones trembled, faces against the ground, not daring to breathe. You of the Sun Jiao do not care for the lives of the human race. On what basis do you claim the fortune of humanity? Lin Xia's voice was not loud, but his tone was as hard as iron. Facing the saint, his back was straight, not the slightest bit intimidated. What was even more absolute was that he did not even glance at Laozi. That attitude was clear. Who do you think you are? Laozi was enraged by his demeanor, his face darkened. The Sun Jiao acts in accordance with the heavenly path. What do you, a mere junior, understand? You act recklessly, going against the heavens. Sooner or later, you will be struck by lightning. He invoked the heavenly path to pressure Lin Xia, standing at the moral high ground, trying to force Lin Xia to bow his head. Lin Xia scoffed. Your heavenly path is merely watching the human race perish. When the monster clan came to slaughter humanity to forge the witch-slaying sword, where were you of the Sun Jiao, hiding like a turtle? Now that humanity has survived, you come to reap the rewards. Your face is truly thick. Each word in that statement was sharp, piercing the heart. When the monster clan dared to slaughter humanity to forge swords, it was originally Laozi who was fanning the flames. With this, saints backing the monster clan dared to act ruthlessly. Laozi colluded with the monster clan, using millions of human lives as bargaining chips merely to shake the foundation of the human teaching. This scheme was deviously insidious. When the plan fell apart, he changed his strategy, using the reputation of the human teaching to preach, intending to harvest the fortune of humanity. How could Lin Xia possibly allow him to succeed? Smooth talkers turning black into white. Laozi gritted his teeth. For the sake of Sister Nuwa, I won't quarrel with you. Lin Xia, be sensible and roll away. Do not obstruct the preaching of the Sun Jiao. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being impolite. He felt a surge of anger, but still suppressed it. As a dignified saint, it was too shameful to lay hands on a junior in public. Moreover, Lin Xia had Nuwa shielding him. He did not want to involve her. Otherwise the preaching of the Sun Jiao would surely fail. I have already said if the Sun Jiao does not protect the human race, it has no right to claim the fortune of humanity. Lin Xia's voice was as cold as ice shards. This lousy was at least a saint, yet he actually stooped to such despicable acts of ambush. Now he was pretending to be a righteous person. His demeanor was so hypocritical it made one nauseous. Lousy's facade finally cracked, anger surging. Lin Xia had already laid down the ladder for him, but that kid did not appreciate it, stubbornly refusing to back down. Since words were useless, it was time to demonstrate with actions. You don't drink the wine offered, but instead drink the wine of punishment. Fine, I want to see how tough your bones are. With a thunderous roar, I took action directly. My palm flipped, and the void shattered. A gigantic hand formed from the laws of heaven and earth, carrying destructive power, struck down towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia raised his hand, simultaneously summoning the Xian Yuan water control banner and the Wu Ji apricot yellow flag. 5 colored rays of light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. Cradling a sea of purple-black lightning in his palm, he pressed down with force. The chaotic extinction divine thunder surged forth like a breached dam flooding out. It collided directly with that gigantic hand of law. Boom. The clash of two powers sent tremors through the heavens and earth. The law giant hand was engulfed by the sea of thunder and shattered into fragments. The sea of thunder did not stop continuing to surge towards me. I staggered back several steps, my palm tingling and my entire arm trembled. A heaviness settled in my heart. What kind of divine ability is this? How can it be so sinister? The extinction force within that lightning could even harm my saintly body. Looking at Lin Xia, he remained calm as if nothing had happened. A dignified saint was being pushed back by a mere I could not maintain my composure, my heart churning with turmoil. Little did I know Lin Xia was no longer an ordinary Great Luo golden immortal. As a 12-grade supreme Great Luo with 3,000 Dao fruits completely condensed, the Great Luo flower had already bloomed. His physical body not only possessed immense merit power, but had also evolved into a complete order world with an astonishing defense. With the protection of the Xian Yuan water control banner and the Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, his previous palm strike hadn't even left a scratch on Lin Xia. The onlooker Xian Du was agape. His eyes widened, his mind buzzing. How is this possible? His master, the venerable saint, was actually being dominated by Lin Xia. Is this a dream? My face darkened, and I remained silent, my gaze towards Lin Xia, filled with wariness. This kid cannot be spared. Lin Xia, are you determined to go against the teachings? My voice was cold as ice. Lin Xia smiled, his tone indifferent. If the teachings truly serve the human race, I would welcome it with open arms. But you don't care about the well-being of the human race, only thinking of reaping its fortunes and benefits. I won't partake in such a deal. He was clear in his heart. What I have always sought has never been the welfare of the human race, but their fortunes. As for whether the human race lives or dies, this saint does not care at all. Once the teachings succeed in spreading, it would be like opening a door that could never be closed again. I had no intention of protecting the human race. What I aimed to do was to find ways to exploit the human race. Like a parasitic worm, I wouldn't stop until I drained every last bit of their fortune. Thus, this kid absolutely cannot be allowed to loosen his grip. Now that we've come this far, there's nothing more to discuss. Today, let me show you what a saint's means are. With that, my form flickered and I stood suspended in midair. Looking down at Lin Xia from a height, my gaze was as cold as ice, the pressure overwhelming. With a flick of my wrist, the laws of heaven were invoked, forming chains of law that materialized, terrifying to behold. Lin Xia's expression darkened. As a saint of the heavenly path, I could not afford to be arrogant at this critical moment. Great evolution, star technique. Lin Xia's hands stirred the star laws. Overhead, billions of chaotic stars exploded instantly. An endless surge of stellar power cascaded down upon him like a heavenly river. That momentum was fierce and swift. Lin Xia's aura surged upward rapidly, frighteningly fast. In midair, a gigantic sword formed from the laws of chaotic stars took shape. The starlight was blinding, illuminating the heavens and earth. It seemed as if it aimed to cleave the universe in twain, recreating a new world. The aura emanating from the sword sent chills down one's spine. As the law sword descended, my chains of law shattered into pieces, annihilating in the air. My pupils contracted, my heart turning over. The divine ability Lin Xia employed had surpassed the level of a saint, brushing against thresholds I could not touch. How is this possible? Lin Xia is merely a Great Luo golden immortal. How can he comprehend such a level of divine ability? I dared not be arrogant any longer. Shifting my thoughts, I summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower to protect myself. The sword of the star laws struck down relentlessly. The Linglong Tower shook violently. The law giant sword shattered, and the layer of yellow light on the tower dimmed. My expression changed several times. The Linglong Tower was a postnatal treasure of merit. In the entire world, there was nothing that could compare in terms of defense. Yet with my saintly power to urge it, it was still shaken. This divine ability is terrifying beyond measure. If a saint were to unleash it, its might would be unimaginable. At this moment, I no longer dared to underestimate Lin Xia. With a thought, the Taiji diagram flew out, releasing billions of divine rays, dazzling to the eye. The primordial power of Taiji surged forth, enveloping Lin Xia. Lin Xia dared not take it heeding. The Taiji diagram was a congenital supreme treasure. Urged by my saintly power, its might was boundless, far beyond what he could withstand. With a shift of thought, I invoked the Hongmeng Pearl. My entire being vanished into thin air, retreating into the void. I transformed into that one who has escaped. For a moment, all calculations were obscured, rendering everything unknowable. It was as if this world never had such a person. The changes occurred so rapidly that even I did not react in time. The Taiji diagram spread out like an entire world, crashing down, only to find nothing. I was momentarily dazed. Again with this trick. Back when the demon clan forged the Slaughter Wu sword, I had once intercepted Lin Xia midway. It was the same then. Suddenly gone, even the heavenly calculations were severed. Now again playing this hand. This kid, his method is truly sinister. Just as I was lost in thought, a roar suddenly exploded in the void. Old Ta Ching, take this brick. Lin Xia's figure abruptly appeared before me, the Kongtong seal, transforming into a vast landscape, slamming directly onto my forehead. Bang! I was sent flying. My ears rang incessantly. In front of so many people suffering such a massive humiliation, I completely lost my composure. Fury burned my face red as I glared at Lin Xia, squeezing out between clenched teeth. You little brat, you have some gall. Raising my hand, I manifested an utterly tyrannical divine ability. In the blink of an eye, countless laws of the universe surged in from all directions like a tide. Why are saints so terrifying? Because words are law, actions are Dao. With just a thought, I could manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, transforming them into my means. Seeing that I was truly enraged, Lin Xia dared not confront directly. With a motion of the Hongmeng Pearl, he slipped back into the void, becoming that one who has escaped. The terrifying divine ability crashed down only to miss again. I felt a tightness in my chest from the anger urging forth vast divine thoughts, frantically searching the void for Lin Xia's shadow. Just as I was searching, Lin Xia suddenly flashed beside me. With the Kongtong seal in hand, he raised his hand once more. Old Ta Ching, let's have another go. This time it was even fiercer than before. Slap. Blood splattered from my forehead. After the strike, he fled, activating the Hongmeng Pearl. Lin Xia vanished again, not giving me a chance to retaliate. I was furious to the point of nearly exploding, my teeth itching with hatred. In my heart I vowed, this little brat Lin Xia must be caught, and I will ensure his complete annihilation. Lin Xia is too powerful. Not losing ground against the Ta Ching saint. This has never been seen from the beginning of time until now. Countless mighty beings in the primordial world gazed from the void, astonished and speechless. Lin Xia, at merely the level of a great Luo golden immortal, was able to hold his own against me for so long. This strength is truly unnerving. This kid is too monstrous. With such talent and combat power, we cannot compare. Just being a great Luo golden immortal, he exhibits such combat prowess. Who can stop him when he truly attains the Dao of Hongmeng? Several seasoned powerhouses swallowed hard, their expressions complicated. Compared to Lin Xia, these oldtimers felt as if they had lived like dogs. The one most impacted was undoubtedly Xiandu. Since the day he became my disciple, he had regarded me as a deity. Yet he had never seen a dignified saint pushed to such a state. One Lin Xia seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, leaving me bloodied and utterly humiliated. This scene was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. I am not a fool. Well, I felt the divine thoughts of the primordial powers sweeping over me. The three pure ones value their face above all. How could they endure such humiliation? My dignity was shattered and my anger surged. I directly invoked the laws of heaven. Shaking the Taiji diagram, I transformed it into a Taiji world, crashing down. A merciless attack. In a radius of billions of miles, all were locked by the laws. Lin Xia felt a tightness in his heart, knowing that I had completely lost my sanity. With such a comprehensive bombardment, he could not rely on the Hongmeng Pearl to execute Hitandran tactics. It was utterly hopeless. Just as he pondered how to evade, a cold shout suddenly erupted in the void. Old Ta Ching, you have gone too far. Celestial flowers blossomed, golden lotuses surged, and various phenomena appeared out of thin air. A terrifying pressure from the saint descended. Then the figure of Nuwa slowly materialized. My expression darkened, and my heart plummeted. I hadn't expected Nuwa to arrive so quickly. This little brat Lin Xia had already caused me to lose all my dignity, though I had yet to settle the score, and now Nuwa had arrived. With her here, it was a dream to resolve this matter peacefully. For the teachings to spread, it would be even more difficult now. Old Ta Ching, you are the head of the Xuanmen, a dignified saint, yet you dare to strike at a junior, truly shameless. Nuwa gazed at me, her eyes as cold as ice, her voice laced with sarcasm. Lin Xia, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, dares to disrespect a saint, repeatedly defying the heavenly order. My face darkened as I spoke with a chilling tone. I am merely disciplining him on your behalf. I met Nuwa's gaze without flinching. Shut your mouth. When has it been your place to instruct my brother? Nuwa huffed coldly, her anger boiling over. The mountains and rivers society map flew out, transforming into a world pressing towards me. At the third stage of the great Luo golden immortal, her power was terrifying beyond measure. Having suffered losses before, I dared not be arrogant, and quickly summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower to shield my entire body. Boom! The two supreme treasures collided. The Mountains and Rivers Society map ultimately could not shake the congenital supreme treasure and was sent flying back. Nuwa snorted coldly. Great evolution star technique, a heavenly path, level divine ability. She had not comprehended it for long, and today was just right to test it on me. As Nuwa raised her hand, she invoked the chaotic stars, and billions of starlights suddenly descended. Those star law energies pressed down like a tidal wave, as if the entire galaxy had violently shattered, pouring directly from the 9 heavens to the mortal realm. The starlight converged into a 1,000-foot giant sword, its blade aimed directly at me, cleaving downwards. This time the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower could not withstand it. The yellowish glow first cracked open a seam, and then shattered into countless specks of light, exploding completely. I was thrown away, my holy blood splattering everywhere in a wretched state. My fingers tightened, shock evident on my face. I recognized this move. The Great Expansion Star Technique. Nuwa actually knows this method, and the power she unleashed was even more terrifying than I had imagined. Even the heavenly and earthly mystical tower can't defend against it. My face darkened, anger boiling in my throat. Nuwa, I am the head of the Xuanmin, your senior brother. How dare you be so arrogant? Shut up. Nuwa shot a cold glance over her, tone devoid of warmth. What are you to me? I have long severed ties with you, so stop using our fellowship to disgust me. As soon as she finished speaking, she invoked the starry laws again, unleashing an overwhelming assault. I dared not waste another breath. With a flick of my divine sense, the Taiji diagram soared into the air, the immortal light exploding, forming a Taiji world that enveloped Nuwa. The two forces collided and the light curtain was torn open, revealing a gaping hole. The Taiji diagram was sent flying back. My heart sank. Nuwa was a third-level Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, not someone I could match in direct confrontation. Now she even grasped the Dao-level divine ability, leaving me no chance of victory. Staying here is just asking for trouble. Forget it. He'll discuss the matters of preaching another day. I sighed inwardly, reaching out to part the space, planning to withdraw. Wanna leave? Nuwa's voice pursued from behind. A giant palm formed from the laws of the universe appeared out of nowhere, directly severing the spatial passage in front of me. Immediately afterward, the Great Expansion Star Technique was activated again. Countless star laws transformed into sharp blades, densely slashing toward me. Cursing inwardly, I didn't think twice and shrank into the heavenly and earthly mystical tower. Nuwa didn't give me a moment to breathe. The chaotic star power was continuously drawn by her, with giant swords of law raining down like a torrential storm on the tower. The heavenly and earthly mystical tower shook violently. With each sword that struck, the yellowish glow on the tower dimmed a little. The entire tower resembled a broken ship swaying in a storm on the verge of collapse. Hiding inside the tower, my face looked terrible. This tower was the #1 defensive treasure of the primordial era. No one had ever been able to shake it before. Yet now it was being pushed to its limits by Nuwa. This divine ability was truly outrageous. I gritted my teeth, not daring to poke my head out. Lin Xia watched the glow from afar, a smirk appearing on his lips. Nuwa had already exploded in anger, and the entire world was filled with her fury. If I showed my face, I would be met with a tempest of attacks. The Taiching Saint, the leader of the 3 pure ones, was now shrinking inside the heavenly and earthly mystical tower, not daring to show his face. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow at the scene. Who would have thought that even a dignified saint could be so patient? His gaze shifted, glancing toward Kunlun Mountain. I and Xuandu were here, leaving that place as an empty shell. If I went over to rummage through, I would likely find good treasures. Sister Nuwa was blocking my door. If I let this opportunity slip by, it might not come again. Lin Xiao's heart raced. He waved his hand, a crack forming in the space before him, and he directly slipped inside. Nuwa was focused on me, completely unaware that Lin Xia had already vanished. The mist swirled in Kunlun Mountain. Lin Xia touched the ground, summoning the Hongmeng Pearl, concealing his aura and the heavenly mechanism tightly. Neither Yuan Shi Tianzun nor Tong Tian Jiao Master noticed someone had sneaked in. This place truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top blessed lands of the primordial era. The mountains rose and fell with spiritual energy thick enough to condense into water. The most striking were the 3 main peaks towering into the clouds, each one a Daoist site of the 3 pure ones. Lin Xia didn't even need to deduce. With a glance, he locked onto my mountain peak. He certainly wouldn't think that a saint would leave his own courtyard unguarded. Sure enough, a layer of primal 2-form great array enveloped the area outside the Daoist site. The array patterns intertwined, intricate and mysterious. If an ordinary cultivator stepped inside, they would likely not even realize they had fallen into a trap, only to sink deeper and deeper until they were utterly lost. This formation was nearly a dead end in the eyes of the great powers of the primordial era. But Lin Xia, only with a foundation of 3,000 array laws and the opening of the Dongshu divine eye, he could see the lines and patterns within the array clearer than his own fingers. Breaking the formation by force wasn't impossible. With his abilities, he could smash through. But doing so would definitely alert me. That would be pointless. Lin Xia didn't rush to act. He activated the Dongshu Divine, analyzing the flow trajectories of the Great Array, strand by strand. Before long, the fundamental structure of the entire formation unfolded before his eyes. He extended his hand, lightly tapping the air with his fingertips. The rules of heaven and earth twisted for a moment. In the middle of the primal two-form Great Array, a silent passageway split open. Lin Xia stepped inside, making no sound as he stood in my Taoist sight. As soon as he landed, a refreshing fragrance of spiritual herbs filled his nostrils. Lin Xia's spirit lifted as he looked up. The palace was surrounded by spiritual roots. Lingji celestial grasses, divine trees, layer upon layer, placed in perfect order, almost overwhelming to the eyes. The spiritual roots continuously absorb the innate spiritual energy, some glowing, some emitting mist, and some creating ripples. Among these spiritual roots, the worst were of mid-grade, postnatal quality. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh. Under the title of the head of the Xuanmen, I seemed indifferent and unconcerned. Who would have thought I secretly hid so many treasures? Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, those two fools, held the title of Heavenly Emperor and managed the order of the universe. Who wouldn't call them Your Majesty if they were seen above or below? He previously thought that their wealth was already terrifying, but now compared to me, those two were simply poor beggars. It was also said that my alchemy skills were the #1 in the primordial era, and the path of alchemy began with me. From transformation until now, who knows how many furnaces I have refined. Those pills, each one more extraordinary than the last, especially the legendary 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, which supposedly allows an ordinary person to leap to the realm of the great Luo Jingxian with just one swallow. And there were hardly any side effects. I only had 2 disciples, Xuandu and Du Jinren, so the resources could hardly be exhausted. As long as I could take down my lair, I would definitely become rich overnight. Thinking of this, Lin Xia felt even more excited. This trip was truly worth it. Fixated on the dense spiritual roots before him, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. These treasures would soon be his. Afraid I would sense the commotion, Lin Xia wasted no time and summoned the Hongmeng Pearl, directly concealing this area of the heavenly mechanism tightly. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed a vast number of spiritual roots. Then Lin Xia released 2 ferocious beasts from the primordial era, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyan. Xiong Batian landed on the ground, not having time to observe the surroundings before he turned to Lin Xia and asked, "Big brother, what's the task?" Xiong Outyan, however, was unhurried, pulling out a bamboo shoot from his pocket and offering it to Lin Xia. "Big brother, freshly grown bamboo shoots, wanna try?" Xiong Batian felt his brother was a bit dim-witted and said helplessly, "Fool, you eat it yourself. I'm not interested in this stuff." "Big brother, how do you know I don't like it?" Xiong Outyan was displeased, taking a bite of the bamboo shoot and mumbling, "You said you don't like it." Big brother said it himself, "Heroes appreciate each other. Big brother and I are both heroes, exuding an air of dominance. I love eating bamboo shoots, so big." Xiong Batian was even more speechless. "Forget it, after being with you for so long, I've never sensed any air of dominance from you, and besides, even a turtle isn't as troublesome as you. Can you die from eating a little less? There are only 10 innate bamboo shoots, and you fool grabbed 6 of them." Xiong Outyan's tone carried a hint of grievance. "You two stop bickering." Watching these 2 fools chatter endlessly, Lin Xia directly interrupted them. If he didn't, these 2 would go on arguing till the end of time. Xiong Outyan suddenly realized, no wonder Qi Yu lost on the battlefield back then. Riding on a foolish beast like the iron-eating beast, how could he not flip over? Just as he was feeling emotional, he suddenly remembered the real business. "Brother, you haven't said what we are going to do." Lin Xia raised his hand and pointed ahead. "Do you see that grand hall? That's our target. Take everything inside, leave nothing behind." Hearing this, the 2 fools' eyes instantly lit up. Looting. To be honest, during the last trip to the Sun Star, they hadn't enjoyed themselves at all. They had been thinking about it ever since, dreaming of a second chance. Who would have thought this good fortune would come so suddenly, catching them a bit off guard? "Brother, what good things are inside?" Xiong Batian, forgetting to chew his bamboo shoot, stared at Lin Xia with shining eyes. "Yes, quite a bit. Some of the things are even more fragrant than bamboo shoots." Lin Xia nodded. The good things he referred to were naturally those pills. More fragrant than bamboo shoots. Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyan lost their calm immediately. For foodies, nothing was more important than eating. The 2 of them dashed towards the palace. Right now, I and Xuandu had both gone out, leaving my other disciple Du Jinren to guard the Taoist site. Xiong Outyan and Xiong Batian's excitement created quite a commotion. Du Jinren, who was meditating in closed-door cultivation, was startled awake. His heart skipped a beat as he quickly flashed out of the quiet room. Upon raising his eyes, he saw 2 silly iron-eating beasts charging into the palace. Following behind was a short figure. Du Jinren's pupils constricted sharply. "Lin Xia, how did he appear?" This was the Taoist sight of a saint. Du Jinren instantly sensed something was amiss. His first reaction was to mobilize his divine sense to quickly notify his master. He understood very well. Given his abilities, he couldn't possibly defeat Lin Xia. Moreover, those 2 iron-eating beasts looked silly, but the aura they radiated was clearly not ordinary, with cultivation levels surpassing his own. Just as Du Jinren was about to act, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyan had already approached him. Each of the two fools held a bamboo pole, smashing it down toward his forehead in unison. Du Zhenren was only at the level of a Jinxian now. How could he withstand the explosive power of these two? In an instant his mana felt frozen, and his divine sense was sealed tightly. With a loud thud his mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground. His primordial spirit was scattered and his life and death uncertain. Xiong Outyin turned his head triumphantly to Lin Xia, grinning. Brother, we did great, right? Not bad. Now let's move and empty this place out. Lin Xia nodded with satisfaction. It seems that in the future he would need to get those two fools some decent spiritual treasures. They can't always be shaking a broken bamboo stick, which looks so unrefined. As soon as Lin Xia finished speaking, the eager Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin could no longer contain themselves. The two bears rushed into the palace howling as if they were starving bandits who had entered a granary after months of hunger. They were particularly adept at pillaging. Lin Xia didn't join these two in grabbing things. He turned and entered the alchemy room directly. The room was filled with jars and bottles. With a sweep of his hand, he gathered all the pills like autumn leaves being blown away. There weren't many good items indeed. There were only 3 true top-tier, 9-turn golden pills. The remaining 6-turn and 7-turn golden pills were merely a few gourds worth. However, there were hundreds of low-grade pills piled up in a corner, which looked impressive. But these were all crafted by me, and consuming them wouldn't cause any stomach issues, so there was no need to worry about hidden ailments. After collecting the pills, Lin Xia's gaze shifted to another place, the alchemy room. This place was the lifeblood of the entire palace. Standing at the doorway, he glanced around, and the barrier he had left behind shattered like paper. Inside the alchemy room, the brilliance of treasures dazzled the eyes. At the very center was naturally his beloved Bagua furnace. Beside the furnace were various spiritual treasures scattered about, such as the Yin-Yang banana fan wind and fire cushion, and the sheep fat jade purifying vase. As for the more ordinary postnatal treasures, their quantity was even more absurd. Lin Xia didn't pick and choose, he spread his hand and gathered everything. After finishing his task, he turned around to see Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin still wandering in the palace. However, these two ancestors were not looting, but were busy eating. They stuffed the spiritual roots and immortal herbs into their mouths like they were munching on radishes, juices dripping everywhere. With the transformation of his inner powers, the rhythms of yin-yang and devouring blended like wheels, and the consumed items were digested cleanly in the blink of an eye. Lin Xia twitched the corner of his mouth. I knew these two fools were unreliable. At critical moments, I still have to take matters into my own hands. Lin Xia, tired of relying on them, waved his sleeve, and an invisible force swept through the entire palace. The treasures hidden in the corners seemed to sprout legs, lining up on their own and swiftly flying into the Hongmeng pearl around his neck. Looking at Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin, who were still stuffing themselves, Lin Xia suddenly had a thought. In this desolate place of Honghuang, one cannot survive without a resounding name. Today, since Big Brother is in a good mood, they'll give you two a name. Hearing this, Xiong Outyin, with a piece of spiritual root in his mouth, struggled to lift his head, his eyes sparkling as he mumbled, "What name?" "Big Brother, hurry and say it. Look at your fur, black and white. From now on you shall be called the Black and White Double Killers." The two bears exchanged glances, both with big question marks in their eyes. Black and White Double Killers. This name sounds awkward and lacks any imposing presence, completely mismatched with their dominating bear appearances. However, since it was given by Lin Xia, the elder brother, the two bears held back their voices and dared not protest. Besides, with so much delicious food in front of them, who had the time to worry about a name? Eating was the top priority for bears. Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin devoured those spiritual mushrooms and herbs, their bellies bulging round, and they began to burp. This meal was even more satisfying than the last one. When they finally recovered from their gluttony, they realized that the master's place had been left completely bare. Xiong Batian turned to look at the empty space behind him, and there was not a hint of guilt on his face. Instead, he gazed at Lin Xia with bright eyes. "Boss, when are we doing this again?" After hearing this, Lin Xia twitched his mouth. This big fool probably had already discarded all psychological burdens. Then Lin Xia quietly led the two fools away. At the same time, in the Eastern Sea, the master, who was in a fierce battle with Nuwa, soon sensed something was off. The Bagua furnace and other innate spiritual treasures he had refined into part of his essence. How could he not sense them falling into Lin Xia's hands? As he spread his divine sense across the area, he realized Lin Xia was no longer nearby, and his face turned dark. He was well aware of Lin Xia's ability to conceal his own secrets without a trace. This kid wouldn't have sneaked into his domain, would he? The master calculated with his fingers and immediately discovered a gap in the innate two-element grade formation. He was filled with both anger and urgency, as if his eyebrows were on fire. But on Nuwa's side, her powerful attacks kept coming, making it impossible for him to escape. "Junior sister Nuwa, let's settle this misunderstanding today. Let's stop here, how about it?" The master spoke to Nuwa, his words already carrying a tone of concession. After all, if Lin Xia really sneaked into his domain, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. It's known that when this kid raided the heavenly court, he had directly looted the Sun Star. Such things weren't new for him. Thinking of the treasures in the domain, the master became increasingly anxious. Nuwa paused her assault upon hearing his words and coldly reprimanded. You incited those useless things to slander my teachings. And you still want to attack, intending to harm my brother. Now you want to stop? In this world, how can things be so easy? The master was so furious that he couldn't find words. Indeed, he was the one who made the first move today. However, he gained nothing from Lin Xia, but lost a lot of face. Nuwa's relentless attitude was truly unreasonable. Junior sister Nuwa, how do you think we can resolve today's matter? The master suppressed his anger. Nuwa glanced at him casually, saying, simple hand over the universe Huang Linglong Tower, and today's affair will be swept under the rug. The master had plotted against Lin Xia multiple times, and she had long since harbored a belly full of anger. Therefore, when proposing conditions, she was outrageous, or perhaps she never expected the master to agree. Junior sister Nuwa, you are going too far, don't even think about it. The master's face turned ashen. The universe Huang Linglong Tower was one of his greatest trump cards. If he handed it over, wouldn't Nuwa have him completely in her grasp? Therefore, that was absolutely impossible. If you are unwilling, then there is nothing to discuss. Nuwa's voice was as cold as ice shards. The master's face was as dark as a pot bottom. In the current situation, every moment delayed increased the danger, and he couldn't afford to hesitate. He gritted his teeth, risking the shattering of his physical body, and turned to flee. Just as he burst out of the universe, Huang Linglong Tower, Nuwa's powers chased after him. The laws of the stars coalesced into a giant sword, and the master was instantly blown apart. After his blood was shed and he reincarnated, he dashed toward Kunlun Mountain without looking back. Nuwa's eyes flickered as she sensed something was off. Was the master this flustered? Was something happening over at Kunlun? She scanned around with her divine sense and found that Lin Xia was no longer nearby, her expression becoming somewhat complex. This kid was probably up to some big mischief behind her back. He's truly a handful. Nuwa muttered, but there was no trace of blame on her face. On the contrary, she found it quite amusing. To force the normally steady master into such a state, this younger brother was indeed exceptional. Upon returning to the domain, the moment he saw the dilapidated innate two-element great formation, the master's heart sank. As he stepped in and saw the scene before him, his face directly changed. The once radiant and auspicious domain now looked like it had been ravaged by locusts. It was bare with nothing left. All the innate spiritual roots he had accumulated since his transformation after enduring countless tribulations had been completely wiped out. In the large spiritual fields, there were only numerous dirt pits left. The master's face darkened to the point where one could squeeze out water from it. His figure swayed as he dashed toward the palace. Just as he stepped through the palace doors, he saw his disciple, Du Jinren, lying motionless on the ground unconscious. The master's face darkened even further, a fire of fury trapped in his chest, unable to rise or fall. He took a deep breath, ignoring Du Jinren, and walked straight in. Everywhere he passed was empty. The master's pace quickened, and he rushed into the alchemy room. All the elixirs he had painstakingly refined over countless yuan meetings were gone. The Bagua furnace, the wind and fire cushion, the Inyang banana fan. A pile of spiritual treasures had vanished without a trace. The master, who usually practiced non-action and viewed everything with indifference, could no longer contain himself this time. The fire in his heart surged, and his face turned so dark it seemed to drip ink. After deducing for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything. He walked to Du Jinren's side and poured a rush of saintly power into him. When Du Jinren opened his eyes, he saw the master's gloomy face and the empty palace. He immediately understood what had happened. His face filled with grief and anger as he exclaimed, "Master, it was all Lin Xia's doing. That kid sneaked into our domain and cleared out all the treasures. It really was that little rascal with the surname Lin." The master felt a blockage in his chest, looking around the chaotic domain, a complete mess. He was on the verge of tears, his throat sweet, almost spitting blood. A bunch of useless fools. Didn't he know to call me first when he entered the domain? The master scolded Du Jinren, unable to suppress his anger. Master, as soon as Lin Xia came in, he attacked. The disciple didn't even have time to react. The disciple's strength was limited, and I couldn't warn you in time. Du Jinren trembled in fear, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. The anger in the master's chest flared up, and he could no longer contain the primordial power, erupting into a loud roar. "Lin Xia, you little brat, I will turn you into dust." This roar shook the very heavens. The pressure of the saint exploded like a tide, causing the celestial phenomena to change immediately. Endless calamity clouds suddenly gathered, pressing down on Kunlun Mountain, extending for millions of miles with no end in sight. The Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who were in seclusion, were awakened. The two figures flashed directly to the master's domain. Upon landing, they were stunned. The courtyard was filled with pits, and not a single innate spiritual root remained. Tong Tian Jiaozhu and Yuan Shi Tianzun stood frozen, their eyes wide open, unable to believe their sight. The three pure ones, sharing the same origin, knew each other's backgrounds well. In the past, the master's domain was grand and impressive, they were well aware. Now, however, it looked shabby and ransacked, as if it had been attacked by bandits. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought they had come to the wrong place. Recalling the furious roar they had just heard, both were left with the same thought. Could it be that Lin Xia did that? Tong Tianjiao Zhu twitched the corner of his mouth, but remained silent. This kid has some audacity, daring to raid the lair of my elder brother. It's the first time since the creation of the heavens and the earth. Yuanshi Tianzun looked at the furious face of Lao Zi, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. If Lin Xia really sneaked in, how could he have no sense of it at all? Did that kid use some means to obscure the heavenly? Thinking of this, Yuanshi Tianzun felt a chill run down his spine. This kid's methods are quite wicked, able to deceive even the senses of a sage. On Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Chan sect and the Jie sect looked up at the ominous clouds above their legs, trembling in fear, their minds completely blank. What exactly did Lin Xia do? How could he make the usually serene and composed Grand Master so furious? Not just Kunlun Mountain, countless beings in the primordial world heard Lao Zi's roar. Everyone was very curious. It's Lin Xia again. Just what kind of trouble has he stirred up to provoke a sage to? Aren't sages supposed to sit high above with hearts as tranquil as water? This scene completely shattered their preconceived notions of sages. In the demon clan's heavenly court, at the demon emperor palace, Dong Huangtai, he looked towards the direction of the sudden change in the heavens, his gaze fixed on Kunlun Mountain, filled with curiosity. Brother, how did that old guy from Taiching blow up? Dijun said with a serious face, his voice lowered to a whisper. It's not our place to meddle in the affairs of a sage. However, that kid Lin Xia dared to provoke a sage to this extent. He is simply courting death. That's right, Dong Huangtai smirked. That guy has become utterly audacious. He will surely face dire consequences sooner or later. Both of them carried a hint of schadenfreude in their words. No matter what Lin Xia specifically did, Lao Zi was truly enraged at him. From now on, if I take action against Lin Xia, I will certainly spare no effort. For the heavenly court, this was like being fed by the heavens. In the west at Mount Shumizhuan, his gaze also turned eastward, his brows furrowed. Why is my anger so fierce? Could it be that Lin Xia has done something intolerable again? After Lin Xia left, the heavenly secrets became clear again, and Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti quickly understood the whole situation. Moments later, Jie Yin's expression became somewhat peculiar. No wonder Lao Zi, who is usually calm and collected, would explode with rage. Lin Xia had raided his dojo, robbing a sage's dojo. This is something that has never happened before and will never happen again. This kid is, not long ago he had turned the heavenly court upside down and even swept through the sun star, and now he has raided a sage's lair. His knack for trouble is truly unparalleled. Zhuan Ti couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, this Lin Xia is interesting. He can push my elder brother to this extent. The more Zhuan Ti thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Xia was a kindred spirit with their brother. Thinking of the two of them who became infamous in the primordial world with just a phrase, this item is fated to be with me, being scolded as robbers by countless cultivators. But compared to Lin Xia, they are practically saints among sages. Indeed, this act is beautifully done, Jie Yin chuckled along. Back then Lao Zi didn't even say a word, and led Tong Tian and Yuan Shi to directly attack Mount Shumi. The mountain gate was trampled, and their brotherhood suffered a beating. Afterward, realizing it was a misunderstanding, Lao Zi didn't even apologize, but just left after patting his backside. His expression was as disgusting as it could be. Now Lao Zi also has today, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti felt that the pent-up resentment in their hearts was finally released. The two of them looked towards Kunlun Mountain, and their goodwill towards Lin Xia rose steadily. At Shouyang Mountain, Lin Xia returned to the Holy Emperor Palace with the black and white twins. Before he could even warm his seat, he hadn't had a chance to take a closer look at the things he brought back. Two terrifying auras suddenly descended, enveloping the entire Shouyang Mountain. Celestial light filled the sky as Yuan Shi and Lao Zi emerged from the void. The sage's pressure was overwhelming, causing the human beings on Shouyang Mountain to turn pale, their legs trembling. Lao Zi stopped in the air and shouted at Shouyang Mountain, Lin Xia, hand over the items. Otherwise don't blame me for turning hostile. Lin Xia did not show up, instead Nuwa stepped out first. She glanced at Lao Zi and Yuan Shi, her face cold, her voice devoid of warmth. Lao Zi, this is the territory of the human race. You have no right to act recklessly here. Lin Xia sneaked into my dojo and took everything away. Oh, I'm furious. He certainly won't get away with this. Nuwa had long anticipated that these two would come, so she waited here all along. Yuan Shi's expression was serious, his tone flat. Sister Nuwa, Lin Xia secretly snuck into elder brother's dojo and stole all the precious pills and treasures. This act is too excessive, and he cannot escape punishment. If you truly care for him, hurry up and hand him over. Lao Zi's gaze was as cold as a knife. Nuwa faced their pressure without retreating an inch. Yuan Shi, where's the evidence that my brother entered Lao Zi's dojo? Lao Zi's anger was burning hotter. It was already this far, and they were still pretending. He did not believe that Nuwa did not know what Lin Xia had done. Perhaps these siblings had long been in cahoots. Nuwa's previous attack against him was clearly to restrain him and give Lin Xia an opportunity. Lin Xia looted my dojo. This matter was witnessed by my disciple Du. Du tried to stop him, but was knocked out by Lin Xia, and is still lying unconscious now. Lao Zi's voice was deep. Yuan Shi added, indeed, I can testify to this. Nuwa's expression remained unchanged as she spoke indifferently. Your words alone do not count as evidence. My brother has been in seclusion at Shoyang Mountain since returning from the East Sea, and the human race on the mountain can testify to this. As soon as these words were spoken, Lao Zi's face turned as black as a pot bottom. He did not expect Nuwa to be so shameless. Yuan Shi furrowed his brows, tightly pressing for answers. Sister Nuwa, are you determined to protect Lin Xia? What's wrong with protecting him? My brother has never entered your dojo, and he will not bear this unjust blame. Nuwa's tone was very firm. Lao Zi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he spoke. Nuwa, hand him over. The items he stole must be returned today. Those spirit roots had been emptied, and his heart ached. Inside Nuwa's palace, the atmosphere was tense like a bowstring stretched to its limit. Lao Zi's face was ashen, his fingers and his sleeves cracking ominously. Those spiritual treasures were all painstakingly gathered by him in the primordial world. The 8 trigrams furnace is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, an excellent tool for alchemy. There is no second one in the world. Losing these he would not be able to recover. There was no theft, or what is there to discuss about returning them? Nuwa raised her chin slightly, her voice carrying an undeniable arrogance. My brother acts with integrity, and you cannot slander him. She paused, her gaze turning colder. If there's nothing more to discuss, leave quickly, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Integrity. Lao Zi's mouth twitched. He almost broke character on the spot. That kid Lin Xia has done countless bad deeds, and he is incorrigibly mischievous. From head to toe, how could he have anything to do with integrity? Nuwa usually appeared dignified and gentle, but unexpectedly, she could spout such nonsense. Her audacity matched Lin Xia's. Yuan Shi Tianzun's brows were tightly knitted, his expression darkening. He has always valued seniority and the rules between masters and disciples. Lin Xia Jr. dared to brazenly loot Lao Zi's dojo, which in his eyes was utterly unfilial. And Nuwa continued to protect him. This is too excessive. Sister Nuwa, looting a sage's dojo is a crime that cannot be forgiven. Yuan Shi's voice carried a chill. Today you must give Lao Zi an explanation. Explanation? Nuwa's lips curled into a mocking smile. I've made myself clear enough. What do you really want to fight me? As soon as her words fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly crashed down, as if the entire universe was collapsing, directly pressing down on Lao Zi and Yuan Shi. Lao Zi and Yuan Shi's faces changed, and they quickly mobilized their vast sage powers to withstand it. Sister Nuwa, if you remain stubborn and protect Lin Xia, don't blame me for being merciless. Yuan Shi shouted angrily. The Panga banner shot into the sky, and immeasurable precious light exploded, overwhelming and covering Nuwa. Lao Zi was not idle either. He summoned the Taiji diagram. Boom. The entire void trembled. The divine sword cut down, crashing into the light screen raised by the 2 treasures. The screen shook violently, cracking into pieces inch by inch. The body of the tower and the light on the celebration cloud dimmed significantly, as if they were about to extinguish. Yuan Shi's heart dropped. It hasn't been long since they last met, yet Nuwa's strength has increased yet again. This offensive is absurdly fierce. Even the celebration cloud is almost unable to withstand it, which is truly terrifying. His expression darkened as he realized. If this continued together with Lao Zi, they would not be able to hold her down. If they insisted on demanding an explanation, it would be looking for trouble. Of course, Lao Zi also understood the situation. He couldn't swallow this anger, but he wasn't foolish enough to fight Hedon. I will remember this matter. With a fierce glare at Nuwa, Lao Zi turned to leave. Yuan Shi followed closely behind. When Nuwa returned to the Holy Emperor Palace, Lin Xia was busy rummaging through the pile of treasures. Hearing the commotion, he quickly put the items away and pretended as if he hadn't done anything. Brother, sister is back. Nuwa approached him, extending her delicate white hands to pinch his face. The smile at the corners of her mouth couldn't be hidden. Lin Xia was a bit stunned. Did he really just force Lao Zi and Yuan Shi to flee? Was it worth celebrating to this extent? Sister, how did you come back so quickly? Lin Xia tilted his head and asked her. Sister is truly impressive. Even together Lao Zi and Yuan Shi are no match for you. He praised her sincerely, but Nuwa didn't take it up at all, though instead she spread her hands. Hand over the items. What are you talking about? I can't understand you at all. Lin Xia's eyes widened with innocence, her expression pure. Nuwa smiled faintly, adding leisurely. Do you really think your sister knows nothing? You emptied my dojo, and they both came knocking at the door. At this point you still want to fool me. After saying that, she pinched Lin Xia's cheek. Lin Xia's eyes widened, even more sincerity filling his gaze, his tone slightly aggrieved. Sister, don't you know me at all? I have always been forthright and upright in my actions, my character above reproach. How could I possibly do something like robbing someone's nest? Nuwa couldn't help but laugh lightly, her nostrils emitting a cold sound. Everything I said with Yuan Shi was just slander against me. They both ran away, and you're still pretending. Do you think I don't know? If I hadn't helped you delay me, would you have had the chance? Don't even think about fooling me. Hand over the goods quickly. Lin Xia understood Nuwa's demeanor very well. There was no way to hide it now. While his reputation was probably not great, even the female demon didn't believe him anymore. He chuckled and quickly flattered her. Sister, your insight is truly remarkable. Wise and insightful, you saw right through it. Nothing can be hidden from you. Nuwa puffed up slightly, snorting. Isn't it obvious? You little trickster, from now on be more honest with me. Don't think about deceiving me again. As she spoke, she pinched Lin Xia's nose. Her words hinted at a warning. With no other choice, Lin Xia could only pull out everything he had collected, this time hundreds of innate spiritual roots, tens of thousands of acquired spiritual roots. There were also numerous spiritual treasures, immortal pills, and strange items. As soon as they appeared, they filled a large space in front of him. Divine light flickered chaotically, and the aura of immortality rolled, dazzling anyone's eyes. Although Nuwa had guessed that Lin Xia's harvest was considerable, she didn't expect it to be so much that she was momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to comprehend. This unfortunate child, could it be that he scraped away a layer of my dojo's land? No wonder I was so furious, and my expression could almost eat people. Anyone else in this situation would probably have lost their cool. How much did you actually take from me? Lin Xia frowned, correcting her wording. Sister, I entered openly and left openly, so these items were taken legitimately. What a gentleman's act. How could it be called theft? That would be too disgraceful. It's called taking. Nuwa was at a loss for words. Then how much did you actually take? You didn't empty the entire palace, did you? No way. I only picked some important treasures and left plenty for him, Lin Xia said earnestly. Nuwa didn't believe this at all. She could see through Lin Xia completely now. This rascal had one cunning idea after another. Even she, as his sister, was almost fooled by him, let alone outsiders. At this moment, I probably couldn't even find the mood to cry. Sister, it's precisely because you restrained me that I was able to sneak into his dojo, so all the credit belongs to you. You choose first from these treasures. Lin Xia looked at Nuwa, his tone very generous. Nuwa nodded. All right, seeing how understanding you are, I won't be pulled. Nuwa casually picked a few treasures, a smile on her lips. As if thinking of something, she turned to Lin Xia and instructed, in the next few days, don't wander around carelessly. I'm in a bad mood right now, and things outside are quite chaotic. Stay quietly on Shouyang Mountain and cultivate well. Remember? Got it. Lin Xia nodded obediently. Nuwa ruffled his hair, her eyes filled with satisfaction as she turned to leave. Lin Xia called over Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin, pulling out 3 9 transformations golden pills. He tossed 2 to the 2 fools. The pills were covered in Dao patterns, the fragrance wafting out invigorating upon a single whiff. Even their mana felt like it had increased a bit. Xiong Batian was almost drooling, staring at the golden pill in his hand, curiously mumbling. Big brother, is this what you meant by being 1,000 times better than bamboo shoots? Yes, it's 1,000 times better than bamboo shoots. Lin Xia nodded. Impossible. How can anything in this world be 1,000 times better than bamboo shoots? Xiong Outyin immediately contested. Bamboo shoots were his favorite food. Although not the top delicacy, they ranked first in his heart. He thought Lin Xia was being ridiculous. When did Big Brother ever lie to us? This golden pill is definitely delicious. Xiong Batian said, directly stuffing the golden pill into his mouth. His eyes squinted with enjoyment. Seeing his demeanor, Xiong Outyin couldn't help it and swallowed the golden pill in one go. The medicinal fragrance exploded in his mouth. The refreshing aroma penetrated to his bones. It was truly delightful. The flavor was so abundant it was beyond counting. Xiong Outyin almost bit his tongue, smacking his lips, his eyes sparkling. So delicious. Big brother is right, this golden pill is far superior to bamboo shoots. Lin Xia shook his head. These 2 fools were living examples of true fragrance. Xiong Outyin licked his lips, still feeling unsatisfied. Big brother, do we have any more golden pills? Xiong Batian slapped him on the forehead. Dream on. There are only 3 in total, and Big brother already gave us 2. What more do you want? Xiong Outyin immediately shut up, grabbing a bamboo shoot and foolishly taking a bite. He concentrated on thinking about the taste of the golden pill, trying to capture that feeling. Lin Xia found it amusing. Just focus on cultivating. As long as you 2 can break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, I'll give you another one. Really? The 2 fools' eyes lit up, full of energy as they pounded their chests in assurance. Big brother, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Lin Xia raised his hand, pointing at the 2 fools' foreheads. A stream of light split in 2. 2 streams of light entered their foreheads, and their minds immediately exploded with a piece of cultivation technique. This technique, called Yin-Yang swallowing the heavens mystic art, was created by Lin Xia by merging the laws of devouring with the laws of Yin-Yang, pairing with the swallowing heavens technique, capable of cultivating both internally and externally. Xiong Batian and Xiong Aotian's paths perfectly aligned. Thank you, big brother. The 2 fools bowed and prostrated to Lin Xia. Go and cultivate. You 2 are currently known as the Black and White Twin Devils in the Honghuang. Don't bring shame to that title. Upon hearing this, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin puffed out their chests, their blood boiling, as they pounded their chests again to express their determination. Lin Xia chuckled and waved his hand, and the 2 fools were directly tossed into the Hongmeng Pearl space. This time, sneaking into my dojo, the 2 fools had swallowed a pile of spiritual roots and divine items, along with the 9 transformations golden pill, enough for them to reach the peak of the golden immortal and touch the threshold of the Great Luo. Lin Xia held the remaining 9 transformations golden pill in his hand, beginning to ponder. His mind sparkled with insights, a bunch of Dao rhythms rolling around. Ding! Congratulations to the host for thoroughly understanding the essence of the 9 transformations golden pill. Combining it with his own insights, he enlightened himself and filled another piece of the pill Dao laws, grasping how to refine the 9 transformations golden pill. Lin Xia opened his eyes, exhaling in satisfaction. His mind clearly laid out the complete refining method for the 9 transformations golden pill. From today onward, as long as he has enough materials, he too can refine the 9 transformations golden pill. This pill, compared to spiritual fruits, has softer energy and is easier to absorb. It is perfect for stacking the cultivation levels of the human race. With this thought, Lin Xia shifted his mind, and a grand palace suddenly appeared next to the scripture pavilion and the treasure vault. Carved beams and painted rafters surrounded by celestial energy, looking both imposing and mysterious. At the entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with 3 large characters, Pill Refining Hall. At this moment, a sudden fluctuation erupted from within the hall. Immortal light burst forth and strange phenomena filled the sky. Lin Xia turned to look at another hall nearby, momentarily taken aback. Had Hutu already condensed her primordial spirit so quickly? Lin Xia's figure flashed and landed in front of Hutu. Sister Hutu, have you broken through? Hutu nodded, reaching out to pinch Lin Xia's little face, her eyes squinting with a smile. It's all thanks to you, otherwise how could I condense my primordial spirit so quickly? With her original comprehension, wanting to understand the primordial 9 transformations heavenly art would have been impossible without at least a few hundred years. But Lin Xia specially divided a clone to explain the Dao to her all day long. This allowed her to condense her primordial spirit in a short time, and her cultivation shot up. So at this moment her heart was filled with gratitude. Not only was she cute, but she was also so capable. Who wouldn't love her? Sister Hutu, you're being too polite. This little matter is nothing to mention. Lin Xia waved his hand, downplaying it. The Witch Clan had previously helped him, and even shared half of their treasury with him. Moreover, if the Witch Clan could truly grow stronger, the Demon Clan would have to be suppressed. This matter only brought him benefits, not drawbacks. Lin Xia, you're too kind. Hutu smiled with her eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, she lunged forward, hugging him and giving his little face a hard kiss. Lin Xia was taken aback, holding her 2 delicate arms, his mind a bit dazed. Hutu gazed at his little face, her heart melting, smiling as she spoke. How about going back to Buzhou Mountain with sister? Didn't we just go there? Lin Xia felt a bit helpless. Last time we barely stayed a moment. Besides, there are many places on Buzhou Mountain that you haven't explored yet. This time sister will take you to have a good look around. Hutu's tone was filled with enthusiasm. Let's forget it. I need to enter seclusion to cultivate recently. Lin Xia shook his head, directly refusing. This time he had raided the dojo and obtained quite a lot of treasures. All these treasures needed to be digested little by little. Furthermore, with the materials he had on hand, he planned to refine a furnace of 9 transformations golden pills to help the 3 ancestors of the human race reach the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Just go, I'll consider it your sister's request. Hutu tugged at Lin Xia's arm, shaking at her voice, sweetly stating. Lin Xia felt a headache. Hutu was just like a sister, learning to be clingy. Seeing that he was unwilling to relent, Hutu suddenly came up with an idea. You don't know, it's not just me who wants you to go to 5th brother and 6th brother are all thinking about you too. Really? That seems unlikely. Lin Xia looked skeptical. Last time on Buzhou Mountain, Zhurong and Gong Gong were beaten so badly by him. They claimed it was a normal spar, but it was actually a one-sided massacre. Those 2 were like live targets. Every time they sparred, the mountain echoed with screams and pleas. Later, Zhurong and Gong Gong didn't even stay in the Panga Hall, returning to their respective tribes, closing their doors and not daring to come out, afraid of running in. If Zhurong and Gong Gong knew that Hutu sold them out to coax people back to Buzhou Mountain, I wonder how they would feel. They must be completely chilled. This little sister is really unreliable. Did they really say that? Lin Xia was skeptical. Zhurong and Gong Gong's brains might be a bit flawed. Their thoughts are light years away from normal people. Hutu nodded seriously. Alright, I will definitely go after a while. Lin Xia responded, but did not ask further. He pondered that the relationship among the 12 ancestors of witchcraft is quite solid, and Hutu had no need to lie to him. If Zhurong and Gong Gong truly said that, it would be inappropriate to refuse their goodwill. Next time he goes to Buzhou Mountain, he must have a good discussion with them. Hutu's eyes brightened for a moment. How furious would Nuwa be if she found out that Lin Xia was taken away? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Hutu, let go of my brother. A voice suddenly erupted. Nuwa appeared, pulling Lin Xia into her embrace, glaring at Hutu with a face full of fury. Hutu was startled by her fierce appearance, but she did not show any signs of fear. Nuwa, don't be like this. Lin Xia is indeed your brother. Who he wants to be with is his business. You have no right to interfere. Hutu's tone carried a hint of persuasion. So what? My brother is happy to be with me. Nuwa's face showed no expression, her words filled with dominance. What, Buzhou Mountain? He won't go there at all. Hutu frowned and retorted, is that what you think? Lin Xia has personally agreed to go to Buzhou Mountain with me. My brother listens to me in everything. Is that even necessary to say? Nuwa's tone was very firm, full of confidence. Hutu was unconvinced and turned to look at Lin Xia. Lin Xia, tell me, who are you listening to? Whoever is the strongest, I listen to them. Lin Xia casually replied after glancing around. Who is the strongest? Nuwa and Hutu were both stunned. They exchanged a bewildered glance. Nuwa reached out and pinched Lin Xia's little face. She snorted lightly. This kid is becoming increasingly inscrutable. All he talks about are half-understood things. Then Nuwa turned to Hutu, her tone cooling down. Hurry back to Buzhou Mountain. As an ancestor, what are you doing staying at Shouyang Mountain? Hutu rolled her eyes. Do you have the right to manage me? If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't win, she would really like to punch Nuwa. This brother complex is hopeless. Hutu looked at Lin Xia again. Lin Xia, don't forget our agreement. You must come to Buzhou Mountain. Don't worry, Sister Hutu, I will definitely go. Lin Xia waved his hand at Hutu. Hutu finally smiled a bit, glancing at Nuwa snorting, and then turned to leave. Nuwa stared at Hutu's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing. This Hutu has ulterior motives. She is trying to coax her brother away in various ways. Next time she encounters her, she will definitely have to teach her a lesson. Nuwa turned her head, staring at Lin Xia, her tone becoming serious. Brother, tell me the truth. Do you really like Hutu? Lin Xia nodded. Of course, Sister Hutu is great. Her skin is fair, she is beautiful, and her legs are long. Being with her is quite comfortable. Hearing this, Nuwa felt a pang of jealousy. Her expression turned cold, and she asked expressionlessly, Then am I not good? Lin Xia noticed her expression and felt a sense of foreboding. This is quite different from the imposing sister he remembers. A dignified Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian shouldn't care about such trivial matters. Forget it, all women are the same. Lin Xia quickly changed his tone. Of course sister is good. Hutu is pretty, but sister is much prettier, more noble and elegant, and imposing. I love being with sister the most. Nuwa tried to hold back her expression, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but curl up. She reached out to pinch Lin Xia's face. Well, you're getting quite sweet with your words now. Honestly, have you said this to Hutu? Lin Xia shook his head seriously. No, absolutely not. Nuwa's face showed a fierce expression, and she wrapped her arm around Lin Xia, starting to apply the sister-hugging brother tactic again. I don't believe you. Stop lying to me. Sister, don't. Let go. After sending that female demon away, Lin Xia finally sighed in relief. He flashed and directly entered the alchemy hall. With a wave of his sleeve, a pile of precious herbs immediately appeared before him. All of these were scavenged from Laozi's Dao field, mostly from innate spiritual roots, with the worst being high-grade postnatal spiritual roots. In Laozi's place, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and enriched by the laws they had long ripened. Once they emerged, various phenomena appeared in the air, and the spiritual energy surged around like a tidal wave. Lin Xia planned to use these herbs to refine the 9 turns golden core to enhance the strength of the human race and simultaneously hone his own alchemy skills. With a thought, the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Bagua furnace, appeared in his spiritual platform. The furnace still bore Laozi's divine sense imprint. Although Lin Xia had already condensed 3,000 laws and was not weak, Laozi was after all a sage, not someone to be trifled with. He expended great effort using the power of the Hongmeng Pearl to erase the imprint. The moment the imprint disappeared, Laozi on Kunlun Mountain naturally felt it. In a fit of rage, he roared again. Lin Xia, I will surely grind you to dust. In Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Chan and Interception teachings were all bewildered. The Grandmaster has started howling again. Once a sage gets truly angry, the scene is not something a mere mortal can endure. It erupts without warning. Who can withstand such ferocity? The disciples below felt a chill in their hearts, but could not suppress their curiosity. What exactly did Lin Xia do? How could he provoke the usually calm and indifferent Grandmaster to this extent? Lin Xia himself had no idea about these troubles. At this moment, he had already immersed himself in a state of enlightenment, focusing on deciphering the restrictions within the Bagua furnace. Ding! Host successfully cracked the restrictions of the Bagua furnace, triggering sudden enlightenment, obtaining a Hunyuan level divine ability. Yin-Yang Bagua diagram. Reward 1 drop of ancestral dragon's blood. Lin Xia smiled slightly. The Yin-Yang Bagua diagram, from its name, is clearly a spatial divine ability. It can evolve yin and yang, creating a realm of its own with immense power and innumerable wonders. As for the ancestral dragon's blood, there is no need to elaborate. It is similar to the Qilin's jade marrow, refining the body and enhancing cultivation, providing substantial benefits. He did not stop and continued to comprehend. The light in his sea of consciousness flickered, and the restrictions of the Bagua furnace were quickly devoured clean. Lin Xia waved his hand, and the pill furnace appeared directly in the center of the great hall. The furnace body shimmered with a subtle yellow glow, exuding an ancient aura. In the vast wilderness, there is only this one. In terms of alchemy, those who can use it are twice as effective with half the effort. He waved again, pulling a fiery red law pattern from the void. Instantly, the true fire of Samadhi ignited in the pill furnace, flames soaring. This time he was refining the 9 turns golden core. A top-tier product, its effects are fierce, even useful for Deluo Jingshians. But to refine it, it is incredibly difficult. The alchemist must have a deep understanding of alchemy. When processing spiritual herbs, how to match attributes, how to balance quantities, which ingredient to add first, and which to add later. All must be precise. Even a slight deviation is unacceptable. Moreover, how to control the heat, how to infuse mana, all must be executed perfectly. It is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Even if you do everything right, the success rate is absurdly low, not exaggerating to say 1 in a billion. If any link goes awry, the spiritual herbs that may have taken tens of thousands of years to find will be completely wasted. Thus in the entire wilderness, only Laozi can refine this thing. However, Lin Xia is different. He has thoroughly understood the laws of alchemy, making it not very difficult for him. Colorful lights soared into the sky and a dazzling golden core phenomenon appeared directly above his head. With a thought, a series of spiritual herbs rich in Dao rhythm flew into the pill furnace one after another. With each addition, the momentum surged higher. At a certain point, the vast aura of alchemy spread like mist. A peculiar fragrance wafted out, expanding along the Shouyang mountain. As time dragged on, the celestial aura gathering above the palace grew denser. The spiritual energy was so thick it seemed ready to drip with water. The spiritual roots on the mountain thrived astonishingly under this aura. Day after day passed until one day, a golden light exploded in the sky, purple gas surged, and auspicious clouds gathered into a vortex. The sky was filled with colorful rays, as if coating the sky with a layer of colored glaze. The vast Dao rhythm pressed down, making it hard for people to breathe. The human race on the ground all looked up, mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. What is that noise? What is the Saint Master refining in the alchemy hall? My goodness, this commotion is terrifying. What could be so powerful that it causes such a stir? The crowd erupted, all eyes fixed on the direction of the alchemy hall, filled with shock and reverence. Hong Yun, who was teaching others, was also startled by this commotion. He was stunned for a while, his pupils contracting. Lin Xia, my young friend, actually understands alchemy. What startled him even more was the scale of the phenomenon. Given this momentum, the pill refined is definitely not an ordinary product. Most likely it is the legendary 9 turns golden core. In the wilderness, only Laozi can refine this level. Now Lin Xia can do it too. Hong Yun took a deep breath, his heart churning. A genius is one thing, but to have such an absurd cultivation level is another. Even refining pills is so ruthless. If those great powers in the wilderness knew, they would probably be too embarrassed to show their faces. This is beyond genius, it can only be described as a monster. Inside the hall, Lin Xia opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Done. He raised his hand and slapped the pill furnace. The lid flew open and a burst of blinding divine light erupted from the opening. One round pill after another, wrapped in a dense spiritual rhythm, surged out, queuing up to enter a purple golden gourd. Outside the hall, all phenomena, rays of light and Dao rhythm completely dissipated at that moment. 9 turns golden core, not a single one missing, 6 in total. Every bit of medicinal power from the herbs was fully extracted without waste. The control of heat was just right, marking a perfect conclusion. Lin Xia was fairly satisfied with the result of this batch of pills. With a thought, he directly summoned Sueren, Youchao, and Zi. As the three entered, they bent their waists and bowed in unison. Greetings, Saint Master. Just as they finished speaking, Hong Yun burst in. Without time for pleasantries, he rushed to Lin Xia's side. In a few steps, his voice filled with uncontainable urgency. Lin Xia, my young friend, has the golden core been refined? Lin Xia poured out the 6 9 turns golden cores from the gourd, his face showing a hint of regret. Well, I managed to make 6 in total. 6. Hong Yun's eyes widened, staring at the 6 pills, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This is a 9 revolutions golden core. For an ordinary person, consuming one would allow them to step into the threshold of a great Luo golden immortal. Even if the sage himself came, he wouldn't dare guarantee the successful production of 6 cores from a single furnace. Lin Xia, however, had a look of dissatisfaction even after refining it. Hong Yun opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Hong Yun, my friend, your timing is impeccable. 6 golden cores, not one less. Lin Xia casually handed one to Hong Yun and passed the remaining 3 to the 3 ancestors of the human race. Take them. Hong Yun's face blossomed into a smile, showing no signs of hesitation as he accepted it. When the members of the Ze clan, Sui Ren clan, and Yu Chao clan caught the golden cores, their hands trembled. The 3 of them knelt down, their foreheads knocking against the ground. Thank you, holy sage, for your great kindness. This is indeed a 9 revolutions golden core. It is said that only a sage could refine such a treasure. Now they held it in their hands. Does this mean that there is hope for the great Luo golden immortal? The admiration in their hearts skyrocketed in an instant. The energy within this pill is substantial, and its medicinal properties are gentle. Return and refine it properly to soon step onto the threshold of the great Luo. Lin Xia advised the 3 ancestors of the human race. We will not disappoint the holy sage's high expectations. The 3 ancestors responded, their voices trembling, and they turned to leave with flushed faces. Hong Yun held the golden core in his palm, leaning in closer to examine it. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The pill's body was round and transparent, with intricate Dao patterns crawling all over its surface, emanating an intense fragrance that was overwhelmingly rich. Swallowing it would be of immense benefit even for someone of his caliber. Lin, my younger brother, your alchemical skills are simply astonishing. Hong Yun couldn't help but smack his lips. Perhaps they rival even the sage himself. Hong Yun, you're overestimating me. Lin Xia waved his hand. To be honest, the success of this batch relied heavily on the sage's efforts. The rare herbs were laborious to find, and some were completely unobtainable. The Bagua furnace is a top-tier treasure that can perfectly merge the medicinal properties. Without this furnace, the difficulty of refining the 9 revolutions golden core would multiply 100-fold. You plan to open the path of alchemy for the human race and groom a group of alchemists? Hong Yun suddenly asked. Lin Xia had newly established the alchemy hall, and his intentions were clear. Hong Yun had already guessed it. Exactly. I will also trouble you, Hong Yun, to help select and test those with potential, sending them to the alchemy hall. Lin Xia nodded. He had already stuffed all the books related to alchemy into the scripture pavilion. The innate human race was relatively decent, but the rest had too weak a foundation. Relying solely on hard work would make it arduous to rise. To elevate the strength of the human race, they needed to borrow power from the outside. Medicinal pills are a great avenue. Cultivating a group of alchemists would hold great significance for the human race. I will take care of this matter. You need not stand on ceremony with me, my younger brother. Hong Yun laughed heartily, his face crinkling with joy. He had been worried about how to elevate the strength of the human race. Lin Xia's establishment of the path of alchemy ignited a new glimmer of hope in Hong Yun's heart. Hong Yun, based on the assessment results, distribute these pills to those among the human race with high qualifications and good talents. Lin Xia's words fell, and he pulled out several gourd-shaped containers from his sleeve, filled to the brim with 6 revolutions golden cores and 7 revolutions golden cores. Hong Yun stared at the pile of pills, his mind spinning for quite a while before he returned to his senses. After a moment of shock, he tentatively asked, Sir, were these pills all refined by your own hands? Lin Xia shook his head, a mysterious smile on his face. It was a stroke of luck. Hong Yun fell silent, his heart swirling with tumultuous emotions. With so many pills, it would undoubtedly allow the strength of the human race to soar in an instant. Even if placed before those ancient beings who could resist the allure of this pile. Lin Xia's luck was truly unparalleled. He suddenly felt that the step he took to align himself with the human teaching was the most correct decision. Following Lin Xia's guidance, the human race would inevitably rise to the top. Once Hong Yun departed, Lin Xia turned and headed to the scripture pavilion. He added the 36 great divine powers of Tiangang and the 72 lesser divine powers of Disha, along with a large number of celestial techniques and methods for the human race to peruse and ponder. As for the kind of divine powers at the level of Hong Yuan, he did not include them. Such things with the foundation of the human race would take 8 lifetimes to master. Then Lin Xia made a trip to Shouyang Mountain. Hundreds of innate spiritual roots and tens of thousands of postnatal spiritual roots were all planted on the mountain. He poured the 3 light divine water over them for irrigation. As soon as the spiritual roots touched the water, they immediately began to exude spiritual energy, emitting divine light, and in the blink of an eye the entire mountain was awash with radiant colors. Clouds and rainbows hung across the horizon, and auspicious energy bubbled up like boiling water. Various extraordinary phenomena emerged one after another. The innate spiritual energy surged 100-fold. What is happening on Shouyang Mountain? Why has it suddenly caused such a commotion? Could it be the holy sage at work? I feel that the spiritual energy on the mountain is more than 100 times denser than before. Just being here, even a breath feels smooth, and cultivating has become much easier. The human race on Shouyang Mountain was completely stirred up, discussing animatedly, as if a kettle was boiling. Look over there in the Holy Land. How many spiritual roots have sprouted? The phenomena emanating from the spiritual herbs and treasure medicines were quite mysterious, making me feel a sense of clarity inside. It must be planted by the holy sage. The holy sage's ambition is too grand. These spiritual herbs were only seen in the lairs of those ancient celestial beings before. Needless to say, how could we possibly fathom the holy sage's abilities? Those among the human race who realized this all wore expressions of delight. These words naturally drifted into Lin Xia's ears. He couldn't help but smile slightly. After smiling, Lin Xia turned his feet and headed beneath the divine thunder tree. With his mind sinking in, he plunged into the Hongmeng Pearl. Deep within his spiritual platform, spiritual light flickered as he began to dismantle the restrictions hidden within the Hongmeng Pearl. The Hongmeng Pearl, a treasure of the Dao level. It naturally sealed within it 3,000 Daos. Among these Daos, of course, was included that escaping one. Lin Xia planned to extract some methods from within, how to conceal the heavenly secrets and hide traces. With such a commotion on Shouyang Mountain, the outsiders were bound to notice. Lin Xia didn't want the human race to develop too quickly, attracting the attention of the Dao. He decided to set up a large formation on the mountain to conceal the heavenly machine. Ding, the system chimed. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the great evolution technique from the restrictions of the Hongmeng Pearl, which combined seamlessly with the formation to create the innate great formation, the heaven-concealing formation. Lin Xia opened his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. It was done. With this, the human race could gradually develop in secret, relishing their progress. With a wave of his hand, laws and imprints emerged in the void. Those imprints wove together into a great net, rapidly transforming the rules of Shoyang Mountain. In no time at all, the heaven-concealing formation was quietly completed. Not a single member of the human race on the mountain sensed anything amiss. But Hongyan felt it. His brows furrowed as the entire Shoyang Mountain seemed to be sliced open by something from the Dao. All heavenly secrets vanished into thin air. It was too sudden, too strange, yet it had indeed occurred. It must be that kid Lin Xia again, Hongyan thought to himself. Having seen enough of Lin Xia's mysterious abilities, he no longer took them too seriously. On the other side, Nuwa was practicing, and also sensed something amiss on Shoyang Mountain. She opened her eyes, momentarily stunned. The heavenly secrets are gone. After sensing for a moment, she discovered that a layer of heaven-concealing formation enveloped the area. It's you again, little Lin Xia. Nuwa's lips curled upward. Having a younger brother is quite relieving, as she didn't have to worry about anything. Being the holy mother of the human race was too comfortable. Of course, she also had to thank the sage for those tens of thousands of spiritual roots. Shoyang Mountain, once impoverished, had suddenly transformed into an innate blessed land. Thinking of this, Nuwa suddenly felt that her grievance against the sage was not as great as before. Lin Xia entered the Hongming Pearl. By the edge of the innate bamboo forest, the two silly bears, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin, surprisingly, were not lying around lazily today. The two round bodies sat cross-legged, looking serious and focused on their cultivation. The aura of the golden core enveloped them, adding a touch of solemnity. However, Lin Xia knew it was all an act. Iron Bone Bear Batian and Unyielding Bear Outyin were not the type to work hard. Their occasional efforts were solely for the sake of food. The Iron Bone Batian and Unyielding Outyin, shouting their slogans, had only one goal: 9 revolutions golden core. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the stellar fruit tree bore fruit again. The leaves sparkled like stars, with 5 chaos stellar fruits added to the bunch. Lin Xia reached out to pluck them, and also pulled out the blood of the ancestral dragon and the jade essence of the Qilin. Alright, time to temper the physical body right now. The true understanding of the Hongming Dao and the Sacred Emperor's golden body technique began to revolve on their own. Without a word, Lin Xia stuffed all 5 stellar fruits into his mouth. The fruit flesh melted on his tongue, filling his mouth with a refreshing fragrance. That taste was exactly the same as the aroma emanating from the stellar fruit tree. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming force of stellar laws poured into him like a torrent from the Milky Way, crashing into his limbs and bones. Lin Xia began to emit light, with billions of starlight exploding. The surging power of the stars frantically polished his physical body, causing his bones to crack, with large swathes of holy light and divine brilliance erupting from his muscles and blood vessels. The brilliance illuminated the void brilliantly. The laws intertwined to form a great net inscribed with the patterns of the Great Dao. The order of the world expanded and perfected. After quite a while, waves of energy exploded forth like an ocean, ferocious beyond description. In the void above, extraordinary phenomena emerged one after another. This master is about to break through again. The Xianling fruit tree watched in astonishment. The little master can actually condense the power of the laws within his body and connect them into a sort of order. How terrifying! The Xianling fruit tree couldn't help but exclaim. She realized that Lin Xia's path was fundamentally about using his physical body to attain the Dao. The body itself is the Dao, a perfect Dao without flaws. If one could truly reach the end relying solely on their physical body, to mobilize 3,000 Daos would require unimaginable strength, something one wouldn't dare to envision. Compared to those who only cultivated their bodies, it was like 2 different worlds, one in the sky and the other underground. Brother is so powerful. The Xiangxing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Xia did not pause, also merging the blood of the ancestral dragon and the jade essence of the Qilin into his body. In an instant, a terrifyingly hot current exploded within him. Within his bones and flesh, 3,000 laws surged forth, simultaneously intertwining to form a world of order. It was dazzlingly bright, as if flowers had exploded. The power of the laws erupted violently, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. Lin Xia opened his eyes, a smirk forming on his lips. He clenched his fist, feeling a limitless power capable of effortlessly mobilizing billions of laws. His physical cultivation had steadily reached the perfection of a great Luo golden immortal. Congratulations, young master, on breaking through another barrier. The stellar fruit tree conveyed her thoughts, smiling in congratulations. You all need to hurry up and cultivate and transform as soon as possible. Lin Xia smiled and replied, we have noted it down. The Xianling fruit tree, star fruit tree, and immortal apricot echoed in unison. At that moment, Lin Xia suddenly sensed a violent tremor coming from another space. He flashed and landed at the edge of the innate bamboo forest. Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin were crouching there, their auras rising in segments. The overwhelming Yin-Yang Dao rhythm and the devouring Dao rhythm erupted like a tsunami, pressing outward in all directions, darkening the sky and shaking the void. Golden light erupted the Dao rhythm, covering the sky with a terrifying wave enveloping a radius of millions of miles. Lin Xia looked up and smirked. Great Luo. Not bad, it's even faster than I thought. He casually poked at the void, and a grand formation materialized out of thin air, shielding his two little brothers within. The two fools had their faces tense, their chi and blood churning like two active volcanoes. Their internal magical power surged silently, causing the surrounding void to twist like crumpled paper. 5 energies converged in his chest, and a golden lotus slowly emerged above his head. With one proof of the Dao, it directly blossomed into the 6th grade. Time passed slowly, and after an unknown duration, a muffled sound erupted from Xiong Batian and Xiong Aotian's bodies, releasing a violent energy that transformed into countless strands of golden light, illuminating the entire space. The sky changed color, the golden lotus gradually transformed, ultimately condensing into the 8th grade. Auspicious aura surged, and radiant clouds danced chaotically. The divine resonance floated, intertwining golden light wrapped around the two fools. The last trace of an indomitable Great Luo's aura emerged, engulfing the Dao rhythm, an Yinyang Dao rhythm that spread all around. On the round, foolish faces of Xiong Batian and Xiong Aotian, a hint of sanctity unexpectedly appeared. As the anomaly dissipated, they opened their eyes, saw Lin Xia, and instantly burst into joy. 2 shadows flashed, swooping towards him like a whirlwind. One hugged his left leg, and the other hugged his right leg. "Boss, I have achieved Great Luo. Boss, I am Xiong Buer, and I keep my word, I didn't embarrass you." But their words exposed them. "Boss, I want the 9 turns golden core. Well, with this time I will definitely savor it slowly and appreciate the flavor." Xiong Aotian shouted with determination. Last time he ate the golden core, he didn't get to fully enjoy it, and he regretted it deeply. Later, thinking about that taste made his mouth water 3 tons every day. Even eating bamboo shoots no longer seemed appealing. This led to his later intense cultivation. Lin Xia, both amused and exasperated, took out 2 9 turns golden cores. "Big brother keeps his word, here you go." The two fools saw the golden cores, their small eyes brightened like light bulbs, and they snatched them. Xiong Aotian, upon receiving the golden core, surprisingly did not swallow it whole, but instead took out a small knife and began to cut the golden core into small pieces. "What are you doing?" Lin Xia was taken aback. "I'm cutting the golden core into many pieces, taking 1 piece each day to stuff into bamboo shoots, so I can eat it every day," Xiong Aotian explained earnestly. Lin Xia was speechless. While the mind of a foodie was not for nothing, when it came to food, even his not-so-bright brain could suddenly bloom. Such a method is something ordinary people would never think of. Lin Xia emerged from the Hongmeng Pearl and stretched lazily. This retreat took quite a few days. He pondered that it was time to expound the Dao to the human race again. After all, the current clan members lacked cultivation resources, but what they truly needed was an understanding of the principles of heaven and earth. Now Lin Xia was revered among the human race, regarded as a deity. As soon as the news spread that he would a vast sea of people surged in from all directions, kneeling, their foreheads touching the ground, faces filled with uncontrollable joy. "Saint Sovereign." Lin Xia nodded, not wasting words, and began to speak. In an instant, celestial music echoed above the human race, with every syllable wrapped in the profound truth of the Dao. Petals fell from the sky and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. Various anomalies erupted in succession. With Lin Xia's current understanding of the 3,000 laws, it was unlikely to find anyone comparable in the entire Honghuang. The fluctuations emitted during this sermon were certainly beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even Hong Yun was captivated, feeling as if his head had been hammered open and flooded with a barrel of nectar, unable to contain his astonishment. After finishing the sermon, Lin Xia stealthily slipped out of the tribe without letting his sister know. He summoned the luxurious Mount Xiong Beishan sitting on that fluffy shoulder and began to roam the Honghuang, pondering the Dao of heaven. Xiong Beishan, now at the level of a Great Luo golden immortal, traveled completely differently than before. In the blink of an eye, he could cross billions of miles of mountains and rivers. On this day, Lin Xia landed on a divine mountain. Inside the mountain, 2 graceful figures slowly appeared. They were 2 women, each with a completely different aura. One was as cold as moonlight, elegant and aloof, exuding an air that kept others at bay, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming in the icy world. The other was much softer, looking lively and infused with a hint of adorableness. But one thing was the same. Both possessed beauty that could bring calamity. Their skin glowed white, and their features were exquisitely beautiful, captivating to the point one could not look away. Just standing there, their grace could render all beings spellbound. It was none other than the moon goddess Changxi and Shiha. Shiha, who was originally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, casually glanced, and her eyes immediately brightened upon seeing Lin Xia. Her heart felt as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. Originally, Xiong Beishan's round and furry appearance was already quite endearing. But compared to Lin Xia, who was lying on Beishan's shoulder, it simply paled in comparison. Together they were so cute that it made one's heart race, and one couldn't bear it. Women inherently had no resistance to such adorable things. Shiha was no exception, her heart fluttering like it was. "You must be Lin Xia, right?" Zai's figure flashed, appearing directly in front of Lin Xia, her stunning face beaming with a smile, her bright eyes fixed on him. With fair skin and stunning beauty, long legs, and a slim waist, the curves were prominent. These few words popped into Lin Xia's mind, yet his expression carried a hint of confusion. Xia introduced with a smile. Lin Xia quickly understood. So they were the two goddesses from the moon star. No wonder they were stunning. They could stand beside. Xia introduced with a smile. Lin Xia quickly understood. So they were the two goddesses from the moon star. No wonder they were stunning. They could stand beside Sister Nuwa without feeling out of place. I have met both of you fairies. Lin Xia behaved quite respectfully, cupping his hands. Seeing his obedient and sensible demeanor, Xia couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually expressionless Changxi had a slight smile. Young friend Lin Xia, I've heard of your great name. It is indeed a coincidence to meet you today. Young friend Lin Xia, is this your mount? Xia's eyes fell on Xiong Beishan, her gaze filled with curiosity. Yes, how is it? Isn't it quite impressive? Lin Xia replied with a hint of pride. Xiong Batian felt his face glow with pride as his elder brother praised him in front of the two beauties. A surge of pride welled up inside him, tossing aside even his favorite bamboo shoots. He puffed up his chest, raised his head, his eyes radiating fierce light, his chubby face scrunched up desperately, trying to appear ferocious. However, this made him look even sillier. Changxi twitched her lips, suppressing a laugh. This was indeed quite impressive. Xia, lively and unable to hold back, burst into laughter. Upon hearing the laughter, Xiong Batian felt disrespected, and his self-esteem was bruised. He glared at Xia with his small eyes, conveying a warning. Xia found it even more amusing, yet still restrained her laughter, cheerfully praising, "It truly is majestic, especially those big eyes, sharp and spirited. Young friend is fortunate to have subdued such a divine beast." This was more like it. Xiong Beishan, feeling proud, foolishly took a bite of bamboo shoots. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Xia truly wanted to pretend he didn't know him. This fellow was simply too foolish. He couldn't even tell if others were praising or mocking him. Does he have any awareness of how big his eyes are? At this moment, Changxi spoke up. Young friend is exceptionally talented, carrying the entire human race on your shoulders. I admire you greatly. Since we have met today, why not discuss the Dao together? Though Changxi rarely roamed the Hongluang, she was certainly aware of its happenings. Previously, Lin Xia had single-handedly confronted the entire heavenly court, breaking into the 33 heavens and storming the Demon Emperor's palace. Such significant events had long spread throughout the Hongluang. She had certainly heard of it. Although Lin Xia was currently just a great Luo golden immortal, she was well aware that despite his young age, his abilities were definitely not mere pretense. Just his understanding of the Dao was likely not inferior to her own. The demon race is inherently bloodthirsty and warlike, and it is their nature to bully the weaker human race. You stand against the entire heavenly court alone. I greatly admire your courage. Xia also spoke up. The demon army from the heavenly court was overwhelming, clearly aiming to crush everything. Yet Lin Xia chose this moment to stand up and block in front of the human race. Changxi felt that saying she was not shocked would be a lie. Aside from astonishment, there was more respect. You two fairies overpraise me. I am merely the leader of the human teaching. Protecting the human race is simply what I should do. Lin Xia's expression remained neutral, his tone calm. Changxi's eyes reflected more appreciation. Compared to the two sisters Lin Xia had practiced for much less time, yet his courage was not at all inferior. Thinking this way, her respect deepened. Xia fixed her gaze on Lin Xia's youthful, yet serious face, her eyes. As for the discussion of the Dao proposed by Changxi, Lin Xia did not refuse. Being able to exchange Dao insights with the two goddesses from the moon star would benefit his own understanding of the Dao. The three of them sat down on the divine mountain and began discussing the Dao. Not long after, various anomalies appeared in the void, and Dao rhythms enveloped the entire mountain. Xia was the first to immerse herself, her yin-yang laws manifesting, evidently stronger than before. As for Changxi, there was no need to mention it. The yin-yang laws, Lin Xia explained, cleared all the confusions that had been troubling her for a long time, like having cool water poured over her head, refreshing her thoroughly. Her bottleneck cracked and loosened significantly. She was internally tumultuous. How could Lin Xia, who was only at the great Luo golden immortal level, comprehend the yin-yang laws to such a profound degree? He surpassed her by a large margin, and this was simply absurd. He had never even set foot on the moon star. Where did he fathom those mysterious principles from? However, what lay before her was not false. Changxi was filled with questions, but couldn't afford to think too much about it, and she dived headfirst into her insights. He was equally astonished. The extensions of the Taiyin laws spoken by Lin Xia struck her mind like hammers buzzing incessantly. This was not a discussion of Dao, it was clearly Lin Xia teaching a lesson to the two sisters. Changxi and He exchanged glances, the complexities of their feelings unmistakable. Meanwhile, the spiritual flowers and herbs on the divine mountain began to grow, wildly stimulated by the Dao rhyme emanating from Lin Xia. Some even started to undergo a transformation, their spiritual light soaring to the sky dazzlingly bright. These spirit objects might eventually develop acquired spiritual roots. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations to the host. After discussing Dao with Changxi and He for 1,000 years, your understanding and comprehension of the Taiyin laws have surged, resulting in the realization of the De Luo level divine ability, Taiyin Divine Palm. Lin Xia paused his teachings, feeling the changes in the flower of the Great Dao within him. A smile crept across his face, unable to be contained. As the tying laws continued to complete within him, the deeper he delved, the more he felt the unfathomable depth of this great Dao. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Changxi and Shihe as if something had been brutally shattered. Their momentum surged, the Dao rhyme roiling 100 times stronger than before their breakthrough. Soon the two auras converged, their surrounding presence becoming significantly denser. They stabilized at the midstage of Quasi Saint. Both opened their eyes simultaneously, astonishment evident in their gazes. Did we just break through? It was completely unexpected. Thank you, Lin Xia. Changxi suppressed her shock, her face beaming with a sincere tone. If it weren't for you, my sister, and I wouldn't know how long we would have to linger at this bottleneck. Shihe could not help but praise Lin Xia. Your understanding of the tying laws is simply leagues ahead of us. Lin Xia waved his hand, casually smiling. You two sisters are innate deities with profound fortunes. This bottleneck wouldn't have held you for long anyway. I merely gave a gentle push. It hardly counts as anything. Changxi and Shihe knew better. It was far from that. Listening to his teachings felt like pushing open a completely new door. This certainly was not something that could be explained as simply a gentle push. Shihe looked at Lin Xia with a smile, saying, Lin Xia, my sister, and I would like to stroll with you in the primordial wilderness. What do you think? Changxi remained silent, but her gaze was filled with anticipation. Having gained so much from this discussion of Dao, she certainly wanted to continue following him. Lin Xia hesitated a bit. While he had reaped considerable rewards from the teachings, he had also spent quite some time outside. Please just consider it a request from your sister. Shihe, noticing his hesitation, directly grabbed his hand, her tone carrying a hint of a spoiled child completely unlike that of a Quasi Saint. All right. Lin Xia nodded. Walking alongside two beautiful sisters was certainly not a loss. Shihe beamed with joy upon hearing his agreement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Afterward, Lin Xia rode on Xiongbaishan, exploring the primordial wilderness with Changxi and Shihe. 300 years passed in a flash. During this time, the three visited numerous innate blessed lands and traversed several hidden celestial realms, discussing the great Dao of heaven and earth along the way, thoroughly enjoying their conversations. Changxi and Shihe gained much from their experiences. Their relationship with Lin Xia gradually grew closer. They encountered various treasures, many of which Lin Xia casually handed to them. Sisters, we've explored enough. I should return to Shouyang Mountain. Let's part ways here. Lin Xia cupped his hands toward Changxi and Shihe. Upon hearing this, both sisters felt a sense of discomfort. After 300 years, they had grown accustomed to Lin Xia's company. Now saying they had to part felt like something was missing. Shihe reached out, gently squeezing Lin Xia's face with her soft hand. Sister has to return to Tying Star. You won't forget me, will you? Lin Xia tilted his head and thought for a while, then seriously replied, if we don't meet for too long, who knows? Upon hearing this, Shihe immediately grew anxious. Sister is at Tying Star, you have to come find me. I will also visit Shouyang Mountain when I have time. I was just joking. Lin Xia finally smiled. With how beautiful you are, how could I ever forget you? Shihe finally realized, pinching his face again. She admonished, you dare to tease, even your sister. After saying that, she quickly leaned over and pecked Lin Xia on the cheek. Changxi stood by her usually cold face, rarely breaking into a smile. Lin Xia remained unfazed, leaning in to offer his right cheek. What are you doing? Shihe looked puzzled. You haven't kissed this side yet. Lin Xia blinked innocently, his eyes wide with a pure and innocent expression. You're so annoying. Shihe's face flushed bright red as she grabbed Changxi and turned to run, almost as if escaping. Once they left, Lin Xia also planned to return to Shouyang Mountain. At that moment, the air suddenly trembled and a scream echoed from afar. Lin Xia raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the void, spotting two figures rushing toward him. The one in front was a cultivator clad in a moon-white robe covered in blood, his clothes tattered, and his face filled with panic as he fled for his life. Chasing behind him was a nine-headed bird. The creature was terrifyingly large, and when it spread its wings, it darkened the sky. Wherever it flew, demonic winds arose and waves of divine abilities rained down, all aimed at the fleeing man. It was a demon god of the demon clan. Lin Xia immediately recognized the origin of the nine-headed bird. It seemed that trouble had arisen from a treasure theft. In this primordial land, strength was the rule, fighting, killing, and treasure looting were commonplace. Nothing extraordinary about it. The fleeing cultivator, upon spotting Lin Xia, his eyes brightened, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and rushed toward. Fellow Taoist, please save me. The nine-headed bird, sensing Lin Xia's aura, smirked coldly. Another helper, what can one more do? Chun Xian, hand over the treasure, and don't force this honored one to use deadly force. The nine-headed bird roared, shaking the very void. Clearly it regarded Lin Xia as an accomplice to that cultivator. Just as it finished speaking, its claws moved. Its beak opened wide, releasing a torrent of flames that scorched the space, a sea of red fire surging forth. Lin Xia's expression darkened. He raised his hand and slapped toward it. Golden light erupted in the void as a colossal palm formed from the laws descended, directly striking the sea of flames. The fierce fire fizzled out as if made of paper. Before the nine-headed bird could react, its physical form was reduced to ashes. This demon god was at least at the early Quasi Saint level. However, Lin Xia was now a 12th grade Supreme Deluo with 3,000 Dao fruits firmly in his grasp, and this level of Quasi Saint could not withstand even a single strike from him. In the distance, the nine-headed bird was reborn from its blood, glancing around in a panic, finally recognizing Lin Xia. Its heart sank, leaving it with only one thought: run. Lin Xia, it's you again. Before the words left its mouth, it tore open the space and turned to flee. Back then, Lin Xia single-handedly stormed the heavens, flattened the Demon Emperor's palace, and bloodied the skies, instilling fear in the demon clan. Now faced with this god of slaughter, the nine-headed bird could not muster the will to resist. Fear consumed its mind. It knew all too well that such a ruthless figure could withstand even the combined forces of two heavenly emperors. With its limited abilities, approaching Lin Xia would be akin to sending itself to death. If it were even a moment slower, its life would be forfeit here. Unfortunately, by the time it realized this, it was already too late. Without a word, Lin Xia revealed the Kongtong seal from his palm and casually slapped it down. In an instant, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers all surged forth, evolving into a world of mountains and rivers that directly enveloped the nine-headed bird. The nine-headed bird's expression changed drastically. It didn't even have a chance to scream before being reduced to ashes. The white-robed cultivator nearby was left dumbfounded, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The nine-headed bird, a demon god of the heavenly court, with early Quasi-Saint strength, had dominated the primordial wilderness for countless years, notorious for its ferocity. Yet now faced with Lin Xia, it didn't even dare to fight back, and simply fled. Even so, it was still slapped to death without a chance to retaliate. Such power was truly frightening. Who exactly was this young man? The white-robed cultivator ruminated for a moment, suddenly recalling the name the nine-headed bird had just shouted. His heart jolted, and his face lit up with excitement as he spoke to Lin Xia. Are you a human race saint? Lin Xia remained expressionless and nodded slightly. The cultivator had rushed over to him out of desperation, merely seeking a way out. However, doing so was no different from leading water to a flood. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he would have long been pulled down and met a mysterious death. Seeing Lin Xia's cold demeanor, the white-robed cultivator sensed that his previous actions were inappropriate and felt a bit embarrassed. Just as Lin Xia frowned, the cultivator hurriedly explained, fearing a misunderstanding. Saint, it was entirely my fault earlier. Thank you for saving me. He presented a spirit root, saying, this is what I fought for with that great demon. I offer it as a token of gratitude. Lin Xia glanced at it. The spirit root shimmered, exuding a rich, celestial aura. It was a top-grade innate spirit root, the Huanzhongli tree. One of the top 10 innate spirit roots. It was said that an ordinary cultivator could attain Dao just by consuming one, its efficacy beyond words. However, he did not reach out to take it. This tree's origin was intact, and even the great powers of the primordial wilderness would be tempted by it. He did not believe the other party would simply give it away. After all, this thing was far too valuable, and it was something the other party risked his life to seize. It couldn't just be an act of kindness. Noticing Lin Xia's hesitation, the cultivator hurriedly said, Saint, I am Chun Xian, a cultivator from Zifu Prefecture under the East Emperor's command. The Emperor has always admired the Saint. Unfortunately, he has never had the opportunity to meet. To meet the Saint today is my fortune. One spirit root cannot repay the debt of saving my life. I dare to request you to visit Zifu Prefecture. The Emperor will surely reward you handsomely. Lin Xia's heart settled. No wonder. It turned out he was from Zifu Prefecture. It seemed the heavenly court was exerting considerable pressure, and the East Emperor could no longer remain idle. Chun Xian's eagerness was likely at the East Emperor's behest. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. Alright, I also want to take a stroll in the East Sea. Although Zifu Prefecture was not comparable to the Wu and Yao clans, it at least counted as a regional power. Bringing them over could have some restraining effect on the demon clan. Upon hearing her agreement, Chun Xian's heart burst with joy. He was a trusted aide of the East Emperor and understood the current predicament of Zifu Prefecture. The demon clan was powerful and had long regarded Zifu Prefecture as a thorn in their side, planning to eliminate it sooner or later. The previous battle between the Wu and Yao clans, coupled with Lin Xia's assault on the heavenly court, had severely weakened the demon clan, allowing Zifu Prefecture to catch its breath. Once the demon clan recovers, they would definitely act against Zifu Prefecture. The East Emperor was constantly troubled, seeking to cling to a Saint's Dao lineage to resolve the immediate troubles. The powerful Lin Xia is indeed the most suitable candidate. The human teaching is the orthodox of the sages presided over by the Saint Nuwa, and the heavenly court cannot compare. Lin Xia is the younger brother of Nuwa, who dotes on him greatly, and his words carry significant weight in the primordial world. Chun Xian managed to connect with Lin Xia through an extraordinary innate spiritual root. This is akin to directly hugging the thigh of a saint. Upon returning to Zifu Prefecture, the East King must look upon him favorably, and rewards will surely follow. Compared to this, that spiritual root seems less significant. Chun Xian felt that the future was very bright as he hurried towards Zifu Prefecture with Lin Xia. Before arriving, he used his divine sense to relay the whole story to the East King. Upon hearing this, the East King was overjoyed, laughing aloud on the spot. The cultivators of Zifu Prefecture sensed this, each wearing a strange expression. Why is your majesty so happy? Did you obtain some treasure? Recently, the demon race has been eyeing Zifu Prefecture, leading to increasing friction and a tense atmosphere almost on the verge of conflict. The East King had been frowning for days, never relaxing. Today, however, he suddenly changed his demeanor, laughing joyfully, leaving everyone puzzled. All celestial beings of Zifu Prefecture come forth to welcome my little friend Lin Xia. The heavenly sound resonated in all directions as the East King's decree came crashing down. Lin Xia. The celestial beings were even more shocked upon hearing this. Lin Xia had single-handedly traversed the heavenly court of a matter long spread throughout the primordial world. Who would dare say they haven't heard? No wonder His Majesty is so pleased today. It turns out he has formed a friendship with Lin Xia. No one dared to hesitate and hurriedly followed the East King out of Zifu Prefecture. As the East King is the heavenly emperor, his departure cannot be shabby. A golden dragon pulled the carriage, soaring above the clouds. The Dao rhythm cloaked the sky with heavenly music echoing, and wondrous phenomena filled the sky. After welcoming for 30 million miles, they finally caught sight of Lin Xia's figure. Lin Xia stood there, his face devoid of expression. Xiong Batian was indeed stunned by this spectacle. With a bamboo shoot dangling from his mouth, he couldn't bite down for a long time. It was simply because this scene was too— The golden dragon carriage with its heavenly splendor, clouds covering the sky, and a mist of celestial aura had hundreds of thousands of great Luo golden immortals, creating a dark sea of figures. The overwhelming pressure weighed down the entire world. Xiong Batian only then realized how formidable his elder brother truly was. Such a charismatic man. The East King dismounted from the heavenly emperor's carriage, hovering in midair, not daring to act aloof, and bowed to Lin Xia. I have long heard of your divine, my little friend Lin Xia, and have admired you from afar, but regrettably had no chance to meet you in person. Little friend Lin Xia, I offer my respects here. This bow was one of genuine reverence. All the celestial beings of Zifu Prefecture were left dumbfounded. What status does the Eastern Emperor hold? He is one of the few great powers in the primordial world, standing at the pinnacle. In the three realms, there are hardly a handful who could make him bow, let alone bowing in respect. If this were to spread, who would believe it? Yet today the Eastern Emperor brought an entire entourage, welcoming Lin Xia a full 30 million miles. Such a spectacle one could say they had never witnessed before and would likely never witness again. It was evident to all that His Majesty's attitude towards Lin Xia was genuinely heartfelt. The celestial beings of Zifu Prefecture turned to look at Lin Xia, their gazes expressing indescribable complexity, their hearts churning. This young man had already reached such heights. Who knows how far he can go in the future? Of course, they also understood that Lin Xia deserved this treatment. Not to mention anything else, just his own abilities are enough to instill fear. Moreover, with the backing of the Saint Nuwa, which orthodoxy or force would dare to underestimate him. Meanwhile, the East King directly invited him into the celestial palace of Zifu Prefecture. Once seated across from each other, the East King waved his hand, and two treasures appeared on the table. The heaven-shaking hammer and the pure yang bell, both top-tier post-heaven spiritual treasures. Little friend Lin Xia, had it not been for your intervention, Chun Xian's life would likely have been lost. You must accept these two items. Lin Xia did not decline reaching out to take them. It's just a trivial matter, no need to be so polite. These two post-heaven spiritual treasures are indeed nothing to him at present, but outside they would make countless primordial cultivators envious. Why refuse a free gift? It would be just right to take them back for his two younger brothers to use. Seeing Lin Xia accept the items, the East King showed a satisfied smile. Having received something, it would be easier for him to speak next. The East King did not beat around the bush, stating directly, "Little friend, back, then you single-handedly attacked the heavenly court and crushed the Demon King's palace. Your imposing momentum shook the heavens and the earth. I truly admire you in my heart. If you have time in the future, I hope you will come to Zifu Prefecture often. If you don't mind, I would like to invite you to be the supreme guest elder of Zifu Prefecture, to sit alongside me as equals." The moment the words fell, Chun Xian's expression changed. To sit as equals with the heavenly emperor. That would mean commanding the myriad celestial beings of Zifu Prefecture. This position is incredibly high. How many cultivators of Zifu Prefecture dream of sitting in that seat? He knew the East King valued Lin Xia, but did not expect it to such an extent. No need, I have no such intention. Lin Xia shook his head, directly refusing. Perhaps for the cultivators of Zifu Prefecture, sitting alongside the East King would be an enormous temptation. But he truly did not care. He was fully aware that this supreme guest elder title in essence was just a hollow name. Strength mattered more than anything. Seeing Lin Xia refuse, the East King felt a jolt in his heart and grew anxious. He offered this position to forge a connection with the Saints Orthodox, hoping that in the future, if anything happened, he could ask Lin Xia for help. Now that Lin Xia outright refused, his calculations had come to naught. The East King changed his approach and said in a hushed tone, "I won't hide it from you. The demon race has been watching Zifu Prefecture, and they will eventually invade. I wish to ask you to lend me a hand at a critical moment." Lin Xia understood clearly and smiled slightly. "That's easy. If you're afraid of the demon race, simply merge Zifu Prefecture into the human teaching. With my sister protecting you, the demon race wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you." The East King's expression stiffened. Was this the result he wanted? He had gathered a host of primordial celestial beings to establish Zifu Prefecture, claiming to be the heavenly emperor while secretly wishing to grip the entirety of heaven and earth like Dijun. He laughed awkwardly a couple of times before finally saying, "Little friend, you truly jest. What I meant was for Zifu Prefecture to ally with the human race to support each other. If you help Zifu Prefecture through this crisis, my celestial beings can also protect the human race from the demon race. Both sides won't lose out." Lin Xia smiled and nodded. "Your words I will remember. If Zifu Prefecture truly encounters trouble, I won't stand idly by." He had originally planned to incorporate Zifu Prefecture into the human teaching to add weight to his side. However, seeing the East King's unwillingness to give up forcing it wouldn't be useful. Besides, Zifu Prefecture could at least hold off the demon race. If it fell apart, that wouldn't be good. Hearing Lin Xia's concession, the East King let out a quiet sigh of relief. After all, this trip was not in vain. Lin Xia, feeling lazy, turned around and left. He muttered to himself, at this point how can he not see clearly? The demon race's claws were already reaching out, eager to swallow Zifu Prefecture whole. Yet the East King was still dreaming of being the heavenly emperor. If he keeps this up, he will surely fall. Since the day the East King emerged, he had already been tightly ensnared by the old fox Hongjun. Years ago at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun specifically named him as the chief male immortal. In essence, it was to provoke him, forcing him to fight against the demon race to create more bloodshed so that the calamity between the Wu and the demons could finally pass. Yet this East King has been trapped to this day, still oblivious. One can only say he is too deeply poisoned. Lin Xia shook his head, too lazy to think further. He directly summoned Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin. "Elder brother, why did you call us?" Xiong Batian asked, tilting his head. Xiong Outyin stuffed the crushed 9 revolutions golden pill into the bamboo shoot, blissfully nibbling a big bite, his round face filled with a confused ecstasy. The black and white twin demons are the guardian spirit beasts of the human teaching, representing the face of the entire human race when they venture outside. Lin Xia pondered that these two fellows needed a proper weapon, otherwise it wouldn't do to embarrass themselves outside. He raised his hand, and 2 post-heaven spiritual treasures appeared, the heaven-shaking hammer and the pure yang bell. The 2 fools instantly went wide-eyed. Xiong Outyin, forgetting about the bamboo shoot, lunged at the pure yang bell, clinging to it as if it were a treasure. The heaven-shaking hammer landed firmly in Xiong Batian's arms. The 2 embraced their new possessions, grinning widely. "This hammer matches perfectly with my fierce momentum, Xiong Batian. This bell fits seamlessly with my heroic spirit, Xiong Outyin." Lin Xia silently rolled his eyes. 2 lively treasures. Xiong Batian suddenly looked up as if remembering something and asked, "Elder brother, now that we have weapons, when will you teach us some skills?" Xiong Aoshan's eyes lit up, adding, "Elder brother, the skills must be domineering, otherwise they won't match my world-shattering heroism." Lin Xia's mouth twitched. He thought for a moment, then pointed towards the void. A stream of light shot out, splitting into 2, entering the brows of the 2 brothers. In an instant, both of their minds filled with a new divine ability. Xiong Batian received the stellar transposition from the 36 divine abilities, while Xiong Outyin received the earth-shaking shock. Alright, Lin Xia took these 2 fellows and began wandering around the East Sea. Within his spiritual platform, 36 sea-suppressing pearls slowly floated up, allowing him— Lin Xia took these 2 fellows and began wandering around the East Sea. Within his spiritual platform, 36 sea-suppressing pearls slowly floated up, allowing him to immerse himself in delicate comprehension. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the sea-suppressing pearl, merging with the laws of the heavens, grasping the rhythm of the sea, ultimately realizing the primordial level divine ability world in hand. This divine ability specializes in spatial confinement. It is somewhat akin to the sleeve universe of Zenyuanzi, but stronger. With a flip of the hand, an entire world of the heavens can be manifested. Once trapped inside, no one can escape. Lin Xia opened his palm, and the divine ability activated. Instantly the laws intertwined within his palm, an order crazily constructed. A world of the heavens was opened right then and there. The forces of earth, wind, water, and fire churned incessantly. Even a quasi-saint-level existence, upon sensing a hint of the leaking aura, would feel their heart skip a beat. At that moment a wave of killing intent surged forth. Lin Xia looked up. In the distance the silhouette of a black serpent emerged, its body towering 10,000 zhang, blocking the sky and sun. It was fiercely pursuing a red dragon. The direction the black serpent charged towards was filled with demonic energy, causing towering waves to rise in the entire sea region. The black serpent opened its mouth, spewing forth beams of black light, which coalesced into water columns, violently smashing towards the red dragon ahead. The red dragon was covered in wounds, its scales curling back and blood was flowing down its body. Lin Xia could tell at a glance that this black flood dragon was from the demon clan's celestial court. This red dragon was a 9-clawed divine dragon, yet it seemed young and bore the scent of the ancestral dragon. He had refined the ancestral dragon's blood, making him exceedingly familiar with this aura. Is this little creature a descendant of the ancestral dragon? Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, the dragon clan truly was in decline. Bound by karma, their cultivation couldn't progress, and even the bloodline of the ancestral dragon was being pursued and bitten by a black flood dragon. The black flood dragon laughed out loud, shaking the sea surface. Aoi, you won't escape today. It's just right for filling my belly. Just as the words fell, another divine ability struck down. Despair filled the eyes of the red dragon, and at that moment, she saw Lin Xia, letting out a mournful cry. Big brother, save me. The voice was crisp and tender, sounding like a little girl tinged with a sob. Lin Xia didn't think much, raising his hand to deliver a slap. Before the black flood dragon's laughter had ceased, its entire body was shattered, flesh and blood exploding, and it couldn't even let out a scream. Taking advantage of this moment, the little red dragon swiftly shrank behind Lin Xia. This little creature was quite attractive, with pale, tender skin resembling a porcelain doll. However, her white dress was soaked in blood, and her aura was severely weakened, indicating she was badly injured. Lin Xia glanced down at her, feeling a tug at his heart. He extended his hand, a ball of light emerging from his palm, enveloping the little red dragon entirely. As the light fell, her wounds instantly closed, and the color returned to her face. The little red dragon widened her eyes, mouth agape, staring blankly at Lin Xia. Thank you, big brother. She hadn't expected Lin Xia to be so powerful, healing her in the blink of an eye. As she finished speaking, she leaned closer to Lin Xia, sniffing lightly a couple of times, her eyes instantly dazed. Big brother, you smell so good. This little creature clearly hadn't been out much, lacking any sense of caution. Lin Xia chuckled softly, reaching out. Earlier when the black flood dragon was chasing you, weren't you afraid? I might be a bad guy too. Being so close, be careful, I don't take you away. I won't be. I can smell it, a big brother is not a bad person. The scent on you makes me feel so comfortable. The little red dragon smiled widely, shaking her head. Besides, you saved me earlier. In fact, the miraculous spiritual aura on Lin Xia made any creature feel close to him. In the distance, the black flood dragon rebirthed from blood, frightened to the point of losing its wits, turning to flee. You vile creature, don't even think of escaping. Shattering mountains and shaking the earth. Revolving stars and shifting constellations. The brothers Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin shouted in unison, directly pouncing forward. The two newly initiated divine abilities finally came into play, and they began to pound the black flood dragon mercilessly. The Xiong brothers pressed the black flood dragon to the ground, rubbing it and beating it, until it couldn't even lift its tail. The scales on the black flood dragon flung about, blood splattering everywhere. It tried to escape, but every time it showed its head, it was stomped back down by Xiong Outyin. Want to try moving again? Xiong Batian slapped the black flood dragon on the head. The black flood dragon was beaten to the point of seeing stars, becoming completely obedient. Lin Xia crouched down, looking at the curled up little red dragon. Are you alone? Where is your family? The little red dragon stiffened, her mouth opening as she burst into tears. My whole family is gone. My brother was eaten by that black flood dragon. Tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. Lin Xia reached out to rub her head, feeling a bit. After comforting her for a while, the little red dragon finally calmed down. Don't cry, I will be your brother from now on, okay? The little red dragon nodded, rubbing her head against Lin Xia's shoulder. After a long while, she finally stopped sobbing. Do you have any other relatives? Do you want to go back to the dragon clan? Lin Xia asked her. Aoyu shook her head, tightly hugging Lin Xia's arm. No, wherever my brother goes, I will go. Her eyelashes fluttered, her eyes filled with worry, afraid Lin Xia would obey. Lin Xia smiled. All right, follow me. No one will dare to bully you from now on. This little girl had decent talent, but it was a pity that she was bound by karma, making her cultivation slow. Only at the golden immortal realm. For her future path, he would need to find an opportunity to sever her ties to the dragon clan. Upon hearing this, Aoyu was overjoyed, bumping her head against Lin Xia's cheek. Lin Xia looked at her deep in thought. The little girl of her lineage was likely wiped out by the demon clan. She was the only pitiful survivor. If the ancestral dragon were still alive and saw his descendants being treated like this by the demon clan, one could only imagine his expression. Big brother, what should we do about this black flood dragon? Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin approached. The black flood dragon was stuffed into the pure yang tower, sealed tightly. Aoyu glared at the black flood dragon, her big eyes filled with hatred. Seeing Lin Xia, the black flood dragon's pupils suddenly constricted. It felt that its luck had run out. How could it have encountered such a killing god? Don't kill me. Lin Xia immortal, I will be your servant. The black flood dragon shouted with all its might. Lin Xia's palm emitted the laws of confinement, directly enveloping the black flood dragon. The laws wrapped around the black flood dragon's body, and it shrank down to the size of a palm. The black flood dragon's expression changed drastically. It suddenly realized that all its power had completely vanished, its primordial spirit sealed, and it could no longer sense even a trace of spiritual energy, like a mortal who hadn't even begun cultivation. Fear began to seep into its bones. You handle this creature. Lin Xia pushed the black flood dragon towards Aoyu, received it, her eyes sparkling, water shimmering within. Brother, thank you. Don't cry. Later I will teach you some fierce techniques, and you will eventually be able to slaughter the demon clan and avenge your family. Thank you, brother. Aoyu nodded, tears streaming down as she directly hugged Lin Xia's arm without letting go. Immediately a ball of golden light emerged from her palm. The light transformed into blade edges slicing down. The flesh and blood of the black flood dragon were shredded, and its primordial spirit was torn apart. The cries echoed intermittently until the black flood dragon completely vanished, leaving not even a trace of its soul. Lin Xia patted her head, feeling a bit somber. This little red dragon had just undergone such a significant upheaval filled with blood debts. Would her future cultivation go astray? Little Yue, you must be tired too, right? How about I put you into the spiritual treasure to rest? Ao tightly clung to his arm, shaking her head. No, I don't want to be separated from you. I want to stay with you. Lin Xia stopped persuading her and started wandering around the EC with her. Ding! The host observes the Dao rhythm and fundamental laws of the nine-clawed divine dragon and gains insight. The laws of wind and water are slightly enhanced. Gain divine abilities calling wind and summoning rain, riding clouds, and driving mist. Ding! The host observes the laws of the sea, integrating the innate Dao patterns of the nine-clawed divine dragon. Gained Quasi Saint level physical refinement method, ancestral dragon sacred body technique. Lin Xia opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. These divine abilities and techniques were of little use to him, but were perfectly suited for AOU. Brother will teach you some things, and make sure to comprehend them well. He raised his hand, his fingertip touching AOU's forehead. The divine abilities and techniques he had deduced were poured into her all at once. AOU closed her eyes, quietly contemplating for a while. When she opened her eyes again, her small face was filled with delight. How is it? Does it suit your taste? Brother, you're amazing. I love it so much. Ao spun around Lin Xia twice, then jumped onto Xiong Baishan's back directly. She could feel that the physical refinement method Lin Xia had given her was shockingly profound, tightly fitting with her essence, even making her bloodline burn with heat, as if encountering an old acquaintance. Lin Xia looked at Aou's innocent and carefree appearance, finally revealing a smile. The little red dragon's lingering hatred did not stir up much turmoil, dissipating as she turned her head. While this matter could be considered settled, in Zifu Prefecture on Penglai Island the sky suddenly darkened. Black clouds pressed down, and the murderous aura sliced through like knives. The oppressive feeling from the void descended heavily, and Dong Huang Tai appeared, followed by Zai Ji Meng Jiu Ying, and a host of demon saints filling half the sky. Dong Wang Gong, your Zifu Prefecture's scum dares to touch my heavenly court's people. Hand over Qinxian, or he'll make sure there's not a single chicken or dog left in this broken place today. Dong Huang Tai hovered in midair, his voice booming, shaking the entire sky. The pressure descended, causing the Daoyuo Golden Immortals to weaken, and the Quasi Saints' faces turned pale. The cultivators of Zifu Prefecture trembled like chaff, their breathing tight. Who didn't know that Dong Huang Tai was the #1 killing god of the heavenly court? The chaotic clock in his hand was a treasure of innate origin, capable of killing anyone it struck. He alone could overturn Zifu Prefecture, let alone the demon saints standing behind him. Dong Huang Tai, stop spouting nonsense. It was your heavenly court's people who first attacked to seize Chunxian's belongings. When they couldn't handle it and died, you want to shift the blame. Dong Wanggong's voice was as hard as stone. Handing over Chunxian. Only a madman would do that. If he handed over the person, the hearts of the cultivators beneath him would instantly grow cold. At that time, the heavenly court's army wouldn't even need to move. Zifu Prefecture would collapse on its own. Then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Dong Huang Tai raised his hand, divine abilities surging in his palm. The true fire of the sun exploded, raining down like a sea of flames, directly smashing into Zifu Prefecture. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators didn't even have time to scream before turning to ash. The Daoyuo Golden Immortals and Quasi Saints of Zifu Prefecture felt their backs dripping with cold sweat, freezing solid. Dong Huang Tai, you seek death. Dong Wanggong's eyes turned red, and with a hand gesture he unleashed a divine ability, charging forward. Your Majesty, we will accompany you. Dong Huang Tai, don't think you are so impressive. Roars erupted in the void as dozens of Quasi Saints from Zifu Prefecture rushed out, unleashing various divine abilities at Dong Huang Tai. Above the heavens, immortal lights splattered chaotically, and murderous intent coiled together like venomous snakes. When energies collided, the void collapsed, and the laws shattered into fragments. Demon Saint Ji Meng's lips curled up in a cold light smile, unaware of their own mortality. The gap between these people from Zifu Prefecture and them was not minor. Moreover, with the Eastern Emperor personally overseeing, Dong Wanggong not only refused to acknowledge his mistakes, but also dared to attack. Was he not seeking death? Ji Meng lost interest in watching the show, waving his hand and directly leaping into the fray. The demon saints like Jiu Ying and Bai Zai also sprang into action. Dong Wanggong's complexion changed dramatically. Originally, he couldn't withstand Dong Huang Tai, and even with dozens of Quasi Saints joining in, he couldn't suppress that killing god. Now, with a group of demon saints joining, his sense of crisis exploded. At that moment, Dong Huang Tai remained motionless. He summoned the chaotic clock. A power capable of crushing time and space suddenly exploded. As the bell rang, the heavens and earth shook. The universe trembled beneath his feet, losing all color. Infinite small worlds completely exploded, and the heavens and earth shook as if they had gone mad. Dong Wang Gong and the Quasi-Saints from Zifu Prefecture changed their expressions in unison. They had only endured for a brief moment before their physical forms shattered into dust. In the distance, Dong Wang Gong reformed through blood, his face terrifyingly pale, feeling a heaviness in his chest. It is said that Dong Huang Tai Yi is the number one below the saints. Having encountered him today, they realized this statement was not an exaggeration. Lord Dong Wang, it's not too late to bow your head now. I will crown you as a demon god, otherwise I will flatten the Zifu state, and you won't even have bones left. The voice of Dong Huang Tai Yi exploded, shaking the 9 heavens, and the universe echoed with the sound. In an instant, all beings were stunned, their eyes turning to look in unison. On Donghai Fairy Island, the powerful beings of the primordial era stretched out their divine senses. Is the demon clan going to strike against Zifu state? Dong Huang Tai Yi personally intervenes. O Lord Dong Wang cannot withstand this. Zifu state is in peril this time. This battle will surely turn the world upside down. After murmuring, the powerful beings hurriedly sealed their own sanctuaries, retreating to close the doors. A battle at the Quasi-Saint level is terrifying beyond measure, and countless innocent lives could be lost. To be safe, no one wanted to get involved. Dong Huang Tai Yi, don't dream too much. Lord Dong Wang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, refusing to bow his head. I am the chief male immortal personally appointed by the Dao ancestor. Why should I yield to you? Fine, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Dong Huang Tai Yi sneered coldly. With a wave of his hand, the chaos bell was summoned again. Golden light covered the sky, causing the world to tremble. The terrifying pressure of the innate supreme treasure enveloped the entire Penglai Fairy Island and crashed down fiercely towards Lord Dong Wang. Before it even landed, hundreds of thousands of celestial generals turned to ash. Numerous cultivators in Zifu state were horrified, their faces twisted in fear. Lord Dong Wang's expression changed drastically. Once the chaos bell fell, he was certain to face certain death. Just then, a mountain and river seals suddenly emerged from the void, crashing towards the chaos bell. Boom! The sound of weapons clashing reverberated, shaking the heavens and earth. The chaos bell was sent flying back. In the void, Lin Xia's figure appeared, and the Kongtong seal returned to his hands. Young friend Lin Xia. Lord Dong Wang could hardly suppress the joy on his face. After escaping death, how could he still maintain his composure? Looking at Lin Xia's figure, his heart was tumultuous. With Lin Xiaxian coming, we are saved. The great Luo Jingxian and Quasi-Saints of Zifu state were overjoyed, their eyes shining brightly. Upon seeing Lin Xia, they felt as if they had grasped a lifeline. Dong Huang Tai Yi stood in the void, staring at the suddenly emerged Lin Xia, his face turning ashen. Ji Ming and Bai Zhe also changed their expressions, looking at Lin Xia with eyes blazing with anger. Not long ago, Lin Xia had attacked the heavenly court, flattened the demon emperor's palace, and plundered the sun star, causing the demon clan to suffer greatly. They harbored deep hatred in their hearts. Meeting again, old grievances and new grudges surged forth, and no one could maintain their composure. Lin Xia, why do you insist on meddling in the affairs between the demon clan and Zifu state? Dong Huang Tai Yi's voice was low. He was secretly puzzled about when this brat had gotten involved with Zifu state. Zifu state is under my protection. Lin Xia's tone was flat, but his words were as hard as stone. He was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression darkened completely. Having just learned the ability to transform into the 3 pure ones, he was determined to use Lin Xia as a target to vent the demon clan's grievances. Fine, then let me see how much ability you've gained. Before his words faded, Dong Huang Tai Yi shouted and pounced forward to attack. Lin Xia, you brat, come and take your life. Ji Ming, Bai Zhe, and several demon saints shouted in unison, surrounding Lin Xia, trying to trap him. Golden light of virtue erupted from Lin Xia's body, and the sacred Emperor Golden Body technique began to operate. The brilliance was dazzling and blinding. He traversed through the space, moving as if he were strolling in his own yard. The power of the laws within his physical body surged, tearing the void apart, and the cosmos trembled. With a single punch, a demon saint's physical body was shattered on the spot. The scene was completely one-sided. Dong Huang Tai Yi and a group of demon saints exerted all their strength, but could not suppress Lin Xia. Instead, they were being beaten back by him. On Shouyang Mountain, Nuwa watched the great battle at Penglai Fairy Island, her gaze fixed without moving. A hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. In such a short time, Lin Xia's strength had soared to this level. Relying solely on the brute force of his physical body, without even drawing a magic treasure, he had forced Dong Huang Tai Yi and those demon saints to retreat step by step, almost unable to fight back. Her brother was truly, outrageously monstrous. In Kunlun Mountain, the Old One sensed the commotion, and his gaze pierced through the void, landing on Lin Xia, his face instantly filled with hatred. Lin Xia, you brat, even at this point you dare to show your face. But fearing that Nuwa would notice, he did not make a move, his expression gloomy, contemplating something. Above Penglai Fairy Island, Lin Xia stood in the void, his divine might overwhelming, displaying his dominance, without any concealment. Ji Meng Bai Zhe and those demon saints who had been reborn from blood multiple times were exhausted and pale. In their eyes all there was fear. This Lin Xia before them gave them an irrepressible feeling, as if he had completely transformed into another person. Dong Huang Tai-Yi's expression tightened, his face serious. Lord Dong Wang observed this, seeing his expression oddly peculiar. Young friend Lin Xia, the title of the leader of the human teachings is truly well-deserved. This ability of yours is terrifying. The celestial beings of Zifu state who had been struggling against Dong Huang Tai-Yi just a moment ago could not gain the upper hand even when combining their efforts. But now what about now? Lin Xia had not even drawn a magic treasure, relying solely on his physical body. With just a punch and a kick he had forced this demon ruler to retreat step by step. It was simply outrageous. Even more outrageous was that Lin Xia was merely a great Luo Jingxian. He suppressed a Quasi Saint while crossing realms. Since the opening of the primordial era such a thing had never happened. The figure in the void left the celestial beings of Zifu state dumbfounded. The only thought echoing in their minds was, is this really a human being? They had heard of Lin Xia's reputation before. What was it? One person holding back billions of demon troops, defeating 2 heavenly emperors until they could not lift their heads, striking fear into the hearts of the demon clan. But hearing is one thing, witnessing it is an entirely different explosion of realization. At this moment, they finally understood why Lord Dong Wang had welcomed him from 30 million miles away. With such strength, even bowing in welcome would not be a loss. Is this all the strength of the demon clan? Lin Xia clapped his hands together, his tone light. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you've already collapsed. Lin Xia, you brat, what are you being arrogant about? Dong Huang Tai-Yi roared, golden light erupting from his body as he directly unleashed the ability to transform into the 3 pure ones. 3 avatars solidified simultaneously. The main body seized the Dong Huang bell and hurled it towards Lin Xia. Lin Xia squinted his eyes. Transform into the 3 pure ones. He recognized it at a glance. This was the original divine ability of his father. How could Dong Huang Tai-Yi possess it? With a thought, Lin Xia smiled. Good job, Tai Ching, old man. To suppress me, you even sacrificed your own family's ability. Quite ruthless. But the next moment Lin Xia's smile turned cold. So what if you can transform into the 3 pure ones? 3 pieces of trash still amount to trash. As his words fell, Lin Xia raised his hand, and the primordial level divine ability erupted. Thousands of purple extreme divine lights shot out like the sharpest celestial swords, shattering the laws of heaven and earth in their wake. Boom. Boom. Dong Huang Tai-Yi's 2 avatars exploded into light rain on the spot. The main body was also sent flying by the divine light, golden divine blood spilling everywhere, his face pale with fear. Even with the chaos bell in hand, Dong Huang Tai-Yi was utterly helpless. The fighting power was too terrifying. Lin Xia stood in midair, an aura spilling from him like an ocean. Ji Meng Bai Zhe and the other demon saints felt as if they could not breathe. Ji Meng gritted his teeth unwillingly and asked, Your Majesty Dong Huang, what shall we do? Retreat. Dong Huang Tai-Yi squeezed this word out from between his teeth. With Lin Xia supporting him here, it was impossible to conquer Zifu state today. This place was not significant for the demon clan and would eventually fall into their hands. Let's talk about it later. Lin Xia, this matter is not over. Dong Huang Tai-Yi threw down this remark, leading a group of demon saints as they turned back towards the heavenly court. Finally, the demon clan has left. Lin Xiaxian has saved us in Zifu state. The celestial beings of Zifu state finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the chaos bell was crashing down earlier, they truly thought they were done for. Who would have thought that the last moment would turn the tables? Now looking at Lin Xia, they were filled with gratitude. The Quasi saints and powerful beings of Zifu state stared blankly at Lin Xia, in the void, their hearts turbulent. Anyone with eyes could see that Dong Huang Tai-Yi's retreat at this moment was because he could not defeat Lin Xia. Lord Dong Wang was also taken aback. Since the last time Lin Xia attacked the heavenly court until now, how much time had passed? This person's strength had increased dramatically again, withstanding the pressure of the innate supreme treasure. This was something he didn't even dare to imagine. If one were to rank who could be considered the best below the saints, it would undoubtedly be Lin Xia. Previously he was polite to Lin Xia partly because of Nuwa's influence. But now it was purely because this person was. Lord Dong Wang was stunned for a while before coming to his senses, bowing down and performing a salute to Lin Xia. Thank you, young friend Lin Xia, for your timely assistance. If it weren't for Lin Xia's intervention today, he feared he would have perished at the hands of Dong Huang Tai-Yi. The gratitude in this statement was genuine. You are too kind, my friend. Lin Xia understood Lord Dong Wang's changing thoughts clearly, but didn't take it to heart, casually responding. I merely acted as a matter of convenience. Now that the demon clan has retreated, if there are no other matters, I should take my leave. He knew very well that after today's battle, Dong Huang Tai-Yi would surely be afraid. The demon clan would not return to attack Zifu state in the short term. Wait a moment, young friend. Seeing Lin Xia about to leave, Lord Dong Wang quickly spoke to keep him. You have saved my life, young friend. This is a tremendous favor for all of Zifu state. Please come to the Immortal Palace. Oh, I must treat you well and present you with generous gifts. He understood that although they had temporarily repelled Dong Huang Tai, the enmity between Zifu State and the demon clan had already been established. This matter could not be settled so easily. If Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun truly came together to Zifu State again, this place would surely be lost. By then there would be nothing left. Therefore at this moment Lin Xia was the last straw in Lord Dong Huang's eyes. Lin Xia understood this well. He said little, flashed a smile, and stepped into the immortal palace. The two sat facing each other and Lord Dong Huang did not beat around the bush, directly picking up the earlier topic. Young friend, regarding the matter we discussed before, the highest guest elder of Zifu State, what is your consideration? Just the presence of Dong Huang Tai is enough for Zifu Prefecture to be unable to withstand it. If Emperor Jun leads the vast army of demons down one day, Zifu Prefecture would have no chance to resist and would be directly flattened. The thought of his own fate made his scalp tingle. That's why he was anxious, so anxious that he wished to bind Lin Xia to the ship in Zifu Prefecture today, hoping that the Holy Path could serve as a backing. Lin Xia had long seen through it, and straightforwardly said, I made it very clear last time I have no such intention. You want me to be a guest elder, but it's only because you see through the demon's plans. You want to drag me down relying on my sister's name to shield you. To put it bluntly, it's about pulling up the tiger's skin to call the big flag, just to protect Zifu Prefecture, right? Dong Huang Gong's face stiffened, his words stuck in his throat. Lin Xia hadn't said a single wrong word. He, a dignified innate deity, was not one to easily concede. Emperor Jun's heavenly court. It was merely a bunch of wet, egg-laying scaled demons. But Dong Huang Gong was different. He was the foremost male immortal personally conferred by Dao ancestor Hong Jun, the embodiment of orthodoxy commanding the lives of all cultivators. That's why he established Zifu Prefecture, wanting to indulge in the thrill of dominating the wilderness. Except for a few holy paths, everyone else had to obey him. Even now with the knife at his throat, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Therefore he wanted to use the name of the human sect to suppress the heavenly court instead of simply merging into the human sect and becoming a vassal of the holy path. Your insight is indeed sharp, young friend. Dong Huang Gong nodded. Seeing him so readily admit it, Lin Xia felt a bit more favorable towards him. Although it's hard to advise someone who deserves to die, Dong Huang Gong still had a bit of self-awareness. Since the words were out, he no longer pretended. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, young friend, the demons are indeed coming with bad intentions. Zifu Prefecture alone cannot withstand it. If you are willing to take the position of the supreme guest elder of Zifu Prefecture and help us at a critical moment, I will take 30% of the treasures from the Heavenly Emperor's treasury as a meeting gift for you. 30% is a bit low. If you are willing to offer 80%, I guarantee that I will take full responsibility for anything that happens to Zifu Prefecture. Lin Xia's heart stirred. This deal was not a loss. Dong Huang Gong had occupied the 3 immortal islands for many years, and all the good things had fallen into his hands since Zifu Prefecture was established. Moreover, with Zifu Prefecture pulling people and accumulating goods over the years, the treasures in the Heavenly Emperor's treasury must be substantial. But he did not show any emotion on his face and spoke blandly. 30% is a bit low. If you are willing to offer 80%, I guarantee that I will take full responsibility for anything that happens to Zifu Prefecture. Young friend, isn't your appetite a bit too big? He never expected that Lin Xia, looking so fair and delicate, would be so ruthless. The treasures of Zifu Prefecture had been scraped from various places by him over epochs. Offering out 30% would be enough to pain him for half a lifetime, let alone 70%. It would be better to stab him in the gut directly for a quicker pain. Since you are unwilling, let this matter be as if it was never said. Lin Xia said no more, stood up, and left with decisive movements. Dong Huang Gong panicked. He had worked hard to persuade Lin Xia to loosen his tongue. How could he allow him to leave like this? Now that Zifu Prefecture had completely fallen out with the demons, it was only a matter of time before the fuse was lit. Without Lin Xia to hold the fort when the vast army of demons came pressing down again, Zifu Prefecture would be like a rag extinguished at will, and even his own life would not be guaranteed. The entire Zifu Prefecture would be doomed, weighing more heavily than losing some treasures. He was well aware of that. Gritting his back teeth, Dong Huang Gong could only take a step back. Young friend, how about 40%? I really can't add any more. 70%. Lin Xia's tone was flat, yet as hard as stone. 50%. Dong Huang Gong conceded again. 60%. Lin Xia firmly insisted, not giving any leeway. Dong Huang Gong stared at him for a long time with no way out. He could only nod. Yet his heart still ached, and even breathing felt laborious. 60%. That was half of Zifu Prefecture's foundation gone. It was all his hard work. But thinking again, this time, binding Lin Xia meant he had latched onto the leg of the human sect. From now on, Zifu Prefecture would no longer have to look at the demons' faces. It was equivalent to complete stability. With this thought, the pain eased significantly. Treasures could be searched for again, but if Zifu Prefecture was destroyed, there would be nothing left. Then Dong Huang Gong stopped hesitating and directly took Lin Xia to the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. The Heavenly Treasury was a magnificent palace, a postnatal treasure in itself, with layers of restrictions sealing. As Lin Xia stepped through the door, his eyes widened. This Heavenly Emperor's treasury is indeed not to be underestimated. Treasures dazzled across the sky with various phenomena swirling in the void. Swords, blades, bells, every piece of magical artifact emitted a terrifying aura. Innate spiritual treasures, postnatal spiritual treasures, items for offense and defense. There were also alchemy artifact refining and formation treasures in quantities that were shocking. While there weren't many top-tier treasures, the sheer number was enough to leave one in awe. Sunlight crystals, moonlight crystals, starlight crystals, innate profound gold, innate red copper. The materials for refining were complete, everything one could wish for. There were many spirit herbs, precious medicines, and immortal roots as well. Hundreds of them, some over millions of years old. At a glance they were dazzling, impossible to count. Lin Xia's eyes were nearly dazzled. His heart raced rapidly. This pile of treasures was almost comparable to the stock in his own Taoist temple. This time he made quite a profit. Lin Xia waved his hand and directly took 60%. So many treasures vanished in the blink of an eye. Dong Wanggong clutched his chest, feeling a deep pain, unable to bear it. Had he known, he wouldn't have come. Just seeing it once was enough to make his heart unable to bear it. This harvest was Lin Xia became rich again with countless spiritual treasures and roots. His mood was a bit too excited to contain. The items in this treasury were even more than what he had obtained on the Sunstar. It was said that the demon court managed the order of the universe, so it shouldn't be this poor. Perhaps it was because he hadn't entered the core area yet. Next time he attacked the heavenly court, he would definitely have to visit the demon treasury. Lin Xia secretly calculated in his heart. Yeah, this kind of deal was becoming a bit addictive. As the saying goes, taking a hand is short. Having received benefits, Lin Xia didn't rush to leave and stayed in Zifu Prefecture for a while. He casually set up an innate 5-element formation, reinforcing the defenses of the entire Zifu Prefecture. The cultivators of Zifu Prefecture were deeply moved. Dong Wanggong's injured heart finally calmed down a bit. Then Lin Xia called forth the fierce beast from the wilderness, Xiong Batian, and returned to Shouyang Mountain. Scanning the wilderness with his divine sense, he suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation from the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Lin Xia was taken aback. The 12 ancestral witches have actually condensed their nascent souls. It seems that after Hotu returned and provided some guidance, the 12 ancestral witches' understanding of the Hanyuan 9 transformations has advanced by leaps and bounds, allowing them to condense their nascent souls so quickly. With the 12 clans' nascent souls gathered together, the power of the witch clan doubled, making it not a problem to support. On the demon side, they had already turned against Zifu Prefecture. It was only a matter of time before their army pressed over. Perhaps then they could reap some benefits. Just as Lin Xia was pondering this, an overwhelming holy power suddenly descended from above, making it difficult to breathe. Lin Xia handed over the items. Laozi's figure appeared out of thin air, his face long and stern. Without holding back, he immediately took action. The Taiji diagram unfolded, transforming into a realm that directly enveloped Lin Xia. Old Taiji. Lin Xia's thoughts stirred, and the 36 sea stabilizing pearls exploded in an instant, transforming into 36 layers of worlds with the power of the 4 seas crashing towards the Taiji diagram. Countless small worlds shattered on the spot, a great horror sweeping in all directions. Lin Xia tossed Xiong Batian directly into the Hongming Pearl. Laozi was a Saint Eo at this moment. He unleashed all his power, and he was not Lin Xia's opponent. He did not want to waste time. With a thought, he planned to tear open space and escape. But when he tried, he found that the rules of this realm had been sealed. A Taiji great formation loomed above him. Spatial divine abilities could not be used at all. Lin Xia's expression darkened. It seemed that Laozi had long anticipated this, not only laying an ambush here, but also covering the heavenly secrets to prevent Sister Nuwa from noticing. Lin Xia, where can you run to? Laozi's corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his tone light and airy. Hand over. Old Taiji, do you think this thing can trap me? Lin Xia's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. Then let's see how capable you are. As soon as Laozi's words fell, he raised his hand to conjure a massive hand of rules, once again reaching out towards the saints unleashed their full power with divine abilities and great techniques coming one after another. In the void, beams of divine light shone blindingly, enveloping terrifying constricting powers. Like chains of heavenly laws crashing down. With each one that fell, the pressure on Lin Xia intensified. Lin Xia, if you sever ties with the human sect today and pledge allegiance to my Chan sect, you might still spare your own life. The primordial heavenly sovereign stared down at Lin Xia, his gaze as cold as a blade, an overwhelming pressure spreading across the heavens and earth. Is that so? Then let's see what the two of you are truly capable of. Lin Xia, upon hearing this, laughed instead. Very well, I'll show you right now what true saintly power really means. Before the words had even landed, the primordial one leaped forward. With a single thought, he stirred the boundless power of laws, condensing them into a heaven-shaking divine technique that hurtled toward Lin Xia. At the same time, Laozi also struck without hesitation, one from the front and the other from behind, forming a pincer attack. For the first time, Lin Xia felt a tightness in his chest. After all, he was facing two saints. This was no trivial matter. With a flicker of his divine thought, the mystic Yuan water-controlling banner and the Wu Ji apricot yellow banner, both lit up surrounding his entire body with a five-colored radiance. Within him 3,000 laws surged outward. Chaos, Annihilation, Divine Thunder, the Great Yin-Yang Sacred Seal, the Yin-Yang 8 Trigram Diagram, the World in the Palm, the Purple Extreme, Divine Light. Several grand Hunyuan divine techniques condensed into form simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous roar erupted in the void and space shattered piece by piece. It sank completely into oblivion, returning to annihilation. The light of creation illuminated heaven and earth, and countless celestial phenomena emerged in competition. At that moment, a vast universe descended from the 9 heavens, crashing straight toward Laozi. There was also an endless river of stars surging with overwhelming momentum and terrifying grandeur. Laozi and the Primordial One narrowed their eyes simultaneously, their hearts skipping a beat. Those grand divine techniques blasted forth, each more fearsome than the last, all wielding the power of the Hunyuan level. Even as saints, they dared not withstand them, heeding hurriedly summoning their treasures to shield themselves. Primordial, you shameless old bastard, I've marked this debt firmly. He'll settle it with you sooner or later. With those words, Lin Xia urged the Chaos Pearl, and his entire form vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Laozi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had laid out an inescapable net, yet Lin Xia had still slipped away. Was this kid born from a loach? The celestial mechanism was severed completely, leaving no trace to pursue. The primordial heavenly sovereign's expression was no better. He valued face above all, and joining forces with Laozi to deal with the junior was already trampling his pride into the dirt. And the result? They hadn't caught the man, but instead suffered Lin Xia's mockery, losing both face and honor. On Shouyang Mountain, Nuwa suddenly sensed the disturbance and erupted in fury. With a flicker of her form, she appeared directly in the midair of the Eastern Sea. Laozi, Primordial, the two of you dignified saints joining hands to attack my younger brother. Do you have no shame? Nuwa's voice was as cold as ice, shards her face ashen. She hadn't sensed a thing earlier. Needless to say, the two had deliberately obscured the celestial mechanism when they struck. At this thought, the fire in Nuwa's heart could no longer be contained. Her saintly might crashed down like a tidal wave, and even Laozi and the Primordial One felt a tightening in their chests. Junior sister Nuwa, Lin Xia has already left. Laozi's tone was flat. I merely sought to retrieve an item. I had no intention of making things difficult for him. Nuwa heard this and let out a cold laugh. Laozi, do you even believe that yourself? Among the 3 pure ones, it takes the 2 of you to bully the weak and still shamelessly deny it. The face of the great god Pangu is truly tarnished by the 2 of you. Laozi and the Primordial One both lost their composure. The 3 pure ones were born from Pangu's primordial spirit, and this was their most cherished identity. Now being slapped in the face like this by Nuwa, who could endure it? Nuwa, don't go too far. The primordial heavenly sovereign's eyes turned cold as he barked sharply. Nuwa wasted no words. Raising her hand, she sent forth beams of creation light, slashing toward Laozi and the Primordial One. They in turn did not hesitate, each unleashing their own divine techniques. Above the Eastern Sea, a battle of saints was on the verge of erupting. In an instant, the heavens and earth darkened, winds and clouds churned wildly, and even the void trembled. The vast saintly might swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and all living beings felt a chill seeping into their very bones, their scalps tingling. The heavenly sovereign of the Interception sect sensed the commotion in the Eastern Sea, calculated with his fingers, and understood what had transpired. He let out a long sigh. Elder brother, this matter has gone too far. In his view, Lin Xia's ransacking of Laozi's dojo was indeed somewhat rebellious. But in the end, wasn't it because Laozi had schemed against him time and again? For the sake of those treasures, Laozi had abandoned all dignity, even joining hands with the Primordial One to bully a junior. Where was the semblance of a saint in this? On Mount Sumeru, curled his lips. Elder brother, isn't that Laozi a bit too clueless? Even if his treasures were taken, he shouldn't cause such a ruckus. Jane slowly nodded. Well said. 2 saints ganging up on a junior. It's shameful enough to spread far and wide. Having roamed the primordial world for so long, who didn't know that these 2 would stoop to any means to seize opportunities? But even at their worst, they wouldn't sink to this level. The entire primordial world had seen how much Nuwa doted on Lin Xia. That girl was Nuwa's very lifeblood. And yet Laozi and the Primordial One had to charge straight into the line of fire. Knowing full well it was a hard iron plate, they still had to kick it with their feet. With Nuwa's terrifying methods, those 2 would likely get more than they bargained for. The most ridiculous part is that even together they couldn't do anything to Lin Xia. Junyi snorted. Now that's what I call losing face completely. Fortunately, they didn't succeed. Jiayin's words carried a hint of regret. Otherwise, senior sister Nuwa would probably have flattened Kunlun Mountain directly. Though he said this in his heart, he was eager to watch the drama unfold. At the end of the day, Jin and Junyi wished for chaos in the east. The western lands were barren with meager fortune, and their meager assets alone couldn't sustain them. They had long been eyeing the east. But if the east remained united, where would they have room to intervene? Only if the east descended into turmoil could they fish in troubled waters. Over at the Eastern Sea, the battle soon reached a conclusion, one-sided. Laozi and the Primordial One were driven back step by step. In the past, it took 4 of them working together to barely match Nuwa. Now Nuwa had even mastered the Dao-level divine techniques, shifting the balance of power. Even with innate supreme treasures in hand, Laozi and the Primordial One were helpless. Their physical forms were directly shattered, and their origin suffered severe damage. Still unsatisfied, Nuwa channeled her Hunyuan power, condensing a giant palm of laws from afar, and slammed it down toward Kunlun Mountain. The space above Kunlun Mountain collapsed instantly. The protective grand arrays of the Chan sect and the Interception sect shattered like paper in the blink of an eye. Terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Those disciples with insufficient cultivation didn't even have time to scream. They were reduced to ashes on the spot, their primordial spirits and souls dissipating completely. The disciples of both sects were so terrified their souls nearly fled. They thought the apocalypse had arrived. The primordial heavenly sovereign's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Nuwa, you are a Hunyuan saint after all. How can you strike at juniors?" These were the cream of the crop sifted from countless immortal seedlings, each one a future pillar. He had always been fiercely protective of his own disciples. If anyone dared to touch them under his watch, he would confront them. But now with a single slap from Nuwa, not even a trace remained. How could he swallow this? "When you laid hands on my younger brother, didn't you think of today?" Nuwa's gaze was as cold as a blade, her voice devoid of warmth. The fire in the primordial heavenly sovereign's chest surged to his throat as he bellowed, "Every single one of my disciples is blessed with great fortune and destiny. Do those lowly beings even deserve to be compared with them? Your actions are a grave sin." Laozi's face also darkened to its deepest shade. He truly hadn't expected Nuwa to be so lawless, directly attacking their dojo. This was already crossing the line. Nuwa curled her lips in disdain. "Great fortune, great destiny. In my eyes, they can't even compare to a single strand of my younger brother's hair. Since the 2 of you dared to join forces and scheme against my brother, you should have foreseen this day." In her view, Laozi and the primordial heavenly sovereign's act of obscuring the celestial mechanism and jointly attacking Lin Xia was the height of filth. If she didn't teach them a lesson, they would only grow more arrogant. The primordial heavenly sovereign laughed in fury. "By your logic, should I also go and suppress your demon race?" Nuwa's attack had already harmed many of the weaker juniors in his Chan sect. This was no longer a matter of face. He too was unwilling to endure this. "If you're not afraid of cutting off the Chan sect's lineage, then go ahead and try." Nuwa's voice was as cold as ice shards. The primordial heavenly sovereign's face twitched, but he said no more. Yet in his heart, doubt began to creep in. Because he knew that if pushed to the brink, Nuwa would indeed follow through. She was a Hunyuan Daiyuo golden immortal beyond the reach of the heavenly Dao. Even if the heavenly Dao imposed punishment, she could retreat into chaos and no one could touch her. But they, the heavenly Dao saints, could not. Everything they did had to weigh the karmic consequences of the heavenly Dao. Once they went against the great tide, the backlash of the heavenly Dao would be no pleasant experience. Neither side was willing to back down. Nuwa's aura was undiminished as she stood locked in stalemate with Laozi and the Primordial One. Just as it seemed a great battle was about to erupt again, a vast Dao sound suddenly exploded in the void. "Enough! The 3 of you dignified saints brawling like this in the Primordial World. What kind of spectacle is this?" A figure slowly materialized. It was the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Though the saints, Laozi, the Primordial One, and Nuwa, had restrained themselves from letting the shockwaves spread during their battle, the commotion was already immense. Hongjun could not pretend not to have seen it. Upon seeing Hongjun appear, the 3 simultaneously composed themselves and withdrew their power. "Greetings, teacher." Teacher Nuwa suddenly attacked, shattering our Chan sect's protective mountain array, and many fellow disciples perished within. This grievance cannot go unavenged. I beseech teacher to render judgment. Nuwa must answer for this. The Primordial One, his face filled with grief and indignation, urgently addressed Hongjun. "Fancer, 2 saints joining forces to bully my younger brother alone. Aren't you ashamed to even speak of it? And you have the nerve to come demanding an explanation. Your faces are thick indeed." Nuwa gave no ground, retorting directly. Laozi and the Primordial One were so enraged their chests ached, their auras surging as they prepared to strike. Hongjun's face darkened as he immediately shouted them down. "Enough. All of you have entered the Mystic Gate. Carrying on like this is disgraceful. This matter ends here. Whoever stirs trouble again will face my wrath." Seeing Hongjun truly angered Nuwa, and the Primordial One fell silent. But Laozi still could not swallow his pride. "Teacher, that Lin Xia is truly insolent. Instigated by Nuwa, he sneaked into my dojo and stripped it of all its spiritual roots and treasures. Such an act of grave rebellion. I beg teacher to uphold justice." Nuwa frowned slightly, her tone calm. "Teacher, I knew nothing of this. Moreover, why would my younger brother go to your place to take things? It's because you kept pressing him and scheming at every turn. I beseech teacher to investigate thoroughly." Hongjun did not respond, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. He merely cast a faint glance at Laozi. He was well aware that this matter was handled ineffectively. The dignified senior brother of the Xuanmen, a saint of the Dao, was completely toyed with by a younger generation. The schemes ended in failure, and the dojo was thoroughly raided. All the evidence fell into Nuwa's hands. With no other options, he had to come to her to complain. A worthless piece of junk. Perhaps he had overestimated himself in the past. You reap what you sow. Everyone quiet down, disperse. After Hong Jun finished speaking, his figure dissipated. No matter how unwilling he and Yuanshi felt, they could only swallow their anger. He shot a cold glance at Nuwa. I will not let this matter rest. Having said that, he turned with Yuanshi and flew towards Kunlun Mountain. Shouyang Mountain. Lin Xia's sister is back. Even before she arrived, her voice drifted in. Immediately, a fragrant breeze rushed in, and Nuwa's figure appeared, pulling Lin Xia into her embrace. Quick, let sister see if anything is different. Sister, what changes could I have? But you have become more beautiful. Lin Xia nestled in Nuwa's arms, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Did you put honey on that little mouth? It's only been a short while since we last met, and your skills in flattering have greatly improved. Nuwa smiled and pinched Lin Xia's cheek. You've caused quite a stir while out there. Even the likes of Changxi and Shiha have been involved. There was a hint of jealousy in her tone. Oh sister, you already know. Lin Xia's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed that the enchanting fairy had been secretly watching her. Of course, what in this world can escape my eyes? From now on, be more honest, and don't let me catch you in any misdeeds. Nuwa's tone carried a hint of reprimand. Sister, what misdeeds? I don't understand. What misdeeds? Don't you have any idea? Nuwa's expression was half smiling, half teasing. Could it be that sister also knew about her travels with Changxi and Shiha? Sister, I never took the initiative, it was always them who approached me first. Lin Xia spoke calmly and seriously. Who approached first? Nuwa was taken aback, her expression slightly confused. Lin Xia's heart sank. Oh no. The enchanting fairy had no idea about this matter. Nuwa's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with cold light, a hint of killing intent seeping out. Lin Xia's heart tightened, and she quickly tried to break free. But it was still a moment too late. She was caught by the enchanting fairy. Nuwa tightened her arms around Lin Xia, employing a technique known as embracing the younger brother. Tell me, who was it? Changxi? Or Shiha? It's been so long I can't remember clearly. Alright, sister, will help you. Ah, sister, don't. After a thorough round of explanations, Nuwa finally left. Lin Xia let out a long sigh. Sister is too clingy, there's no helping it. Life is tough. I have to rely on cuteness to maintain my living. She began to tally up the harvest from this trip. There were quite a few treasures taken from the East King. Several hundred innate spiritual treasures, thousands of postnatal spiritual treasures. Not to mention countless spirit mushrooms, precious medicines, celestial roots, and various innate artifacts. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about refining, otherwise he could have refined some postnatal treasures. This batch of spirit mushrooms and precious medicines could refine a good number of golden cores, perfect for enhancing the power of the human race. Lin Xia didn't rush to act. Instead, he went into seclusion, focusing on his cultivation. This journey had left him with profound insights after discussing paths with Changxi and Shiha and battling with Donghuang Tai and a group of demon saints. Whether it was understanding the laws or comprehending divine abilities, even his battle awareness had skyrocketed. In this practice, talent is just a stepping stone, but what really elevates someone to the top is their willingness to risk everything. Those who haven't experienced the heat of battle, how can they be called strong? In the Holy Emperor Palace, it suddenly became. The aura around Lin Xia skyrocketed like a dam being breached. 3,000 lines of laws exploded from his body, intertwining and evolving into a brand new order. He didn't know how long had passed, when suddenly he felt a strong sensation in his mind. With a flick of his fingers, 7 celestial apricots appeared in his palm. Another 100,000 years had passed, and the chaotic celestial apricots were ripe again. This fruit was perfect for breaking through. He stuffed all 7 apricots into his mouth, swallowing them without even chewing. The energy within the fruit surged into his limbs and bones like boiling iron. This energy was the essence of the laws, pure, without a trace of impurities. Once it entered his body, it fused with the 3,000 paths, urging the flower buds to grow wildly. Countless treasures of light burst forth from Lin Xia's body, dazzling to the extreme. Inside, it felt as if an entire chaotic universe was wildly surging and reorganizing. Time flowed quickly like running water, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He didn't know how long had passed. One day, Lin Xia slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, time, reincarnation, and fate intertwined, the scenes of the rise and fall of all things in the world constantly rolling. The aura of the whole person was much deeper than before. A vast aura of creation emanated from him, as if the Creator were bestowing blessings upon the world. On Shouyang Mountain, the spirit roots and celestial herbs grew wildly. Even the quality of the source was undergoing transformation. The 9 spiritual veins on the mountain surged with spiritual energy, more vigorous and grand than ever before. The Luo Golden Immortal complete. Just one step away from stepping into Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Feeling the 3,000 laws surging within, Lin Xia smiled. I shouldn't be far from Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The 3,000 laws had evolved to their peak and were beginning to transform into another level. Vaguely, he could already sense the mysterious flavor of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. After that, he didn't continue his seclusion. Instead, he turned to check on Xiong Beishan, Xiong Outyin, and Aou. Those two simpletons were doing just fine. With the heaven-devouring technique in hand, they could quickly improve just by eating. Their speed was quite fast. But in comparison, Aou lagged far behind. Even though she had the ancestral dragon sacred body, a Quasi-Saint level technique, her cultivation speed was still painfully slow. To this day, she was still at the golden immortal stage, practically standing still with no changes. It must be the karma weighing her down. Lin Xia pondered. I need to cut off her karmic ties, completely severing her from the dragon clan. Once karma clings to you, the Dao will suppress you. No matter how extraordinary your talent, you won't get far in the future. Unless Aou you can match his level strong enough to be unrestrained by even innate deities. But how could that be possible? With a thought, Lin Xia directly flashed into the space of the Hongmeng Pearl. Brother, you little Aou, you looking like a porcelain doll, pounced at Lin Xia the moment she saw him. Did you slack off in your cultivation? Lin Xia reached out to ruffle the little dragon girl's hair. Brother, I've been serious, but I always feel like something is pressing down on me, something I can't quite articulate. Aou you clung to Lin Xia's arm, her little face scrunched up. You're just experiencing the old problem of your dragon clan. It's not your fault. Brother will help you clear this trouble. After saying that, Lin Xia pointed a finger to Aou's forehead, directly connecting her soul and primordial spirit. The laws of causality began to operate, and lines slowly emerged around Aou, faintly visible. In the next moment, Lin Xia casually waved his hand. Those lines of causality instantly transformed into a sharp divine sword, slicing down with a crisp sound. A strange wave rippled through the air. All the entangled lines were cut. The karma on Aou dissipated along with it. What did you do, brother? I suddenly feel so much lighter. Aou looked up, her eyes full of confusion. And I feel a bit reluctant inside of what's going on. When you grow up a bit more, you'll understand naturally. Lin Xia smiled, gently speaking softly to the little dragon girl. Aou nodded, somewhat understanding, but for now Lin Xia was her rock, and she decided not to think too much. Lin Xia continued, from now on those chaotic things won't come back. You can focus on your cultivation. Thank you, brother. Aou beamed, rubbing her little face against Lin Xia's arm, then turned to look at the two fellows beside her, who were munching on bamboo shoots, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyan. Her eyes lit up. Brother, are those spiritual bamboo shoots really that delicious? Since she came over, she had seen those two not. They were munching so happily that it made her crave it. What do you want to try? Lin Xia asked with a smile. Oh. Aou nodded vigorously. As soon as she said this, Xiong Batian and Xiong Aoshan's expressions changed drastically. The two bears quickly hid the bamboo shoots behind their backs, pretending to admire the scenery around them. You two, whoever is more self-aware, share a bit. Lin Xia took on the role of the big brother directly. Second brother, big brother is calling you. Nonsense, big brother is clearly calling you. Xiong Batian poked his brother with a paw. You're talking nonsense. I didn't hear big brother calling me. Xiong Batian began to feign ignorance. Aou watched in slight disbelief. She suddenly felt that these two simpletons were not cute at all. She just wanted to taste a bite. Was it necessary to act like they were guarding against thieves? Fine, since you are so unwilling, I won't take you along next time I raid. Lin Xia sighed, his tone a bit helpless. As soon as the words fell, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyan jumped up. Don't. Big brother, we know we were wrong. Ever since that last time, these two hadn't had a proper meal. Now their lives depended entirely on raiding, otherwise they would lose their motivation to strive. Without saying a word, Xiong Batian pulled out a dew-covered innate bamboo shoot from his pocket and handed it to Aou. Little dragon girl, try this, it's really delicious. Xiong Outyan also jumped forward, holding his own shoot up to it. Little dragon girl, don't believe him, his is already nibbled on the edge, mine is the freshest. You're talking nonsense. I just picked this shoot from the bamboo forest, it hasn't been touched at all. Xiong Baishan's face darkened as he retorted. The two simpletons grew increasingly agitated, and it looked like they were about to come to blows. Brothership just like that was on the verge of collapsing. Aou had just seen these two guys being stingy, and now they suddenly became enthusiastic, leaving her a bit dazed. Seeing them argue until their faces turned red, she figured it was best to take both shoots at once. Seeing that Aou finally accepted the spiritual bamboo shoots, both Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyan breathed a sigh of relief. Aou turned to Lin Xia, her eyes filled with curiosity. Brother, what does raiding a house mean? Little children shouldn't ask so much, you'll understand when you grow up. Why do you always act like an adult when you speak? She lowered her head, bit into the bamboo shoot, chewed a few times, and her expression was a bit strange. What's wrong, is it not tasty? Lin Xia asked with a smile. Aou shook her head and honestly said, it's not that it's bad, but I can't really say it's good either. She remembered how Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyan would eat this stuff like it was the new year, finding it incredibly delicious. But the taste was far from what she expected. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyan simultaneously raised their heads and snorted. This little dragon girl really didn't know how to appreciate good things. How dare she complain about their favorite food? If it were anyone else, they would have already turned hostile. If it weren't for their leader Sake, they would have insisted on arguing with her. The two silly ones squatted down, each hugging a bamboo shoot, and began to munch on it deliberately, making loud crunching sounds, as if to show off to Aou. Alright little Aou, it's time to practice now. Lin Xia glanced at the two lively ones, unable to help, but smiled, then turned to Aou and said, Upon hearing this, Aou's face fell filled with reluctance. Brother, I've been practicing for a long time, can I take a break? I want to stay by your side. I haven't seen those two practice either, they just know how to hug bamboo shoots and munch all day long. Xiong Batian and Xiong Aoshan's faces grew even longer upon hearing this, rolling their eyes at Aou. Lin Xia chuckled and explained, these two fellows have a special ability, they can increase their cultivation just by eating. What? Just by eating they can get stronger. Aou was stunned, her mind went blank. Is there really such an easy way in the world? Brother Lin Xia, I want to learn too. Teach me. Aou clung to Lin Xia's arm, her voice dragging out in a spoiled manner. Alright, I'll teach you now. Lin Xia raised his hand and gently tapped the center of Aou's forehead. Two strands of light patterns burrowed in. In an instant, two extremely profound divine writings exploded in Aou's mind. Yin Yang Tian swallowing mystic art, and Tian swallowing technique. Aou closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and began to feel them bit by bit. Without the entanglement of karma, the suppression of the heavenly Dao also dissipated, allowing her to comprehend these two techniques as smoothly as drinking water. Before long, she grasped the intricacies within. A surge of overwhelming yin-yang energy began to circulate around her, accompanied by the power to devour everything. Xiong Batian and Xiong Outyin, who were munching on bamboo shoots, widened their eyes in shock. They didn't even notice when the bamboo shoot fell to the ground. How could this be possible? The two brothers stared at Aou, unable to believe, their eyes fixated on her, as she was comprehending. For these past few days, this little dragon girl had been diligently cultivating here. They had both witnessed her speed of cultivation. With her talent clearly inferior to theirs, how could she suddenly make such rapid progress and grasp the basics so quickly? Lin Xia directly opened a Daoist venue for Aou in the Hongmeng Pearl and sent her inside. He then set up a primordial formation around her to stabilize her cultivation. After finishing these tasks, Lin Xia stepped out of the space of the Hongmeng Pearl. As soon as he stood steady, the area on Shouyang Mountain suddenly erupted. Spiritual energy surged, boiling like boiling water. The sky was filled with auspicious signs, and rays of light shone down. The spiritual energy transformed into a waterfall, frantically converging in one direction, creating a commotion that was terrifying. In midair, various phenomena began to emerge one after another. Are the three ancestral beings of the human race about to break through to the Deluo level? Lin Xia's eyes lit up, unable to suppress the joy on his face. His figure swayed, and he appeared deep within the ancestral land on Shouyang Mountain. Hong Yun had already arrived, and was guarding nearby to protect the three ancestors. Seeing Lin Xia approach, Hong Yun's face was filled with wrinkles as he smiled widely. Little friend, you are back. Lin Xia nodded and grinned. Friend Hong Yun, you have made a great contribution to the teachings of humanity. If it weren't for your constant guidance, they would never have managed to step into the Deluo threshold so quickly. Hong Yun waved his hand, smiling humbly. You flatter me, little friend, I just showed them the way. Their quick breakthroughs rely primarily on the 9 revolutions golden pills you refined. 9 revolutions golden pill can allow one to attain the Dao of Deluo. This is no exaggeration. As long as one can completely absorb and refine the energy within the pill and thoroughly comprehend the rules and rhythms of the pill, achieving Deluo is merely a matter of time. The three ancestral beings of the human race were the first beings created by Nuwa, possessing the strongest innate talents among all humans. For them, relying on 9 revolutions golden pills to attain the Deluo level is as easy as drinking water. Moreover, regarding Shouyang Mountain, Lin Xia had transformed it back, then directly creating 9 great spiritual veins. The number of innate spiritual roots was countless, and the number of acquired spiritual roots was even more, with tens of thousands being a conservative estimate. Even among the top innate blessed lands, there may not be such a foundation. How could the efficiency of cultivation for the human race in such a place be poor? Thus, not only did the cultivation levels of the 3 ancestral beings of the human race rise rapidly, but others among the human race also advanced quickly. Now on Shouyang Mountain, dozens of Tai golden immortals have emerged, all of whom are of innate human descent. Just when the 3 ancestral beings of the human race were about to break through to Deluo, Nuwa, who was cultivating in the sacred Emperor Palace, suddenly felt a jolt in her heart and opened her eyes. She was momentarily taken aback. The feeling she sensed from her body was familiar to her. She had vaguely encountered it when she established the teachings of humanity. The power of humanity. This humanity has actually begun to sprout. Although it is still very tender, she can sense the potential hidden within, which is almost boundless, even capable of standing on equal ground with the heavenly Dao with just a flip of her hand. Just thinking about this made her shiver. As the master of humanity, the benefits she could reap from this would likely be insatiable. Was this what her brother had in mind when he insisted she establish the teachings of humanity? Nuwa's eyes sparkled with excitement she couldn't suppress. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly descended outside Shouyang Mountain. Their voices were crisp and resonated through the void. Taiyin Star Changxi and Shiha here to pay respects to little friend Lin Xia. These 2 fairies are truly beautiful. Are they here to seek the Holy Sovereign? It seems the Holy Sovereign has quite the reputation. Even these divine maidens come to pay a personal visit. The human race stared up, their eyes almost glued to Changxi and Shiha appearing in the void. Changxi and Shiha with beautiful faces, graceful figures, and an unparalleled aura. Their cultivation levels were also outstanding goddesses. As soon as they appeared, all the humans on the mountain were left dumbfounded. Hong Yun turned to Lin Xia with a grin. Little friend, your connections are impressive. Even the goddesses of the Tying Star have come running to see you. What great fortune. Lin Xia furrowed his brows. Why did Hong Yun's smile seem a bit off? Usually so friendly, he didn't expect. Ladies, please come in and speak, Lin Xia said. As the primordial five-element formation opened, Changxi and Shiha flew into Shouyang Mountain. Upon entering, both were startled. The atmosphere inside the mountain was filled with thick fortune, and everywhere they looked were innate spiritual roots, not to mention the tens of thousands of acquired spiritual roots. Changxi couldn't help but exclaim, it hasn't been long since we last met, and the human race has changed so much. Shiha nodded in agreement, a hint of confusion in her eyes. How could the number of spiritual roots on Shouyang Mountain exceed that of the Tying Star? How could the human race even have produced a Luo golden immortal? She clearly remembered that the human race was inherently weak and not suited for cultivation. But now not only had some achieved a Luo, but even the acquired human race had stepped into the threshold of the immortal path. This change was shocking. Could it be that Lin Xia is behind this? Changxi's words carried a profound meaning. She had heard whispers about how Lin Xia had attacked the heavenly court, raided the demon emperor's palace, and looted the Tying Star. Shiha quickly understood. He looks cute, but he can be ruthless when he acts. A considerable portion of these spiritual roots must have been acquired forcefully. Thinking of this, her expression became somewhat subtle. Di Jun and Tai Yi were royal figures of the demon race and prominent figures in the Zixiao Palace. To let Lin Xia raid their lair was something that would sound humorous if it got out. When the voice in the void fell, Nuwa's expression slightly changed. Changxi and Shiha, what are they doing here? As a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, she grasped the Dao of creation in her hands, able to sweep through heaven and earth with a thought. She had long noticed Lin Xia's interactions and discussions with those two. She just didn't expect that this kid's charm could bring people to visit him in person. Her expression became somewhat complex. Good for you, Lin Xia, you really got involved with them. Nuwa's words dripped with. Changxi and Shiha, who resided in the Tying Star, were known for rarely showing themselves in the wilderness. Now that they had personally come to Shouyang Mountain, the intention was clear. Her brother was growing up and was hard to keep. At such a young age, he already had these thoughts. If he grew up more, wouldn't it be chaos? In the sacred Emperor Palace, Lin Xia laid out a plethora of innate spiritual fruits to entertain them. Sisters, you two have gained quite a bit of cultivation during this trip back, huh? He glanced at the two women, his tone filled with surprise. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Shiha nodded, her smile playful. Her voice couldn't hide her excitement. She was in a great mood to see Lin Xia again. Thanks to you, otherwise it would have been impossible for us sisters to break through so quickly. When Changxi expressed her gratitude, her tone was serious. You sisters are too polite. Lin Xia waved his hand, chuckling. You came at the right time. A bunch of spiritual roots and treasures have ripened on Shouyang Mountain. Do you want me to take you for a tour? No hurry. Changxi shook her head and directly stated her purpose. To be honest, brother Lin Xia, after we return to the Tying Star, we will be in seclusion, and we vaguely felt the barrier of our realm. The reason we came here is to seek your guidance to resolve the matters that have been stuck in our hearts. Lin Xia wasn't. In fact, as soon as Shiha and Changxi landed in the Taoist venue, he had sensed it. They both had not fully walked the path of the Tying principles. It was as if there was a wall blocking their way, preventing them from passing through. Lin Xia didn't waste words and started speaking directly. As soon as his voice fell, an overwhelming pressure surged throughout the Taoist venue, and layers of phenomena erupted in the void, with celestial music resounding and filling the air. Changxi and Shiha were instantly drawn in like two dry sponges absorbing water, completely immersed in those Dao rhythms, their eyes not even blinking. Lin Xia's current cultivation level was that of a perfected De Luo golden immortal, but his understanding was beyond reason. Any principle that fell before his eyes was instantly seen through. Moreover, with the Hongming Dao's true understanding at his disposal, even if he held fragments of the creation jade disc, in terms of understanding the Dao, he would far surpass his opponents. What he was explaining to the two sisters was precisely the path of the Hunyuan golden immortal, the method that relied on principles to push through. Golden light filled the entire Taoist venue, shining brightly. Layers of profound Dao rhythms rolled outward, heavy enough to make one short of breath. Lin Xia broke down the principles and explained them thoroughly, causing flashes of inspiration to light up in Changxi and Zai's minds, as if a window had opened above their heads, and all the doubts that had been stuck in their hearts were suddenly resolved. It felt as if someone had poured water over her head, leaving her entire body tingling with clarity. That beam of spiritual light was like a lamp illuminating the path for their cultivation in the latter half. After a while, Lin Xia fell silent. However, He and Changxi were still lost in their feelings, completely absorbed in their enlightenment. The auras circulating around them grew increasingly profound, a thick divine radiance flowing over their snow-white skin, making the two of them extraordinarily beautiful, ethereal, and breathtaking. After a little while, Changxi She opened her eyes first. Thank you, Lin Xia. A smile that couldn't be hidden danced at the corners of her eyes, her voice soft and gentle. At this moment, she had yet to break through, but what Lin Xia had shared had allowed her to see the path forward clearly. As long as she returned to the Tying Star, it wouldn't be long before she could take that step, greatly enhancing her cultivation. At this time, he also awakened, her face filled with joy. Lin Xia, you are truly amazing. After saying this, she pulled Lin Xia into a hug and planted a fierce kiss on his cheek. Let go. Lin Xia's face scrunched up. He had been taken advantage of like this. But could she use a bit more force? Changxi laughed and shook her head. He released him and mysteriously said, by the way, I brought you something. What? Lin Xia's curiosity was piqued. She flipped her hand and produced 2 jars of wine. Is this wine? Lin Xia's nose twitched as he gently inhaled, a wonderful fragrance piercing into his nostrils. It was as if moonlight was spilling onto his skin, carrying a bone-chilling coolness. As the scent of the wine wafted out, Lin Xia felt his throat tighten. The flavor was so unique that just smelling it brought a slight inebriation, as if he were submerged in soft, fluffy clouds. Brewed from osmanthus flowers sealed under the 9 heavens cold ice for 100,000 years. This is the first time we've opened the jar today. Changxi's lips curled into a smile, her tone gentle. The osmanthus tree, one of the rarest among the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. What flavor does wine made from it have? It is crisp upon entry with a long-lasting sweetness, the rich fragrance swirling on the tip of the tongue, lingering in the throat even after swallowing. Not to mention, this thing can enhance one's magical power, nurture the primordial spirit, and elevate cultivation. It's simply a treasure fallen from the heavens for those who cultivate the Dao. Lin Xia's eyes lit up, his mouth breaking into a grin. This trip was certainly worthwhile. She had already opened the jar and poured him a cup. Don't just stand there, hurry up and try it. Lin Xia lifted the cup and downed it in one go. A chill exploded within him, drilling down his throat, but it was not overwhelming at all. The liquid glided over his tongue, sweet and pure, fragrant and clear, and as he swallowed it, he felt an overwhelming comfort wash over him. He slightly squinted, his cheeks beginning to flush. Changxi watched him with a more tender smile, her eyes sparkling like flowing spring water, soft enough to yield honey. She burst into laughter, reaching out to pinch Lin Xia's cheeks playfully. So how does it taste? It's great, absolutely wonderful. Lin Xia nodded, not using any magical power to suppress the effects of the wine. The after effects of this wine were not strong, yet it left him pleasantly dizzy. It felt as if he were wrapped in warm water, every pore in his body sighing with joy. After all, this was something brewed from a top-grade, innate spiritual fruit. Forcing himself to suppress it would be a loss. Changxi and Shi also sat down drinking with him. Lin Xia downed cup after cup without using any power to block the rising intoxication. Before long, half of his face was flushed, pale skin tinged with pink, looking even more enticing than before. She became playful again, pulling him onto her lap, still pinching his cheeks, laughing with each pinch, as if she were. The sensation of his cheeks was truly delightful, and she couldn't bear to let go. Just then a shadow suddenly appeared beside them. There were no footsteps, no fluctuations in spiritual power, it simply emerged from thin air. Changxi and Shi both tensed up simultaneously, their smiles freezing for a moment. Turning to look, Nuwa? Greetings, Lady Nuwa. The two quickly stood up, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Nuwa was a saint, the elder sister of Lin Xia, and her status commanded respect from anyone. Nuwa nodded, her expression calm, and her tone gentle. Do the two goddesses know my younger brother? Yes, we met Lin Xia on our travels in the primordial wilderness some time ago, and formed a good bond. Changxi replied with a smile, her demeanor composed. However, Shi felt a bit uneasy standing there. Nuwa spoke softly, her expression revealing no discernible emotion. But Shi couldn't shake the feeling that there was something hidden in Nuwa's gaze, a sharpness that though sheathed still grew. Sister, come have a drink too. It's brewed by Changxi and Shi. Lin Xia waved at her. Nuwa nodded, but with her presence Changxi and Shi immediately felt constrained, the atmosphere stiffening, unable to joke and laugh with Lin Xia as before. After all, Nuwa was a saint, not someone from their circle, and sitting together inevitably made them uneasy. Meanwhile, in the Demon Emperor's palace, Dong Huang Taiyi's face was clouded with gloom as he spoke to Di Jun, elder brother, I believe the time has come. Let's take action now and attack the Purple Mansion state. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon saints below immediately began to stir. That's right, that guy from the East King Palace killed our demon god, and colluded with that Lin Xia kid. This is clearly a disregard for the Heavenly Court. He must be dealt with, we cannot lose the Heavenly Court's prestige. Seeing the demon saints getting fired up, Di Jun felt his own resolve waver. Although the Purple Mansion state may not compare to the grandeur of the Heavenly Court,